We're streaming, starting just a little minute early, and then we're going to call somebody so I can, well, first thing I gotta do is get this microphone on. Okay, well, I see the stream is working, so that's reassuring. Anybody who can come on is welcome to come on. By that I mean in the chat room. And, shit. Now, let's see what I can do about this. Okay, there we are. Hopefully that doesn't throw everything off. Alright, miracle that it didn't. Okay, now, let's start a call. And, that'll help center focus myself. Okay, where are we? Skype, that's right. Okay, Skype. Now, who am I calling? Jameson Race. Helps to know, doesn't it? Okay, my man. See who you can get. Aaron Tice would be busy. He'll let us know when he's ready. But try Amanda Ute in particular. God knows what's been happening to her, but if we can't reach her, then you're welcome to bring anybody.
All right, so I'm
not JoJo. JoJo's got Sunday school that she teaches. But other than that, I haven't had a chance to review any of your messages lately. When I open them,
fine.
Yeah,
it's just news shit. You know, just basic news shit. Just stuff going on. As I predicted, the case with that kid who got shot by that cop lady who said taser, taser.
Yes.
Yeah. That fucking cracker bitch is only getting 2 years, and
oh my god,
fucking American acculturated chink bitch sentenced her to just 2 years. So I mean, so we know what's going to happen here. Black people, of course, are so fucking stupid sometimes that they're probably just going to take all their fucking anger out on Asian people because the judge was Asian, and this is all by design because the crackers are using divide and conquer. So, and unfortunately, as time proceeds, it seems like the freaking what do you call it? It seems like the COVID virus, things are getting a lot better, unfortunately, for the U.S. So we're not going to see as many deaths as we should see.
We don't know that yet.
So I can only say fuck this place. Okay. I don't want to be here. Right. I'm stranded here.
Yes. Well, at any rate, also you were bringing up something about a Rittenhouse copycat.
Oh, right. Oh, where the hell did I say that? Holy shit. Was there something?
Something. You sent me a link. It was about, you said just as I had predicted, meaning, you in this case, you were crediting myself with the copycat, as, I did say, that people would start,
Oh, yeah. God damn. How long ago was that? My mind is like almost bleached of that because of all the shit I ingest to just make reality go away.
Okay, yes. Well, no worries. I mean, you'll figure it out soon enough. I'm sure you can look it up. In the meantime, I'll start playing around with the links. What about Daniel Rolla? Is there somebody we can get on?
No, I tried him. I tried Sarah Thomas. I tried Amanda Ute.
Yeah,
I can't try Penny. Yes, let me try Penny. All right, I'll see if we can get something going. If not, there's no shortage of interesting things that have gone on, from oil spills to a nice pileup in Illinois. I mean, oh, that reminds me. Let me try Pequan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm literally just trying to pull my head out of my head, which is probably the worst place for my head to be.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh man. All right. So of course, Vice is having. They're just now talking about the far right are infiltrating the military. Like, hello? When the
yeah, no shit.
We've been talking about that shit. Oh my gosh.
Well, you know, like I said, I was investigating that shit in the '80s for the Department of Defense, and I brought it up multiple times in the past. So it's not, you know, these people are slow, and that's what can you say?
People are now starting to talk about cryptids, like, the hairy ones and the sort of hominoid ones,
Yes.
Of course, oh my gosh, one channel decided they would try to conflate the dog-headed cynocephali with like these monkeys of like Brazil and all this other shit, and I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you conflating everything? And then as always they go to aliens, and I'm like, oh my god.
I'd laugh louder if I weren't so just tired.
Yeah, I've spent the entire day in bed, honestly speaking. But that's probably because I'm dying from COVID, and I've coughed up maybe 80% of my lungs.
Oh,
So, I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky.
yeah, yes. At any rate, yes. You'll get lucky and you won't see Russia invade Ukraine. Apparently.
Oh, actually, that would be fun to see. I'm eager to kind of see
Well,
that.
there was a report that came in the New York Post. It was this morning that apparently Putin gave the orders to his generals. If so, this is the longest reaction time I've ever fucking seen. Either his generals got the orders and just threw them away, or just loitering.
Oh,
or what.
no. This has been a continuous. They're gonna invade. They're gonna. It's like, oh my gosh, humans. So not only do humans suck at dying now, they suck at war.
Yeah. Yes.
This
That's it. It's
this is
yeah.
our realm is definitely beneath the throne of Mot,
Yes.
beneath the transclepothic abyss.
Yes.
This is the furthest from the divine, and we're here as the divine to experience what it's like to be the furthest from the divine. So the next stop from here is just pure non-existence in the anti-gods.
Yes. Well, do me a favor
The hells and heavens are above this.
yeah. Let's see if how about let's check out a little bit with Jim Forsyth here. Jim Forsyth, let's see now. He's probably not ready to come on, so but the invitation is out there to him. He's welcome to come.
What's the ID?
He'd have to give it to us. He'd have to. I don't have it.
Oh yeah. It was one of those weird ones that you said were just
I
like
don't
a
think
horrible.
I think
It was like a live.
I don't think he
something.
tried to come on before. You thinking of somebody else maybe that had a very similar name, another white guy, maybe. I mean, was it Jim? I don't think it was Jim.
I think it was him. I think it was.
Really? Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember.
So Jim, if you're out there, let us know if that was you, and if it was you, give us your ID again so we can fucking drag you on bandwidth. Otherwise, and Penny Bradley's not responding.
Nope.
Okay.
So, did you enjoy the festivities at all today, or you just literally
Dude,
waking
it's not a
up?
festivity, it's a day of observance. Was yesterday, but
Oh,
yes, that we celebrate it in our own little fashion after all of the observations that were necessary. But we were going to former internment camps, for God's sake. So
no, yeah, there's nothing really
yeah,
festive about that,
yeah.
unless you've been working in the business of a morgue for the
Yes.
last
Yes,
50 years.
How about Sammy Romero? Have you tried Sammy? Or
Oh, yeah, let me give him a try.
or
I
Isaac?
think I did, but I wasn't able to get him on. Let me do that one more time. All right.
And other than that, I'm pretty much dead meat in the water at the moment. Phoenix says, "Hey guys, hey honey, want to come on bandwidth? Anybody out there, give us your Skype. We'll bring you on just to occupy myself for the opening hour. I'm in no mood to talk right now. And in terms of we bring Peter on, it's at the top of next hour normally. So
You want to see if we can try to pull him on early?
I can ask him in Messenger. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And in the
I mean, who
meantime,
knows?
let me see if I can think of something else with Salman Sheikh, of course, he's you know, doing his thing. Selena Khan, you've got her number, right? See if you can give her a call. See if she wants to come on.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can add her. All right. We'll see if it works.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, anything's better than listening to me prattle on about, you know, doom and destruction, because it gets old. I understand that. People want something human to connect to, and I, of course, have spent most of my time. I spent too long isolating to really have anything of substance that interests anyone. So it's going to be a while before I can become what you would call a sociable human being when it comes to social media and stuff. Especially still being banned from Facebook for another 12 days, which is all right. It's not as bad as what Daniel's going through. But what
happened to Daniel?
They pretty much, they don't even let him go back on Facebook. He can't even create a new account.
Oh, really?
He said he's going to give it a break for a while anyway. So, you know, he's been speaking to me in Skype and whatnot. And, you know, sending me videos of guys doing the haka, which is all interesting. I mean, maybe if Americans had that, you know, they wouldn't.
Well, in New Zealand, they asked the vax protesters to, you know, the Maori tribal peoples asked the vax protesters to stop doing the haka because the stupid vax protesters can't do the haka. So the Maoris asked them to stop doing that. You know?
Oh man, listen, you can't have anything sacred around white people. That's why I say, if you're of color and you have something that's really powerful, don't share it with anyone white. That's
there we are.
No racism intended, but you know, they if it's sacred, if it's meant to be sacred, it will be desecrated.
Yeah, and it's like, well, there you go. I mean, people wonder why I'm hard on white sometimes, but take a look at David John West. There's a guy who I was always complimentary to, and you know, give him credit on the book I tried to produce, and then, you know, years later he comes around and you know, claims it was never published so he could steal it and plagiarize it. I mean, what the fuck do you call that? I mean, so there's.
I mean,
there's
yeah, it's what they do. You can't even go. I can't even enjoy the macabre gore websites without their white supremacy videos of crackers beating people up in mass, and it's just like. Yeah, but then again, when all the videos from Africa show people tiring people for like as a pastime,
yes.
I mean, it seems like the whole tribes just gather around like, oh man, yeah, burn that motherfucker. It's like, yeah, I am descended from the two worst races on the planet, and
oh, yawning, forgive. It has nothing to do with you. It's just.
Yeah.
All right. Well, just so
you remind me that I need to get some caffeine. But we have a nice. Yeah. You want me to just start dropping?
Yeah. Just start talking.
All right. So
shit.
Here's
it's all yours for now.
Yeah. Here's something I did not know that happened, which was an oil spill off of Peru. This occurred as a result of the what do you call it? The Tonga eruption, you know, and the tidal waves and shit. So who knows how many more of these things have gone on? A viscous black wave rolled onto the beach of a seaside town of Ancon, Peru, just as Davis Guaman and his team arrived to assess the situation. 2 days earlier, on the 15th of January, thousands of barrels of crude oil spilled from a refinery to the south of there. Heavy smells had slammed the coastline. After the violent eruption of a volcano near Tonga, more than 10,300 kilometers away, humankind was not ready for that. Humankind was not ready for anything of that scale. And if anything bigger does happen, we're fucked, which I am actually kind of happy about. But anyway, we're astonished, said Halman, a conservation biologist with Peru's National Service of Natural Areas, protected by the state Suriname in Lima. The oil coated everything, rocks, seaweed, crabs, setting a scene unlike anything Halman has experienced before. Although Peru is no stranger to oil spills, nor is the United States or any other country in the world. Let's get real here, which have mostly occurred off its northern coast and in its Amazon jungle. Oh, that's great. So that's why the humanoid things are popping up around Brazil and Peru and whatnot, and invading towns, because humans have, in their dipshit stupidity, have, well, destroyed their homes. What do you expect is going to happen? This is the most damaging to pollute its marine waters and the largest to take place near its heavily populated capital, Lima. The scientists have joined authorities in assessing the extent of the damage and are helping to clean up the mess. According to reports, the oil slick has spread to more than 20 beaches, washing over 41 kilometers of coastline. Yeah, no one's going to be going to those places for vacations anyway. People who do are just, there's something just morbidly wrong with them. Some researchers who are already monitoring wildlife along the coast are dismayed by the destruction they're seeing. Some are looking for good opportunities to document and learn from the spill, and which they hope one day will spur the country to end its reliance on oil. Now, this is what I call retarded optimism, because let's face it, no one's going to end their reliance on oil anytime soon. I mean, I don't care where you're talking about. This is just the nature of the machine and how big the industry is. There's no way that's going to happen. The massive spill occurred as a tanker was pumping crude oil into a refinery operated by this Spanish company Repsol near Lima. Days afterward, Repsol denied responsibility for the event, citing heavy waves that torched the ship around after the powerful eruption of the volcano Hunga Hapai. Peru's government suspended most operations to the refinery to prevent future spills, and its National Maritime Authority is investigating Repsol's claim that the spill was due to eruption-induced swells. It was probably due to sheer negligence and cutting corners, as most business is done these days. And so that's for the sort of ecological disaster in the southern hemisphere. Now for some interesting stuff in the north, which saw a 17-mile stretch of interstate that was closed after a pileup of 100 cars and big rigs in a blinding snowstorm, which I guess reopened Friday. There were no reports of injuries. Sad. No deaths. All right. Well, it is what it is. You guys escaped the bullet, and I would say that's a good thing, because, you know, I don't want the audience to get really, you know, tired of my, you know, shitting on the humankind. Of course, let's see. We have our U.S. Surgeon General, who he and his family are positive for COVID. So that's great. That's actually quite interesting. He says, I don't think anyone really cares about that, though. Let's see. Americans are fleeing to places where political views match their own. Well, that's no surprise. Let's see what else I could find. I mean, granted, there's a lot of things that happened. We, of course, based on what I'm seeing around the world, as of 2:52 p.m., Putin and Macron discussed a ceasefire in Ukraine as shelling appears to escalate. So apparently they've already started, they've already started operations. I mean, this came as heightened tensions added to ongoing violence between Ukrainian forces and Russian-backed separatists. They might as well just consider the separatist part of the Russian army at this point and, you know, just go into full-fledged war. I don't know why they're even bothering to try to sit down and talk with them. It's a waste of time. Let's just get this shit over with. Meanwhile, Russian troops remain staged at the border, some of whom take part in live fire exercises on Saturday that Vladimir Putin personally oversaw from Moscow, from the safety of his fucking room on, I guess, camera or something. Biden slated to convene a national security meeting on Sunday. The Secretary Jen Psaki announced the day earlier. Kamala Harris, speaking to reporters, pretty much warned about the potential for war to break out in Europe, which would be the largest conflict of its time on the continent since World War II, which I say is long overdue because, you know, maybe that will solve some of humankind's problems. I'm just saying, you know, we all know who the people who are shitting on everyone else are. No comment. Harris said the U.S. and its allies were united in their plan to slap Russia with strong sanctions if it were to avoid Ukraine. Oh boy, those terrifying sanctions that seem to amount to absolutely fucking nothing. Why do they waste their time? Amid the frenetic search for diplomatic breakthrough, experts and Western leaders remained over edge over the prospect that Russia could use misinformation, such as a false claim that Ukraine was planning a military offensive to justify an invasion. Why don't they just assume that Russia has already done that? Because that's probably what they have already done. Against the backdrop, Ukrainian officials sought to refute claims aired on Russian state media over the weekend about the use of force by Ukraine's military. However, as the Washington Post reported, there was no evidence to back up these assertions. Yeah, this stupid flexing is just stupid. Why is this? It's like literally being a frog in slow boiling water. It's like you know you're going to die even though you don't feel it. It's like why is this? Why wait? Why not get this shit over with? It's just irritating.
I'm sorry. What's irritating now? I just checked back in. What's the?
Well, I was just saying, like, you know, with this war thing, you know, these guys have been like they've been. It's. I feel like a frog in slow boiling water.
Yeah.
And you know, everyone around me is saying, "Oh, this mud moved by so fast," and I'm like, no, it hasn't. It is fucking gotten slower and slower. I feel like I'm drowning in fucking molasses. It's like I feel like a frog in slow boiling water who wants it to be done knowing that I'm going to die already, and is just like, okay, just turn up the fucking heat and get this over with.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you talking about the constant you know, stupid war threats and then Putin pulls back?
Just everything in the world in general. Yeah. Just everything, man. Everything from the war to the coronavirus to stupid fucking shit here in the United States. Everything is literally like floating in like, I'm going to like super slow motion. Oh, yeah. It's like you see the guy about to hit you in slow motion, right? And you're trying, and you're like, okay, I can see this coming, I could dodge it, but your body's also moving in super slow motion. Yet your mind is not.
Yes, it's like the Matrix or the old $6 million man. Both the Matrix and the old $6 million man used to do that. So, what about Brandon Young? Did you try Brandon Young?
Oh yes, I think I did, but let me try again. Yeah, it doesn't. You are correct. There may be some interesting things going on in his locality. I mean, out here in New York, everyone's just shooting everyone up, and it's the same old people, and of course, you know, due to the fact that Rikers Island and the holding station in Manhattan are like super packed, and yes, we got him. Hello, Brandon. How are things?
There we are. Brandon, how are you?
You just went on mute.
So what happened exactly?
Hello, hey.
There we are. So, forgive me. I'm not in the shape to talk right now. I'm trying to get myself together before, the top of the hour. I mean, once Pete gets on, then he can handle it for me for a while, and then by that time I should be able to monologue. But in the meantime, we're just so glad to have you. Our wonderful Jameson Reese does his best, of course, but it's hard. It's hard to play the role of a sportscaster when you're not a sporting type. And so we brought you on, and we're very glad to have you with us. And I only wish we thought of it sooner, but other than that, Jameson brought some nice things to everybody's attention, and now you can do the same. Tell us about what's been going on with you. Tell us about what's been going on with, for instance, it's President's Day. Did you have any responsibilities teaching the kids about remembering the presidents in order, or anything like that, or
Yeah, we did the whole 50 nifty United States from 13 original colonies. No, we didn't do anything like that. We were on vacation. We were on February vacation.
Oh, wow.
And the kids are all have a week off.
Oh, so, wow, cool. Go on about that. Yeah. By the way, Jameson Reese says, holy shit, it's a holiday? That means refuse doesn't go out on this. I had no idea that refuse collection ever took a holiday. But in terms of this is a federal holiday. Just so people know, I might give a little bit more about that. So, but our man Brandon here will tell us about what's going on. Now, don't you have an Asian mayor in Boston, an Asian female mayor?
We do.
Yeah, tell us about this. Yeah.
Oh, she's Michelle Wu, I believe her name is.
And she just lifted. What did she do? She lifted all the mask restrictions or something. What
well, because Massachusetts has gone down in its COVID rate, and so the schools have now lifted their mask mandate, and it's up to individual school committees to vote on it, whether or not they want to give the choice to students to wear it or not.
Right.
And so upon returning after February break, we will probably have no masks.
Jesus. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, ambivalent. I mean, it's up to the children and to the personal parents and the legal guardians of the students whether or not they feel safe enough to do this. Luckily, I'm in a district where it's so confined and small to begin with that it's not really a big deal. If it were a larger city like Boston or something like that, I would be very concerned and I would take precautions. But everything's going well. We had some really interesting things go on in the last couple of days of school. Of course, and it's really interesting to see the sort of education, quote unquote, that they're being indoctrinated with, including, like you say, history of George Washington and the original colonies, and leading up to this thing called the American Revolution, and it's really hard to bite my tongue during all this, coming from our perspective, but I am able to draw sort of hints and coordinates here and there to the students when they ask important questions. But most of them are just falling in line. It really is sort of a prison system. It really is a factory-driven education system. You have bells that I think have their origin in the factory system. The bells would go off to teach the kids when to take their break, when to take their lunch break, when to take, just like the whistle in the factory. Wow. And so it all derives from that. And so we're kind of shaking off the shackles of that. And, I'm very sort of disappointed in a lot of ways, but I'm trying to fight this thing. And, the unions are just a joke. The teachers' unions and all these things are just in the pockets of multi-billion-dollar scientific enterprises that just want to indoctrinate your children into disillusionment and no wonderment at all about the universe or the life that we live in, philosophy or anything like that. And they beat it out of them. And it's not good.
Right.
So anyway, I'm fighting that, and in the meantime, doing my best, and that's about it.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. You're doing great. And I know you're always doing your best, and the best that you do helps a lot of children. I know it changes their lives. I'm going to go mute for a few seconds because I don't want people to hear me chewing these little chunks of watermelon. I just want to finish this up so I'm hydrated. So in the meantime, I'm counting on you and Jameson join in here so the two of you can keep each other going, and that way. Yeah, that way both of you can bitch about how, we're in a world of shit and life's going to hell in a handbasket. And try and take us up from there. In terms of, biting your tongue in the school system, I'm just astonished that it's the same old, same old. I mean, when it comes to indoctrination, isn't there some kind of new level of trying to enlighten kids that, the American Revolution was not necessarily run by a bunch of gentlemen, that these people were slave plantation owning? I mean, isn't there any emphasis on the reality of that at all? The Indian genocide, none of this is brought up?
Very, very little. In fact, it was really quite appalling to see the lesson that they had laid out in these textbooks, which teachers can't afford to pay for their own textbooks because they're quite expensive. And so they get these textbooks that are relied upon, honestly, made by the same companies or owned by subsidiaries of the major oil companies. So I remember seeing one illustration, and the description was, the slaves were treated great in the South. They often dressed well. They often served the white man great dinners. It's just like it was like, oh, is this? Are you serious?
Oh my fucking god! Oh my!
Yeah, no, it's bad.
Fucking god!
Yeah. So it was just in that sense, I can't just kind of burst into class and say, everybody open up Howard Zinn, People's Sister or whatever, I mean, read the real history. They don't know what's going on. So, but they do question it. They're saying, well, this doesn't seem adequate. This doesn't seem comprehensive. There was
so they know that much. They've got an idea. They have an inkling.
That's right. Even at that age, with the indoctrination as in full effect as it is, they still are just like, well, we've seen Django Unchained. We've seen, we know a little bit about this. We know a little bit that slavery wasn't good. It's slavery after all. But they're learning things about the triangle, the slave trade, and it's not much has changed, unfortunately. But like I said, I can plant little seeds here and there with prospective students here and there. But that's the best I can do for now. I'm learning how to play it like a violin. You have to play the system like a violin.
Yes.
In some ways, you can't be too overbearing. You can't be too let go, laissez-faire. You have to just sort of get it as best as you can do, and that's what I'm trying to do. And so it's constant battle in some ways, So that's that, really.
Wow. No, I appreciate very much you're sharing that. And beyond that, for those of you who don't understand what Brandon Young was referencing, A People's History of the United States was written by Howard Zinn, and I believe there's two versions of it, one which is in printed medium, and of course there's probably a audiobook as well, but the one that stands out more for me as an alternative version would be it's written in a graphic novel format, or like a comic book. It's storyboarded, and that of course is highly recommended. And Howard Zinn was of course a friend of Noam Chomsky, and so Brandon Young will now take us to Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn and whatever relation they had that he might know about, and but how he knows about both of them, and personally at least met one of them.
Both.
Yeah, both. Excellent. So tell us a bit about that. So go in depth, please.
So when I was about in high school, my friend Ethan said to me, he said, you got to really read this book. I was reading John Adams by David McCullough, who is basically a propagandist for the American imperialist regime, and he's been elevated now to sort of heights of but he's a family friend in a way. He's one of my dad's good friends, and so
he's not related to the authoress of the Thornbirds, is he, who has the name McCullough?
Oh, I'm not sure. You'd have to look at that. I have no idea. James said if you could research that. I have no idea. I know David McCullough's written John Adams and put in 2 Pulitzer Prize winning books, giant biography on Truman, which was adapted into a film on Truman. I forget who actually played that part in the film. But also John Adams has been adapted in Johnstown Flood, and I think he came out with a new book called 1776. Anyway, it's all sort of this aggrandizement of the founding fathers and John Adams and how great they were.
It's the American self, this self-perpetuating. Yeah, thank you. And
I said, I brought up the fact that in class that George Washington was sort of one of the first myths made man.
Yeah.
Apotheosis and sort of these there grew a cult around George Washington. He never chopped down a cherry tree. He never. Of course, he told lies, but people believed that he was some sort of, hipster walking around Greenwich Village in the 1900s or something. So, but despite all this mythology that America has to make for itself, my friend said to me, why don't you read this book called People's History of the United States as an introduction to see what really went on during the founding of the Americas. And of course, it begins with Bartolomeo de las Casas' diaries about Columbus' voyage to the Americas, and how he cut off the hands of anybody who wouldn't bring him gold, and took advantage of the natives, and basically plundered and raped and pillaged everything that he found. And then it goes on from there, and I was just blown away, of course, and so I had to meet this guy, and I found out he lived not nearby in Newton, a little suburb called Auburndale, and found that he had a speaking engagement the next week. Went there, bought the book, and he signed it, and I said, "This really changed." He said, "Well, that's fantastic, of course, and signed the book." He must have been 86 years old at this time. Howard Zinn, but he was one of the more vocal opponents of Vietnam War back in the 70s, before it was even a thing. He had volunteered with SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee for Civil Rights in the South. He had been a bombardier in was it France, Normandy, or I forget exactly where it was, but he had been a bombardier, sort of like Kurt Vonnegut. And went on the GI Bill, went to college, and discovered that the American philosophy, or the myth of America, was not real. It was, if you traced it back and you looked at the perspective from the people's quote unquote side, it told a very different story. So he told those stories, and he did it in a sort of a poetic form, And then I saw him about 2 weeks before he died. I did poison. No, I'm just joking. I poisoned his soup. No, but no, he was living in Santa Monica at the time in California, and he was right up the street. Turns out, here I am 3,000 miles away, and he was doing a tour called the People's History Tour. And at this point, a lot of celebrities had jumped on the bandwagon. You had Good Will Hunting, which cited him, and on in the movies, and Matt Damon and Ben Affleck talking about him, and so there became some sort of popular attention to him, and the People's History of the United States kind of skyrocketed in sales and whatnot. But so the demand was there, and of course it was kind of a sellout. The History Channel, of course, put him on with all these celebrities, impersonating Daniel J.
Not so much a sellout as just, what choice do you have? I mean,
exactly. Right. No, good point. Fair point. Like what choice do you have? Do you choose to use the platform of the mainstream media to get out some sort of message that will maybe change the consciousness slowly of America, or not? So anyway, he chose to, and then he died 2 weeks after that, right down the street from where I was. And so that was a big blow, but Noam Chomsky lives on. He's still around. I think he lives in Phoenix, Arizona at this point now, as a professor emeritus of MIT. But yeah, he often, Howard Zinn passed away, and he wasn't prolific as much as a writer as Noam Chomsky or somebody like that, or intellectual, but he was very influential in poetic, in a poetic way, in a historical. You have to spin a narrative when you're telling a history or story, yes. And he spun it in a really good way. He included literature, the arts, music, in different perspectives, indigenous perspectives, East and West. I mean, if you thought that Pearl Harbor, like for example, this is one of the reasons why I gravitated to you, is that if you think that the Japanese surrendered, or the World War I or World War II was won by the American, rethink that, and he would show you, like these little hints here and there of how American history is just told by the victors and told by these intelligentsia that have a stock in telling these lies and indoctrinating people. So when you actually research and find out the true history, it will blow your mind maybe a little bit, but it doesn't make it less true, and you were doing the same thing with like everything I was looking into, from Roswell to Third Reich and to everything, Douglas. So I must thank you for that, and I really think you're doing such a great service to everybody out there in the whole world.
Oh, you're very kind. Yeah, and by the way, just because I so appreciate you, I want you to know that aside from the fact that you have a wonderful tolerance for everything that goes wrong on this show, and when we bring you on, there's always the problems with the mute and everything else, and my not turning the mute off when I'm chewing or something like that. You're very patient. Aside from all of that, when Brandon Young is talking about history is written by the victors, one of the things that I've pointed out before, and I'll explain it again so that we can put his statement in context, is that it's very understandable why people say that. It's actually, of course, not true at all in one sense. As a matter of fact, to reframe what Brandon Young said, great example to go by is Napoleon Bonaparte. Obviously, Napoleon Bonaparte lost at the Battle of Waterloo. And what happened was, when you had the far less sympathetic character, and help me out here, Brandon, Wellington, wasn't it? He defeated Napoleon Bonaparte. And
yes.
Yeah, thank you. And then Napoleon, of course, he was forced to retire, basically imprisonment. He was sent to detention in this...
Elba.
You know, that was originally, it was Elba. That was before Waterloo, but good call. I mean, originally Napoleon spent what was known as 100 days. He spent 100 days at Elba and escaped to launch his final Battle of Waterloo, which, by the way, I've gone into detail before about how Napoleon did not want to fight this battle. He knew he was past his prime and that he shouldn't be doing this anymore, and he was doing his best after his escape from the Elba to make peace with the world, but the world was having none of it at that point. They just wanted him out of commission. And when he was defeated this time, he was imprisoned at St. Helena, out in the middle of the Atlantic, where it's just, you know, a real shithole. I know there's people who live there, but I can't imagine any of them want to be there. It's just like they're born there and they just know no other life. And, but
well, Hades, isn't it?
Yeah. There you go. But when Napoleon was there at St. Helena, what he did was he won the peace. He basically created, he wrote his books, or certainly had his biographers write books about him. So he had visitors, he had people paying homage and turning the place into a pilgrimage site. And so all of these people created the Napoleonic myth. And so this was like the lost cause of the Confederacy. So that's another case where both of these are pointed out, or rather they're never pointed out, but they should always be pointed out as parallel. And this is what the Americans did with World War II. Understand this, just as the Confederates created this lost cause myth, Napoleon Bonaparte created this myth of himself after his military defeat. These militarily defeated entities won the peace by creating a myth about themselves that made them far more sympathetic to many people for many generations than the winners were. And this is what the Americans did with World War II, only they ratcheted it up by orders of magnitude because of the modern media gave them that capability. So understand this, it's not the winners that write the history at all, it's the losers. So consistently throughout history, it's the losers that are motivated to write the histories because the losers are obsessed with it. The winners move on. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They just, you know, that's what you get in Japan today. If you went to Japan today and asked about World War II, I swear to God, you would run into Japanese people who would say, World War who? Like, they wouldn't even know there was a Second World War. There would be plenty of Japanese. That's not the case with all of them, of course, but there would be enough where if you went to Japan, you would think that you had no idea of history yourself and then learned about it. I mean, let's just put it this way. If you went to Japan, you would have no idea World War II had ever happened. And certainly you could visit both Hiroshima and Nagasaki and you would have no idea an atomic bomb had ever been dropped. So the Japanese won the war and they moved on. They're just enjoying life. The Americans, on the other hand, who lost the war, it's their universe. But that's the way it is with the Southerners in the Deep South. And that's the way it was with the Napoleon Bonapartists. So they've recreated history in their image because they had an overwhelming need to. So this is why you've got the phenomenon that you do. Germany, of course, was very different. Instead of writing about it, they acted on it. And after World War I, they went on to fight World War II. And the reason that has never happened in Germany, this kind of revisioning of history, is because the war is still on. It's simply on with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. So the people who are involved in that war are still fighting it. And the Americans, of course, are... Jameson Reese says they don't have a choice but to rewrite history as the losers as to prevent collapse. You know, it's an interesting point. It's, you know, then we could go on the nuance of that, like what kind of collapse are we talking about since the society's already collapsed. So it's more like a psychological collapse, a mass psychological collapse that's being preempted by that. But hopefully that puts that in context for people. And but the point of Brandon Young, what he was saying, is well taken, and that's the point he really meant, right? So we turn it back.
No, and by winners I mean losers, of
Right.
course.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
thank you for correcting me on that, and you're absolutely right about that. That's a brilliant point. That's absolutely a brilliant point. And forgive me for saying winners. I mean, you're right. They just move on, and they keep about their business. The losers are the ones that need to keep up the myth and to keep up this historical myth. And you see it in many different ways. USSR under Lenin had to create a whole mythology about their regime that didn't include the royalty or the monarchy. I saw a film recently, Kingsman or Kingsmen, or about UK intelligence, Great Britain intelligence during World War One, and it was such a whitewash, right?
Oh
So
my
here they are
God.
rewriting history. They're talking about the Enigma machine cracked by Alan Turing.
Yeah.
They're making Great Britain out to be this great restraining force in Europe before World War One that really wanted peace and all this stuff, right? And it's just ridiculous,
So what were they like? By the way, I think I haven't seen that film, but this must be like number 3 in the franchise. This has got to be like number 3 in the franchise. And I remember with my gang brother Beaver, who's he's not a historian, obviously. He's just he's basically a gangster. But but I remember when he went to see the original Wonder Woman. By that I mean the one that came out in the theaters that was about World War One. You remember?
Yes.
Yeah. And I was asking him just casually, knowing as I did it was about World War One. I said, "So what war was it?" And he said, "World War Two." And I said, I'm not going to make fun of him. It's like, but it's not like he even cares. But, but then I pointed out to him later on, I said, you know, it was World War One, right? But then he said something that was quite valid. He says, the way they portray Germans is always the same. How could you even... how could you tell? So it's an excellent. His point's well taken. But what I'm saying is, when you saw this Kingsman and you're using the term World War One, then you bring up Alan Turing. He was making the Enigma machine in World War II. So were they fucking up history so bad that they put Alan Turing back in World War One?
Correct. And so they have Bletchley Park, I believe it was, scenario where basically, you had World War One spies, not spies, but cryptographers and mathematicians and logicians, taken from the elite colleges of Cambridge, where they studied with people like Bertrand Russell, Ludwig Wittgenstein, and G.E. Moore, and all these different people. And they would put them, I think one of them became the writer of the James Bond novels, Ian Fleming, and he worked, and so did a few other people who became writers, and Tolkien, perhaps, I think, being related to some of them. But anyway, the point is that in the film, they make it out to seem that it was not these, Cambridge elites that did it. It was just this woman that, of course, was related to just a single woman that basically cracked the German code without the help of anybody else. And so, of course, it's just a ridiculous history. And, of course, Rasputin's in it.
That's right. They bring Rasputin. I never saw the film, but I saw scenes. So it's like, and what were they trying to do with him? What were they?
Well, they made him into a homosexual, essentially, which is really, I don't know if that's, I mean, who cares? But it's just sort of, they did it in a degrading way, as if like sort of the British are above homosexuality, and they had this Rasputin who loved men and had everybody under the spell, and of course was murdered. I mean, they just recreate history. They say he was murdered by MI5 or MI6 at the time, in order to keep peace, of course, because he was the one who was trying to start World War One. He had the ear of the Tsar. I mean, it goes on, and then they had the Germans and the Americans. Of course, Woodrow Wilson is compromised in a black film, or a snuff film, I suppose you would call it. And I wonder if that wouldn't be a commentary on the Trump administration in some ways. So, but at any rate, it was just ridiculous, to say the least. And but it is an example of sort of this Anglophilic special
Propaganda.
relationship, propaganda that extends all the way back to King Arthur.
Yeah.
And the Round Table. We have these visions of the Round Table and the Knights, and these people who are writing these films are conscious. I think it is directed by Guy Ritchie, who also directed the King Arthur remake recently, and so he wants to perpetuate this Anglo-Saxon establishment that goes on through America and has a thread throughout America and the Rhodes scholarships and this sort of special relationship with the Great Britain and the U.S. colonies, the United States, that continues on to this day. I mean, through the UN resolutions and the Security Council and whatnot, et cetera, et cetera. It just goes on. And so, yeah, here's this movie that is just, a totem to this sort of mindset, and just seeing through it. It made me a little disgusted in a way,
As well it should, yes. I mean, and not only that, the way they rewrite history, you just mentioned that they portray Rasputin being murdered, and he was, of course, notoriously hard to kill. And when it came to, General Ludendorff in the Wonder Woman movie shows World War I, and they show General Ludendorff, who survived to live just before World War II, but in the Wonder Woman movie, she kills him. Which is like totally, it didn't happen. I mean, of course you can say, well, Wonder Woman never happened in history, so why, if you go that far as to introduce this fantastical object, this factor into the equation, why not have her do something that alters history and kill General Ludendorff? But you get my point. It's like, but why not keep it within the framework of real history? But they couldn't even do that. So, so I really appreciate your sharing that about the Kingsman. And you wonder why they went back in time. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of, what was it? Oh God, I'm trying to remember now. There was that stupid, I'll have to look it up. Anyhow, like Jameson Reed says, this ties in with the alternate universe bullshit. It's like, yeah, somehow that they're pushing this multiple parallel universes shit that seems to be like the Marvel universe. It seems to be like an ongoing theme these days. Like they're not happy with our universe. That we know that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a multiverse, parallel universe, Earth 1, Earth 2, Earth 3, Earth 23, Earth this, and,
yes.
And it's become so confusing to readers, where they're just like, okay, reset the whole thing at this point, because there's no continuity anymore, and there's just so hard to follow. I mean, you have literal stories where Superman is a Nazi.
That's right. Yes, go on.
Red Sun, where he's a U.S. where he lands in USS Soviet Russia.
Yes, that's right. Red Sun is
like this.
Yeah. Go on.
So it's just bizarre. It's some of it's cool, but yeah, as Einstein said, I think God doesn't play dice.
Yes, there we are.
And he didn't believe in the Copenhagen translation or the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum physics, which was that there exists possible, dimensions and different parallel universe. No, there's one universe. In fact, that's what universe means. Yeah. And so he thought that physics, if it were meant anything, would apply throughout all different dimensions and throughout all universe. So there's one universe. This whole idea of parallel universes and different universes is almost like a subjectivism.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Solipsism.
Which is dangerous.
Yes.
You're right. Solipsism.
Right. Yeah. That leads to nihilism. That's the slide towards nihilism. Exactly. And that, of course, is what leads to the Edomites and their cults that ultimately gain sway.
And from there we get anihilism, which is, what? It doesn't matter because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Let's destroy everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is the entire point. That's the end game of creating this dissonance in the public mind, is to get people so either fed up or apathetic that they just don't give a fuck.
Thank you. No, I appreciate your coming in to share that, and by all means, both of you have helped bring us to the top of the hour. Our man, I guess Peter doesn't seem to be here, but we'll try to bring him on in a few minutes. Until then, you're both holding so well. What else came to mind aside from this horrible movie, which I suppose was full of blood and gore, since that's what the original two were full of. The second movie in particular, I believe, had people going through meat grinders and shit. Was there similar crap going on with this one?
Oh, of course.
Oh God.
Gore porn.
Yeah. So it's gore now. Go. Yeah.
Any of these films, these Kingsman films?
Yeah.
Well, they're full of it. They're just full of umbrellas that get stuck in some people's eyes. And sort of Arch Ferdinand going along. World War One is prevented of assassination by a young English gentleman. But then when he's turning his back, he gets shot, of course. So it shows it's just wrong in so many levels. It's just. And you can see if you were a middle schooler, a 10-year-old, like, kids I teach and stuff, they would watch this movie and say, okay, maybe that's true. I don't know.
That's right. Yeah.
That's the point, I think. And is to capture the minds. Disney films and all these, they capture the imagination of these youngsters. And so they grow up thinking, yeah, British establishment's a good thing. White man's burden. Let's go, Anglo-Saxon establishment. That's what it's all about, baby. King Arthur, Yippee-ki-yay. It's not true though. No. It's a sad. It's just these people are in control of the media output at this point. And so anyway, it's just interesting, to see.
Or the word you're looking for is disheartening. But by the way, Aaron, Aaron, thank you. You are wonderful. God bless you, Brandon. And so we're going to bring on both Peter Moon and Aaron Tice for a moment. Our man Jameson Reese will call Aaron Tice, and he'll say hello to Peter Moon, and we'll speak for a few minutes with Aaron Tice, and then we'll go on to and Peter Moon, of course, will join us. He's with us now.
Yes. Peter Moon and Aaron Tice are with us. Welcome to the round table, gentlemen.
Yes,
thank you.
Hello.
Yes. So glad to have both of you here. And so, Aaron, thank you very much for joining us. And I want you, along with Peter, to kind of introduce what's going on with your days. Hopefully both your days are going well. How did your day go today? I know Peter had a great football game recently. He had video of it that he put up, and he can share that with us in a moment. But Aaron, how did your responsibilities go for the day? Everything smooth?
Yeah, today was smooth. Everything took a little bit longer. Sometimes your expectations for time frames have to change with a 3-year-old because it doesn't always happen on time, but everything went smooth.
Great. And and Peter, your day?
Well, yeah, we had another football game today. The one I put up there was in the snow, and there's something really special about playing in the snow. And you don't always get snow. We had a snow game the year before. That was Super Sunday the year before, but only 7 of us showed up. And the guys that showed up, even the ones that lost, said it was the best game of the year, playing in the snow. It was only 45 minutes last year. This year, we had a full game. Great. And today, we have some even more spectacular footage of me making a catch, and I'm sort of bending down and have to go low to make the catch. And this guy comes up and from the behind, and he just did this illegal, unnecessary push down on me, and I went, down into the ground and went rolling, and everybody wanted to know if I was okay. I don't know what it looks like, but I just, it was like nothing. It's like, and this is the Qigong. Yeah. It's like, I'm just not hurt. And that happened once before. It was a much more vicious hit. Before, many years ago, only it was legal hit. And it's just like, no, doesn't hurt. And the reason it doesn't hurt, because I've done years and years and years of work on something called the diamond body. Now, I wouldn't say I have a full diamond body, But what does diamond mean? It means hardness. So, you know, when you get hit, like, and you get the wind knocked out of you, it could happen in boxing. It could happen in football. Those are the main sports. It could even happen in sports like, you know, basketball and soccer and baseball, if there is some sort of a collision. And when you get the wind knocked out of you, it's your internal organs collapsing, shrinking.
Ooh.
And that's what happens. So if you fall out of a building, your internal organs are going to, aside from whatever you break. And how bad it is, eventually they come back. They have to come back and expand, sort of like an accordion. And then you start, and that's the breath. And then you get your breath back. You get your wind back. Your wind is your breath. You get the wind knocked out of you. Get the breath knocked out of you. So there's even ways to go into a punch when you're, you know, breathing out. The lungs are expanding, the body's expanding, and boom, it's hitting up against a balloon. Instead of that doesn't mean, you know, you can just sit there like Superman and take punches, although to some degree, and in some cases to a great degree you can. So this is very important, and it's like you're building this. As I say, I've worked on it for years. The amount of flexing I've done. There's certain specific flexes that take, you know, to do the whole regimen. It's you know, takes like like a year and 3/4 to do one version. Then I'm doing another version. It's, you know, the first version is called Wudong. It's flexing on the inhale. Then the second version is Nadong, which is flexing on the exhale. So I'm about, you know, mostly through that when my teacher passes away. And then I have to figure out, what do I do next? And what I'm going to do is what's called the superflex, when you're flexing on the inhale and the exhale. So I do that every day as sort of to maintain whatever I've had. And that's
Peter,
just...
How did you get that answer, Peter? I'm curious for what you're doing now.
Well, the thing is, the beautiful part of Qigong, if you're doing it, not if you go to one class if you go to one class and you walk away with one thing, you're way ahead of everybody else. But you know, but so in other words, it's like you just figure it out. You figure it out. It's kind of common sense. Now, one of the neatest things about my Qigong practice, or what I learned, is after on my third year, it was my third anniversary, May 1st, 2010. I walk into the class, which was in the church, I think it was the Emmanuel Baptist Church in Brooklyn. We would, you know, walk in the door and look at the lady and say, Tai Chi, Tai Chi. That's, you know, we weren't doing Tai Chi, but that's what they understand. So we walk into the back where he had a room that he rented, a very nice room. And I walk in there and I see Jim. Jim kind of did a lot of work with me, introduced me to the class. He was one of the few white people there. And I saw him and he says, somehow the conversation goes, I don't remember what he said, but he said when he started Qigong, he asked the teacher, what was your first thing you did in Qigong? I want to do that. So at 3 years, I said, okay, I'm going to do that. It's something called Mother's Palm. And Mother's Palm is kind of, I can't explain it to you too well, but you kind of lift one palm up your forearm on the back side from the elbow up to the back of the hand, and it's called cooking the chi. And you go up, you feel the chi, and then you go up and you put the palm straight out in front of you, and then you do it with the other hand. And it's the foundation of all palms, of all, you could say, strikes in that sense of palming, and it's very powerful. But the problem with, so I said, Mother's Palm, I'm going to do this, you know, for a year, just like Jim did, and just like Sifu did, my teacher. They call Sifu means teacher. So I started doing it, and the funny thing is, it was so painful to do that I could only do a few minutes, excruciating, and then I'll do 3 minutes the next day, 4 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. The next thing you know, once I get up to about 20 minutes, I can go the full hour, and you do it as slow as possible for an hour. And the whole reason of that is to make your, you know, kind of groove in the pathways of your body. So do it slow as possible for 6 months, and then you do it fast as possible for 6 months.
Wow.
And when you do it as fast as possible, it's very hard to do and keep that for going for a full hour. It takes a while to work up to that. What was interesting about this, now, if you can imagine going as fast, it's kind of like, there's also an exercise, it's not the same, but of like, say, pushing a tree for an hour, or even getting up to hitting a tree. I've never done hitting a tree because that takes a lot of warm up. But when you can hit a tree for an hour, boom, boom, and you're not letting up. You're going full punch, pound, 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 pound. You know, there's no boxer in the history of boxing who could do that. And I'm not joking, because boxers will go on a speed bag, you know, for 5 minutes. I even, Pac 1 even talked about that. You don't do it for very long. And that's a speed bag. Speed bag has its own, you know, effect. But when you're going against a tree, no boxer you will ever fight is as strong as a tree. He's not. So you're just bam, 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 bam. You're doing punches. Bam, 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 bam. You know, you would still want to have some technique. But even without a technique, you could just cascade punches onto somebody in say formal boxing, and you're going to be tremendously strong. And that's just one way of the martial aspect of Qigong. But you're not really just doing it for the martial aspect. Your whole body torques when you do this palm. It torques in such a way that it's like it's completely and utterly natural. And I think one of the kind of big successes I had, and it was only fleeting success, it was very fleeting. I was doing push hands with one of, I guess, the more advanced students, Stan. He was the one I met in Manhattan on Christmas Eve. And I was doing it, and all of a sudden, something just came out of my hand. It was just boom, you know, it got him. It was like, that was, you know, that was the chi energy. It just, that hadn't happened before. It's because I was doing so much work. So anyway, to get back to your question of whether it was Jameson or Aaron. Aerosol. So anyway, after I did that, well, this is another story. I did that for a whole year, but then I kept doing it. I went on for 13 months. And the only reason I stopped doing it was because David Anderson came to Montauk. That was 2010. So I said 2010, it must have been 2009. So David Anderson came, and I was so busy doing what I needed to do. I think I did it the one morning, and the second morning when I took him out to breakfast at the health food store, I just didn't get my Qigong done that day. But boy, what happened is my whole back relaxed. I had chronic lower back pain from a tilted sacrum from when I was 13 years old, and I had a cast on for 6 weeks, and it tilted the pelvis. You know, that's your growing years. So all of a sudden my back was normal again. I was just like, because I stopped one day and my body relaxed in total. So, and it was very interesting because Roosevelt was supposed to be, he would have come to meet David Anderson, and so would have Jim, but Jim had his first, I guess, martial fight that day. He wanted to try his hand in a tournament. And they completely, it was his first tournament, and they completely stacked it against him. You know, rather than starting out in, you know, A-League or AA, they put him against some ringer. And I think Jim said he would have won the fight, except they have these rules.
Yes, the rules, I'll do it every time. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and you know, he wasn't familiar with the rules, so this guy, you know, would kick him, got him good, and then he'd turn his back and walk away. Now, that you can't attack him from the back. Now, if that was a real fight, you know, we mustn't attack from the back, you know. So, you know, that you know, kind of, you know, screwed it up for him, and it was unfortunate that that it you know, didn't work out. But so anyway, so my back relaxed, and I did have another setback with the back, two more times, whatever, and one of my daughter's friends, who was, we used to refer to her as my second daughter. She was training to be a nurse, and my back was bad. She says, "Look, put a heating pad on it," and that really helps. If you have a bad back, get a heating pad on it. Yes. And then I was putting it on, and then one day I just did this qigong. It's called the anal lift, and the back pain went away. So it was good. It was good. And then I had another problem, right when my teacher was dying, and when I went to his funeral service, it was in Brooklyn. It's at least an hour away to get to where they were having at the funeral service in Brooklyn. So I had to go to the drug or the grocery store and buy ice, and I had all this ice, so that I had to put ice and drive all the way down with ice, and then I had it so when I got out and the ice was melted, I still had ice in there in my picnic chest or whatever it was to put on so I could drive back. And then that was in December, I think 15th or 18th. Jesus. And then on New Year's, January 3rd, I was supposed to get an operation on January 4th. I was 64 years old, and the insurance company called me and said it was an operation. It was basically a shot of cortisone into the vertebrae. Wow. To get rid of this horrendous pain. And they said, and I just had a holistic healing from my friend Janice in around Christmas, and she said, no, she shouldn't have this, they called it surgery. No, don't do it. And she did a whole holistic thing on me with body work and whatnot, and kind of like put my aura in the right mindset to where I was going to do the right thing. So anyway, the insurance people goes, "Oh no, you can't have your insurance. Your insurance is canceled because you're turning 65, and you're on Medicare now." I said, "Wait, but I'm not 65 yet. I'll be 65. It doesn't matter. It applies this month." So they canceled, and she says, "By the way, I don't recommend you do this procedure. I had it. It was good for about 2 weeks, and I still feel the pain from the shot to this day." In other words, so she was kind of saying on the side, "Don't do this procedure." So because it was my daughter's birthday when she called, and it was also my chiropractor's birthday, and I called him up and said, "Happy birthday. Can I come in today?" "Yeah, you can come in." And he cracked me several times, got me on a program. And then I realized I needed to do circle walking every day, which I've done every day since. I've done it. Circle walking is when you're walking in a figure 8. And it's like you're moving the pelvis, rocking it this way, that way. And I had done it for as much as a year. We're supposed to, you say, do it 45 minutes a day for a year. Do it an hour a day for a year. But the problem with me is I stopped doing it because, okay, I don't need to do it. I've done it. No, I need to keep doing it. So it's done with me every day. I have a foundation of a year's worth of that, but I do it for at least 20 minutes. And every day I do it. And if my back wakes up a little sore, I just do it and it'll go away. And this is like magic. So I don't have any back problems since that. Now that's me figuring it out. My teacher's passed on. And he also, but to go back to the mother's palm, after doing that for 13 months, my back comes up. I go into the class. It's the same class on Wednesday, the same place. It's a year, maybe 13 months later. I'm thinking, what am I going to do next? And the answer just comes to me. It's father's palm, it's called. That's a different way. It's too hard to describe. It's a little awkward to do it. And you do that for an hour, 6 months slow, 6 months fast. That's very powerful. So if it's more of an aggressive from an attack viewpoint, but you're doing this for health because, man, it's doing all sorts of stuff for your lymph, all sorts of stuff it's making your back and all of your fascia cohesive. It's all tying together. So it's like, you just come into the class and it's like the class tells you you're going to do. No, I don't mean the class is everybody chirps out and says, "No, you're going to do father's palm." most of them are, wouldn't even dream of doing this for a year. They wouldn't do it. And so it's like, wow, you're gaining a tremendous amount of respect, not only from the teacher, but from the ambiance in the room. It's not even, some people might say, oh, that's good, you're doing that. And they would, it's kind of like, a little bit like Douglas was talking with JoJo. They had similar experiences. They knew what they were talking about with this occult crap they lived through. And, only this is like, it's just like if you can imagine two super pro hitters in Major League Baseball talking about different pitchers and talking about, oh yeah. And so it's like you kind of have a language that some of the other students might not kind of like, they're just not on that frequency because they come to class and they don't do the work. They just, come there and do it, and they're, dilettantes towards it. I was very serious, just like I was with Scientology, take it very serious, and I wasn't joking around. And I wasn't doing it to become a great martial artist or even a martial artist. I didn't start really taking interest in the martial arts aspect of it until about 7 years. And even then, that's not what I, focus on. Because, and then after doing that for a year, it's like the universe kind of tells you what. So then again, when I teach it, that's a whole nother level. So and mostly of my teaching is at Atlanticron. So when I do teach it, and then I start saying, you start seeing more when you start teaching people, and you start seeing where they need to function, and you see how functional it makes you if you do the right thing. So one of my favorite moments was the time I went to Atlanticron in 2018 with my daughter, and we had all these people in a van. We're waiting at the river because it's raining, and you're supposed to take this little dinghy across the river, and it's a real short trip. The way they're doing it, and so it's raining too hard. So we sit in the van for about 45 minutes. Finally, it lightens up, and we say, "Okay, we're going." So you all get out in the water. You might get a little muddy. Some people got a little muddy, and you get in the boat with your luggage, and you go in, and then everybody's underneath this tent. This huge tent, because there's still enough rain. And my friend Francis, who became a really good friend on that trip, he did sports here in Southern California, and he teaches sports there. He's a young guy, and he's got everybody doing arm wrestling. So I said, wow, and I found myself in the middle of all these young kids arm wrestling, and I said, oh good. So I'm watching these two girls go at it, and the one girl's like, she's done in like 2 seconds. It's like, boom, she's gone, she's done. And I take her aside, and I said, would you like to learn how to arm wrestle? She says, yeah. So, I start arm wrestling with her, and I'm showing her what to do. And the basic trick is to use your primordial mind, where the crown, not the back, where the calic and the head is. And I show her how to do this, and I say, see this? And then I took her over to the other girl that cleaned her ass, and I said, okay, now will you do it again? And the girl who won didn't speak English, so we had him do it again, and now totally opposite result. It was unquestionably, it was just like it was 180 degrees. The girl who got beat immediately now won immediately, and I had her talk to the girl who only spoke Romanian. I said, would you like to learn this? No, she wasn't interested. So she walked away. I thought it was interesting that she wasn't even interested in hearing the difference. Oh. But it was like, so sometimes things just kind of happen automatically, and the universe talks to you in the best levels. So, of course, Adam Meisner, who Aaron knows and follows, who's a very advanced practitioner of Tai Chi, would probably tell you the same thing. You might have some other nuggets of wisdom to add, but
yeah, he says he learns from the ancestors through meditation. So, I mean, he takes a lot of criticism for saying that, but yes, that's what he says.
That's beautiful. And that's,
Yeah.
see, that's beautiful. So like, say, I studied with my teacher for 10 years. And at the end, you know, when I was in his, you know, visiting his hospital bed, I had I'll tell this story again since it seems to be filling good airtime, and it'll help inspire JoJo, who's currently my best student.
That's right. And by the way, you two gentlemen are doing so well. I'm just going to have to make myself some tea. I'll be back in just a few minutes, but by all means, keep going. I'll catch up with the replay on that later, but I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Have your tea. We'll have our tie.
Yeah, you're doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, so anyway, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, you're talking about the story you're going to tell again because it's burning up good time. And
so like we had my teacher, you know, he's on, I guess, his deathbed. He's going to live a few more months, I guess, at this point. And he wanted to go out to the drugstore to get some sunglasses. And this was creating, you know, this energy, because there were quite a few, I said, you know, quite a few of us, like 6 or 7 of us there. And the people who happened to be there on that particular Saturday or Sunday, whatever it was, this is in a rest home in a Jewish rest home in Brooklyn. And they were particularly good. Rudy Curry was there. Stan was there. Osei Jones, who's like super master judo expert, and a teacher of teachers like Rudy is, and other students there who are very good, just exceptionally good. I looked up to all of them. And so he said, oh yeah, well, he just wants to get out. I mean, he doesn't want to be pent up here. He just wants to go out to the drugstore to get out. Okay. So the problem was signing him out. You know, he couldn't, his family had to sign him out, and they didn't want to sign him out because then they'd be responsible for anything that happened to him financially if something went wrong out there. And so there was all this consternation, and I saw these guys outside his room, and I think, like, these guys are such bad dudes in terms of their martial ability, and here they all were intimidated by the insurance system, or stymied by it.
Yeah.
For on this particular issue. And I said, okay. I said, I'll sign him out. And everybody kind of looks, well, you're going to be, I think the nurse or something, you're responsible. I said, yeah, I'll be responsible. I said, I'll be responsible. So I signed him out. I later had family status. He gave me family status, but I don't think that was needed to do that. Or maybe I had to go up and get family status, because I did go up and get family status. I needed his approval, and he gave me, I could have all the intimate family details or whatever. So they took him down, and I started saying, I said, I could not. Oh, when we got down to the street, I said, he couldn't be. I've got to go. I said, I've got to get back, to Long Island. I said, but he couldn't be in better hands than you guys. I mean, he couldn't be in better hands than you guys. And I said, I'm going to get special powers for doing this. And I think Osei said, if you say so, because he was like bringing him down the wheelchair. If you say so. So they took him in. And then when I came back that night, oh boy, did I have a download of energy into my system.
Sure.
And I figured out so many things. And I said, when I went back the next Sunday or what it was, and this might have been maybe it might have been the last conversation we had. I said to him, I told him what happened. And it was just me and him in the bedroom or the hospital room. And he just grabbed me by the wrists. Sometimes he'd grab you, not very often, and he'd put chi into you. It was like very personal. And he grabbed my wrists, and I guess he was doing that, and he says, he puts the chi into me, he says, I can let you go now. I can let you go. Meaning, I'm free. I'm not I mean, I'm graduated now.
Yeah.
Because I graduated doesn't mean I know as much as Rudy Curry, who studied Qigong for, most of his adult life and all through different teachers, not just Qigong, but Tai Chi. He's a Tai Chi master. And Osei Jones, man, superb, expert in judo and Qigong. And he's just, Osei, he'd come to the class because, I was like studying consistently. And after studying for about 4 or 5 months, Rudy Curry, I have him talking to a group out in Long Island. They're very impressed. And then he kept looking at me going, right. And I'm thinking like, why the hell are you talking to me? Right. When don't say right to me. Yeah. You've been studying all your adult life. You're the knockout artist. Why are you looking at me? It was because I had been studying much consecutively with the teacher that he was not coming as much and maybe was a little rusty with those particular techniques. So he'd look at me and say, okay, no, I'm not as good as Rudy in respect to martial stuff. And Osei would, when he wasn't coming and he, because I'd been studying, he kind of outside the building, he says, man, I want to be as good as you guys. And don't say that to me, because I'm not as good as you. and I'm not. And I really am not. But he's like admiring the fact that we're learning, and he had been hadn't come to class in a while. So
But that also inspires them as well. So your diligence inspires the other students. Quick question.
Totally.
Is the circle walking a Bagua? Is that a Bagua circle walking?
It's very much a Bagua circle, but I don't know how the Chinese would call it a Bagua circle. It's a figure eight. It's a figure eight, and the figure eight is you're walking. I've showed that to you before, and you're walking figure eight, and this is the secret of what's called 8-directional boxing. You're walking in a circle, and you're punching, moving, and you go through a whole crowd like that. The only danger of doing that is that you can become predictable, and then somebody can, time your predictability and go after you. But in a brawl, people aren't really looking at you to be predictable. They're just going through stuff. If you ever get in such a stupid situation. But
Bagua is a beautiful art, and I think Roosevelt taught that, right? He taught that very well.
Bagua Qigong, and he was challenged. He was challenged on it by the great Moses Powell, who was Osei Jones's teacher. And Moses Powell sent one of his top students down to the park in Kaiser Park in Brooklyn and told him not to teach Bagua. He says, you're not supposed to teach Bagua, because this is how the secrecy was. Roosevelt kind of looked at him and he said that the women from the class came around and they just got rid of this guy. The women went and went after him, and he went back apparently from, as they said, there was his tail between his legs. So Moses Powell comes out and says, sees him and, who is this guy who's, messing with my top student? And so he comes and then and Roosevelt goes back to his dojo and he invites him back to his dojo. And Roosevelt goes in there with a leather jacket and sliders in his sleeves. Sliders are what you would use to fend off swords, like samurai swords. And so you'll catch them and turn them. So he's got these sliders like as a hidden weapon inside. And so he invites him into the class and he comes in and I guess they all the students stand up and Roosevelt sits down. And some of the students come over like they're going to attack him for sitting down when everybody's standing up. And he says, wait a second. The Moses Powell, who's a great teacher with a great reputation, says, oh, well, wait a second. He didn't know. He doesn't know the protocol here. So, Roosevelt stands up and then he sits down again in deliberate defiance of Moses Powell.
Wow.
And then all the students come and they're coming after him, and then he pulls out the sliders. Like, come after me and you're dead. And Moses Powell, he said, looked at him and laughed, and he says, you know what? He says, I like you. I like you. And Roosevelt said he made a friend out of him, and they became friends.
Wow.
And, but Roosevelt would demonstrate dominance in any situation. And this is who he was.
Moses Powell the one that did, they would do the one finger like front flips and back flips and stuff? Is that
That sounds like him. That sounds like him, yeah.
Okay.
He was tremendous teacher. And Osei was taught by him to just, don't follow rules. Just go be your own thing. So, but at the same time, I will quote Joseph Campbell, the guy who did all that videos of, I don't know what they called them, although they were very popular on PBS, Joseph Campbell's video series on mythology and whatnot. And he said that, he says, if you want, what you have to do to learn a system, like Kabbalah or any system of metaphysics or anything, even Scientology, I suppose you could say this but he says, you have to learn the system, and you have to really know the systems and the ins and outs. Once you know it all, you can then, quote unquote, break the rules. But you're really not breaking the rules. It appears you would be breaking the rules to a novice because you know the system so well. You know what you're doing. So it's not that you're being disrespectful of the rules. You're seeing the essence of what is. If I were to apply procedures in Scientology to certain novices or even semi-experienced Scientologists, or maybe even in the case some experienced Scientologists, they would think, what the hell are you doing? And I'd say, well, you're not seeing the basic simplicity of it. There's a one thing in what's called the Auditor's Code: maintain communication with the pre-clear. Maintain communication with the pre-clear. So all of a sudden, everything, instead of following some robotic command, and you come to stalwarts with the person you're counseling. No, when the guy's not communicating and he's all messed up, you go, what's going on? And you engage him in one-on-one communication. And this changes everything because the guy wakes up and you're having a real communication, which is what you're taught. But the errant Scientologist who's not really understands the game, wants to do something robotically and get a robotic answer, which is not live. It's not alive. And this is alluding to another point of where I'm going with the overall viewpoint of Qigong and the essence of something. But to answer your question, it teaches you. And so even before he let me go, so to speak, I would learn sometimes from just being in the class, and it might be another student who did something or said something innocuously, like, oh God, that answers so much. Now, because I've been let go, and it's not that I can't learn from my fellow students. I don't go back to the park where at least two of them are teaching, and Rudy has his own classes, which I'd be happy to go to, but it's not what I'm doing. I will, look at the internet and look at your teacher, Jim Russo. People can look at Jim Russo on Facebook. He's got a lot of neat stuff on there. He studied with the same teacher as Rudy. And at that time, he was more advanced than Rudy. He was a senior student when Rudy studied there. And so, I recommend people want to learn Jim Russo or just watch him. It's like I can see things and I can learn from what he does, and not just him, the people he promotes or puts up there. But I also will integrate it against what I know. And sometimes I can see things that they clearly don't know. It's clear to me, particularly in the teaching of their students. But the one thing that you learn from other people and you're humble, you don't go in and tell them what they should know. You just listen to them and learn. This is how David Anderson Anderson approached Preston. He just sat back and listened. What were you going to say?
It's just being a good student and a good human is going to every interaction with an empty cup, you know, and that's a beautiful way to do it.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can see and whatnot, but this is the most important thing, with particularly with qigong or any martial arts. And one of the biggest problems with the martial arts is that they teach the martial part of martial arts. Not that that's not important; that's what people go for, but you're missing the most important part because, as you say, there's very few instances in your life where you're going to need to fight.
Correct.
Very few. And for the typical person anyway. And in Qigong, everything you do has at least 3 martial aspects and at least 3 healing aspects. It's often up to you to figure out what they are. But this is the thing. So when the person who introduced me to Roosevelt Gainey and to Qigong was Artie Crippen, the medicine man of the Montauk's, also known as Red Medicine. And he's half Chinese, 1/4 Shinnecock and 1/4 Montauk. And the Montauks and Shinnecocks are cousins, although they don't always like to admit it. They know it, though. So Artie worked out the Montauk medicine shield, which he allowed me to use for the book Montauk of the Living, and I will give it some more showtime in the future. And it's a beautiful medicine shield. It has 7 feathers at the bottom, all of different colors for the different races, going from black, red, yellow, blue race, green race for the little people, a white race, brown race, and then it's got the what's the I guess it was the green one was the kind of what's the green? He says that's for the little people.
Cool.
But the so he's got the Chinese 8 hexagrams, which correspond to the 7, or excuse me, 8. I don't know what you call them. You know, thunder, lake, river. The 8. Can't even think what you call them. Stations of Bagua.
Trigrams is what Jameson Reese is saying.
They're not trigrams; they're hexagrams.
Okay, thank you.
I will pull up the. In fact, I'll even read it here because I was just looking at it the other day.
Well, I mean, usually what you see is the hexagram with the trigrams inside of it, surrounding like the center circle.
Well, there's an upper trigram and a lower trigram.
Right.
If that's what you're referring to.
I think that's what he's referring to. I'm just trying to be, yeah. But go on. Yes, you're doing well. Yeah.
I'm just going to pull up the and I'm going to read these things because this is what you'll sometimes see at a
I Ching.
Not quite. Yeah, he's saying I Ching.
Yeah.
I can't even spell medicine here.
No worries.
Well, see, if you go to a Tai Chi or a Qigong, Tai Chi, and what is it? International Tai Chi Day is the last Saturday of every April. So you'll see sometimes they'll hang these flags out, and they'd have at each different one would be a different teacher, and you go around and go to the different teachers. Here it is. Okay. So, you're right, they are trigrams. I called them hexagrams. I was wrong. Trigrams. Okay. You have heaven, wind, lake, water, mountain, thunder, river, earth. And these are all aspects of nature. But so he had this beautiful medicine shield. It looks like a dream catcher also. But he didn't know what to put in the center. He's got the hexagrams around the 8 with all the different designations and the feathers hanging from the bottom. He says, what do I put in the center of the medicine shield? I don't know what to put. And Roosevelt told him, that is life. So when he gave me the initial layout for the medicine shield, he wrote life in there, life. And I looked at it and I said, what you need to put in there is a yin-yang symbol.
Yeah.
He did it. And so then he ended up with a color version. I had it, photographed it or whatever, gave it to my artist, and he did up a version of it. So, but this is the point. That was, I guess, what you call a good idea of mine, to put the yin yang in there, because that's what life is about. And it's, of course, it goes, it works. However, life is the key thing to the medicine shield. It's also the key thing to Qigong. What you're trying to do is life. So here's an example. We were talking about David Anderson kickboxing, or Greg had brought it up on that he kickboxed, and I think Douglas, you might have exaggerated his ability as a kickboxer. It's not that he wasn't a good kickboxer; he was. And this came up. So here's this is interesting story. And there was I guess it was the year I went to Bulgaria, 2010, and I was doing all my time at Atlanticron trying to shoot a movie, and it was real. I was busy all the time. So there's this guy, and I think I was teaching Qigong too. And Dan Lucas is this like champion kickboxer. He's from Rochester and never lost a fight. I don't know what league or category he fought in, but he was a good kickboxer. And at that time, I think he needed an operation. He basically had retired because he needed an operation on his back. And that's one of the fallbacks, is even though he won all his fights, he got injured. He said he won most of his fights in the first, minute or so. Didn't take him long. And he was a character who said that his teacher died, I think.
Jesus.
And he ended up having to become his own teacher. Now, this is a very important. He became his own teacher. Anybody who could be undefeated, and I don't know how many undefeated fights he had. I think he had a lot. But if you could be undefeated in as few as 10 fights, that's really quite something.
Yes.
Unless you're fighting absolute wimps, and wimps don't really go into kickboxing. So that's really not the case. So
agreed.
So anyway, Dan Lucas had a kickboxing class, and I was doing Qigong, and he was so respectful and honorable to me, and he wanted to make sure that our classes didn't conflict in terms of time, and he'd say, "Oh, Peter's got okay this," and he was such a gentleman. Like, you don't see normal people be so gentlemanly. You just don't see it. It's like, wow. And he wasn't giving me respect because he perceived me as good or anything. Just he was giving respect to another person in, which would amount to the martial arts, although that's not the aspect I was teaching. And he had wanted to go back. He came that year because David had wanted him to protect. First, David asked me to go with Heather, who was president of the World Genesis Foundation. He wanted me to be with her just as like a bodyguard to protect her. And I said, "Well, David, I've already got my tickets. I'm doing this. So he got Dan. He paid for Dan to go. And Dan took one of his students with him. And so he went. And then but while we were there, so, Dan and I kind of got to know each other a little bit. And then we were talking, and he got really pissed off at his student because he was conflicting with what I was trying to do. And so anyway, we were talking, and somehow the subject of time travel came up, and he says, with David Anderson, he says, "I didn't know about the time travel." In other words, he had no idea David was into time travel. He knew David probably met him at the gym in Rochester and had a kickboxing camaraderie with him. And that's how he knew David. And David invited him to Atlanticron before. He'd been there before. They all all the old timers knew Dan Lucas, but Dan Lucas didn't know anything about David being involved in time travel till he met me. I thought that was funny. He goes, you know, he said, I didn't know about that. So years later, it must have been about, Paula was here, and Paula was here, and he had called me the first time I'd ever heard from him, and he wanted to go back to Atlanticron, and he wanted to know if he could come with me. And I said sure, and we talked for quite a bit, and he had told me, I don't know if he remember if he had the surgery or was having it, but somehow the discussion came around to David. And David had been, now there were two stories here, because my friend Mihaila had told me through a translator when these, what do you call it, these Navy SEALs had showed up, these Romanian Navy SEALs had showed up, and she was saying, that's why David is not here, these Navy SEALs, they don't want him here, da-da-da-da-da. And she always refers to them whenever we talk about David, even, you know, last time I talked to her. And she said that when David told her the story of that he was giving a talk in Manhattan about what he was doing with the time travel stuff, and there was a bomb in a vase that had exploded, and it had caused marks on his back. You know, it exploded into his back. I mean, from a distance, and it was like a warning to him: "Thou shalt not talk." And this, you know, if this is true, this explains why he's so mum about things. You know, he's lost people dear to him over this, I've been told, not by him, but by other people who knew him. So there's a lot of, I guess, what you call restriction around this energy. So this, Mihaila had told me this. So then I'm talking to my friend Nicole, because Nicole, I think, was doing the translation, and she said, "No, what?" She says, "No, what I know that happened with David is we saw him down by the river. You know, he was swimming, and I saw all this stuff on his back, his marks on his back." She said that was from kickboxing. That was from, you know, he had had a match in Thailand, and basically got the shit beaten out of him, is what she said. Maybe she didn't use the word shit, but he'd taken quite a pounding. And I think it was my girlfriend who had said that he had gone and wanted to test his limits. He wanted to test his limits. Now, in the conversation with Dan Lucas said, as I was talking to him about this and talking about what happened, he said, "Oh," he says, "that kickboxing," he says, "what happened in that match is that this guy was kicking the daylights out of David. And then somehow, after all this, it was probably the last minute of the fight or the round, David came around with a wheelhouse kick and just caught him right on the jaw and knocked him out completely and won the fight. He won the fight."
Wow. But
it was, and then when I talked to David about that, he just kind of just, yeah. And he kind of like acknowledged, he's very humble. Yeah, and so in other words, in that fight, from what I heard, he wasn't kicking the shit out of anybody. He won the fight, and that was kind of a real tribute to whatever training he'd done. But he absorbed a lot of punishment, and whether his back was red from kickboxing or time travel assault, trolling assault, I don't know. But it's an interesting story. So
you do know that's again just adds to the unusual aspects of the individual, because the overwhelming majority of people do not recover in a fight that's going against them. That's the stuff of movies. It doesn't normally happen.
I would also say this. I will say this, and this applies to any sport, and you see this you see this a lot in basketball, football, even this last Super Bowl. If you're really trained, and they show it in that movie, The Karate Kid. Now that The Karate Kid is kind of you know, well, whatever it is, it certainly was a watchable and popular movie. This kid is doing this, you know, posing as a pelican or something, whatever.
Yes, that's right.
And it looks like, what the hell is he doing? This looks like the stupidest thing in the world. And then he's, you know, he gets injured, his leg is injured, and all he can do is stand on one leg. And then he just, you know, stands up on that good leg, and as the guy lunges towards him, he kicks him right in the head and knocks him out. That's very similar. Now, although that's a movie, that is symbolic of training. And when you train so well or are so well rehearsed, whether it be basketball, football, or even boxing, you come up with the killer punch, the killer stroke of this. And I noticed this in baseball games, and it was also in the last Super Bowl, is the better team sometimes does not get locked in until the third or fourth quarter, or in baseball, it's the sixth or seventh inning. They're playing around, then all of a sudden they're not fooling around. They gauge the other team and they go in for the kill. And you saw this with the Rams in the Super Bowl. They were just looking really crummy most of the third quarter and into the fourth quarter. And then all of a sudden they locked it in on the last drive, and they just went down and won. Part of it was on good calls from the referee, but that's what happens. The good team, they are definitely the better team. They got the better calls. Boom. So in a sense, David had done his homework, and it allowed him to win. Mm-hmm. And so I'm saying from a strictly, go ahead.
I love Mike Tyson's comment. You know, he goes, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. So I kind of agree with Douglas. If you're getting the shit kicked out of you and you come back, that's very rare. Yeah. And that's really impressive, because usually it just keeps going downhill from there.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but see, this is the thing. You take the George Foreman, when he won the championship as an old man, not as old as I am now, but he was an old man. I think he was 48. And he fought, I think the guy's name was Michael Moorer.
Yeah.
And Michael Moorer was kicking his ass the whole fight, because Michael Moorer is a young guy. Michael Moorer was the heavyweight champion, or at least one of the versions of the heavyweight champion. And he's kicking George Foreman's butt because George is old. Michael is apparently a better boxer than George Foreman. But George Foreman, not that George Foreman's a bad boxer, but he
just needs one punch.
What George Foreman had in his arsenal was a killer punch. And it's getting in the late rounds, and he knocks him out. So let's just say David had a killer kick. I don't know much about his kickboxing history at all. I just know this one story. So if you have a killer kick, and the other thing is, if a guy's winning too much and is extending himself, he becomes vulnerable and he becomes sloppy. Sure. So David did not have to be an FNSer to win that fight. He didn't have to be. There's other reasons to think that. But to get back to what I was saying about this medicine shield, is the key you want to do with Qigong. And you're not going there, if you're smart, to go become, the MMA champion. What you're trying to do is you want to apply it to your life. So I've seen some of my fellow Qigong students who I would argue are much more, I guess what you'd say, experienced or better than me from a martial aspect. I've seen them get in accidents. I've seen them suffer things that where life caught up with them. And that's the biggest challenge, is life. You're doing this stuff so you will succeed in life. You will have a good life, a long life, a happy life. This is the big challenge. Life is the challenge, not
life is the fight. Life is the actual biggest fight.
Yes.
Exactly. So this is what you're going towards and for. It's not to be the best something or rather, and that's people can lose sight of that. And life is breath equals spirit equals life. So your chi is your life, and the chi, like say, I can't at this time manifest chi to the degree my teacher did or his teacher did in a concentrated way that will, awe-struck you. I might have a moment here or there. I certainly had a moment out at Montauk last week when I organized a group that really elicited a lot of chi. That was kind of like doing it by group. That's life. Or what I'm trying to do at Choklavina, that's sort of a qigong process in its own way. It's a process of life. So this is the key. You're not trying, and that's what I learned in Scientology. It's like you're processing life, which they called theta. You're trying to go. You're not trying to do all these stupid things where you're trying to intimidate people and you're trying to conquer people and you're trying to act like an asshole or be authoritarian. This is not life. This is so if you don't recognize that you're life and you have to treat other people with love and respect, this is the secret. So and this is why the healing aspects of qigong are so important, or the life aspects. It's really good. So yes. That's my introduction, which went on for about an hour.
That's fine. It was beautiful. And okay.
Yeah.
So I have some bad news to report. I'm going to need a new microphone, which, these things cost hundreds of dollars. And what we've just been reported by Diane Hills-Buchberger, who brought it to my attention, was that there's a weird shaky noise on your radio background, but it's only when I'm not on mute. So what I have to do is tape the bottom of the microphone so that the wire that goes into the microphone, the weak point of the Yeti microphone is this goddamn little wire here that goes into it. And this thing...
Let me bring this up now. If we could tell the people what kind of microphone you might need.
It's a Yeti microphone.
Need the money for the microphone?
I need the money for the microphone. I need money for electric blankets. I need money for rent. I radically overextended myself during the holidays.
Let me bring that up, Douglas. Let me bring that up. We do want to do some fundraising on tonight's show for Douglas. At least $200 if somebody could donate part of that or some of that. And this is just for his rent and whatnot. Now, because he told me about that, and he also needs for a microphone. And how much is the microphone going to cost? You said about
$200? Let's take a look at the Yeti microphone. We can look that up now. It's well over $100. The Yeti microphone.
You speak into a microphone, Douglas?
Yeah, I speak through a microphone. Yeah, it's $129. Approximately, plus shipping, so yeah, about 150, taxes added on to it.
Now,
so
if somebody, okay, that would be appreciated if Doug had some help with that.
The blue.
I'm not quite sure what the difference is between the colors. They all seem to be about the same price. Let me take a look again. I know some of them are supposed to be more expensive, but I use just that silvery one. Because I bought what was available at the Staples at the time or wherever I got it from. It was Office Max. So the blue one's actually cheaper. It's like $99. And so Aaron Tice is well, if it's cheaper, like what's the advantage of that? Well, I just need one right away, so yeah, that's fine too. It's $99, so it'll go a little over 100 with the taxes. So thank you for putting that link in our text box there. Thank you. And so
you're welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I also, shout out later I'll give to people who have contributed money already, such as Sammy Romero and the wonderful person, Mystery is their name. And of course, shout outs to Dennis Marshall and Clarice Claudette, who have provided care packages. No one's provided any electric blankets yet, so I'll have to get those. So either way, either send the Yeti microphone or the electric blankets, but most certainly, even more important than either of those right now is money towards the rent. So, I'll need about $200 so I can pay the rent plus have money left over for beer money essentially till the end of the month, because I overextended myself through all the convergence of holidays that have been happening lately. We'll be spending some more time with my son tomorrow, of course, after because of the President's Day holiday barbecue and all the rest of that they're going to have. But hopefully this tape will hold this for now, so we eliminate that funky noise. Everybody let me know if they're hearing that funky noise or whether this has effectively taken care of it for now, because, if we jury rig this piece of shit with tape continuously, it will probably last a few more months, so we can take our time with that and just concentrate on paying the rent. So let's make certain that we get people contributing towards the rent, which is due on the 1st. And like I said, you just hit the PayPal and you $200, 100 from somebody and another 100 from somebody else. $50 would be fine. That wonderful person named Mystery contributed about $4 lately, $6 before that. I'm seriously worried they might be putting themselves out. So don't do this if it's going to render yourself homeless. That goes without saying. But in my case, I've been paying rent throughout the whole COVID, so it's not like I'm in danger of eviction. They're evicting all these other tenants by the tens of thousands now throughout California, because a lot of these people weren't paying rent throughout the COVID when they had the excuse not to do so, and were given leeway. So aside from all of that, very glad that these two gentlemen, Aaron and Peter, are with us, and Peter's welcome to put some more insights into this, as well as Aaron. I mean, Aaron was, of course, in sales, and the one thing I'll tell you about Aaron's former career is that it's the hardest career in the world. Oh my fucking God. They'll tell you, of course, quite accurately that the most attractive and intelligent people in business go into sales, but it's awful. It's the most stressful part of any business. It's just it will kill you. Staying in sales will literally kill you. It's just anyhow. You can tell us a little bit about that, Aaron.
Yeah, it definitely takes a toll. For myself, it was an exit from a very poor upbringing and working in a factory.
Okay.
So, I was brought up in a factory life. My dad worked, my mom stayed home. I don't know how they raised 3 children on, I think it was $11 or $12 an hour.
Jesus.
It was pretty tight. And so I started working in a factory, and I really just didn't want that future. Your body gets beat up. My dad was hurt pretty badly several times in the factory setting, and the fact that you never could do anything, or financial issues create a lot of stress in a family. And so I just wanted to do something different. And at the time, the girl I was dating, her family was involved in Amway, and that was the pyramid scheme. It later became some other website pyramid scheme, but I went to a couple meetings. I never sold a tube of toothpaste or anything, but I actually read a lot of good books about thinking bigger. And one of the people that went to the meeting said, "Hey, I just started this one dealership. I'm already selling a lot of cars, and I'm making a decent living." So I said, all right. So I literally quit my bank teller job and went and interviewed in probably 5 or 6 dealerships. I just walked in and asked to get a job, and one of the places hired me, and that's how it started. And I was always willing, and I always listened to the managers, and so they just kept promoting me because I didn't give them trouble or come to work with a chip on my shoulder. So really, that was key of it. And it, you know, the career took its toll, but it treated me very well for the 20 years that I did it. So I can't complain, and I'm very grateful for the things I learned. I sat with a lot of people and had a lot of nice moments, and
Aaron,
it was
Aaron,
yeah.
I don't think that job was killing you at all. I think you handled it very well. I think you could have done it for another 10 years if you really wanted to, without having undue stress.
Yeah, I could have. Yeah, it's, you know, what happened was it was just a time for a change, and I could see the handwriting on the wall, and it was just definitely time. And I may do that job down here. I don't know. It just, right now my job is to raise my son and to, you know, be a different role.
Yeah, that's a far more important job. So I'm piling tape on this. I need feedback from the listeners. Let me know if you still hear that stupid, you know, propeller-like sound that this was given us while I wasn't putting all this tape on the ass end of this microphone here. And oh Jesus, it's like the story of my life with these, you know, the equipment that I just jury rig to keep this amateur production going. But in the interim, with wonderful gentlemen here like Aaron and Peter Moon, it goes so much better than it would otherwise, as well as Jameson Reese, of course, helping with his executive production. We're all doing our best, and the fact that we get this done at all is actually rather a miracle. And so, yes, just a reminder, we'll get back into it again later. All that can be provided to help myself through the month, do provide it. And
let me talk about that now, Douglas. I want to do a fundraising speech for you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
But first I want to just say, I have an Apple iMac, and I mean, I don't expect you to have one. I don't not expect you to have one. I'm just saying is this thing works so damn well that, I mean, I think the audio is good. People sometimes try to fix me up with microphones. I even have one somewhere. I don't know if I need a USB attachment. It's my daughter's. I used to use it sometimes. I don't need a microphone with this machine. I can record. I could record audiobooks if I wanted to with this machine. I might do better to have a little sound box around my head, but egg cartons or something. But it works great. So I haven't really needed a microphone, and that's been very fortunate. So it's like the cost of it is built in. It's a great machine. Could it? The worst thing about the iMac is they keep changing the operating system, and so sometimes the more obscure software you have doesn't work as well, or doesn't work at all. Mm-hmm. And then they haven't updated it, so you have to keep the old version. But
are you saying that because you have this kind of it's a laptop you're talking about, that because it has a built-in microphone, you don't need to purchase a separate microphone? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. I never have any problem. Once in a blue moon, somebody came to me and said, "Oh, you got to have the microphone," and it just was. I did it to appease them. I don't know that I needed it. I never have problems. I can hear myself. I did the narration for my time travel videos. You can hear it very clear. I mean, it's hard to do because you make mistakes and you do this and you have to go over it, but it's certainly audible. I don't need, I mean, for the nature of what they are, I'm not doing super high quality glossy things. But even then, you're surprised. My daughter, who's like an expert with GarageBand, she can do tremendous things. Recording with just using her computer, her iComputer, her iTunes, or whatever, well, not iTunes, but what do they call that? GarageBand. It's a tremendous program. I even use it sometimes myself for just audio. But yeah, I mean, there's so many built-in things. But Douglas needs a microphone for his existing setup configuration. I was going to call it claptrack, but configuration.
I like that.
And he needs this, but also at least $200 for the rent. And he has maintained his rent. He hasn't, COVIDed out.
That's right.
The thing is that we have to take some time to contemplate the value that Douglas brings to us, particularly those who listen to him, and to the world at large. This is a treasure trove of informations. We have to quote Jack Nicholson from that movie, A Few Good Men. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth.
Exactly.
This is the truth. This is the truth that he brings forth that you will not hear from your typical alien disclosure people. You will not hear it on Fox 5 with the Tuck, the hen.
Yes.
What's her name? She's the most pleasant of them all, the blonde-haired lady. I don't remember her name. Lisa Ingram, I think her name is.
I believe so, yes. Roman Catholic, as a matter of fact. That's how I knew about her from my dad. Go on.
And an athlete as well. But pleasant. It looks a little bit too much like Ann Coulter for comfort.
They all have that look after a while, yes.
Yeah. But what's so funny though, I'm not going to drag us into that. It's just I'm saying is that it's the Republicans now that talk with an open mind, whereas it didn't used to be that way. Now it's the other way. The Democrats have closed mind, liberals have a closed mind. They were the ones that were open. It just looks like such a flip. But anyway, so we're talking about what was I talking about? These stupid.
Oh, just the talking heads, the pundits.
Yeah, but I was thought. Well, I got. That's why I didn't want to digress into.
Understood. We were speaking about what I was giving as information that.
Yeah. You're not going to hear it from Fox. You're not going to hear it from CNN. You're not going to hear it from that guy they call the Great One on Fox 5, the Jewish lawyer.
Mark Levine.
Yeah, Mark Levine, the Great One, and it's like the Great One because he understands the Constitution. But anyway, the Great One.
By the way, he reminds me of the Jewish psychiatrist who was paying Lena to have sex with her, and then she, of course, when I told her I was basically blackmailing her to get counseling, I said I really want you to get some counseling, and and of course she turns towards that guy. And then she this is a guy who's paying her for sex, and then she basically tells him, oh yeah, and then this Douglas Dietrich says he's a son of Adolf Hitler, and of course the guy says, oh, he's crazy. Of course, in that context, out of context, what's the guy gonna say? And I told her,
I mean, if you say that, what do you expect him to say?
There's only one way people are going to react to that.
Yeah, beyond that. In the environment, I said, there's no way you can count that as professional counseling. I said, it's not an environment that's conducive to anything constructive in terms of some kind of counseling. So anyhow, but there's an amusing story for you.
Well,
That's
if I had, I'd say what you would call unlimited funds, I would have paid her not to have sex with him. But that would have been fun.
But in all seriousness, with what Douglas brings, people order idiotic books all the time and video programs. If David Wilcock can get subscriptions, it just makes me vomit in my mouth. And there's not an ounce of truth to the things he says, and at great peril, Douglas is always revealing truth and going deeper and peeling the onion. So it's a worthwhile investment.
This is the stuff that Doug Wilcock will not co-opt and steal.
No,
he won't co-opt and steal this stuff.
Yeah,
because he wouldn't be playing the game. But this is stuff you will not hear from alternative, and it will often be rejected by.
And and nobody's asking for anything. He's not selling products other than a couple affordable books. You know, and he's not. And Douglas isn't asking to be made wealthy. He just wants to pay his rent and be able to be warm.
I have an announcement. This sounds like a Jerry Lewis telethon. JoJo has just donated $100.
Thank you, JoJo. I prostrate myself. Before JoJo. Hail JoJo. Hail JoJo. Hail JoJo. Thank you.
She is a tremendous.
She's an angel. Yes.
She really is, and she's come into my life as an angel on many levels, and of course she was at the healing at Montauk. She said point blank, you know, Romania is happening this year. She told me this is her great intuition, or her, you know, her prescient. She said we're going. So when she said it, I believe her. I believe her. So she's with me at Montauk. I said it all started me going to promote the book and meeting her in Manhattan. She's with me at Montauk. She will be with me in Shasta and San Francisco with you. We'll work that out. We've got our flights now. Yes. She's got her flight. I've got my flight. We'll meet in San Francisco. She'll have her friend with her, and we'll drive up to Shasta together. And we'll arrange to see you on the way back one way or another. I want to stop by and at least maybe have brunch with my friend on the way back down.
That's right.
But if we can, and the and you know, and then she'll be with me in Romania. So this is a wonderful, and she has so many skills, and she's still working on herself big time. She's working on herself big time. And she has a lot of skills. And I say she's a great counselor, therapist who's been through the hard knocks and cannot be fooled. And, you know, one of my friends had told me, he says, be careful of her. What did he say? And I'm not quoting her exactly, but he said she's a neophyte. And he said, she's not a neophyte. Neophyte, of course, is somebody who's new and new to the game. She's not new. As he said, she, you know, grew up with, you know, in a downstairs full of cut off chickens.
Headless chickens, yes, the headless chickens.
Yeah. So I'm saying this is like somebody who not only was born in the blood, saw the blood every day, and has been through a real initiated around all sorts of occult stuff, and so I have a tremendous amount of respect for her, what she's been through, and she's become a very close confidant of mine. And as I say, it's not anybody, you know, I can bring to the forum with Douglas and have that sort of rapport and respect from him, because I know what Douglas thinks of people, you know, because he tells me, and his opinions are not always so high. And I know that he really respects her, because, which says something, because, you know, Douglas has been through so much. You know, he could be, I guess what you call highly, whatever. I don't know what to say, but for whatever Douglas has suffered, PTSD or all the things that he suffers from and the vulnerabilities, you know, he can spot a phony a mile off. He can spot this, and you know, he can see right through people from his intellect and their character. I mean, maybe you think maybe he should have parlayed that knowledge into becoming, you know, the head of that art school or business school in San Francisco you talked about, which was such a ripoff.
Oh, the San Francisco Academy of Art, yes.
Yeah. Maybe Douglas should have used all of his human knowledge of human psychology to have created an institution like that and be rich. But you know, people used to criticize my teacher, like, in particular, you know, this, I guess what you'd call familial, well-off Jewish guy. You know, well, why aren't you rich? You know all this. Why aren't you rich? And you know, I mean, to me, that was absurd. Why isn't he rich?
Yeah, no,
Well,
it's such an offensive question. By the way,
well, this is the measure of success in our great culture, and he basically said, look at, he could, you know, he had a bunch of kids. I don't remember how many kids he had, but he got each one of them through college, and we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to get the kids through school. It's not cheap, you know.
right?
They don't
No,
get this. They don't get discounts because they're black, you know.
no, it's definitely a how would I say that? That's an accomplishment. So, gentlemen, I have the screen share on. Maybe this explains the strange noise. So, what I have here is it says 2 apps are using your microphone. So this came on, which I've never really seen before, which is this kind of like when I hit that, there's this like blue screen kind of like with the wheel cog on it. Maybe if I turn this off, or maybe that would shut everything off. I'm not quite sure how to.
Try it. You can always shut it back on.
But sometimes you can. That's because I don't always know what I'm. Yeah. So
that would probably cut you off with Skype.
Okay.
All right. It says if an app is using your microphone, you'll see that little mic icon. So move down where it says choose what Microsoft Store apps can access your microphone. You have the 3D viewer accessing your microphone. You have a lot of things accessing your microphone.
Holy shit. Okay.
That you don't use.
Yeah.
Do you use Xbox Game Bar?
Fuck no.
You could click that off.
Okay.
Skype you want to leave on. Mixed reality portal, that could go off.
Okay. You mean this one? This one. Mixed reality portal. Okay. There we are.
Unless you actually use that.
I've never even heard of it.
Mixed reality camera.
Turn that off, right?
I guess. Microsoft Store.
Microsoft Store. Turn that off.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have an announcement.
Yeah. Photos.
Yes, sir? Yeah.
Can I make my announcement while you?
Yeah. Go ahead. HP Smart.
Okay.
I'm just trying to guide him through this process so that he's only got Skype using his mic.
Right.
All right. You should be good. Yeah. Cortana. I don't know why the hell.
Oh, turn that off. Thank God. Yeah. And
camera only unless you're speaking to someone.
I might use the camera eventually, so I'll leave that on it in case.
All right.
Yeah.
3D viewer.
Turn that off. Right. Okay.
We got another $100 for.
Oh, Douglas. I did. Oh my God. Who was this?
And this is from my friend. He doesn't want his name used, but he was the one who thought of JoJo as a neophyte.
So, okay, yes, which is a very sophisticated term. Normally, the term we would use would be noob. Is the term?
Yeah. Well, this guy is very well grounded in a lot of different aspects of a lot of different things, and he's been a wonderful friend. And it's just he might have forgotten about that aspect of her. But anyway, so yes. But see, the only problem with these donations, and I really appreciate them, they're from both my very close personal friends.
Yeah.
We'd like to get some donations for Douglas from people who don't know me or are not particularly close with me, because it's great that they did, and it's great to get these people have been very supportive characters to me.
Yes.
In my life, and I talk to them both frequently. They're kind of like, in the best friend category, I suppose. I never think of whatnot. So it's great. It's great for you guys to do this, and it's also good if.
Douglas, you probably don't need the feedback hub. Just needed to, yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Peter. That was wonderful, and thank you so much to your anonymous friend, and of course to Jojo Miko. Now let me. I'm going to.
I'll just call it Mikolasic.
Yes,
I think she
Mikolasic. Yes, Mika Lejcik. And she's just my guardian angel on earth. Let's just put it that way. Wonderful human being. And aside from all of that, I'll try and produce another illustration for her soon. And in terms of the first one I produced, she handled that well. And Amanda, poor dear, she handled her Valentine's card well, even though I indulged in some bondage themes. But she hasn't been able to get back to us except to myself on some phone text. So I hope she's okay. And so she hasn't been able to even acknowledge that on Facebook. But you know, here's hoping that she's, you know, gets through the week. I know that sometimes she gets overwhelmed. So with everything that we're turning off, it doesn't seem to be eliminating the noise. Maybe there's something else going on. And it so all I can say is
they'll be our friends in the basement of the, you know, what do you call it, Langley, Virginia building.
Yeah, I think some of the noise is also coming from the interlopers who just wish they tried to.
I also wonder from a technical viewpoint if some of this is just. It reminds me of the old party lines. When I was a kid, for a while, and it was very common to have a phone was a party line. So you didn't only have your phone. If you called our number, MEO 2284, which I still remember my first phone number, you pick up the phone and somebody else would be talking. It's some other family that has a phone. You using the same line. So you couldn't use the same line at the same time because it was called a party line.
right.
So I wonder if sometimes the wires get crossed or the messages get crossed till you're actually hearing other stuff unintentionally. I don't know. But anything's possible.
Well, what you're thinking of is more of these older mechanical line kinds of phenomena. But what I'll tell you is what I see. And the only way I could show it to you is if I had my camera on, which conceivably I could plug in and show it to you. This is what is alarming. And maybe I should get my camera just to show you that aspect of it, is that the computer, what I have is where the... I would call it the jack for the computer, where it jacks in to the computer. There's a light right there on the computer that is just blinking, and it never has done that before. It's just blinking, and it's blinking with the noise. So I know that's the cause of the noise.
Okay, yeah. If you could show us, we might be able to see what that is.
Well, I can't do that with a screen share. That would actually require jacking in the camera.
I think.
All right. Whatever it is do you have an option of making that blinking stop? Like
I can't imagine how.
I mean, is there some kind of button attached to the mic that maybe I don't know?
Oh, it's not the mic. It's and it's not even the mic. It's the line.
Can I make a recommendation, guys? Can I make a recommendation?
What would you recommend?
Can I make a recommendation? Can you guys go on mute? And kind of talk this out on Facebook or something so that we could go on, and because I mean the audience might be kind of like frothing at the teeth listening to
I understand. Yeah, no worries. So long as the audience can tolerate this, I'll just go mute, and then we'll deal with it later tonight. So I would like feedback from the audience as to whether they find this maddening or whether they find this tolerable, because I noticed that with Aaron and Peter and Jameson on the call, it doesn't seem to bother them too much. So let's.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't bother me, Douglas. Okay. We're used to you getting all types of interference. I mean, right. we have Jesse Smollett from the NSA. We have all types of other weird people. We probably even have some Pakistani guys trying to hack your lines, for all we know.
True enough, and just weird things happen around my home. I'll tell you that. Just the last night when I was up at about between 3 to 4 a.m. and somebody went running past my home, just right by my home. There was just of course, anybody who's, all I could think of was like there was no sound of screaming or something like that. It was like somebody jogging. Like they just said, "I just got to stay fit, and I haven't done this, and I've got to do it now while I have the chance." And they were like running, right past the home. It was just so bizarre. Of course, when I'm up at night, I can notice things like that, and most other people.
Douglas, also, your crypt is haunted, so you also get interference from other parts
Oh yeah, there's that
as well.
Yeah, there's that as well. But this was definitely outside. But who knows? It might have been. You know, the scariest thing was, just to share a short scary story before we turn it back to Peter and I go mute, for Aaron and Peter to kind of continue with what they've been discussing, which is just fabulous. And with thanks, of course, to Jojo Mikolejic and the other guardian angel. We a few times, and that was, like I said, it was right after was it after the new people moved in? Yeah, I think it was around that time when there was some knocking that was going on, and it wasn't them. I'm sure it wasn't them. And when I described it to Judith Agert, who I was still in contact with at the time, and I said, it's like this really soft knocking that comes on my door every once in a while, and it's like soft. And I said, it's not like at the I wasn't even thinking about this. I said, it's just not like, it's not at the where you would expect it to be coming from, at the normal height where somebody's knocking. And then she pointed out, yeah, it's like a child knocking, right? That's like a child knocking on your door, because that's how they knock, really soft, because they don't know how to knock forcefully. And that's when I said, yeah, it's just like a child knocking. I hadn't even thought of that. But then, I realized at that moment, I said, I'm never going to answer that fucking door when it comes to thinking about what she said. That was probably the most disconcerting thing right there. That and another time when I went to empty the garbage out very late at night. It was like about 3 in the morning, and for a while somebody was in the neighborhood who had this car that was just packed with, how homeless people pack their cars with all kinds of plastic bags and shit, and it was just packed with junk, and there was like a neighborhood eyesore. And when I went out to just empty the garbage very late at night, early in the morning, 3 a.m., and I was just putting the garbage out there, and there was like this young girl all dressed in black, and she was like, I presume, the owner of that car, and she was doing something with all of the other garbage that had already been put out by everyone else, like rooting through garbage to put in her car, like more garbage to put in her car. And I was just, trying to maintain my composure and just putting the trash out and, doing everything to arrange all the toters there for them to pick up in the morning before I went back in my home. But yes, even I, who was raised to think of the darkness as my friend, that's just a lot of things I run into in my neighborhood. That's very disconcerting. I mean, one time I was walking home fairly late at night, but it wasn't that late. And of course this, people know about these visions and specters that walk up and down Russian Hill and other parts of San Francisco. Of course, I'm right near Nob Hill, which is the most haunted place, one of the most haunted places in San Francisco. I mean, there's so many of them. But some woman was approaching, and again, it's always these female figures. Some woman was approaching who was dressed all in white in this case, as opposed to the other girl who was all dressed in black. Oh yeah, and her face was smeared with grease paint, so it was all black. The girl who was digging through the garbage as well. So it was like, I was contending with just being in physical proximity to this person, so close that each one of us could have leapt upon the other. And while I was putting the garbage out, and just having to deal with that proximity to someone who is obviously either extraordinarily disturbed or supernatural in their own right. Then the other one that I was gonna relate was when I was coming home from shopping, and it was maybe around midnight when Walgreens closes. So when I was walking up Russian Hill right towards my home, then of course this woman was walking down the street towards me, and she was all draped in white, and not dressed in white, but draped in white. She was like she was wearing nothing but drapes, like window drapes that are all white. And she had draped herself all in them and covered her face as well. And of course I crossed the street to the other side as quickly as possible, because I remembered what my late and sainted father used to say. Being Irish, he would tell me about the dread she. The dread she being, of course, this spirit that if you do see her face, then you'll die within the day. So that's how I interpreted this. Either that or a very disturbed woman, and who needs to encounter that, right? So there you go. It's just things like that go on in my neighborhood all the time. Aside from that, one other time when I was up late at night reading, and then right outside the window, again, 3 or 4 in the morning, no footsteps, unlike the guy who was just running by the window real late at night. And you have to imagine who the hell would do that. But the other one was no footsteps, no sound of footfalls or anything, but just some child's laughter for a few moments. It was just this, child light laughter, but no sound of any reciprocating adult or any accompanying adult, no sound of any other movement. And that was that. This sort of thing happens all the time here, and such is life. I'm going to turn this over now back to Aaron and Peter, and I'll go mute, and the audience will breathe a sigh of relief, and we'll take it from there.
Well, my friend who had donated the additional $100 said that Douglas had on his radar for some time, and that bringing it up had pushed him over to do it. He'd already been on the donation radar. So those of you who have Douglas on your donation radar, go ahead, put it through. And we want to get some more. And if I don't know that I will wake up early tomorrow, or today, or whatever it's tomorrow, I can maybe get a money count from him, just so I know what he's got, and we still need the microphone for him. If anybody has, I don't know if anybody has that particular type of used microphone. That's always a possibility too. People might have. There are people that have got whole bucket loads full of stuff in there.
Yeah, and it wouldn't hurt to send it if that's the case. But I'm beginning to suspect now that it may not be the microphone. It's probably some kind of interference. There's no reason my computer should be doing this. It's the computer now. I realize it's the computer. It's the computer that's making the noise. So
maybe it's the lady from the sheets.
Yeah, there you go.
Douglas, it's the telephone pole. It's definitely the tank embedded in the telephone pole.
yeah, it's some shit's going on, or whatever they did across the street. Remember, I was saying the other day that they were doing all this stuff across the street in the other building, and then after I brought that up on transmission, that all stopped. And it was like, that was so bizarre in and of itself. That was bizarre. It was like, oh shit, he's onto us. Like,
Yeah, Douglas, now they're doing it underground.
Yeah.
Across the street.
Something.
I bet you.
Well, I think I would have noticed it by now. But then again, there's a lot I block out in my world. Just earlier tonight. Oh my God. I didn't, this shit like this happens all the time. I never bring it up because it just fades away into the back of my mind. But yeah, there was definitely some poor drunk who was just sitting outside and just kind of wailing and muttering. And it was just like, really, I wouldn't call it depressing. It was just, what would you call it? It was just like bizarre. It was just bizarre. It was like, one of those things that who the hell sits in front of somebody's house and goes into a drunken kind of like bizarre moaning kind of soliloquy to themselves. But oh well, that's what happens. So at any rate, these two gentlemen will take over the stage now before I dig myself any deeper with bizarre experiences in the neighborhood, which makes Mr. Rogers look like nothing. We could do something about Mr. Dietrich's neighborhood where you don't want anyone to be your neighbor. And after that, these gentlemen probably have experiences all their own they can relate. So let's let them get to it.
I don't know that those are the best experiences to relate, but I will say, I'm not even going to say that one. It just, I guess sometimes when you think you have ghosts coming to you or in your environment from somebody else, and you could attribute their presence to somebody else, sometimes they are there to mess with you. And you could say, oh, so-and-so is bringing in entities. Ha, 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 that idiot. I don't want this person around me. The entities are coming to stir you up. And so when the entities come in, as they say, best advice Aleister Crowley ever gave, dismiss them.
Yeah.
Get rid of them.
Because
and then you can turn around and see Crowley's work and talk about, engaging them at the same time. He tells you to get rid of them. He tells you to engage them. Could drive a person mad.
Yeah.
Well, Peter, what about Crowley's earlier works when he was working with the system of Abramelin? Remember, they always had that rumor that the house he was living in, that he pretty much hold himself off in for a few days to try to observe that practice was like haunted as hell. Do you know anything about that?
Not particularly. There's so much, one can go into about him. I've kind of dismissed him to a large degree, because I studied him. He's what brought me to Preston, the time travel, being in the legacy of, part of the legacy of L. Ron Hubbard. But I kind of took his advice and dismissed him in a way. I wasn't doing it intentionally, but it's kind of like, it kind of went out. I kind of figured out what there was to figure it out. Then again, you can go back, and the guy was very astute about many things. The biggest problem with him is he was a human being. He's loaded with the accoutrements of magic. But here, now this is interesting. On my Facebook feed, it says, the signal 5G and the flashing red and blue light. It shows a brawl at Chuck E. Cheese. A fight broke out among parents at Chuck E. Cheese. Now, the implication here is that this flashing blue and red light, which looks like a policeman's light in the middle of Chuck E. Cheese, is a 5G. Now, of course, it has nothing to do with 5G. It's just somebody making a post, sort of kind of telling you, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The 5G is making these people go crazy. Why adults would have a fight at a children's party, I can't imagine, unless it's all staged. It's a good way to get hits. And
well, Peter, the adults are often less mature than the kids that they're, chaperoning. This is always the case.
But a fight? I mean, I can understand a fight at a Little League game. I can understand a fight over a Little League game or a soccer game of kids, but at a birthday party? No.
Yeah, Douglas, I'm sorry, Peter. Yeah. Adults, you give adults too much credit, man. I'm just saying.
But the point of it is, I wouldn't be surprised if this was staged. But in any case, also to the point is, there was a headline, I think it was on Yahoo Newsfeed, about Russians have orders to invade. Okay, here it is, report. Russia gives orders to proceed with invasion. Now, this is such a stupid article. It doesn't even matter what it says. You don't give orders to an invasion and announce it to the world and the press reporting on it before the invasion happens. This is so stupid. If you invade a country, you don't announce it. You don't put all these tanks in front. You just go invade it. It is such a game, and people sucker for the game. So we're going to invade you. We're going to invade you on Tuesday. No, we're going to do it next week. No, we're going to do it next week. It's so stupid. And it's just like, this is what the news runs on. And this whole same thing happens with the Trump investigations. We're going to do this to Trump. Oh, we're going to do. The kids are going to have to testify. It's just rhetoric. It just makes noise, and nothing ever happens. It's the same thing happens with what did they have? The person who was Epstein's best friend was just found hung in a jail in Paris.
I saw that.
Yes, and now the family's worried about Julianne. They think that she too might be found hanged soon. So, you know, you can take it from there. There was someone else
Well,
recently.
it's like, you know, I mean, probably had good cause to hang himself, but of course, it just leaves question marks about this, because the guy certainly knew names. If I was a prosecutor, I would seriously consider letting these guys get off the hook relatively, not totally free, if they name names and give me people that you could prosecute. So
well,
you give
Peter,
me.
the judges are in on it. They're
Well,
clients.
Of course they are. But I'm talking about the logic of it. I'm talking about the logic of the situation. Of course they are. It's, but it's, so we're living with all of this silliness. But what direction should we go in now?
Well, I wanted to say one thing on the Crowley thing. There's a lot of crappy books out there, but the books that Amato wrote were very enjoyable, and they showed the human side of him really well. And I wish he had written more. His other books were rather petty, but the 3 books he wrote on his supposed father were quite enjoyable to read.
Yeah, he gave this guy Amato. He's got his real name. You can find out on the internet. But he was a psychologist by profession, and he wrote some intriguing books. The guy knew a lot about magic. He knew a lot about magic, but he was incredibly, or could be incredibly petty.
Yes.
And but he delivered some good information to me. And of course, when you get into the world of magic, you get people who are very different. They're very different, and you're studying, and it depends how deep they are into it. And Crowley was he was a savant when it came to magic, just like Douglas is a savant when it comes to archival data, librarian data. He is a savant. Crowley was a savant with the occult that he studied. He was gifted. And of course, I don't mean to imply that, you know, everybody around him was the beneficiary of that gift, but he was gifted. And of course, I will say this, I've said it before, when people study Crowley, they become enamored of his insight and intelligence to the point where they too often think they are Aleister Crowley, and they end up suffering from possession. And it took me years to realize this. I didn't suffer. I never for a minute thought I was that. And I remember somebody, you know, talking to somebody, yeah, I was Crowley. Yeah. Oh, you too. Put your name on. And so we had this saying when I was doing the letters for L. Ron Hubbard. This one guy used to say, you know, somebody write in and say they were Jesus Christ, and he'd say, "Thank you very much. We'll put your name on the list." That was not what went out in the letter. That was just, you know, the office back chatter. And as I've said, there were more people who either were hanging from the cross or witnessed it than could fill Yankee Stadium.
That's the issue with reincarnation. I don't have a problem with reincarnation, but everybody says they were Joan of Arc or Jesus or some famous Roman conqueror, and that definitely muddies the waters of that.
Well, what Hubbard said very specifically about that, he says many people would think they were Julius Caesar because, like, say, for example, he said Julius Caesar had the right hand of every, you know, conquered man of Gaul cut off. This was to make them less dangerous.
Well, able to weld weapons, right? Less able to weld weapons. Go on.
Yeah. So he said what that gave him was a certain dominance in the minds of people. So he was the dominant figure, just like people would tend to act out the reactive patterns of their father or the dominant character in their life or whatever dominated their reactive mind. So you have somebody like Caesar, it's like he's so dominant. He's so, and so I noticed this in Scientology with Hubbard. Hubbard had certain ways of doing things. And the franchise or mission holders, as they were called, which would be the lower end of the food chain, in terms of teaching the lower levels of Scientology. And these guys were often very successful, and they would try and emulate Hubbard by having similar titles for their administrative staff, or acting in a sort of a aggrandized fashion. And it was kind of like, we could even make fun of it from a distance to a certain degree, because they were aggrandizing themselves, trying to create themselves in the image of Hubbard, and making pronouncements to their staff like, you know, anybody may communicate to me. Feel free to communicate to me. Sort of like, which is fine, but it was sort of like they were imitating Hubbard rather than they were trying to play the part. And it was kind of like, you know, disingenuous. So, but nevertheless, people identify with Christ. Christ, or Jesus, or whatever you want to call him, is one of the most dominant memes in society. It's like, it's ubiquitous. Even people who don't believe in him believe in the standard diatribe of the New Testament that that's pretty much the history of what happened. They take that at face value. And without any personal inspection, they don't necessarily believe the story. They believe the divinity, but they will kind of believe, they will believe in the general aspects of the story.
Right, the context. So, they'll take the context as opposed to the message. Go on.
Yeah, well, yeah, they'll say, yeah, he was, you know, they fed him a, you know, sponge full of vinegar, and you know, he fell 3 times on the way up to the cross, or whatever. And they will kind of take that more or less as history. They just will reject the divine aspects, or that he rose from the dead, but the thing is that the character we know as Jesus Christ is a dominant figure. So was St. Peter. And there's Barbara Walker's book will go into detail, and I can't say, you know, that St. Peter never even went to Rome. It's all a big fiction. She goes into the fictionalized, she studied it. And there's so much stuff that, regardless of, you know, people get, you know, this dominating personality. So if you're going to talk about, if you're going to say, run out a, say in Scientology term, an engram in Russia, you're going to your mind's going to relate to the characters you know or have read from history. Sometimes you could pick up something in your own mind and maybe get a word like a Nicholas or somebody, and you might find that there is some actual character close to what you, or exactly to what you memorized, that you didn't know about. That stuff could happen. But it's like, there's a big problem with people trying to identify specific things. It's like, why can't you just be a nobody? And that's what one of my friends in Romania said, that when people go past lives, they always remember themselves as a, you know, king or a queen or a great person or this. They aggrandize their own identification. Whereas I saw many people in Scientology who did past lives who did not do that. They could have been some horrible creature.
Right.
But you know, you identify what you identify with, and of course people love to. Everybody is a romantic and a poet at heart, especially when you're doing something like that, because you are, when you're going into your visualization or your regression, you are imagining. So you're playing with the imagination, and you're playing the imagination off of a record, off of a recording that is not perfect, or the recollection of it is not perfect. So it begins to get aggrandized, and then you have somebody like Hubbard, who everything he's doing is ultimately going to be for an audience. And he's you know, playing this flute or tuba or whatever he's doing, and he's blowing bluster, putting a lot of bluster into it. And he himself would tell you that whatever his personal opinions, or personality are very distinct from the techniques he had to offer. He made a delineation of the two. He didn't always like, how many times does he have to make the delineation? Not necessarily a lot, but he would make the delineation so people could misidentify. And of course, he didn't have to be real careful because he had so many people following him, you know. But it was also a problem because people follow obsessively, feverishly, zealously, and it's very hard to, you know, tell them how to think straight. Yes. Because their enthusiasm will override, you know, common sense. And his common sense, which took place when he wrote a bulletin about people were eating too much sugar. He called it PEP. Too much sugar, you're eating too much sugar. You got to stop eating this sugar. And he had read this, I think, inspired by reading Adele Davis, and he gave a whole diatribe on people eating too much sugar and how it makes you crash and all this stuff. And so all the sugar was eliminated on the Apollo. And I thought that was great because I had already learned the lessons of sugar the hard way. I do not agree with white processed sugar. I thought this was great. And then when I had returned to the ship, they told me, oh, well, yeah, one day Mary Sue, his wife, had, you know, had her communicator go down to the canteen to, you know, get a Snickers bar. And she was horrified when she found out they didn't carry Snickers bars anymore because of the PEP bulletin. So she, you know, complained to Hubbard, and he writes, well, he says, I didn't say to never have sugar. And that was bad because then they brought the sugar back. You know, it's kind of like, well, yeah, it's like, you know, use your common sense. And I thought that was very negative. And I'll, you know, while I'm on the subject of Hubbard and Scientology, I will share an amusing story. I've probably shared before.
But by the way, before you go there, hold that thought in mind. Hold that thought in mind. Don't let it go. I just wanted to say that Aaron Tice says that it was time for him to sign off. Is he still with us to say goodnight?
Yep, I wanted to say goodnight, and it was a pleasure to be with you all. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of the evening.
And
good night, Aaron. I hope we can talk Tai Chi again soon.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. And
absolutely.
And one more thing, yeah, one more thing, Aaron. I did want to let you know that if you're able to come on in the opening hour on Wednesday, which will be here before any of us know it, one of the things that we could go back into was that part of the revelation of the Magi talking about salvation that you were asking about, and what came to my mind with that, because we were going to kind of, we were going towards that the last time that we were on, but we had Pac One call and talk about the death of his grandfather, who was effectively his father in practice, and we didn't really meander to that point like I had intended, so we might be able to do that Wednesday. If
Sure.
you would remind me, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll message you, and you gentlemen have a wonderful evening. I'll talk to you all soon.
Bless you. You have a blessed night. And oh, by the way, how did you like what I said about the Sasquatch and all that? Did that come up?
I loved it all, and it's, you know, it was a great reminder. I think I've heard before how little of the United States and the world in general is inhabited, but it was a great reminder of how much space there is, and how much of a farce it is when people say there's overpopulation. I mean, you're right. It's small sections of urban settings with massive sections of like woods and wilderness. Even in New Jersey, it's the same way. So I really enjoyed all that. I got through almost the entire next transmission. So great stuff. Thank you so much for sharing it all.
And Aaron, say hi to your wife for me when you get a chance to see her.
I will.
She's not too busy.
Thank you.
I will indeed, Peter. And tell Paula we said hello, and we'll talk to you all very soon.
Okay.
Great. Fabulous. Now go back to what you were saying, Peter, about that
Yeah,
music.
it was an interesting story, and this is in the spring or maybe the summer of 1973, and I am coming back from the movies in the northern Portuguese town of Oporto, and there you see, Porto, you had to anchor the ship. You couldn't really go up against the dock. That was the preferred thing, to be against the dock, where you had full access to in Lisbon or Setúbal, these places. You go up in the dock and you didn't, you could walk off the ship or whatnot. Lisbon was particularly dreary because you were just in a shipyard. It wasn't very pleasant.
Wow.
Where Setúbal, you look beautiful. It's like you're looking over the bay, some old ruins with castle. It was kind of quaint. Oporto, you're in the middle of harbor, and to get off the ship, you've got to get on a lifeboat, and you take the lifeboat to the shore, go into the town, and you have. So, I'd seen a movie with trying to think who it was, Paul or Sven, and anyway, it was. So I'm coming back. I think it was Sven, and we were. So we get to the boat, but to the boat, and it was it was like 11:30 or something, or it was the last boat to go in. The last boat. There's no more boats going back to the ship. So if you don't get there, I don't know what you do. So we got there in time, and Captain Bill Robertson was there. Captain Bill was like the second deputy commodore. He was, the highest ranking Sea Org member next to Mary Sue and L. Ron Hubbard. He was a real character who was, at least a certain degree nuts, as it turned out in later life. He started his own, UFO sort of cult, UFO cult. But there were certain aspects about this man that were kind of on the money, but there were many aspects that were just too weird. But the one thing about him is that he could handle a ship. He could handle a ship. I heard you felt safe. He's handling that ship. He knew what he was doing. It's called a right armed ranking. In other words, he could con a ship, CON, which means to steer it. Well, not steer it, but control it. Be in command of it. The one who steers it is the helmsman. So anyway, he had actual abilities of a sailor. I think he was a civil engineer. He knew how to build things and whatnot. He could be pragmatic. He was also, and people have, I don't even want to, I'm not even going to go into it because so anyway, he was. Well,
now you've piqued our curiosity.
Well, that's going off another subject. It's so anyway, he was there on the boat. Like, he was the second deputy commodore. He was like very high ranking. Why is he on this boat? What's he doing here? I mean, so we got there and said, what the hell is he doing here? It was weird. It's kind of like, oh, we're going to get on the boat with him. There's quite a disparity in rank, and he's not somebody you really went up and talked to. You weren't really supposed to. I mean, he was walking around barking out orders or whatever he did. I didn't have anything to do with him. I was working in the galley at that time. So we come back and he's sitting, what the hell's he doing here? So we get in the boat and then we hear that he's there to greet Mary Sue Hubbard's wife. And she's coming. And she's coming from, I think she was at the movies too, not necessarily the same one, but whatever. She was coming with Kima. Kima was, developed a very close relationship with Hubbard and stayed with him on some, personal stuff with her husband, Mike, who was not her husband then, Mike Douglas. So anyway,
Mike Douglas, the actor?
And they get on the boat. They get on the boat with us, Mary Sue and Kima, and it's like, and then it was like, so we're going back, and Mary, it's kind of a novelty to be on the boat, novelty to be on the boat with Mary Sue, because she was like, super important, and to anybody of the Hubbard family was kind of had a golden aura about them as far as people were concerned. So I'm on the boat with them, but there was this like it was too much. It was like there was this regal treatment of her. It was too much. And I just saw, Kima was very, playing the role of the handmaiden and just sort of like, it was just too much. I said, this is not good. I'm thinking to myself, I'm a humble Sea Org member. Of course, there's a certain amount of impressed to be with her on there, but you feel that this is too much. She's got too much power. I said this, and I'm just looking. I said this is not good. This is like the Marie Antoinette stuff. You have power like that, you're gonna fall. You're getting too much adulation. It was nothing personal I had against her. It's just that's too much. It's not good. I wouldn't want to be in her position. Is what I was thinking. Of course, she did end up in jail, and she ended up dying of breast cancer, virtually abandoned by her husband. So we get back to the ship, and I guess you got to go up to what they called the cattle doors, where they used to bring the cattle through before it was a Sea Org ship. And you got to get the boat up, and I remember this guy going, "Oh, is anybody going to help her?" Getting all upset, like, we're supposed to lay down and she'll crawl on our backs or something. And so we all get off the ship, and I go up, and I'm walking back to this, you go up the curlicues to get back to where I was going to go to the galley. And I go through what's called the aft lounge, where it was kind of a crew lounge. And I see this whole evolution of a drill. And there's this guy, Larry Frazier, who's the first mate. And he's like, they got him on this chair, and they're carrying him up this chair like it was a throne, like he was a king or something. It was weird. They're carrying him up the stairs, and Captain Bill is, directing this, had been directing this thing previously. And they were practicing bringing Larry up and down the stairs. and so Captain Bill had him doing this, and he went out to greet Mary Sue and bring her back. Of course, then I saw, what the hell is Larry being taken around on this chair for? Then I go into the galley, where I see my friends that I worked with every day, and I'm like in civilian clothes, and they're in their galley scrubs. And I go in, and, "Oh, hi, what'd you do?" Blah, 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 blah. And she said, "Oh, did you hear? Mary Sue broke her leg. Mary Sue broke her leg." Or I said, "What the hell is Larry Frazier doing on this chair?" They said, "Oh, Mary Sue broke her leg, and they're practicing because they're going to bring her up, and they're going to bring her up." And I said, "Mary Sue didn't break her leg." "Well, no, you don't know what you're talking about." I said, "Yeah, I was just on the boat with her. She didn't bring her. She was fine." They go, What? And so then I guess the next day, Mary Sue had apologized in what they called the orders of the day, that she had made a joke, and somehow they thought they had phoned in that she had broken her leg to Kima's husband. Right. And it was a joke. They were like, "Hey, Mary Sue broke her leg. Ha, 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 ho, 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 ho." So he relayed the captain, and it had the whole crew stirred up, trying to, do this drill to bring her aboard. It was a big joke. And she apologized profusely the next day for stirring everybody up. It was a farcical incident. And it was very funny, because I just, I was right in the middle of it, and saw, I guess you could call one of the human moments of in the life of Mary Sue Hubbard. But what I remembered most of that was just the supreme adulation she was soaking up, or sucking up, and it was being fostered upon her, because she was like muy importante. And of course, Hubbard was not on board the ship at that time. He was in New York, in Queens, hiding from potential subpoenas they were after him in France and whatnot. So he was hiding in the United States, actually.
That's incredible. Because he was wanted in the U.S. at that time, or
no, he wasn't wanted per se. Well, let me put it this way: he had been convicted in France in absentia. He had escaped. Well, he had escaped. I don't know if that's the right word. He had fled Morocco, when we fled Morocco from Tangier because been ordered to leave, and then we went to Lisbon, and then he followed us to Lisbon, and he flew on an airplane from Casablanca to Lisbon, just like they did in the movie Casablanca, and he hung out in a hotel. This was in December of '72. I remember going to see The Godfather in 1972 in Lisbon, and he was there, and then for probably the better part of a week, and then he flew to New York City with a couple of guys, Jim Dincalci and Paul Preston, and they basically lived in Queens from then till about September when they returned. And he was basically laying low, and it was finally determined that he could not be extradited, and it was safe for him to return to the ship, and he did. So that's why he was absent. He was playing it safe rather than escaping, and he was hiding right in the United States. Nobody. And there's another funny story about that he, when he entered, what they did is he flew from. He got a ticket, and it was his personal communicator who arranged for the ticket, and he. I don't know if he either told me this, wrote it to me, or he read it on his blog. I don't remember. Ken Urquhart. He said that he went down to get 3 tickets for these guys, and he got the tickets from. It was his idea to get the tickets to New York City, but he bought tickets to Chicago. He bought tickets. They were going to Chicago, and they would stop in New York City because one of his aides came down, was watching him, and was being a busybody, and she would see that they were going to Chicago. Therefore, the rumor would be that he was going to Chicago, not New York, because he didn't want anybody to know he was going to New York. So he went to New York, and on the way into New York, he was stopped in customs or whatever, and he had a briefcase with about $100,000 of currency.
Right.
That was obtained for him by his communicator. He said this was the best he could do. It was probably different currencies because there were a number of different currencies on the ship that ranged from Portuguese escudos to Moroccan dirhams, and then other currencies, probably a smattering of other currencies, plus probably British pounds and plenty of U.S. dollars. So he came in with $100,000, and I think it was Jim Dincalci, about shit a brick because he saw, what are they going to do? Are they going to arrest the Commodore? And I think Hubbard came out with a kind of a blank face, but I think they let him keep the money. They didn't really do anything. They just kind of said, slapped his hand or whatever. I don't know what they did. But he walked out with $100,000, and that was, I guess, their living money. So, it's like, well, okay, you got your $100,000. What are they going to do?
There might be that, or maybe he bribed them. You never know.
Maybe he did. Maybe he did, but I think that would have come out in the story.
Okay.
Because I don't know how easy it is to bribe. What are you going to do? You got $100,000. What are you going? They're going to shake their fingers and say, "You're a naughty little boy. You shouldn't have $100,000." What are they going to do? They're going to take it, especially from him. I mean, I don't know. It's just, and maybe he used some of his psychic powers on them. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, the Jedi Knight tricks. Yes.
I don't know. Yeah. But this was such a sideshow to what I guess what you call the better parts of Scientology were really all about. It was a sideshow. All of the bizarre stuff that happened on a human level. It was sometimes interesting, but it really wasn't what the trip was about. What were you going to say?
Oh, no, definitely understood and appreciated. By the way, before I take us into a direction that I think might be interesting, all of this being profound, of course. Sarah Thomas is in the chat room. She gives me 3 pink pulsating hearts, so Lovely shout out to a lovely lady, and a Phenomenal was talking about the PayPal entry, and Phenomenal is of course a wonderful human being, and as well Daniel Roll is in the chat room. So just acknowledging everyone. We have of course Jojo is behind the Bupa. She uses the account because of course, as she says, it's difficult for her to use her own. One thing is really funny here. I'm not going to take us down this direction, but Peter Moon might have something just amusing to say as a side observation about this. It doesn't really need one, but a guy named Survival and Empathy is, I think, trolling, but you know, it's no big deal. Some people can be trolling in the most benevolent fashion. He says, Douglas, what is your advice on someone joining the U.S. military? And so that's like, you know, I mean, what do you do with that? It's one of those things that if you don't know my stance on that.
I'll tell you what my Qigong teacher said. One of his students who studied with him a long time, you know, he was talking about going to the military. He says, no, don't do that. You know, he just said, don't go there.
Yeah.
You know, it's because it's not what you think it is. Then again, I'm like walking off the football field today with these two guys. In fact, they're helping me carry the cones. One of them is, and they're both currently in the Marines. They are active Marine Corps members.
Wow.
And I have no judgment on it whatsoever. They're just guys I'm playing football with. And one of the guys was the particularly testy one I mentioned before that people couldn't get along with. He's so friendly to me. He gets along with me so well. I get along with him so well. And it's basically about football, but it's like, wow. And he's a really good player. So and I was mentioning it with Paula that I have no judgment on the fact that these people, you know, smoke weed or you know, my good friends. I just have no judgment on it. And I don't do it. And she thought that I had exerted too much judgment on her brother and mother for smoking. They smoke a lot. And it wasn't, I think the first time I met him, he told me that, you know, it's good for the brain. And you know, maybe tobacco is good for the brain. I still don't recommend it for the lungs. I mean, you know, to me, it's a no-brainer. But I also will say that smoke gates in spirit. Yeah. So if it's a part of their ecosystem, so be it. It's just not, you know, it's not my path.
Yeah. By the way, I'm sorry. Go on.
So she thought maybe I should be more instructive or judgmental towards my friends. Well, I said, I've given them my viewpoint on it, but I don't push it. In fact, and they haven't been doing it recently that I've seen, not in my presence, because they would bring it to the field. And now they're so active in promoting these football videos. Really, they're getting more and more into it. Pretty soon we're going to have uniforms or colors and leagues and statistics and everything, which is really, really kind of bizarre. It's neat, you know. But I haven't had that in, you know, 30 years of playing football. So, yeah, drugs, you know, I just, it's not what I do. But as I say, you know, Douglas has his journeys. I don't judge it. Douglas has some really insightful things to offer. I don't. You know, it's just the two paths that I have followed, if you're going to categorize them into what you call category, Scientology and Qigong, they're not, they don't advocate drugs. Scientology, though, is big on cigarettes and coffee.
Yes.
Just not Scientology, but Scientologists. It's just, it's
back
over
in the
top.
day, at least. It might be different now, I would suspect. But
I doubt it. It's because it's the tradition. You know, Miscavige smokes, And, you know, Hubbard smoked, so everybody wanted to smoke too. It's like, oh, it's okay to smoke. And okay, I mean, smoking never appealed to me. My mother smoked. I always felt it was toxic. I probably took in too much secondhand smoke. My father had quit. He smoked a little bit, I think, when he was young, but he never smoked since I knew him. And so I always felt that I was one of a small percentage. Some of my friends didn't smoke. Many of my friends didn't smoke, but so many people did. But I do remember one time, this is interesting. I was on the Excalibur doing what we call training routines, do daily training routines where you're just sitting there across from another person. And I might have, there was one when you did with your eyes open, one when you did with your eyes closed. And I was sitting there, and some son of a bitch, I'll call him. Maybe it was a daughter of a bitch, because I think I adored this woman. She really helped me. So maybe but anyway, somebody had a cigarette, and they were smoking in the mess decks, which was the mess hall, and we're doing our exercises in there. And I'm sitting there, and it's toxic. I can't take it. I said, this is horrible, but I have to just sit there, like it's like a meditation, just doing nothing. And lo and behold, I split out of my body. The smoke was so toxic that I just, boom, man, I go, wow. Of course, it's not something you say, come and smoke so I can go out of my body. No, but it really just, boom. It was neat. Still. Wow. And then there's, oh God, I don't know. So be it. So and JoJo, she could tell us all about all sorts of drugs. She could tell us all about sorts of drugs, and because she counsels people with drugs. And I think, I also want to clarify what my friend said, who donated the money, about referring to her as a neophyte. He clarified that she was a neophyte in the world of Peter Moon, and I wouldn't even say that. I mean, she's going to learn a lot from me, and maybe a neophyte to Qigong, yes, because she's new to that. But she seems to, this is curiosity, she seems to understand the world of Peter Moon. I would almost want to say better than Peter Moon does, because she's read my books and she sees me in my writing. She actually sees me. Now, some people can get misimpressions of me, like they can think I'm, after Dracula's Brides or something like that. Of course, that person hadn't necessarily read my works. He just read a little bit of it. So, but there was this one, pardon?
Oh, no. Go on. There was this one.
There was this one guy who was really weird. His name was Joey, Dr. Joey. I forget his last name. He was involved with Len Horowitz. And Dr. Len Horowitz, Dr. Joey. I think Dr. Joey was, well, I don't even remember the whole story, but there was this one woman that knew Dr. Joey. I mean, Dr. Joey was weird. He was actually, I think he was from the Jesuit order originally, and he was run out of that or something, but he had a lot of knowledge of the old Gregorian chants. He was really knowledgeable in a certain area. But he had another side of him that was crazy. And he was trying to seduce this woman with a lot of money, who I actually knew her. Wasn't close to her. And he told her that Yeshua, who he was channeling, wanted them to have a sexual relationship. I'm channeling Yeshua. I hope you're impressed with me. Yeshua says this, Yeshua says that, and Yeshua says he wants us to have sex. And so she says, well, does your wife know about this? And he says, yes, she does. And it's okay. And so she goes and asks the wife, no, I didn't know about that, In other words, it was just the classic old trick. And I think he was getting massaged by a bunch of topless women that were his acolytes or whatever. And he was quoted to have said, he was quoting the guy from Raiders of the Lost Ark, the French archaeologist who was serving as a Jewish priest. When he's looking at all these things coming out of the ark, he goes, It's beautiful. He was getting massaged by all these topless women. And I mean, you know, I could understand it could be very beautiful, but then at what point does the demonic side stick in?
Yes.
I mean, not to say that they were demonic, but this guy was playing with a lot of weird stuff, and you know, I think he was doing better than Dracula with the brides, personally. but this one woman I knew who was somehow it came up that she knew not the rich woman, but this other woman who was artist working for the rich woman. She knows me, and it helped inspire my living room, gave me some ideas for it. Right. Beautiful artist. She said she started talking, or somehow it came up. The name Peter Moon came up, and he started, you know, talking about Peter Moon. And when I heard the reports back, he said, "Oh, I know Peter Moon." Whatever. He didn't know Peter Moon, but he knew Peter Moon better than I did. The way he taught, what I heard coming back from him, I couldn't believe what he was saying. I don't even remember the details. He said, you know, he knew my work. It was weird. It was like he was an art elector in touch with an art elector, but he was clearly over the edge, and not just by reason of the things I said. He was a charlatan, but who also had some really, I guess what you call, important and relevant knowledge. I think he was also on the run from the Jesuits or from somebody like that. I just don't remember the story. So we're talking about JoJo knowing the world of Peter Moon. This guy knew the world of Peter, but in a different context, not like she does. She's on a human level.
Yes.
He was almost like he was tapping into the Akashic records about Peter Moon or something, and he knew things. I was astounded. It's sort of like the art elect, but this guy wasn't. He was just a human being who would have liked to have, you know, he could have taught those generals a thing or two about, you know, how to make the art elect. You know, I don't think he was as nasty as the general. Actually.
Ah, okay, I see what you're saying.
Not that he was a good guy, but I mean, I just don't think he was a rapist. I just don't think he was, and I don't have a high opinion of him, but I don't think he was that bad. So you know, so anyway. So much for people being able to tap into Peter Moon and know or think who or what he is.
Well, I mean, it's amazing what people presume. So this wonderful young lady, Deanne Hillis-Buchberger, sent me some of these when I was speaking about blood and the blood of Christ with Aaron Tice the other day. She was bringing up something that she found, basically an article. I could provide yourself the link if you're interested at all. Otherwise, I won't bother. But basically, she says this is a comment from an article that she had posted, and basically, you know, this sounds, you know, it's a short paragraph. I'll just read it. But she says Ron Wyatt supposedly found the Ark of the Covenant under the Golgotha and Dome of the Rock underground gallery area in Jerusalem in the Jeremiah Grotto. He was able to collect a sample of dried blood spilt over that object and handed it to a special Israeli lab that managed to revive the blood and got its karyotype using dividing leukocytes, that white blood cells, in mitosis. The result is amazing. That blood has 22 somatic chromosomes plus a pair of sexual ones. X plus Y. People usually have 44 somatic, 22 from the father, 22 from the mother, and the pair of sexual chromosomes. That means that the owner of that blood had 23 chromosomes, including the X, from the mother, and only the Y from the quote-unquote father, who would be divine, this being supposedly the blood of Jesus. So this is mysticsofthechurch.com with, not that I'm promoting them, with Jesus's blood type. And so the reason that I present this to Peter is to get his take on how Oh God, who was the guy who I always blame for helping to kill Max Spears? The guy who, yes, Stuart Spurlock.
Well, I want to, without even bringing Stewart into it.
Yeah.
I mean, Stewart had his own experience, and his own, and it was.
He was all I could think about when I saw all this. Go on.
Yeah, but with we can go into Stewart's experience, which was actually quite riveting in terms of its. When I first heard it, I thought it was very creative, but it was coming out of his subconscious. It was not something he was concocting. That much is true. But without even going into that or the validity of what this person is relaying, it's kind of Stewart's story. More bizarre, may even be a little more relevant, but this it's like you're trying to prove that the story of Christ, in the way we certainly hear it from a Christian perspective, is absolutely 100% true. And it's kind of like, this is not the truth. This is like reducing the truth of the matter to a very mundane, in Kabbalistic terms, Malkuthian level. The story, what's important of the story is not to say, look, it's true. It's the scholarship is impeccable. The I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. Now we know that it is valid. Now we know it is valid because we have done the DNA test, and the DNA test, it is true. It is true. This is not the truth of what the matter's about. It's more about accepting the divine aspect of the divinity within yourself and rising through. And when you have that divine connection with the divinity, you don't need to be down there arguing on an evangelistic level about the relative truth of this. It's beneath you to do this. If God is down there trying to prove to all you little suckers down on the bottom of the food chain who are actually in purgatory and don't even realize it, that this is true. You better believe it, you dumb shit. And we've got the proof. We've got the proof. That you're totally lost. You're totally lost as a Christian. It's like, we got it. It's true. It's almost like arguing about the call in a baseball game. It's just so, this is what it gets reduced to. And that's what I have to say about that. Now, whether it's true or not, it's good. It's good. It's a good diatribe, I suppose. I didn't follow it close enough to care, but that's what I have to say about that. As for Stuart Swerdlow, when he emerged, he was supposed, he emerged and he had met Preston at he was introduced to him at Ellie Crystal's house in Brooklyn. And because I guess she thought Stewart could be helped by Preston. And Preston, he explained a lot for Stewart, told him all about, and it made a lot of stuff made sense to Stewart, which triggered memories. And Stewart, I guess I don't know if it was already then, he was going to go on the Geraldo show. And then it came up that he was going to talk about Montauk, and then that killed the Geraldo show opening. They were not going to have him talk about Montauk. So Stewart became I guess what you'd say, somebody that Preston worked with. And I remember when he came on board, I was not overly involved with him. I wasn't involved with him at all, or particularly interested in him. But he was this new abductee that Preston was working with, and the stories began to filter out. And then there was a lot of interest around it. And then at Psychotronics one night, Preston told the story of how he had regressed Stewart to a time when Stewart went back and time traveled from Montauk to the time of Christ and was sent back to get his blood This is in the book Montauk Revisited. And then there's Stewart's own version of it in the book Montauk, The Alien Connection. The two versions are a little different, but the basic story is the same. So Stewart was sent from Montauk to get the blood of Christ and to retrieve it. And when he goes back, and this is coming right out of his subconscious. It's not like he's making it up. It's coming out of his subconscious while he's like regressed and not spouting out in a normal voice, which Stewart could do. Not completely voluntarily in some cases. And so he goes back and Christ is waiting for him, says, yeah, I know what you're here for. I didn't say those words, and lets him take a vial of blood. Then Stewart brings it back to Montauk, and then he is to take it to Mars. Now, Mars, or Mars, or is it, something that looks like Mars? But anyway, he takes it to Duncan Cameron, who he sees on Mars. And Duncan, I think, if I'm not incorrect, I believe he was made to look like Christ, and he gives Duncan the blood. Now, the whole purpose of this was to give Duncan the blood, so Duncan, I guess the blood would be transfused into Duncan, and Duncan would therefore have the DNA of Christ in his blood. I don't know how that would quite be affected medicinally or biologically, but that was the idea. But I have something to add to that, which makes this whole story resonant, if not coherent and intelligent. That Duncan would then have the DNA of Christ, and that they would then match his DNA with the blood to the Shroud of Turin, and this would prove that Duncan was the Christ, where in fact he was actually the Antichrist. This was what Montauk was doing. Now, Duncan was trained to be the Christ, Antichrist, Christ. It was like sort of a training to interpolate these energies, which makes a lot of sense. It's like Baphomet. It's like is sort of a reflection of that. So Duncan, what's interesting about all of the name synchronicities I got when I studied the lineage of Cameron. Now, if you look up, so I got into etymologies, and Cameron, if you look it up, you'll say, oh, it means crooked nose. And then I met a Celtic shaman who taught me the real name of Cameron. She said, we are from the family of Amran. Now, Amran is in the Quran. Amran, and that phonetically is really the same as Aman. Amran in the Quran, and now of course is the name of the Virgin Mary. She's from the family of Amran. Now, if you take the word Amran and pronounce it with a CH in front of it, like they do the word Hanukkah, is not Chanukah or Hanukkah, it's Hanukkah. You don't pronounce the CH in Hanukkah how it's properly spelled, is Hanukkah. So instead of saying Chamaron or Cameron, you'd say Amran, Amran, Amran. Same phonetics as Aman, the Egyptian god Aman. And then if you take, she's from the tribe of Benjamin, it's Ben Aman, with a J put in it, which is pronounced silent. Ben Aman, son or family of Aman, son of the Aman. So Mary's the tribe of Benjamin. Same name as Cameron. The lineage of the Camerons is, and then if we take the whole idea of these stories of the story of Sarah, the daughter of Jesus, migrating and her family with the three Marys into France and up, then the family goes up into Scotland. And you see this alluded to, not the namesake, but the lineage of Christ in that movie, The Da Vinci Code. But this is something that tells me that the lineage of the Camerons is a messianic lineage, and that the name Wilson, the Wilsons are tied to the Camerons, as Marjorie Cameron taught me, and what I call this is the messianic gene. The messianic gene is in all of these Camerons. L. Ron Hubbard was one of them, and in the case of L. Ron Hubbard, he stood out and stood above, because there are many people of this lineage that are representative of the maverick gene mutant concept, where they're kind of don't have all of their pieces together. Hubbard, although he was, I guess what you'd say, very unique and strange, even by his own standard, he stood out amongst human beings, and he was trying to deliver this solution for mankind, and he certainly got it broadcast all over the place. Most people are not that what you call, what's the word, prolific, or even ability to get that much of an audience, and some of them are kind of can go into, and they can also become gay, or their sexuality can be polarized to the point where they wouldn't be classified as a normal heterosexual person. And we're talking about a magical birth, and we're not talking about an ordinary gay person either. We're talking about somebody whose genes are crisscrossed because they're of a magical birth or a magical lineage, of which the perfected would be the absolute divine moonchild in the most exalted sense, the Christ. And what we have in the history of literature is the Christ himself. He's considered, at least by many, to be the most exalted version of a divine creature. But anything else is going to run short of that. And so it's going to be on a gradient scale of, whatever it is. And I do believe that the Wilsons and the Camerons, by my own experience, have this magical gene, which is evocative of a messianic agenda. But more often than not, it's going to be short-circuited just due to the nature of the beast. No pun intended, but the pun applies. So this is, and the story of the blood of Stuart going back and taking the blood here and taking the blood there seems like it's evocative of a causal plane experience that gets filtered through Stuart's mind, and Preston's right in the middle of it, and this is what I've learned from doing this. In my book, The Black Sun, I go into it to a certain extent because I met this Celtic shaman, and her name was Cameron. And when I saw her, I took one look at her, and she looked like a combination of a mix of genetics between Marjorie Cameron and Diana Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard's daughter. She looked so, I could see pieces of Diana in her, and I could see pieces of Marjorie Cameron. And I told her this, and she said, "Oh, do I remind you of the Cameron you knew?" Because I had written to her before. Yes, you do. And she said that her family was from, Scotland, and they were often went astray by reason of their sexuality. They go off the deep end somewhat. They were a magical lineage, and they traced their roots back to the Christian, the Christ stuff. And then there was Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron. Donald Ewan Cameron is the infamous MK Ultra scientist. I had met one of his proteges, who was basically a bride. He had chosen her as a bride. He didn't marry her, but he had a child with her, who I met. She reminded me of the Celtic shaman. It made sense because she looked like her. And this woman, Anna, I actually visited her. She had 5 daughters from different husbands, one of which was in Egypt. I think he was, and I actually met him. Her daughter, she had a beautiful Egyptian daughter who came, when she came to New York, she wanted to visit me. And, I took her and her father out to lunch. I was really touched that she came to visit me. And I've not really heard from any of them since. I think the last time I heard from Anna, she said, "I'm glad to know you're alive." She'd suffered a lot of PSD. I think I met all of the daughters. They were in St. Petersburg. Mm-hmm. Not St. Petersburg. What's that place? St. Augustine. Ah. And they had, and of course she had met, she was, I guess, his babe, and he was messing with her, and she had a very strange life. And she said that their family, the Camerons, were from the Isle of Mull. I think it's M-O-L or M-U-L in Scotland. Scotland's a weird place.
Yeah, to say the least. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. And we try to talk about ghost stories. I've only been in Scotland in the airport. And I never forget being on the plane, coming on the plane home from Romania one time, and having behind me these 2 girls are just yakking away. And I couldn't understand a word they're saying. I said, "What language do you speak?" She says, "Oh, it's English. We're from Scotland." And I kind of knew they were from Scotland, but they didn't make sense. And they said, "Oh, that's English. It's just that we talk with a very fast, dialogue. It's like it's only going to be known, and you're not." And I think it was. I wrote Hubbard's old personal communicator about this once, and he says, "Oh yes, you met 2 Lassies." Lassies, yes. He says, "Oh, the dialects in Scotland." He says, "You can't understand them from one town to the next. They're speaking English, but they're speaking. I thought they were speaking Gaelic or something, or Welsh or what, but they were speaking English. It's just in this." That's
incredible.
And he said, "You can't understand people from one town to the next, even if you're Scottish." So I thought that was interesting. So, So the Camerons are a very unique bunch of people, and and of course, she also said that Donald Ewan Cameron was the cousin of Duncan's father, Alexander Duncan Cameron Sr., and that she would go on boats, yachts, I guess, off of wherever they were up in the Cape Cod area, and Joseph Kennedy would come aboard, and he was one. This is where MK Ultra becomes kind of, I guess, arrogant or not, extravagant or whatever, or notorious. And she also said that he would get very giddy and excited about the name Rudolf Hess. He says, "Oh, that's when all that stuff started. It's when it all started, was with Rudolf Hess."
Wow.
Because he interviewed Rudolf Hess. And, who knows what he did or didn't do with Rudolf Hess.
You mean Kennedy interviewed him for George magazine?
No, Donald Cameron. No, Donald Ewan Cameron. Okay. Or Ewan Donald Cameron, whatever his name was. Ewan Donald or Donald Ewan. He went in and he interviewed Rudolf Hess. That's a historical point. And I think Fleming wanted Crowley to interview him, and that wasn't allowed. However, I suspect that Crowley might have interviewed him anyway. But in any case, Ewan Cameron did interview Hess and might have worked with him, might have drugged him. Who the hell knows what he did with him. But it excited the hell out of him, whatever it was, and he indicated that was the start of something big. He was a butcher, Ewan Cameron.
Oh my God.
A very notorious butcher of human beings. And it was very interesting. What I pointed in my book, the Montauk Book of the Dead, was that you had both of these creatures of the Cameron Wilson lineage, Hubbard being a Wilson, and very proud of his Scottish lineage, which shows up in his book Battlefield Earth, and Ewan Cameron, both from the same genetic lines, rapidly fighting each other, because Ewan Cameron was the head of the WPA, the World Psychiatric Association, and the American Psychiatric Association, the head of both. I think even the head of the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and there was nobody more violently opposed to psychiatry coming out of the 1950s than L. Ron Hubbard. Right. And there was nobody who was more advocating of electric shock and lobotomies than Ewan Cameron. So they were fighting loggerheads with each other, both from the same lineage, which I thought was always kind of ironic and interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was wonderful. I thank you for sharing all of that with us. And you've done well tonight. And I certainly am just so glad you were able to join us, as always. And
yeah, it's time for me to sign off unless you or anybody else has any questions.
Let's take a look in the chat room together and see if anyone does. And let's take a look here, live stream. I think that everyone seems to be doing well. Brett Finnerty says he's talking about stuff going on right now, and let's see now. He says, "Please don't make the suffering that I've endured be for nothing." Oh my God! Oh, hope it wasn't that bad. And says some other things that sound a bit MK Ultra. Oh God!
I had to reply with the usual sarcasm.
Yes, you're hoping for a mass extinction event, and of course the guy's icon says it all. It's like a blood-stained hand. Of course, you know the colors don't come out right, so it looks like pink paint-stained hand. You know,
I've learned one thing about people who were either groomed to be Antichrist or Christ. The minute they say they were either one or the other, walk away. That's it's for the best. I assure you.
You know, Peter Moon would generally do just that. I'm sure. It was just that Stewart, he was kind of like, brought to him by circumstance, and it worked out well enough.
I feel bad. I mean, when you're stuck with something like that. Yeah, I trust me. Peter has my sympathies for that.
Well, I want to say one thing. I was thinking about Stewart today, and regardless of any of the misgivings he may suffer from,
or engender.
Well, but this guy definitely had an ability to see into things. I think the biggest question is what he did with his ability and whatnot. But he definitely had insight, and he kind of could know about weird things. Like, he might know, like he kind of knew stuff that was going on at the Rosicrucian Center that he shouldn't know about, that I kind of learned about from another source. It wasn't people, that sign up for the mail order courses. And also at what they called Brandcastle, where they call it Dracula's Castle in Transylvania on the border, he knew stuff about what they were doing in there. This is long before I ever went to Romania or talked about it, and I think he was quite right. And where did he know any of this? It's like he might have, he knew a lot of things that he should know, and that's not to blame him. And how much of it is psychic insight? Some of it, I think, and also he used to get calls in the middle of the night. It's what would tell him stuff, and I often speculated if those were from Aquino himself, or
I'm sure they were.
Aquino was telling him, and I don't think if I asked Stewart, he might say quite possibly when so he definitely knew who Aquino was.
The way I described it to Crystal River about he'd get those calls, she gave me that's when she brought up something I had never known about, which was the cartoon series American Dad, which is like one of those adult cartoon series like The Simpsons or Family Guy.
I saw it one time, and it was it was all about, he was trying to be gay. He was trying to be gay. And then he took somebody out to a restaurant. The restaurant was called 11, which is, of course, they're making fun of the 11th degree.
Right.
And I said, how the hell did they know that? And
there
my
you
friend
go.
my friend in Hollywood said, he says, you know, the society, they love it when you do. They you know, it's like they're really, you know, the higher ups kind of smile and wink, wink, nudge, nudge when somebody does that. They respect it. Stupid, but you know, it's American Dad was doing everything he could.
So it's brownie points, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Brownie points.
Yeah. And well, definitely the part that struck me that I thought was just so fitting was she told me about the chicken call. Is that American Dad gets the chicken call at late at night where, you know, he picks up the phone and the guy at the other end's going, "Buck, buck, 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 buck," and then he goes out and kills someone. That's his trigger. And so she and I were joking that that's what Aquino was doing with Stuart Sverdlow. Stuart Sverdlow would pick up the phone late at night, and Aquino would be at the other end going, "Buck, buck, 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 buck. Buck, 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 buck." And then Stuart would go out and kill somebody. Peter's now going to tell us that that's exactly what it was, by the way.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know, but I think that's highly amusing and probably but maybe I shouldn't say that if she's listening. My dear friend Joan Roth. Joan and JoJo were both introduced to me by the same person, Alan Steinfeld, and Joan had come to meet me in L.A. when this event was supposed to be me, Preston, and David Anderson, and they ended up having Dave Wilcock and Richard Hoagland and Sean David Morton.
Oh, God.
So she was really pissed that I wasn't there. So Alan, you know, got her in touch with me, and we eventually met. And she's gone to Romania with me twice. But anyway, I was looking up something on her IMBD, and she was in a movie because she'd been in the movies, and she kind of got into the movies through this guy who testified against Preston at the Montauk trial. We called it. He was a state park police officer, and he had apprehended Preston and Duncan and given them tickets for being on the base. And they fought the tickets and won because the base was where they was not on, you know, was not restricted property. It was supposed to be a state park, and this helped turn the whole Camp Hero into a state park. And Randall Walker, his name was, and of course I know him. You know, he's been friendly with me ever since that happened. But he brought Joan into the movies. She was already a model, and she was in this movie called Luther the Geek. And Luther the Geek, and she plays the mother of this, you know, I guess you'd call her she was like the love interest in this movie. But Joan, I think in the movie is hotter than the young girl. But Joan was very apologetic for her appearance, and I thought she was beautiful. She's, I didn't have the right makeup. She's a beautiful woman. She's, you know, she's, I guess, a few years younger than me. But she, anyway, in the final scene of Luther the Geek is about some guy who eats chickens. You know, he's crazy. He's a psychotic. And it's just, so he like, you know, just, you know, does the buck, you know, when so anyway, it's this knockdown, drag out fight at the end, or it's like at the end, Joan is like sitting in I think it's a barn or something, and you know, he's coming after her or whatever. She's going to be the victim, and he comes in, and she said there were like 3 ways they told her to do the scene. I think it was do it this way, do it that way, and do it your own way. So she started doing her own way. So he comes in, because she told me this, you know, when I called her up and said, God, I see you were in this movie. It's kind of like, don't tell anybody. So she starts, this guy's crazy, and he's about to kill her, and she starts going, buck, 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 and she starts getting into it, like, buck, 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 buck. And then he starts bucking back, and he starts going into this dance, like he's bucking with chicken wings and going around. It's like, and he's just getting like high or horny on the bucks. And then she takes this gun. Then she takes this shotgun and just blows him to smithereens, kills him.
God.
And she explained to me, Joan is like, I call her, if she's listening, she's gonna, I don't know what she's gonna do. She's gonna call me up tomorrow. She's like, I call her gingerbread lady. Because she's like, smiles, she's like angelic. When my daughter first met her, when Paula's mother, Tamarinda, did an event here, I invited Joan to come. And she's like somebody, and my daughter said, oh God, she's an angel. She's an angel. Because she's like, she just, when she met me, she just reads my face. She's a face reader. She's just telling you stuff about your childhood that she couldn't know. And very empathic, very gifted. And so she's just, this incredible person. So, but she said that like she could take a shotgun and she could shoot a shotgun. I mean, even though she's like sweet and light, she has this ability. She can shoot a gun. And she's been in situations in movies and stuff where they want a woman to shoot the gun. She can do it because she knows she's not afraid of shooting a gun. And so some people just can't handle it. And Paula was studying she was shooting guns in Romania when she went back there, because it was like a whole experience. It was kind of intimidating. Mm-hmm. And then, but she learned how to do it. And then,
what do you think is motivating her to do that? Just because it's like, it's
survival.
Yeah. Okay.
Her brother was doing it, and so when she went over there, she did it. She was riding horses, and she was, I guess what you call augmenting her survival skills.
Cool.
In Transylvania. My friend who does movies in Romania, who arranged for me to go to the cave, he rides horses. He does all sorts of martial arts. He rides horses, and in this Dracula movie that he's doing, esoteric stuff about the Solmanari. He rides horses, and that's just something that I guess a good, well-rounded Romanian will do. But Joan also fights fires. She could go right in the face of a fire.
Wow. And
she's really an incredible human being. But that was like when you talk about chickens. And so when I told my friend in Hollywood, I said about Luther, he go, oh God, he said, that's a famous cult movie. He said, it's a classic in terms of being a off-color cult classic. He was, because he'd heard me talk about Joan, he was really, I guess shocked and impressed that, she was in that movie, because it's weird. So when you talk about plucking like a chicken, being a trigger, I mean, she I said, how did you know that? Why'd you do? She said, well, it just seemed like the right thing to do, and it was perfect to pluck like a chicken.
Yes.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So that's my chicken story. So anyway, that's a funny story, and I hope she doesn't call me tomorrow being angry or whatever. She won't be angry. But anyway.
Anyhow, we all enjoyed it. We love you dearly, and share our love with Paula. And you have a blessed night. We'll be together again Wednesday before you know it.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Peter.
Yes. And by the way, I think, at least it seems to me, that the weird-ass sound has died down. I'd like to confirm that with Diane Hillis-Buchberger and anyone else in the listenership, the listeners out there, the listener base. That's what I should say, the listener base.
I certainly can't hear it anymore, and I did hear it earlier.
Okay.
And I found it weird because I knew you were mute, so I was like, "Who the hell is shuffling around?"
Well,
It wasn't I or Aaron Tice. So I mean, it was, yeah, it was definitely maybe our So the story is our NSA agent, because Solomon Sheikh has called him out so many times, he's now forced to sleep in a car. And so he's been reduced to the point where he has all his stuff and papers and whatnot. So we're hearing him shuffle around in his car while he has to interfere with our broadcast as punishment duty.
Yes, there you are. There you are, and that's what that soupy magic will do. And so there we have that, and but glad that we were able to bring us to this point. I'm going to go into monologue. Let me see if I'm ready for that with my voice. Obviously, I'll take my time with it, and whatever we don't finish tonight, it'll be an ongoing narrative from what we started last time, and we'll continue back into that. Matter of fact, I'll probably get deeper into the okay. By the way, Diane, she's sending me a message. Do you want me to talk about that, or do you want me to keep that to myself? People send me messages, and oftentimes I just read them out loud. I'm trying to get better with that, not do that. But what Diane shares is fascinating, and I don't know if that. So if you want me to be able to relate that to our listeners, you let me know, Diane. I pity we can't just bring her on because, of course, I think she's got like communications issues with the technology or something like that. I don't think she has Skype. But I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just confirming what you said. I'm going to go in the background, folks, and let you take away the narrative.
All right. And so Diane says, I cannot hear noise anymore. Good night. And well, when you say you're going to the background, you're sticking with us in case I need you to relieve.
Oh, without a doubt. I've got so much work to do. It's not funny. Now that I've gotten my mind out of my hormones and have decided, you know what, fuck it. I'm not going to indulge them anymore because I'm so stoned these days that I don't even know what arousal is. I might as well just focus purely on my occult pursuits.
Oh my God. Anyhow, I saw a study recently, and I don't know whether I clipped it or not. I can't seem to find it, so I'll have to look for it again. Now, granted, this was from the Conservative National Review, but they were talking about that new studies are proving that smoking too much pot, by that we mean like people who are doing it a lot, it can lead to psychosis. And so it can, it really can, especially if they're, you're not getting, at that point, you're just dealing with heavy THC, but too much THC than your brain has receptors for. So yeah, I've seen many people who get so stoned you don't want to be around them. Okay. Thank you. By the way, so here's what Diane Hillis-Buchberger said, is that I can read this out loud. So here's what she said. She says, I worked with Dr. Cameron, his daughter, who was also a psychiatrist, in a day hospital, in a large hospital. She told me about her father working at McGill University in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I was shocked because she was quite blunt about it, what he did. She made the other doctor look worse. Okay, so that's pretty fascinating, and I'm so glad she shared that. And what I'm going to do now is, let me see if I think I'm going to gargle before I take over the stage. Make sure I have a clear voice. Our man, Jameson, will take over for a few minutes.
All right. So, this is all right. Well, while you do that, I'll just drop this interesting story.
Sounds good.
Which I found pretty odd. As we all know, I've become sort of obsessed to an unhealthy degree with the sort of Enochian magic, specifically the calls, because the Enochian calls strike me as being a sort of computing system where you can more or less change the values for different effects, and the effects are quite profound, I might say. you don't necessarily even have to read them for a ritual. You could just read them out loud to yourself, and you'll sort of feel some different changes and alterations, even if you modified some of the values, like inverted them. Of course, you have to invert them in such a manner that they are, oh my gosh, what's that word? Symmetrical. But outside of that, basically, I was working on the seventh call on the ferry boat. And so, I was just, well, kind of drunk off my ass as always. I don't like to admit that too loud, of course. But what happened was when I went to go to what do you call it? So I decided to go get some water or something from this a local shop, Dwayne Reed at Manhattan, and I happened to be there at, oddly enough, of all times, that at the time when I had my everything cashed and checked out, because the lady had just crumpled up my receipt, and I was like, oh, I kind of want the receipt. So instead of giving me the receipt that was crumpled up, she did something strange. She decided to go in the back and use their computer to print up the transaction, which I felt was okay. That's a bit excessive. You could just give me the wrinkled receipt and that would be perfectly fine. So while she does this, one of her coworkers, of course, who happens to be a guy, he has this weird. I guess he has this medicine bag. I guess it was some sample bag or something for like makeup and shit they have. So he stuffs it with all this stuff from like the makeup area. I'm like, okay, what's this guy doing with this medicine bag? And I'm like, the lady's taking like forever just to get this receipt. So I'm like, okay, do you know what's taking so long with the receipt? And he's like, oh, here's something for the wait. We're sorry. And so he gives me this bag and it has all this makeup shit. Of course, I don't care about the makeup shit. What the fuck am I going to do with makeup? I'm a guy. But, I mean, even if I was a woman, I wouldn't wear makeup because I'm just that kind of a artsy person who just doesn't really need that stuff. And there are guys who do wear makeup and do, go through their thing beautifying themselves. And it's not something that one would consider gay either, because there are guys who just like to look pretty, and I don't blame them. I would like to be a beautiful man myself. But the point is that, oddly enough, on the bag, and this is what I found funny, was the bag said number 7. And I'm like, why does the bag say number 7? That's strange. And why did they put 7 things inside of the bag? That was kind of weird. So I couldn't help but see some humor to that synchronicity. And of course, the number 6, of course, appears on the receipt 3 times, because just about everything I do has 3 6s in it, from the, hospital bracelets that I get to it just happened to be at 6:06 when the, receipt, when she had printed up the receipt and wrinkled it up. So that's what appeared on the thing. And, of course, what was also interesting is the repetition of the number 4, because of course my phone number has 3 4s, and of course the register number was register number 4. So that was also kind of funny. And so it's just the synchronicity behind the recurrence of the 7 there that struck me as a very direct link to working or rewriting that 7th Enochian call.
But by the way, I just thought of this. You have the same kind of deal that I have, because you're on, I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, Medicare and Medi-Cal. You're on something similar, and that's why you get a free phone like I get a free phone. That's probably why we both have the same suffix of 444, right?
Yes, I have 444, and then and it was interesting that the lady who wrinkled up my receipt, her number, or her register number, was number 4. And then and to make it even more funny, I was as I was telling the audience, I was writing the 7th Enochian Aether earlier on the rewriting it for like the 100th time, because it's become a really sick, morbid obsession now, to the point where it's probably going to lead me to my own death, like fucking like Rocket Man Parsons or some shit. I hope not. I certainly hope not. I'll probably be damn fucking insane like all these Edom occultists before then, but they can only wish. But
right.
getting back to but the interesting thing was they gave me a black medicine bag, you know, for my weight, because she wrinkled up the receipt, which I found odd, and the black medicine bag said number 7 on it, which I know is like a perfume company or something, but it just struck me as odd. And of course, you know, they decided to just, I don't know why would you give a single guy who looks like he's somewhat wasted and miserable like female makeup accoutrements and stuff, you know, and they had put 7 things in the bag, and I found that equally funny. So it's just one of those very strange direct feedbacks from working with this sort of occult stuff that I found really amusing. It never gets tiring. It's always an interesting story. It always leaves you with something interesting to talk about if you have a lonely, miserable. Well, I mean, I won't say miserable, but it's certainly not. It's not miserable in comparison to some of the many of those out there who have, you know, suffered some serious shit, yourself included. But I mean, not that your life is miserable, but you know what I'm saying.
It definitely has its moments. You know, when
been through your share.
Yeah, when I'm not when I'm not enjoying myself, then I'm, you know, suffering from bouts of morbid depression. I mean, that's not to be surprised. I mean, that's
but I mean, yeah, this is so these little esoteric or occult escapades are pretty much the highlight. Of course, Peter would rather not talk about that stuff because I guess playing touch hand football with guys is more interesting. I myself am not a sportsman. I don't give a fuck about sports, and you know, everything. Granted, he does say things with value, without a doubt. You know, of course, I love Peter. You know, I'm just being.
Just going off on it, yes. I understand.
but you know, like I don't have these interesting experiences of meeting people. So when I'm getting direct feedback from certain rituals or certain things, and it's showing that level of synchronicity, then that for me is pretty interesting. That's the highlight of interesting to my day. You know, because I don't have a pretty ass to be, you know, banging once in a blue moon. It is what it is.
Now, at any rate, you're doing fine. Give me just a few more seconds here. Keep on talking. Change the subject so you don't bury yourself deeper. And yeah, let me get...
Oh man, I'm buried as deep as I already am. I mean, I'm a step away from being Parsons. So why the fuck?
Bear in mind, Parsons, he worked at it in the sense that you're talking about a man who was selling national security secrets to the Israelis during World War II. And this was, of course, for people who want to get all fucked up about this and say, Israel did not exist during World War II. Oh, yes, it fucking did. And remember, World War II did not end until the Japanese-American Peace Treaty was signed in 1951 and went into effect in 1952. Israel was established in 1948. So Israel was around, and Parsons, during wartime, was selling national security secrets to Israel. So that's, you know, he worked on getting himself, you know, into a mercury fulminate explosion. You know, somebody went inside his lab and...
Yeah, that was he was asking for it. We're at that point, as far as we're concerned. And you know, Donald Trump's probably doing something similar because, you know, supposedly. No, I shit you not. There's all these records from when he was in office that now, you know, have been classified. Why are they being classified? Why are they protecting his ass? What are they protecting? Or was he selling secrets of people who spoke openly against him to the Kremlin, which I suspect is the case. And if that's the case, then I have to worry about some fucking gulag piece of shit trying to murk me while I'm en route to Manhattan or some shit, because I have, well, honestly encountered people who seem like they would be the type. Often.
Well, do keep your guard up. I mean, there's no harm.
Yeah, my guard's continuously up. I'm the kind of person who would rather relocate myself. If not, then I'll just be an asshole, and that usually makes people walk away. Because when you start calling people out for stalking you, that's when they start to get up and go, okay.
Yeah.
It's a little amusing thing, you know. I understand staying silent, but at some point, you gotta make the best out of the situation.
Yeah, yes, definitely. And so certainly appreciate you sharing that. Again, you do go on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Well, basically, I found the stalking has gone up. They're not using the same. The minute I say they're not using ragtag thugs, they start using ragtag thugs. So I'm going to say it's been a mix, but there are people who look like they know stuff. It's not like people who look like they're all right. Maybe I'm paranoid. When am I not paranoid? But you know, that's beside the point. The thing is, like, you know how you have most people who stalk are usually stupid looking dopes who are just told at some meeting, oh yeah, this guy rapes kids, so you want to look out for him at a local church.
By the way, this is the shit they do tell these people. Jameson is not he's not indulging here. This is yeah.
But some of the people I bump into look like they look far more intelligent than that. They don't look like stupid people. They look like if I were to say something that was weird in a cult, they would know what the fuck I was talking about.
Yeah.
That's the kind. So now they've sort of upped their game, which is quite interesting. I don't know what that's about. I don't quite care. I'm sure the minute I start getting laid, I won't even notice them. Or they'll be in the background and it'd be like, oh, who gives a fuck? Because, you know, but, you know, it's like all incel pieces of shit. You know, we have to overcompensate with some craziness. I'm not necessarily incel. I'm not anti-women, folks. I'm just someone who is afraid I'm afraid that whatever I get into is going to get me into some fucked up shit, because usually that's how things have happened. I've had the history of meeting women who are either just crazy or are connected to people who are fairly crazy enough to be dangerous, and it's just like, okay, you didn't tell me that your husband was in prison for taking someone's life. You know, that kind of thing. I mean, granted, that's not a problem. I mean, yeah, if your husband's a lifer and he's in jail, but if he's in jail for killing someone and he's not in there for life and he knows people on the outside, then that becomes my problem too. Because he's going to be some insecure prick who's going to be like, arrest my baby, I want that nigga killed. And that's the last thing I need to be having to, you know, run around looking over my shoulder all the time. Because, you know, as a black man, I'm looking over my shoulder all the time anyway. Because if it's not other niggas, it's these fucking paddy wagon cops and shit. These crackers who just want to, well, then again, if you're someone who's targeted, they're going to be there all the time. And that's the thing. The cops pop up frequently, and the cop cars are just like all over the place. But then again, that could also be because Staten Island has a crime problem, and the mentally unhealthy people who are out here muttering to themselves about all types of horrific outer gods and whatnot are fucking, the numbers are astronomical. It's insane.
Thank you. So that was well done.
And I think that you also have been experiencing some of that. They let the mental institution people out. They stick the mental institution on you if they're targeting you. They have to, because the guy whoever was running down the street.
Yeah.
And then the other guy who's like shouting balls, dicks, ass. running down the street. I mean, you just at all bizarre hours. You know, I saw some guy yesterday walking up the block, and he did not look like he was from around here. Now, granted, you know, in the community, you know, we see certain faces. I know there are new people, there are new white folks who move here, and you can tell that they live here. But this guy looked like he did not belong here, and he did not look like someone who was working from a utility company. And when he walked by, I made sure to watch him go completely down the block, because the guy, something didn't feel right. And it's very, very rare that I say some shit like that.
Right. No, I get it. I totally get it. I mean, I used to feel that way about all kinds of people in the neighborhood. These days, of course, I'm either in the crypt or out of it. There's very little time I have to look around at what's going on in the neighborhood. But
yeah, but this guy looked like he was either out to kill someone or he was a detective or something. He had that kind of look.
I get it.
He was like he wasn't someone to mess with, but it wasn't because the guy would like knock you down and no judo and would flip you on your ass. Looked like the guy wasn't someone to mess with because it felt like he was carrying a gun.
Yeah.
It felt like it. You can feel that.
I hear you. I feel it. And by the way, Mystery School says a very happy hellos to all. What I miss, and that's out of Florida, which is why originally she or he I believe it's a she, but let me know if I'm wrong on that. Why she introduced herself with a kind of southern accent, which was very charming, and yet I neglected to read it out that time that she introduced herself. So I've received your contribution, honey, and I will give you a shout out within moments. I'm going to go through the solicitation first. By the way, this solicitation is like laxative. Every time I start reading it, our man Jameson, he basically gets a diarrhea attack or something. He always grabs his ass with both hands and runs towards the bathroom, and I don't blame him. I mean, oh my God, but this is go on.
I'll probably be here through it. I don't have to break immediately.
Okay.
And Mystery School says a she, so.
Oh, okay. Where did she say that? Just now? She said that in the chat?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, honey. And so, by the way, I'll get into saying, by the way, that survival and empathy guy or person never spoke again. But, that's got to have been trolling. You know what I'm referring to, right? After Douglas, what is your advice on someone joining the U.S. military? Oh, my fucking God.
It's like, if he's asking that question, he already knows.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he's just trying to trigger like some kind of explosion or something, like this. But Peter Moon said it for me. It was basically, don't do it. I mean, come on. Look at my photograph. Look at my photograph in the thumbnail of tonight's live stream, okay? And what on earth would you be asking someone who looks like that about?
I mean, yeah, it's not like you have like it's not like you have your fucking colonel badge and you're smiling in your fucking army uniform.
Yeah.
Like Douglas Dietrich, and you have your satanic pentagram right next to your awards and whatnot. No, it's obvious.
Thank you. It's obvious the military certainly doesn't want me the way I am. Yeah, so
there's something humorous about it, though. I mean,
it's funny. It's altogether very funny. That's the. By the way, that what where I'm posing or kneeling is this is where Japanese were interned. This is one of the places where they interned them. So you can see what they were forced to live in. This is the horror of the internment.
Good God.
Yeah, and so this is why I'm paying my respects.
Yeah,
there.
They're literally trying to roll that shit back too.
Yes, they are. They are. And like you said, the Asian American judge who was bribed to, give that white bitch who killed.
I knew they were gonna. I knew she was gonna get off anyway. I figured that was the reason why she was smiling and she was so happy to, take the rap. I bet you the person who quit, who was above her, he probably pretty much had a deal cut already where he was like, well, don't worry, we'll take care of you in there. We'll take care of you. It'll be just a light sentence and you'll get right back out and be killing niggers again like the cracker bitch you are.
Yeah. While screaming, taser, taser, taser. I don't think she's going to be working again. No, she was at the end of her career when she did that. Which is what makes it all the worse. It was like,
she's not getting any of those. Well, they'll probably still give her the benefits and shit because of the union,
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they will. I'd be surprised if they don't. But I mean, it was like she just
she'll
wanted
be able to, and she'll use that money to cruise through prison like it's nothing.
Yeah, something like that, or God knows. But she'll like. At any rate, it was like she wanted to top off her career with that. It was like her career wasn't going to be complete without that. She just had to do that. Off some nigger before she retired. And
in 2 years, Donald Trump will be running, and he'll want someone to run for vice president, and she'll be out of prison.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, God, I hope that fucker. Yeah. I hope. God, don't even get me started. When I go into history tonight, I'm not going to bring up Trump. Other than to say that I'm not going to bring him up. But here we are. I'm going to share screen again. So here we go. You mentioned the fact that I had left it on before, which is thank you. Appreciate that. So anyhow, remember that guy who said, I really wish you wouldn't use the word nigger. And, it really. Okay. That guy. I wish that I had photocopied it or screenshot it, I meant to say, before I
there's something I would like to screen share with you as well, but I would have to, I'll just send you a screen snapshot, and you can see the person who left a comment on one of my videos, because what was very interesting about the person who left the comment was they were using that, what do you call it, fearful symmetry as an icon.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. So yeah, I'm going to actually.
At any rate, so okay, go on. Were you going to?
Yes. So I'll just send that to you in private.
Oh, okay.
And you can laugh at that one.
Okay. So this guy wrote a very long comment, and I was able to open it before I blocked him, because this was, he began his attack, which we all knew was coming. He was working up towards it. So he called himself Blue Alien, which tells you everything you know, as in Wilcox Blue Avians, right?
Oh, well, there you go. That's what's his name? Who's the shithead he was working with? Who was actually a fucking I think he was like a he was in the National Guard or some shit. Cool. Corey Good.
Yeah, Corey Good or something. Yeah. And anyhow, he says, why would the Japanese go along with America winning World War II? By the way, the whole question, anyhow, why would they allow us to keep military bases in Japan unless they conceded at the end of the war? By the way, he doesn't say conceded, he says conceited.
That's funny.
Yeah, why don't they publicly? And this went on forever. And he's saying, how come they're left drawing yellow kitties or Hello Kitties? He's saying like the Hello is like the production of the Hello Kitty franchise line somehow signifies that Japan lost the war. It was this incredible.
Dude, nobody is reading. All right, I was watching this shit today. Nobody's reading American comics anymore. People who did read American comics, they're all talking about how much better manga is than American comics. America has no fucking culture left. It's been gutted. Once the comics are gone and the nerds are turned off to American shit, I'm sorry, dudes. There is no winning.
Thank you, thank you. But you know, I mean,
got wiped out at that point.
Even beyond the nuances, the stupidity of the man's question is, you know, the only real response to this is, why don't you buy the fucking book?
Two, the base isn't in Japan; it's in Okinawa.
Thank you, thank you.
Which is seen as a separate country in Japan,
beyond that, the Americans have to pay all kinds of money for what they
that answers his question. Why to keep the bases?
Yeah, I mean, if the Americans won the goddamn war,
bases. If the Americans won the war, we wouldn't be paying for those bases. In fact, if Americans had won the war, there'd be Japanese bases in the United States.
Yeah,
because they'd want to occupy here where they can feel safe.
Yeah.
Why do you think we're there? We don't feel safe unless we're under the Japanese's wing, because they rip our assholes open.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much the. First off, if the Americans had won the war, there'd be no Japanese alive, because that was their whole intent, was to kill them all, and etc. So in terms of why would the Japanese go along with America winning World War II, it's like, first off, get your head out of your ass. It's the stupidest question in the world. It's not like the Japanese have control over your domestic media and they don't really care. You would ask instead, how is it that the Americans, if they won the war, had all these Japanese cartoons that you all grew up watching? That's what you all grew up watching, was Speed Racer and everything else. And
Astro Boy, etc., Gigantor, etc.
Oh, all of it. Yes, it was just like, how did that happen? But at any rate, so what we'll do now is just want to share that with you. And Daniel was saying Russia can't afford to follow through with the war. And but
they can't afford not to at this point. With all the flexing they've done, they can't afford not to either. So they're definitely, and not only that, what Peter Moon said strikes a lot of sense. It's not that they are going to invade; it's that they already have.
Well, certainly, when Peter Moon was saying that, was he referring to just the Donbass region and the taking the Crimea, or was he referring to something more subtle, more nuanced? He was referring to the fact that the media. He was referring to the media and their shtick on it, and how the media is like going crazy and saying they're going to invade, and he was saying how that's kind of absurd, because of the fact that if that was the case, why would you announce you're going to invade? And that's a good point. Mm-hmm. Okay.
If you're saying you're going to invade, chances are you already are. And with all the rebellious fighters in the Ukraine who are pro-Russian, who are already infiltrated, they've already infiltrated.
The insurgents is what the term is.
Yeah, they already have guerrilla forces. This is more or less going to be a guerrilla war until most of Ukraine is like split into itself. Then they can just move artillery right in, and the front door will be open for them.
That's too much foresight. I think you're giving they don't plan that far ahead. You just sent me a screenshot.
Okay. The cat, that's just my background screensaver, but look at what you want to look at is the back image, the image in the YouTube, which is and that's a person's name, Lune. And if you look at the icon, they're using the visual icon there. That's the fearful symmetry.
Got it.
Yes. I picked that up real fast.
Yeah. So thank you for sharing that. And that's Loon. Their name is Loon. It's up Lune. So.
And the thing, and what's even more funny is that entire profile was created January 22nd, 2022, just for that reason.
There you go. So now you're getting, see, as my executive producer, you're now getting the treatment I get. You get people creating entire platforms just to send you a single stupid message. Yes, that's thank you. Appreciate it. You're sharing that. So they obviously invest a lot of energy into us. So with that being said, let me see now. I guess I'd better start into solicitation. And by the way, Mystery's Mystery School says Thank you. Love you guys. Love your energy. Love the knowledge you share. PayPal banned me, or I donate. Laugh out loud. Well, you donated a little bit. I'll keep what you said private, but you know, all I'm saying is that when you're donating like $4 to $6 at a time, it makes me worried that you might be putting yourself out.
Yeah, that you might not have that much to donate to begin with, and you're extending yourself.
Right. No need to do that. But definitely appreciate the fact that you did. Certainly every little bit helps. Daniel Rolla says, not even halfway through a war makes Russia even more the hole for broke. Putin is pushing a psych out game like his Kremlin trolling company. I hear you. I hear you. But again, the point is Putin thinking rationally? So that's...
No, it's not.
Yeah.
He's not only is he not thinking rationally, he's so dumb he doesn't see how bad of a spot he is in.
Yeah.
He's in a spot where if he, Navalny's the least of his worries right now. Yeah. If he doesn't push through with something and he doesn't realize this, he thinks he can just sit back and negotiate and be like, well, I'm the Russia. I'm ex-KGB. They're going to do whatever I want them to. And he thinks he could play that route. That shows you how irrational he's thinking. He's not even in reality right now.
I agree, and I've said that before. The guy is, but if he's truly off the deep end, he'll go through with it. But then I'll bring up some things that the primary thing that America would probably respond with, and that would bring us back to something I'll talk about in future episodes again, Taiwan and microchips, and just how important that is for the world. I love you dearly, Jameson, like a son. Say good morning to everybody, and you can fade into the background.
Good morning, folks. Your favorite dark cultist will be in the background, in the shadows, as he's supposed to be.
Well, there we are. Bless you. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to review excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work by that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review cinematic scenes, or scenes from his cinematic documentaries, currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejedine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's the Tucson is spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay. And now shout out to at least 4 people, more like half a dozen, for their wonderful contributions. Shout out to Mystery, choking on your name there, Mystery Johnson, and who contributed $4.41. Asked for my email address. That's DouglasDwayneDietrich@gmail.com. It is available at my website, douglasdietrich.com. But it's just Douglas with one S. Dwayne is D-U-A-N-E. And then Dietrich, spell that like Diet Rich, D-I-E-T-R-I-C-H. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, all one word, all lowercase. No dots, no dashes, no spaces. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. And shout out to Sammy Romero, who contributed $250 United States dollars. And he left the message, "Thank you, Doug, for being our Vulcan intervention," along with the hands clasped in prayer, the Thai greeting, and the peacock symbol. God bless him. Love you dearly, Sammy. Hugs unto you. And of course, shout out to, and I'll give a much more proper shout out on Wednesday to both Jojo Mikhailovic, or Mikolajic, Jojo Mikolajic, and the wonderful person, Phenomenal, who both contributed $100 United States dollars each. I will probably get a message from both of them via PayPal. And Phenomenal, there we are with an F. Oh my God, forgive me. Oh my God. Honestly, without wonderful people in the world like this, I'd just wouldn't make it through the month. And so let me take a look now at payment received. This is, of course, another individual has contributed, and this might be, think that this might be let me see, this might be someone else. So let me take a look at what our wonderful lady Jojo had said in the messenger, because she was telling me about somebody who was her, and I guess I shouldn't read these things out loud, so I'll try to avoid doing that. Let me see. Okay, someone else on PayPal is her, so this might be a completely different person, also contributed another $100 United States dollars. If so, let's take a look at their message, because they might want to remain anonymous. So let's see if there's a message here. There was no message left asking for anonymity, so I guess I'll just say a wonderful person, Satrina Bidami. I love you dearly, honey. Hope I can see your face sometime. And lovely individual, inside and out, Satrina Bidami, contributed $100 United States dollars, as of course I've received from, well, Aaron Tice. Oh, wonderful human being. God bless him. And Aaron Tice left no messages, and wonderful human being. God bless Aaron Tice. And this is a person who, as I said, worked for a long time and a hard job. And I'm so glad now that he's doing what my dad did, which was basically to become house husband. That's what my father became after he retired from the U.S. Navy, because he was effectively unemployable due to post-traumatic stress disorder. So he was pioneering that. He was pioneering that field for Aaron Tice. And of course, the other two was okay. So from the lovely Jojo Mikolajic, she said the message was love, love, love. There be nothing to fear, with a nice big red pulsating heart. God bless her. And kisses be unto her. Also from the wonderful individual who I believe wants to remain anonymous. So I'm not going to read that out loud. But I believe that is Phenomenal in the chat room, who contributed $100 United States dollars. No message left. But all of these wonderful people, I can happily tell Peter Moon, other people have responded. By the way, James and Reese says, one day I hope to have that job, as Salman says, where, oh God, then the notification disappeared. So let me go fishing after it. Where Salman says, where the wealthy in my A's, oh yes, white woman at, yes, there we are. There we are. Where the wealthy white woman at. And Salman put up a little story on Facebook that I did not acknowledge, and it was, you know, in honor of Black History Month, and some white chicks dancing around with a bunch of, you know, black guys who look to be real Africans. I mean, they're real Africans. They're not, you know, Black Americans, which is nothing. You get my point. I mean, nothing wrong with Black Americans as opposed to real Africans, but real Africans, you can tell they're different. They're usually shorter, skinnier, because, you know, they don't eat all the hormone jacked Mickey D's that that Black Americans eat. So they're just, you know, they look different because they look like just like they're from a different planet. So some white woman's dancing with them, and then later on, you know, within a very short period of time, yeah. So like Jameson says, yeah, man, Black Americans are too big many times. Yes, that's right, in every way. But then they show this white woman delivering a black baby or a half black baby, and then it was like it's like something Daniel Arola would do, and I looked at that and I just said, that's Daniel Arola humor. And you know, nothing wrong with Daniel Arola's humor, but it's just that kind of humor that's, you know, it's put out there just to trigger people. Of course, this is why Daniel's taking a break now and cooling his jets, is because, you know, they got guys on the lookout for him at Facebook. Oh shit. So at any rate, so there we are. So it looks like people have responded to our fundraising campaign. God bless you all. And here we are from NBC News. Oh, you'll love this, Jameson. This is Russia is creating lists of people in Ukraine to kill or send to camps after invasion. They have a hit list of planned assassinations. This is like so fucking Russian, and it's like just.
All right, yeah. I'm going to say that Putin's obviously shitting bricks to go this far with a mind wars tactic.
Yeah.
When they could just try to get heavy, and this obviously shows that they can't get heavy.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot, you know, I mean, what you say is valid. There's validity to what you're saying.
If they were able to get that heavy, just like they did with Syria, they would just run in and take it. They wouldn't go through all this shit. They can't get past that area in Ukraine. They're trying to break them down using psychological tactics. If when it reaches a point where you have to, you know, read Aquino and Paul Vallely's handbook on psychological warfare, you might as well not bother.
Mind war, yeah.
Might as well hang it up.
Yeah, no, it's you know, I could make an argument either way. You know, taking certain factors into account, I could say, you know, people were saying, of course, he's got to move before the mud, you know, sets in, when the spring thaw comes and the ice begins to melt and the ground loosens up, makes it harder for mechanized warfare. You know, I could make the argument that a little mud's not going to stop Putin if he's determined. At the same time, I could also make the argument that Putin couldn't invade even if he wanted to, for all the reasons that were brought up by Daniel Arola. It's basically, these guys are going to go broke. They're going to go broke within a very short period of time, as well as so many other reasons. There
is no possibility of mechanized warfare right now. If there was a possibility for mechanized warfare, they wouldn't be using psychological tactics like this.
But something's going on. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can make the argument that, well, this is to soften the target up, etc. But I hear you. I mean, I hear you.
Yeah, but I mean, this is Russia. When does Russia bother with subtleties like softening up targets?
Yeah, good point. Good point.
I mean, they're entire culturally that's like so out of whack.
I mean, yeah. I mean, your point's well taken. Historically, that has been the case. Then again, you're dealing with a KGB operator who, you know, might think differently and just thinks in terms of, you know, psyops. They thought along those terms in the Cold War too. I mean, you know, you can make an argument for both cases, but just to give an example to back up what Jameson is saying, the overwhelming majority of communist, shall we say, let's just put it this way. You would think with all the energy that the communists put into ideological promotion, where, you know, they were just everywhere promoting communism, and the left was helping them in every possible way. America's left and academia were promoting communism as if they were paid assets, and many of them probably were. But in the end, the overwhelming majority of nations that turned communist only did so because they were invaded. It's not like many nations voted in communism. The majority of nations that became communists were subject to hostile takeover. And that was how communism basically spread, was by invasion, far more than by political ideology just converting people. So I think that tells you everything you need to know, and that certainly validates what the stance, Jameson Reese's stance on this. Now, there's an asymmetrical, getting another message in, let's see who that's from, and I don't think that's from, here we are. You know, I can't resist it when I get those, there we are, okay. So, our lady, Diane, sent me something from the United Nations, Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda, and, well, you know, honestly, she shouldn't worry too much about the United Nations, honestly, good God. But I thank her for sharing that. And the United Nations it's amazing to me how paranoid people get about the United Nations, when the United Nations is like, you know, these guys couldn't, they can't run a fire drill. As Jameson Reese says, the amount of power the UN has is laughable, comparatively speaking, yes. I mean, it's just sad. It's sad, and perhaps it's, you know, where they do exercise power, it can manifest fairly corruptly, you know, to say the least. It can be awful. But they're incompetent. They're so incompetent. People shouldn't fear them invading developed nations. It's just not, you know, it's beyond their capacity. They couldn't even dream of that. All right, then. So now that I've done the solicitations and the shout-outs, going back to live stream and checking the amount of time we have left, going to start diving into it. And Daniel Arola says, I see Putin's own backers betraying him, though. Not all, some. And yeah, hopefully so. Jesus, that they should, if they see what they're dealing with. So there's an asymmetrical weapon, an economic weapon, that could cut Russia off from the 21st century economy. In addition to the severe sanctions that Joe Biden has promised, the White House says it's ready to deploy another economic weapon if Vladimir Putin goes ahead with his planned invasion of Ukraine. And that weapon is the EAR. That's an acronym, all uppercase. EAR stands for Export Administration Regulations. And that would knock Putin on his ear, or maybe ear would knock Putin on his ass, because it allows the Biden administration to ban foreign and domestic companies from exporting products like high-tech semiconductors to Russia. Now, many questions remain about how effective the rule would be at penalizing Russia. However, the United States has effectively deployed it in other circumstances, and administration officials promise it will be a key lever to cut off Russia. Now, the White House has reportedly told the chip industry to be ready for unprecedented actions, and as Douglas Rediker, a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, emphasizes, that underneath the bureaucratic language, it's, to quote his T, which I will do so verbatim, a big deal that Putin didn't expect. Between financial sanctions, potential energy sanctions, and these technology-based sanctions, those are three big areas where Russia could be hit. Russia would be cut off from all of the bones of the future development of artificial intelligence and, let's say, all of the technology that's likely to power the 21st century economy. It's the first time the United States has ever floated something like that, and it doesn't actually require the EU to come along. In other words, this is done with full knowledge that the European Union isn't worth shit. That they're worthless. They won't do nothing. They're slave circuited to Mother Russia by gas dependency, which is like insane. They should have dug their way out of that position a long time ago. But the rule of the EAR laid out in U.S. government documents applies not just to American items, but also claims foreign-produced items located outside the United States are subject to the EAR when they are a direct product of industries like U.S. technology, software, or manufacturing. Biden could very well put the rule to the test. On Friday, the president said he believes Putin has already made the decision to invade, while also promising to hold Russia accountable for its actions. Now, speaking of the overall strategy to reporters on that very same Friday into this weekend, the White House Deputy National Security Advisor, Dalip Singh, added details of the administration's thinking, himself noting that while Chinese companies would likely not be swayed, Putin has, to quote as Singh, at some length, spoken many times about a desire for an aerospace sector, a defense sector, an IT sector, but without these critical technology inputs, there is no path to realizing those ambitions. If you think about the foundational technologies of our time, they are, in almost all cases, designed or produced by the West. Financial sanctions deny foreign capital to Russia, and export controls deny critical technology, or as he says it, technological inputs that Russia needs to diversify its economy. We think we have an asymmetric advantage when it comes to the foundational technologies of our time. There really is no ability for Russia to replace or compensate for the denial of these inputs from anywhere else, including Red China. Now, the White House also has to contend with the fact that chip manufacturing largely happens outside these United States. The role of the American empire in semiconductor manufacturing has fallen from nearly 40% in 1990 to 12% today. That's according to a recent report from the Semiconductor Industry Association that I'm sourcing. When it comes to the world's most advanced semiconductors, 100% of them were manufactured overseas in 2019. 3/4 of global chip manufacturing capacity is now concentrated in East Asia. Now, administration officials such as Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo have bemoaned this situation long before the current crisis over Ukraine. U.S.-based companies like Intel, which trades as INTC, and Qualcomm, which trades as QCOM, would fall directly under the controls, even though they currently do much of their manufacturing overseas. Now, other companies like Samsung of South Korea and the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company of my own true homeland and heartland may be forced to choose whether to antagonize Western markets by continuing to trade with Russia. And while American power in manufacturing has waned, it's still made up 47% of global chip demand, in 2020. Mainland China, meanwhile, represented just 5% of the market that year, with the Communist Chinese government investing massively and growing fast. So we're readying for unprecedented actions. The export control measures have been used in recent years, and there is some evidence they can bite. In 2019, the United States hit Communist Chinese telecom giant Huawei with export controls, specifically targeting that company's ability to obtain semiconductors. The rules were then revised in 2020. The restrictions have indeed hurt Huawei's bottom line. The company recently announced that revenues are down 30%, largely because of American actions. However, it remains a question whether the rules can be effective towards an entire nation. But in the case of the Russian Empire, it's run like a company with Vladimir Putin as its, well, chief executive officer and beyond, its owner, essentially. So, effectively, they will work because Russia is effectively Putin Incorporated. So it'll break them. Now, of course, tomorrow, well, today, for some of you on the Eastern Seaboard, is President's Day. Of course, if you were to ask some kid about this, they'd say, which president, who does it honor? Washington or Lincoln would probably be what comes out of their mouths. So, tomorrow, or today, if you're on the Atlantic Seaboard, take a few moments to dwell upon old Abe Lincoln and that slaving Masonic traitor to the crown who incited conservative insurgency on the North American continent over 200 years ago, instigating the longest declared war in American history, the American Revolutionary War of Independence, 8 years long. Well, the longest war in American history prior World War II, which of course began in 1933 when Judea declared war on Germany, and against the 1,000-year Reich in exile, it has yet to be concluded. And that person who was the general of all the armies throughout the American Revolutionary War was none other than the general of the armies, George Washington, Episcopalian personated deist, regimentalist, militia of the Virginias, and commander-in-chief of the Continental Army throughout the Revolutionary War, the first U.S. president, senior officer of the United States Army in his retirement. George Washington is called the village burner in the Mohawk language because of the villages he ordered razed. Villages would be surrounded, and as people came running out, they would be shot and stabbed, women, children, elders alike. In one campaign alone, hundreds of thousands died from New York across Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and into Ohio. Yet George Washington's disgraced name shames the capital of these cursed United States today. We used to observe individual dates devoted to both of these famous presidents who remain among the most exalted to hold the office. And leading up to their birthdays, students in schools often spent time learning about their accomplishments. Now we have President's Day, better known as a national day of bargains on cars, mattresses, appliances, televisions, and more. Even our calendars are confused. Microsoft Outlook lists Lincoln's birthday as February 12th, but not Washington's birthday, which is February 22nd, or President's Day, which is February, well, the 21st, at least this year. And Google Calendar, I noticed, just lists, well, it lists just President's Day. So how did we get here, to President's Day? In January of 1879, George Washington's birthday became the 5th federal holiday created by Congress, giving federal workers in the District of Columbia a paid day off. Now, that's according to a Congressional Research Service report that was updated in July of yesteryear. A decade earlier, Congress had established New Year's Day, Independence Day, Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas Day as federal holidays. By the way, just acknowledging Jameson's return here. And, okay, Washington's birthday was first observed on February 22nd of 1880. And 5 years later, federal workers in the 38 states had the holiday too. Now, that's according to the National Archives website I'm bringing up on screen. And it was also the first federal holiday to honor a single person's birth date. The second was Martin Luther King Jr. Well, that day was signed into law circa 1982. Now, after Lincoln's death in 1865, some sought to make his birthday, February 12th, a holiday. That effort failed, but several states continue to observe Lincoln's birthday as a paid holiday, according to the National Constitution Center. I'm looking this up now, and I never knew that. And some schools across the U.S. do have days off for the president's birthdays. So how did George Washington's birthday become President's Day? Well, in June of 1968, Congress passed the Uniform Monday Holiday Act, which established the observance of Washington's birthday on the third Monday of February. Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and Columbus Day were also all moved to Mondays, a move that resulted in more three-day holidays for federal employees. The Mount Vernon website notes that it also resulted in Washington's birthday never being celebrated on his actual birthday since the law took effect in 1971. Now, within the Uniform Monday Holiday Act, Illinois Senator Robert McClory suggested the renaming of the holiday to President's Day to also celebrate Lincoln's birthday. You know, I'm getting that part right off of History.com. That suggestion was dropped from the proposal, but advertisers latched onto President's Day as another date for sales and promotions, inflicting scores of fake Georges and Abes on us in their commercials. Even though federal employees have the day as a holiday, the law did not officially change the third Monday of February to President's Day, so it remained Washington's birthday. For instance, the National Weather Service and the Federal Reserve continue to call the date Washington's birthday. In 2007, the year of my late and sainted sire's death, the death of George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy. His murder really is, well, that year, Representative Carolyn Maloney of New York suggested Susan B. Anthony be added to those celebrated on the third Monday of February among the presidents, but that measure was never acted on. By the way, the Mount Vernon website suggests readers contact their representatives in Congress and ask them to fully bring back Washington's birthday. That's his estate is asking for this. Douglas Brinkley, a presidential historian and professor at Rice University in Houston, would prefer President's Day have a name attached to it, himself proposing that Abe Lincoln deserves a more prominent date because of his guiding the country through the Civil War and issuing the Emancipation Proclamation. To quote his T, in a multicultural America, honing in on Lincoln probably is more fruitful than seeing if people can name the presidents in order. Once Martin Luther King Jr. Day became a national holiday, that became a day of intense reflection on our great civil rights icon. It's becoming more of a shopping day and a break in the calendar. Are we supposed to be honoring all the presidents that day? If so, how are we doing that? If it was President's Day in all the schools in the country and teachers and students were really looking at the executive branch, there might be something useful. But as it is now, it's more about a worker holiday than a day of... than it is... JMO distracted me there. As the Professor Douglas Brinkley says, he concludes by saying, but as it is now, it's more about a worker holiday than it is a day of intellectual reflection. Well, you know, Professor Brinkley, I can tell you what you don't seem to already know, that there's no intellectual reflection on any holiday. Nobody fucking cares what holidays are about. They just love to party and drink. Now, the other day, with the transmission before tonight's, maybe I should grab a fucking Coke and get myself a little coked up, because, you know, now that I'm going to start into the meat of tonight's transmission, start up where we left off, I'm wondering if I can stay awake. So what I'm going to do is grab a Coke. That way I can caffeinate myself. Then I'm going to bring Jameson Reese on to kind of spell me so I can do that. Thank you, Jameson. You're the man. And
all right, so maybe I can talk about some of these Klipothic entities.
There you go. So, hey, at this point, I don't even give a shit. Go ahead and talk whatever you want.
Sweet. Of course, you know, I've always, as usual, got to say, and I have to give my personal thanks to the 22 archdemons of the tunnels of Set. They are some very incredible entities. I shit you not, Douglas. You probably have some idea.
We could promote them to our listeners as 22 of the finest entities you'd never want to meet. So
yeah. Well, most of you probably won't want to meet them, but there are some. Douglas, trust me, I'm. As much as I don't talk about you to other cultists, but I'm pretty sure they have an idea of who you are.
If they don't, then they really aren't doing their work. Yeah.
Well, if they don't, they're really not cultists. They're just lower black magicians who are just trying to make a buck out of people.
Dabblers, or hucksters. Hucksters are dabblers, yeah.
And unfortunately now my mother's telling me to help her with my father.
Okay. Well, I'll just go into this. Just let me know when you're back.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. And with that, okay, let's start diving into the subject. The other day, I as a example of how Earth has these bands of vegetation which we are trapped in, that we really cannot move beyond our environmental bubble, that we are stuck in an eco bubble, we're all stuck in echo bubbles, but beyond that, we're also stuck in ecological or eco bubbles. That's when I articulated or proposed, advanced a thought experiment in which we made the Earth smooth as a beach ball, stood it up straight, so to speak, took it off its axial tilt and made it spin the way that you normally would when you're spinning a ball. What I want to emphasize now, because I had several positive responses to that where people don't seem to have understood the gravity of, I use that as a entendre there, of what I was proposing in a intellectual thought experiment. They're saying, wouldn't that be great if we could do that, and why don't we do that? In other words, what they're implying is, won't the Earth be fab, or, a great place to live, or a better place to live, if it was perfectly round and had a perfect axis? Which, by that, would imply that there would be no inclination of the Earth's axis its axis in orbit, well, there would be no inclination of the Earth's axis in relation to its orbit, the plane of the ecliptic, and that there would be no variation in the inclination of the axis itself, as in a wobble. Now, the Earth isn't spherical because it is rotating, and the material at the equator is slightly pushed outwards, making it more oblong, but barely. This is important. The non-spherical shape of Earth is not just a quirk of our planet, it is a direct consequence of its rotation. So, Earth is in hydrostatic equilibrium. It is often said that hydrostatic equilibrium means that something must be round or spherical, but that's not true. The rotation has to be taken into consideration, and there are objects in our solar system that are far from round, but still in hydrostatic equilibrium. The dwarf planet Haumea is the best example. If you would change our Earth's shape to a sphere, it would no longer be in equilibrium and would quickly return to its current elongated shape, but the minute nature of this Earth being obloid ranges from 6,356.8 kilometers to the center, measured from the poles, to 6,378.1 kilometers on the equator. That is less than 0.335%, or just above 21.3 kilometers. High quality bowling balls have cracks and scratches bigger in percentage than the biggest mountains and deepest ocean ridges. So that would not create much of a difference. On the tilt, that would be devastating. Without seasons, much of life would be dead and many countries would be permanently unlivable. We've just eliminated the variation in day length over the year and totally changed the seasons. Hurrah! No more daylight savings time! As the Earth's orbit isn't totally circular, we would still have a very weak seasonal cycle over the year, but it would be the same for the whole world. No more northern summer, southern winter. Instead, as the orbit was closer to the sun, we'd have worldwide summer and worldwide winter at the other side of the orbit. This would have a big effect on climate and would probably bring about a new global ice age, a glacial period, as the snow at the poles doesn't melt in those cool summers under those conditions. As to the perfectly spherical aspect, the reason our world has never been a perfect sphere is because it's spinning. So let's stop it spinning within context of this intellectual thought experiment. Now the day is the same length as a year. Each time the planet goes round the sun, you'd have 6 months of sunlight and then 6 months of darkness. Now that in and of itself is likely to cause a few problems. Firstly, any crops that can't grow from seed to harvest in 6 months are useless. This means we probably lose all the trees. It will also cripple grass and other plants that grazing animals eat, so all in all, we're probably looking at a mass extinction of most plants and animals, and much of the world's population starving to death. Almost everybody dies. So this is how important it is that we have an axial tilt to our planet. Now, in terms of what I had brought up about the beginnings of the consciousness in the breakdown of the bicameral mind, based on the work of Dr. Julian Jaynes And the reason I was bringing that up, of course, was because of the fact that the vampires, and of course I need to give credit to the werewolves as well, were the demons of mankind, hunting him to the point where he hunted animals of prodigious size, far bigger than himself, and wound up with some of his children being abducted and raised by them. All of this is what brings us back to the days before human consciousness. All right, Jameson's back. I'm going to grab that Coke. Holy shit. You can come on stage, son. Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
So, yeah, what I've started to notice with these archdemons, of course, you have Aphrodite, for example, and they would correspond to the tunnel that would be known as Aleph, because each of the tunnels of Set correspond to the 22 Hebrew alphabet. And so, for example, when you look at all these different demons, Aphrodite, Barachael, Gargaphios, Dagdagael, Himetherith, or Timetherith to some. I think that was a typo. I usually see it as Himetherith, Ahimhimtherith, Urians, Zamradiel, Charasith, Timphioth, Yamatu, Kurgasayax, Lafkurzayax, Malkuno Fat, Nyantael, Saxaxalim, Anonin, Parfaxitas, Suflifu, my two favorites, Kulaelfi and Raflifu, who I owe quite a bit to, Shaliku, and Thantafaxath, who showed me this sort of nature of this reality that we live in as sort of being similar to a simulation of sorts. Of course, he was one of the most interesting beings to actually behold face to face in a sort of weird state of consciousness. What I've come to realize is that these entities are more or less sort of like the mechanics of Qlipothic magic. You can look at them as certain one can almost look at them as certain nodal points or certain programs to tap into depending on what you want. For example, we have Qli Elfi deals with like the power of transformation. It gives you the ability to cast illusions, changes in rigidity, reflects energies charged on auras or general reflections. So I suppose you can this would also give you the power to deflect energy back at something that might be trying to cast something against you as well. Energy between sleeping and waking states, sigil magic in the various forms, talismans. You can use this, you could, for example, use the pathway of this tunnel to hop into different spheres in the Qlipoth without using a specific order. And you can also use it to distort reality, acquire, attainment. When you look at these things, and for example, here's Raflifu, you can find the cause, you can know connections between energies, identify, know, realize, unite a force, or make two into one. That's actually quite enigmatic from what I'm reading, but I'll have to interpret that later. To illuminate and recognize, to reveal and see the truth, to drain or suck to nothingness, the very essence of the Qlipoth. Haunts with the unknown, to acquire illumination, increase energies that build up to the form you seek. These are all the mechanics behind how a spell works that you're not seeing if you're a Qlipothic magician. And so if you're casting spells, your magic is going to go through all these different phases. And Aphrodite is 11, so we're starting actually at Thamiel, which is like the equivalent of Kether in the Tree of Life, except it's the Klepoth. And they actually started with Kemetayel, which is the crown of the gods. And that would be Ain, or Belial, which is Ain Saf, without God, the emptiness, or Ain Safor, which is Athiel, uncertainty. And we go down from here. So these are all pretty much telling you the in a sense of speaking, you can sort of get the grasp of the mechanics behind what's going on behind the scenes of reality when you're casting a spell, be it a curse or a hex, or be it to even make something good happen. Because I'm sure most people practically are going to spend more time trying to seek out things like personal gain, money, sex, etc., etc. Yeah, they're not as deluded and crazy as I am, who's only focused on trying to get rid of the world, which is not working, sadly, because you can only be delusional so long. But still, it's there's an endless amount of things you can use this to. There are also zodiacal guardians of the Klepoth, from Aries to Pisces, and there's just so much one can do with this stuff. I haven't even really touched the surface of what I've been doing for several years. I can easily spend decades working with these entities. And this isn't even I haven't even started with the 60 entities that are a part of the Klepoth, so I'm still working my way through the Citra Achara, which is quite fun. I've already cataloged everything, all the sigils myself. And I've also learned that if you're going to draw a circle around a sigil, don't use a pen, use your own blood. You encircle the seal with your blood. I don't know why you do that. I don't know why I even thought of doing that. Or rather, I don't know why or where that insight just came from, but I just started doing that for some reason. And of course, I meticulously draw all of the sigils, in my own book. It's good to keep your own book. It's good to write down everything you're reading of what these things do. Because again, in a sense, you're trying to recreate these things on an astral level within your own being. And I find that unless you write them down with your own two hands, your unconscious mind isn't going to pick that up. So if you just read it from a book and you do the chants and you do the rituals and stuff, that's only half the work. You've got to literally write this shit down, because when you write it down, it goes into your unconscious just as much as doing a ritual. I can't emphasize this enough, and I think this is where a lot of people fall short in modern practice, because they will read a lot of books, they'll do the rituals in the books, they'll buy the ingredients and all that, but they won't write anything down. And this is the reason why if you pick up any book that's a beginner's book on magic that's worth any of the amount of cash you pay for it, they will tell you to keep a journal. And so yeah, I mean, there's what I will say is after this, my own intention is to eventually begin to work with the Ifrit and to start working with the Shayateen. I might be underestimating my own self, but I do not feel I'm at that level yet where I would be worthy and seasoned enough to start working with the Ifrit. So that's something that's going to take me some time. And for those who don't know, the 72 Ifrit are a little different than the 72 Goetic demons, because the 72 Goetic demons each represent human vices. They each represent something that is within the human unconscious, right? Well, the Ifrit, they're a little different. the jinn, or these the shaitanic species of Iblis hate humanity. At least if you're a practitioner of the left-hand path, they seem to hate humanity as much as you do. And you're hoping that with your hatred for humanity, combined with their hatred for humanity, you can have a sort of common bond by which to connect with these supernatural forces. Because you wish to do harm, they wish to do harm. And you wouldn't employ the Ifrit for anything other than doing harm, because that is the only thing the Ifrit seem to be used for. And if you do not tread with respect with the 72 Ifrit, you can rest assured your life will start to fall apart very rapidly. And you will probably wish you never knew what they were. But that said, it depends, because there are some people who can work with them, or who have that kind of relationship with the spiritual world where maybe for some reason, I would just say, if you're dealing with anything in the spiritual world, you want to tread with respect, because not every ghost is going to be your dead relative, even though it might present as such, just as not everything that causes a ruckus is going to necessarily be a malevolent demon or something malevolent to you. So I mean, it's a very open and mixed bag of chips when dealing with these entities. That said, Kenneth Grant was probably the first source I had when dealing with the 22 archdemons of the tunnels of Set. He provided the sigils that Aleister Crowley originally channeled, and he provided what tone each entity has, and he also provided how to go about creating these sigils, because you have to create them yourself. You have to paint them in a certain way. You have to put them on certain materials. And of course, if you don't have the money to buy certain things, you can always improvise, because that's the key to magic, is that you just need to create the illusion that it is the thing that you are supposed to be creating. So if I have to create a seal where I have to draw it in like let's say I have to draw a red sigil on a disc of amber. Well, I don't have a disc of amber, and getting a disc of amber would cost a lot of money.
Yeah, amber is pretty expensive. Yeah.
So what you can do is you can take your nifty pencil, you can Google what amber looks like, you can create to the best of your creative abilities what a disc of amber would look like, and then draw that entity's sigil in red on the disc of amber. And that's how you would draw the sigil, for example, of Raflifu. Raflifu and Kulielfi, of course, are two of my favorite spirits to work with, because they are I love them. I love them all, honestly, all 22 of them. They're pretty awesome. And that could be because I'm partially possessed by all of them, but it is what it is. It's what happens when you don't get laid often enough.
Okay, so let me see now. Our Mystery School says, well, I don't have it right now, no, but I will, and it will pay it forward. But don't mind me. Birth given name. Thank you for exact spelling. Laugh out loud. So let me see. What was she referring to?
I think she was referring to the money, because you were saying, don't pay too much money if you don't have it,
right?
Because if you're paying a small amount, chances are you might be squeezed for it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And so all right, well, I'm almost back, people. I'm gonna finish this Coke and then rinse the taste out of my mouth, and then I'll be back. So I did a few lines as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't you mean rinse the taste out of your nose?
That was, yes. That's, don't worry about that. No, that's fine. I don't mind that taste. That's fine. But you know, you can do me a favor. However, go on to a different subject now. I think you scared away some of our.
Seriously, you didn't lose numbers, did you?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, they come back. They come back.
Okay.
It's just usually when I think you scare people. You do know that. No.
That's the thing. I'm not consciously aware of it. I can't process it for some reason.
That went up my nose. Oh, you got me. You got me starting that
honestly
liquid
not
coke,
trying
right?
to be funny. This is probably why my mother thinks I'm autistic, because I just can't quite grasp it.
I think your mother's onto something. Yeah. Anyhow.
All right. So, all right. So, well, since we were on the topic of education, this education situation is getting worse. There are book bans that are happening now in
tell us about
constabularies.
Yeah.
This is according to Daily KO's book bans are the result of white fear of a changing world. That's a given across the country.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
I mean, they're the most fearful race on the planet for no apparent reason, but okay.
Well, certainly white Americans. Certainly white Americans, at least.
Well, yeah, more so than even I don't know.
Elsewhere.
Even elsewhere. Across the country, the recent uptick in banning of books written by marginalized people, especially Black queer authors, has never been just about banning books. It's been about protecting white supremacist ideology.
Why would anyone be threatened by a Black queer? I mean, I can't even imagine why. What on earth?
Well, let me ask you a question. Who's more likely to want the services of a Black queer?
Oh, there you go. There you go. But by the way, what this reminds me of is apartheid South Africa. So this is probably the closest parallel that America's in today would be apartheid South Africa.
Well, that's the word they've been using in left media, which Pete likes to really, I had to say, could we not go into politics in the chat?
He got the message. He got the message.
Yeah.
But by the way, Bizarre HD is with us. Can you come on for a moment with us, George? I mean, you don't have to. Don't strain yourself. His wife will kill him.
Yeah. If he's available to come on, that'd be great.
Actually, I'll be ready to take over in a few minutes. But anyhow, he says, much love unto you, Douglas. We love you in return. Love your whole family. And that's George Knight, of course, who has been on with us recently and hopefully will be on again more regularly, and certainly will be on again sometime soon. I'll be speaking a bit about Britain either tonight or in the next transmission because I haven't talked about Britain in a long time. And by the way, the Queen tested positive for COVID, and apparently
that was quite funny. I don't think COVID is going to be enough to kill her.
Yeah, that's
obviously
right.
not even age.
Yeah. I mean, Well, they said the symptoms are mild. It's basically, it's not, the COVID caught her. That was what happened. The COVID caught the Queen, really, and she's killing it. Yeah.
She'll just plow through that like it's nothing. Mm-hmm. I mean, she probably drinks more than a Russian submariner.
Whatever. She's got some kind of secret. By the way, so he says, I would love to come on, is what George Knight is saying. I can't, I'm afraid today, Douglas. Will be on soon with you. Excellent. Hugs and kisses. And by the way, we've got some Russian bot. They're coming in with all the Cyrillic,
Oh, there we go. The fucking Spetsnaz and whatnot.
Hey, what did Peter Moon call them? Romanian seals, or something.
Romanian seals.
Yeah, there you go.
Man. Yeah, well, they're just as bad. I mean, especially with what you sent me of what's going on in Romania. That's
Tell us a bit about that. I didn't get a chance to watch that. And what was the other thing I sent you? There was something else I sent you that was just a matter of outrage.
The other thing you sent me had to do with the treatment of the Haitian.
Oh God! Did you see those photographs?
They were just horrible.
Tell people about that. You got white guys on fucking.
You got white guys on
whips.
horses, and the reins. They're using the reins as whips. So these white guys are just getting happy, like they're back on the plantation. These motherfuckers never even saw a day of slavery back in the day, and then all of a sudden, it's like it's genetically activated. How to beat a nigga's ass? It's just all of a sudden. It's like all of a sudden, when John saw those niggers running around, cracker in him just got activated. His nose tightened and his eyes squinted, and he knew, I just have to beat that nigger. I just have to beat him with anything I can find.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was awful. I mean, describe these photographs. It's
awful, but it's
seriously funny. Yes.
It's like something I could see the Boondocks making fun of.
Yeah. But by the way, here's where this is something I'm going to see. I'm going to try and see if I can talk our man Jameson into this. So listen, listeners, whoever was listening with the last transmission, granted, it was hideously funny. I'm hoping all I can say is, look, that I have feelings like I want to do this too, but basically what happened was Jameson and I started talking about how the primatoids, I think that's really the best name for them. Fuck all the classifications, you know. But anyhow, what was it? Daniel Arola says, speaking of seals, one of my students was banging a deaf woman. I called her baby seal when I forgot her name one day. That's cute. That's cute. That's
oh my God.
Yeah, that's just awful. Yes, there you go. And
oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
it goes the wrong ways, but it's just like it's my sense of humor isn't innocent like it used to be. Thank you, Douglas.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's Daniel. You know, that was what my gang brother Beaver said about Japanese porn. He says that the Japanese porno actresses, they sound like some guys beating a harp seal to death.
Oh yeah, they do. They do. That's why I always have to listen to a mute. It's too comical otherwise.
Yes. Well, there you go. And but the point was that when I started bringing up how the primatoids dominate so much of our planet, then Jameson started really writing it out. He was like, well, we gotta kill them all and fill the space. Why don't we just kill them all and fill the expand and
I'm not against harming animals that aren't I'm not I'm not against harming any animals that aren't human. Okay, we'll keep it like that. Since all right, I'm not against all right, you know what? All right, fuck it. I'm not against harming anything unless you're using the demons of the tunnels of Set to do it. Well, I'm not is that a little bit better?
Let's try and tell the people that you're not promoting genocide of primatoids, because it's just
I am not. It's just wrong. Listen, yeah, if anyone has a right to this planet, it's the octopi.
Okay. All right. Now, okay, can I trust you to keep the stage for a few minutes without getting into too much trouble? I'm going to rinse this taste out of my mouth of malted battery acid. I'll be back in a few minutes. So
why don't we just invite Daniel on to, really add to the,
you could do that, and then I'll take over. If you guys can have fun for a few minutes, sure. If he's willing to come on, but oh my God, yeah. Try and make yourself look a little less like a genocidal. That's ideologue.
All right, that's easy. It's folks, you have to excuse me. It's that sort of autism. I don't know what's socially acceptable. I can't grasp socially acceptable norms.
Granted, it's you know, these are repulsive fucking creatures, and yes, the innate visceral instinct is to do just that, is to, you know, kill them and you know, to expand into their territory. Really, it is.
Look, they're not cats, dogs. They're not what you would call they have all the worst traits of humans, just without the intelligence.
I think they're pretty intelligent, but it's on a different level. It's
okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. You know, all right. What I can say is that Americans have the worst traits of humans with the intelligence.
As a matter of fact, I'll give you an example. There was this one guy when I did a presentation. It was that guy's name is Dan Dillman. Dan Dillman. I mean, the name alone makes you laugh. It's like Dilbert from the comics. But Dan Dillman, he like ran for mayor of his city, and he owned a theater. It's the Baal Theater or something like that. In like, it's named after, you know, Satan's other nickname and shit. And
nice Baal.
Something like that. It's like, I can't remember. But he bought this theater in this little town in Santa Rosa or something. Anyhow, I can't even remember now. But so this guy, oh fuck, he was like, he held these conferences, and I spoke at one of them. George Norrie was there, that kind of shit. So, you know, thanks to Dan Dillman. Anyhow, real cheesy guy. And so what happened was that great looking daughter though, and his wife. Fuck, I thought his daughter was his wife and his wife was his daughter. But you know, it gets kind of like. Whatever that's dicey. yeah, but the dude had some real speakers there that were like, I mean, fuck, he had Michael Cremo there. I mean, no fucking audience, no audience. But he had Michael Cremo, you know, a few other guys that should have been, you know, top ticket billing and shit. Yeah, he managed to really pull it off. What you know, pull everything the wrong way. It's because there's no fucking parking. There's no fucking parking in that, and it's a dangerous neighborhood. So it's, you know, you got
nice. You're gonna invite like some conservative fucking alien conspirator into like the blackest neighborhood, you know.
Yeah. Oh, it was dangerous because it was Hispanic, but you know, in this case, you know, heavy
that's
Hispanic,
that. You know what? That's just as bad. Honestly, it's just like,
worse,
you know,
in some ways. It's worse in some ways.
Yeah. Because instead of having one guy shoot you, you have like a mob of guys who are just beat you and they're gonna gut you like they do in Brazil.
Yeah. There you go. So, but this one guy, he had a windshield that he had paid to have removed from his car door. It was a car door window. He SUV window that he had paid to have remove from his car door, his SUV door, because it had Bigfoot snot on it, which is this is all true. This is all completely true. He's one of these, you know, him and his other fat friend, you know, he was in fairly good shape himself, but you know, the guy with him is like fat and, you know, typical white guy, beer belly, you know, all these white guys, it's like beer belly and butt crack as far as the eye can see. So, you know, this guy was like with him, and they went up to bumfuck nowhere in the middle of the woods looking for Bigfoot, and they had to abandon the SUV because it got stuck in the mud, and they were coming back for it later with proper implements and tools to get it out. And when they abandoned it, they had to leave everything in it, and that was all this food stuff and shit, which was like, you know, all that. By the way, when bears smell that shit, they will dismantle a car, and you know they can do this, like, you know about the moose. You know,
they can do that easy.
Yeah, the bears will just, to get to that food basket, you know, Yogi Bear is gonna rip that car door off. He's gonna, you know, they'll just dismantle a car like it was nothing. But that thing was left. Two factors. The thing was left totally unmolested with all the food inside of it, except for all the snot on the window, and it had an imprint on the snot of the nose that produced the snot. So it was not a bear nose. It was a primate nose. They measured it, they compared it, and it was a primate, like a gorilla nose. like
Wow.
on a gorilla. So they got, it was evidence, pure evidence of Bigfoot. It was all real. It was all real. You never heard of it, but it's all
That's
guaranteed.
actually quite impressive.
It is. And the height, they measured the height. It was like, you know, very tall primate, and was not bare nostrils at all. Not, you know, they proved it. They proved it. Measurement, DNA, everything. So this is a North American primate. And so when the guy was talking about it, one of the points I made when I got up on stage was, now you know Bigfoot is intelligent because it didn't want to touch all that fucking food that was inside because of all the preservatives. And of course, you know, basically, you know, it took a look at that and said, well, I see what it did to those fucking white guys and turned them into butterballs and shit. So I know if I eat that shit, it'll kill me. That's how you know Bigfoot's intelligent, because, you know, it could smell that shit and say, man, that shit stinks. I mean, these guys eat shit. And that's why they're in such shit shape. And, you know.
Were they MREs?
Yeah. No. It was like, you know, sausages and shit. You know, it's just like good quality shit for, you know, your average picnic that guys bring with them. So there you go. See, it's when I talked about the food that Daniel came.
You mean like potato chips and beef jerky and shit, basically?
Yeah, no. I'm talking like high quality sausages. That this is like what a bear would just. The reason the bear didn't dismantle the SUV was because the Bigfoot was hanging out. That makes perfect sense as well. So the Bigfoot was hanging out, and probably even the stench of the Bigfoot around that truck or the SUV scared the bears off as well. You know, so.
Well, that puts into perspective how tall, how big these things are.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen? I've seen footage where like people would take videos and you would see like in the background like some huge black humanoid thing. Then you would just see like trees being moved like they were toothpicks.
Yes.
And I'd be like, whoa, what the fuck?
Yes.
I'd be like, yo, why are you still recording?
Yeah, thank you.
Get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, these are like fucking King Kong people. I mean, this is like but yeah, half the world is fucking theirs. And like I said,
the animal rights people, listen, you could prostate before these things if you want. Have fun.
Yeah.
I say, you know, listen, you know, we're not our population's not getting any smaller. We're not getting any more space because those big pieces of scary shit that will just swat you like a fly are taking up all that space. So why not take the space for ourselves? It's as humanistic as a perspective as you can possibly get, coming from someone who wants to see the human race gone. So I mean, take that for what it is.
Well, you know, I can't advocate that. It's one of those things, though. As much as I
all right,
can.
granted, I understand. We're not advocating it.
What's Daniel?
Even Anton LaVey loved animals too. He had a lot of pets.
Oh well, you know that there is a myth around that. He had a lot of pets, but he was fairly negligent, and you know.
Well, you know, you.
Oh, fuck that then.
Yeah, the thing is because he wasn't really theistic. He was more like a pantheist. Like he didn't believe these things were really separate from the human psyche. He probably wouldn't have even taken care of his sacrifices to these things.
Yeah.
He would have treated them like shit. Whereas, you know, if you're going to sacrifice something, you're supposed to create a bond with it to the point where if it's a sacrifice, it's got to hurt when you let it go.
Yeah.
And I will not speak anymore on that subject.
I noticed that when you said that the image in the thumbnail on livestream it glitched. It blanked out and then came back on. I
did it really?
Yeah, it did. It did. So it could be something that was electronic or something, you know, that your psyche put out there.
It's just something very emotional.
So Daniel's with us, and Daniel, tell us about what's been going on with you before I go rinse my mouth and come back.
Oh, I've just been having a lot of fun on Twitter, making fun of that trucker Ottawa protest. I called them Canadians.
Yeah. I like that. Oh, that's clever. And those guys, they make me sick. It's like,
man, it's just miles of belly and butt crack.
Yes, beer belly and butt crack.
I mean, they're going off on comparing Trudeau to Hitler. and then they're bringing up that blackface photo of him, and I think that's probably as brutal as it gets. Added to the other fallacious shit they add to the memes, but other than that, no one really believes them.
Yeah, no, they're just.
Honestly speaking, even if Trudeau did go blackface, he'd still be better than some conservative piece of shit.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this is coming from a black person.
Thank you.
So,
yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean,
take that for what it's worth.
Yeah. I mean, his blackface was stupid, but it's not malevolent. It's just stupid. It's
I mean, well, look at all these hip hop starlets. They do whiteface. You know, their skin color gets progressively lighter and lighter the more money they make. Like that piece of shit Nicki Minaj.
You know. It's pretty frightening to see how that happens, and
you know, the butts grow, the brains become more and more. Yeah. Notice, now I have no respect for that woman because she married a guy who was arrested for rape, and he did time for rape. He was a convicted rapist, and so instead of what does this piece of shit plastic bitch do? She decides to try to threaten the woman who was raped.
Oh my God! Oh, that is awful. That's awful.
And this is someone who's representing black entertainment.
Oh my God!
She jumped on the anti-vax bandwagon too.
Oh shit! That's awful. Oh God! Yeah, that's too bad.
There you go. You know, this is so I mean, it's worse to both races. Niggers and crackers were meant for each other. They can die together.
What was I going to say? I'm sorry, go on.
Oh, you know what? I came up with a perfect idea. You know what? We can send the blacks and the whites on a expedition to charter the territory of these ancient cryptids, and they could give us back information. But it has to be whites and blacks only. That's the rule.
Oh, that's
just for shits and giggles.
Where do Asian Indians fit in on that? Because of course we've
yeah. Well, you can't have them without the Asian Indians. You're right. You're right. You know, because you know these the fucking rape culture there. Oh my God. I don't know why I had to listen to that thing that happened with that lady in the bus who was with her boyfriend. Yeah. And then they beat the shit out the boyfriend. And it turns out that the bus was a fake bus, so they were trying to lure people in.
Oh my God!
Yeah, they were luring people into this fake bus so that they could rob them for money. And all the guys were put to death except for one kid who was like underage. He was like 17, so they gave him only 2 years in prison. And of course I had to comment, yeah, that motherfucker's gonna go back out and rape and kill some woman again.
Yeah,
I mean, just saying, they should have killed him too. But I mean, so after they beat up the guy, and after they beat the woman and raped her, they had they took the metal rod they used to beat the guy and shoved it inside of her, and to the point where her intestines came out. That's right. And they were pulling her intestines out. And I would say that the intestines were probably it was probably a vaginal evisceration. Yes. Because this happens to women who have had, I guess, C-sections or women who have been raped in general. Yes. You could rape someone to death. Because,
I remember that case. And she died. Her last
and the problem is she didn't die right away. No, that's the worst part.
No, she survived for a week. Two weeks.
Yeah. Basically, they had to put her through all these surgeries, and then she was in the hospital. At some point, they needed to move her to another hospital. To which the point happened where something was so wrong that she got brain damaged.
Yeah.
Before she died. I mean, the horrific suffering of it, and the guys in the court were trying to say it's her fault. She was a good woman. She wouldn't be out there that late.
Oh God. Oh yes. I mean, people like that, they need to kill them all. Yes, and you just need to. There's something to exterminate. Is the male population? The majority of the male population of India is. What was I going to say? Daniel, what happened to that idiot black kid who you knew who was, abducted that girl and kept her in the storage facility? Did you hear anything else about this idiot?
No, I try not to. I mean, until maybe another mutual acquaintance informs me of something new. But no, I try not to. I blocked him from following me on any other social media, like on Twitter, Instagram, or whatever.
Okay.
So
yeah,
that's
just
to let him know,
Yeah, that reminds me of so yeah, had a friend of mine who just recently blocked Rocco Fowler because he was just giving everybody negative outbursts. So I had to block him too, which Salman blocked him a long time ago. So I guess he was way ahead of the curve or something. But
Yeah, was that because of the Peter Moon, the guy who what is it? Who he knew? What's his name? Oh my gosh.
He was
It wasn't Preston, it was the other guy, Al Bielek.
No, it was actually, what's her name? I'm sorry, Penny Bradley does not like Al Bielek. She responds very negatively to Al Bielek because of Al Bielek basically confessing to raping kids.
And I don't blame her for not liking Al Bielek.
Yeah, so she gets very upset by Al Bielek. When it came to Rocco Fowler, he's just damaged. He's just damaged, and he's so he just started attacking everybody, and so it's one of those things where it's just tragic. It's just too bad.
Yeah, that's what super soldiers are designed to do.
To self-destruct, yeah, to just make certain that they can never get any help, or when so there you have that.
It's to return them to jail and institutions so they can experiment on them again.
Oh God, well, there you go. Don't say things like that.
all right. Yeah. Well, I'm suspecting that's the design. I'm not saying he's. Hopefully he doesn't.
I think that the whole world is like their laboratory to these people who manipulate them, and so they turn them loose and just fuck with their lives on the outside. There's no need for a lab. The world is their lab. So that's their attitude towards this. But,
that's actually a good point.
Yeah.
But who's actually wasting the time to collect data on these people?
The crazies who produced them in the first place.
Who the fuck has time to do that?
Yeah, I know, it's nuts.
They usually end up funneling their way around the gay scene.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well,
like the neighborhood gay bar areas.
Well, that's like what else? Where else can they go? They can't stick with the chick, right? I mean, they keep getting violent and everything else. There you have it. Okay, so I'm gonna rinse my mouth out, and I'll be back when you two gentlemen please hold the stage. And thank you so much for coming on with us, Daniel. Hopefully you can help Jameson kind of hold the stage for a little bit, and when I come back, we'll transition back into my monologue shortly after that. Thank you so much. Hugs to you, Daniel.
You got it.
Yeah, it's really good to hear from you, Daniel. I kind of went into a sort of short diatribe that did not help the numbers. So hopefully you can help pull us out of this, and bring back, at least bring back a good chunk of the listeners. So, yeah.
I just been getting the high listening to y'all. So who knows? I'll just grab something from here.
Oh shit. So did you hear about that? Did that fight happen yet with the one with Adesanya and that other dude who was supposed to fight?
Not yet.
All right, yeah, that's some.
Well, the recent fight he had was with Whitaker, and he won that one. But I don't know who's next challenge. Wait a minute, I think it's Jared Cannonier. No, yeah, I believe he was awarded a title shot against Adesanya. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. When they show, sorry about that, highlights from it. Oh man, yeah. Whatever you do, do you vape or do you just smoke it like regular?
Well, I vape sometimes, but I don't know. I have that old school taste where I just enjoy the smoking it. I like to
Oh,
taste it. Yeah.
okay, yeah. I mean, they do say that the vaping is better for your lungs, but honestly, when it comes to which one hits you better, just smoking it does hit better. Honestly speaking,
Mhm.
uh, for some reason, when you vape, it comes on slow, and then when it comes on, it just gets too intense. It's really
Well,
weird.
yeah. Or sometimes with this alcohol tincture that I make, I use the Everclear as a solvent to extract the THC from the plant matter. And as soon as I have that product finished, see, like one drop of it under your tongue in about a little after an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and a half, then the buzz will kick in, and it'll actually last a lot longer.
Ah, the alcohol
Uh,
tincture. Yes,
mhm.
yes. That's actually a good way of doing it. That's how they used to they used to recommend doing that with Salvia divinorum too. Which does have a limited degree of working, but it's not as bang bang as hitting it through a
Yeah,
glass pipe. Because that thing would just
oh
turn
yeah.
the world upside down. And it's incredible how fast it's incredible how fast it happens.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
I
Yep.
mean, it's like 1 second, you're just like chilling, and then the next, it's like all of a sudden, it seems like everything around you is rushing really fast, and all of a
Yeah,
sudden, like reality as you knew it, when it was just like smooth, everything becomes really super choppy, like you're in real time all of a sudden. Your brain's not even trying to process, things from the past or trying to find that middle ground between, the past and present anymore. So it's like you're right. You're in what's real reality, man. Shit's crazy.
but yeah. Actually, I had this I don't use it anymore, but I had this old school vaping box. I mean, it's shaped like a cube with a hose that sticks from it, and I used the dry herb to that's been decarbed onto it. I can
So
use the oil too, but the dry herb help it works just as well.
what is decarbing, if you don't mind me
Okay,
asking?
decarbing. Okay, it's actually it's a process called decarboxylation. Now, what that um, it's a process of heat onto the flower of the marijuana, and what it does, see, it brings out the THC. See, now when it's a raw flower, it's the substance is THCA. So that's like a so that's kind of like a precursor to THC, which is activated by heat. And now the traditional process of decarboxylating the herb, it would take like the old school way that they do it is is they have a lot of dry herb, yeah, herb, and they have it spread out into a baking sheet, and they have it there for like a maybe a temperature of 160 degrees, and it'll stay in there for 45 minutes to an hour, and and so and it turns into a color where it's almost burnt. So, but what happens there is all that weed is decarboxylated. So what you can, I mean, just from the spot, you can actually chew it. You can ingest it, eat it, and you're going to get that buzz hitting you. You know,
Nice. So
yeah,
it
but
so
yeah,
so it becomes like instantly soluble.
pretty much, yeah. Uh, and see, and now from there, there's so many different ways you can do it. See, they can be grinded and then dried even more through the freezer, and they could be mixed into cooking oil. It's very soluble in oil, you know, or
Yeah.
the alcohol tincture. I use the grain alcohol with Everclear because it's like 150 proof. So that's really going to do its job when it comes to extracting the substance,
Yeah.
the THC from the substance.
Yeah, that's that what is it? 75% alcohol. That's really up there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yep. And, yep. This is also the process of making hashish too.
okay, how does hashish differ?
Well, they making hash it happens in different ways. Now, okay, when it comes to making hash after having the decarboxylated plant matter, it takes some grinding. Sometimes it takes pressing. Man, there's so many different ways of doing it. They have these little pressers called the coin pressers, where they have it all compressed into a coin.
Wow.
And then later on you can burn it. But yeah, there's so many ways. And then there's some where you just have it in the oil. I forgot what name they call it. But you have it in the oil, and then that's what you can vape with.
Oh, great. But by the way, the vaping, just got back in time for that. Have you tried much vaping, Daniel?
Okay, I've done the old school vaping, but today's vaping, I'm still skeptical about. I'll hit a vape pipe on occasion when I'm around family, especially my white family, because they're all into that shit, and sometimes they'll hook me up with some other weed related products. Mm-hmm. Other than that, but no, I pretty much stick to old school, just smoking.
Okay.
Now there's a little secret.
But I can make all that other shit for other family members.
All right. Well, yeah. Okay, and definitely appreciate your coming on with us. Love you dearly, and much hugs. And so I'll try and segue into the monologue for the rest of the night, and we definitely appreciate, especially just all the insights you have into these various subjects. And anything else that you want us to, that you feel should be brought to our attention? Take your time.
Yeah, I might have to think about working on being not so much a bad influence on Solomon.
Yes, there we are. Yes. Oh my God. You're influencing all these young men, Solomon and Jameson and. Oh Lord, and obviously, hey, what happened here? Diane unsent a bunch of messages. Diane, why would you do that? You don't need to do that. Oh my God, why would you do that? Hope that didn't upset her. I asked her for permission to. She unsent a bunch. Why? Oh my God, why? Gosh, I hope she doesn't block me or something. At any rate, never know what's going to happen. And Diane, if you're out there, let me know what's up. And hopefully you're I haven't upset you about something. And okay, so that being said, I'll try and get back into the zone, and always disconcerting when something like that happens, but then again,
I'll be in the background as usual, and have a good night, Daniel.
Yes. All right, guys,
and both of you say good night to our listeners, please.
All right, good night, everybody. It's been fun, it's been real, and I have a dream that one day I will call myself King Abdul Aziz and gift a flock of sheep to one of my white enemies, and he'll never get the joke. All right, guys. Good night.
There, got it. Yes.
Right.
Now that was historically nuanced, and most people won't get that.
I didn't get it either. I figured the flock would be like some brown children, but
no, it was the between the locks of the Great Bitter Lake in the Suez Canal was where the Quincy, the USS Quincy, had FDR on it, and FDR was begging the House of Saud to sell out from the British and to become an American subsidiary because he needed to peg the fiat currency of the United States to the outflow of Saudi petroleum at the time. And he needed to do this because he had given away all of America's resources to everybody else on Earth who was a member of the Allies. And so we had no oil left in America compared to what we used to have. America used to be the Saudi Arabia of the world, but then billions and billions of barrels were given out for free by the United States to everybody else on Earth other than the Axis powers during World War II. And so the only way to make up for that loss was to fall into Saudi orbit. So he went to Saudi Arabia, and in the Arab world, the worst way you can insult somebody is to have your flock of sheep or your cattle, overrun their home. And so in his case, they brought all these sheep onto the USS Quincy, the king of the House of Saud. And the king of the House of Saud, there were several things he said that were remarkable. One of them was that he said that, since the Germans killed all those Jews, is what you say, why bring them here? He goes, why bring them to the Middle East? He was saying they should be given a homeland in Europe, is what he was saying. And then the other thing was that Roosevelt was making all the soldiers bow to the king of the House of Saud. And by the way, this is in photographs. Don't take my word for it, to any listeners who are skeptical of this. And, of course, people can also look up the fact that when the king of the House of Saud came on the ship, he brought all these sheep with him. And so what he said was, to Roosevelt, he said, these sheep are for your servicemen to fuck, is what he said, so that they won't violate our pure Muslim woman. And so Roosevelt effectively said, my men will fuck your sheep. He acquiesced. He effectively surrendered to the House of Saud. By the way, none of this, you can look all of this up yourself. There's going to be elements of it that are scrubbed, but the truth is...
No. I've looked it up. Because I remember hearing this on some of your earlier critical emissions.
Yeah.
You can vet everything.
Yeah. And so this was what led to the establishment of the Bretton Woods monetary system as slave circuited to the outflow of the House of Saud's petroleum, and the House of Saud's petroleum, or the OPEC petroleum, the oil producing exportation cartel. By the way, the founding member of OPEC was Venezuela. Back when it was a very different nation. And so, you had that in the Western Hemisphere. The rest of it was Arabic, overwhelmingly. But when it came to, if not almost exclusively, but then when it came to the Bretton Woods monetary system as reliant on the outflow of Arab oil via the petrobook, to which the dollar was actually nailed, all of that changed with Nixon. So Nixon took us off the Bretton Woods monetary system. And the way the Saudis got back at him was character assassination. And they claimed, and so many idiots believe this, that he took America off the gold standard, which is nothing could be further from the truth. As I've explained before, that was FDR that took America off the gold standard and put it on fiat currency. So we could theoretically print our way out of the depression.
I wanted to ask you something about gold.
Yeah.
Now, I was wondering, I can't help but think that whatever gold we had went to Japan, but I have to ask, does America have any, gold bars or any of that shit on hand?
From what I understand, no. I mean, I don't know where it all went, to tell you the truth, but
I can't help but think, part of me has to think that, when America sued for peace, I'm guessing Emperor Hirohito said, "Okay, give me all your gold."
It's a reasonable enough assumption, but it's not like he needed it. You know?
No,
I mean,
no.
yeah.
He wouldn't have taken it because he needed it.
No, I
He
get
would-
it. I get what you're saying. It would
You know,
just be
it's
just a
it's
way of fucking over America. Yeah.
yeah,
No,
it's just
I
out
get
of principle, you know.
No,
I mean,
I totally get it. It seems to me more like what happened was that he was already swimming in that shit, and by the time that he had the Americans down, he just was interested in other things. It was almost like that would have been like, how would I say it? It would be almost like beneath his dignity at that point. It wasn't what he needed. By the way, any idiot who thinks that America and its bases in Japan or Germany, which America pays least for, I mean, just think of the logic. The real logic is if America won the war, then the Japanese and Germans would be paying them to be keeping their bases there, because that's the nature of conquest. They would be
and
paying
not only
you.
that,
Yeah.
Japan would be a 51st state of the United States, just like Hawaii was.
Yeah, and it would
They
be,
would
of
have.
course,
They would have.
depopulated. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be like a white. It would be like a white party territory, like New Mexico or some shit.
Yeah.
I mean, not New Mexico. I mean, like, I don't know. What place haven't they conquered?
Well, I mean, it's
Never
like
mind.
New Mexico's a valid statement
Yeah.
because it killed the Indians and took over, right? So, and
Yeah.
so it's not like America has no precedent of depopulating areas and repopulating them with whites. I mean, they do, and all of the Europeans did that. The Americans just followed that route, and
Yeah, that was the entire westward expansion.
yeah. So that's why I would say, if like that professor that I was sourcing who said that if we're to give the holiday President's Day any kind of name, tack a name to it to personify it, he said we should make it Lincoln. And I agree only in the sense that Lincoln was, of course, just as much of well, maybe not as much of a son of a bitch as Washington, but he was, almost as bad. But he was pretty fucking bad. They're all bad. But, the only reason I would agree with Lincoln is simply because there's several factors. One is it makes the country younger, and second is it's really when we became a multicultural nation was through the shit he was pulling just to fuck over the South with the Emancipation Proclamation and everything else. So at least that gives us a more positive starting point than what we had with Washington, which is, you can't go far with that. Can't go anywhere with it.
I think we should just call it Presidential Relax Day, because really the whole point of it is just not to go to work.
Well, especially if you're a federal employee, yeah.
Exactly.
I guess, if you're a libertarian or one of those conservatives, you could argue that it gives us all a holiday because government takes off, right? That would be
Well, yeah. Conservatives love when government takes off because they don't want the government to exist anyway.
Oh, they're so crazy. It's like without the government, of course, none of them would exist, and but they're all self-destructive, right? That's the whole idea. It's a loony bin. Okay, well, love you dearly, like a son. Let me. So hopefully, you've already kind of said goodnight. So what I'll do now is just take over and see how long I can last. Honestly, I love all you people who have contributed funds, and I'll try and earn my pay. Basically, there were a lot of holidays that were coinciding and converging, and that includes going out tomorrow. So, I'll get my share of sleep after this transmission is over, and then get picked up to by afternoon to enjoy some more. But in the meantime, the money really helps towards keeping myself in the crypt. And so let's talk a little bit about what fascinated our man Aaron Tice. Shout out to him. And Aaron Tice was talking about the concept of what I said about how back in the day of the bicameral mind, men had no sense of volition. They were basically, they would war like ant colonies. That was before the breakdown of the bicameral mind. You would not relate to them. As a matter of fact, the best, oh God, you know what? The best analogy I can think of would be portrayed in the novel that was titled Land Under England, which none of you have ever heard of, but was once a bestseller. You have no idea about how much of a bestseller this book was. It's you know, just very strange that you know, these days people would find it the most boring book in the world, and that's you know, like and yet it's, I would call it required reading, which is kind of like how I would treat 1984. 1984 is one of those books that is required reading for a sense of enlightened social awareness, a kind of social, what would you call it? A social, what would you call it, Jameson? Help me out here. When people turn towards books like 1984 and Brave New World for, you know, I'm digging through my books right now.
Like an example, a model. I mean, or as you say, exempli gratia.
Totalitarian, dystopian parallels. People are always saying it's like 1984. It's like Brave New World. So they serve as what do you call it? Object lessons, kind of. There's another term for it. At any rate, let me see if I can find, oh, I know what to do. Look up the author of Land Under England, and that will help me so that I know exactly where to look. And in the meantime, this is something that will have me talking about Julian Jaynes and his breakdown of the bicameral mind. Okay, Joseph O'Neill, there we are. Okay, and so when it comes to this kind of required reading, if you were to read the book, you'd say, God, this is the most boring book I ever read. Some people might find it fascinating, and the fascination will keep you, you know, keep you going. Other people would just find it, you know, too beyond them. It's too alien. They couldn't get into it. But in the copy that I have with O'Neill, this is something that is just, how do I say this? It gives you an idea of what man was like before the breakdown of the bicameral mind. Nobody did it better than he did. So what he portrayed under England was a lost Roman colony that had been displaced underground due to a disaster. And it was simply the Roman state as it had evolved to adapt to the underground. And there is much truth to this. There is truth to it that I learned from Michael Aquino. And this man was, of course, a member of the Hellfire Club, Mr. Joseph O'Neill. The Hellfire Club, for those of you who don't know, was essentially running the British Empire. And the elites of the British Empire, they were all Satanists. And you can look up the Hellfire Club. And there's a classic book by Daniel Mannix, who wrote many books. And so when he wrote the book about the Hellfire Club, he was the first person to really examine their role in ruling half the world through the British Empire. And, of course, the enormous amount of sacrifices they made. Not sacrifices they made in a personal sense, in a noble sense, but evil mass sacrifices through the mass murder of millions of people, especially in India, where they created starvation and famine conditions to slaughter entire population bases. So in terms of the Roman state, I'll give that as an example soon enough, and exactly what it was like down there. I'm just scanning through the book, absorbing what I can. Again, haven't looked at it in forever. Published in 1935. And what I'll do is kind of give you more about Julian Jaynes's work before we return to the Roman state, underground, under England, and everything that had been explained, well, at least what I can dredge up into my conscious mind about what it had been explained to me by Michael Aquino, who had opened up several pylons or branch offices, sub-churches, if you will, of the Temple of Set in England, based on his own connections with the Hellfire Club that he had established, which is still extant in England. So, the first thing to acknowledge is when I bring up the tilt of the Earth and how straightening the Earth up, so to speak, would basically kill us all, you really have to realize just how delicately balanced all of our environments are within that planetary surface. And when I spoke about all that unexplored land and the unexplored ocean, that's still technically the surface of the Earth. The ocean is not beneath the crust of the Earth. So when you go beneath the rind of Earth, literally to subterranean areas that are just a few miles down, and these wide caverns that are now occupied by the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, all of this is land that is not part of the surface, not part of the ocean. And if I say the majority of the ocean is unexplored, keep this in mind. That's all still the surface of the Earth. It may be subsurface underwater, but it's still atop the Earth's crust. It's atop being what we would call underground, because under those oceans is what's underground. Just like here on the surface, that's not covered by the oceans. So there was a time on planet Earth when all of the Earth was covered by ocean. That's commonly accepted fact. And then as land emerged, obviously under the ocean before land emerged, there was a subterranean environment. And then as land emerged, there was subterranean environment under that exposed surface land and still under the part of that land that's covered by ocean. So all we're talking about, and so Jameson Reese says, Unterland would technically be the surface or caverns of Theia. And by that, of course, he's talking about Terra, our planet, the interior thereof. And he says, the second planetoid that merged with early Earth, right? Yes, thank you. Excellent, very astute. So Earth was hit by a second planet named Theia, which created a third planet, in essence, the Moon, which, of course, is so large compared to our planet, larger than any other moon in the solar system compared to their planets, that this was obviously an extraordinarily exceptional case. So all of this, whoever takes a look at all of this and how delicately balanced all of this is and what had to happen to create something else that happened, without Theia crashing into the Earth, the moon would not have been made, because it's comprised of that part of the Earth that was expelled when Theia crashed into Earth. So that means that your moon, which creates all of the tides that oxygenate our oceans and make life possible, all of this, the fact that we have a surface that's got template action going and a very large magnetic field, all of this, yeah, as Jameson Reese says, it's a testament to how goddamn rare life is. Well, life doesn't emerge anywhere else other than in this solar system. Accept that fact. Life is impossible. And beyond that, without this tilt, without the moon, without Theia crashing into Earth to create that moon, if at this point you do not believe in God, then you have much more faith than I myself who do. You have an infinite amount of faith that something as cripplingly impossible as all of the dices hitting 6 for every time you throw them, every second that you throw them, every day that you throw them, every week going into months, into centuries, that they keep hitting 6, that all of this can possibly happen without a God, then you have ultimately bottomless faith, far more faith than I could ever have. That is the amount of faith you'd have to even think that there was not a creator involved in your existence. That being said, he once spoke to us directly. They, the gods, because God is plural, when God wants to be, and can certainly manifest as such, they all spoke to us, to each and every one of us. And those voices were heard, and humanity obeyed. They were noble automatons who knew not what they did. That's what brings us back to volition, which is so important, because what's God's gift? What's God's gift that made humanity Homo sapiens sapiens, the wisest of the wise in Latin? Free will. That's what volition is. That's what brings us to the origin of consciousness in the breakdown of the bicameral mind. Now, an important question in consciousness research concerns its origins. In Julian Jaynes's book, The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, he proved that consciousness arose rather recently in human history, sometime between the composition of the Iliad and the Odyssey. Now, according to Jaynes's dating hypothesis, man had no consciousness until 1000 BC. Before that time, language had developed slowly for a long period. Commands from 40,000 BC, 40,000 years before Christ, meaning, of course, 42,022 years ago. Nouns from 25,000 BC, and names from 10,000 BC, at the time of the emergence of agriculture, at the time of Adam Man. Time binding. And, of course, he was the first man in the sense that he was the first man who was graced with a name. And so just got a note from Jameson Reese here. Says, okay, I don't know if you want me to read this out loud. So he says needn't repeat it. So
you could be free to if it amuses you.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you just say it for our listeners?
Well, honestly, when I was breaking free of Christianity, one of the reasons why I hated it so much wasn't because of the fact that it was easy to not believe that there wasn't some intelligence in it. It was the fact that there was intelligence in it. It was the fact that no matter how hard I tried to embrace pure science materialism, I couldn't shake the knowledge that there was something more to it. Of course, now willing to accept that and see, how that sort of played a role in me becoming part of the left-hand path rather than, becoming a nihilist.
Yeah. By the way, just because someone is an atheist doesn't necessarily mean they're a nihilist. But,
no, granted, but what I was heading towards, what I wanted to head towards was nihilism, because the truth of the matter is the idea of an intelligence behind it was more terrifying to me than the outer gods were to Lovecraft for some reason. Yeah. And it still is something terrifying to me.
I understand. Not in a good way. Okay. I appreciate your having the courage to share that. And it's an important point. So do understand, everyone, what we're bringing up. It also is important to emphasize that just to dismiss God or the potential for a God is unscientific, to dismiss out of hand. You just have to live with the fact that you can never prove there is one. And that is truly the scientific stance, but that's about as far as you can go with it. You cannot simply deny God and still claim to be scientific. Now, when it comes to, as I was saying, this language, which is very important, linguistics, because of neuro-linguistic programming, it's the primary factor behind Julian Jaynes's, shall we say, his articulation of why we evolved the way we did, linguistics would be the measurement thereof. And that is why with Adam Man and time binding, he became the first man to have a name. That's why he is known as the first man. The men before who had no name were not only just nameless in a sense, they were formless. I mean, they had physical form, yes, but they were formless as personalities. So, language, the speech areas, they evolved in the left hemisphere in right-handed people, which, as Julian Jaynes himself has underlined, is a mystery since most human structures are bilateral and a neurological organization necessary for language also exists in the right hemisphere, but with no observable function. Jaynes proposed that the bicameral mind in man operated between 10,000 BC and 1000 BC. The left hemisphere was the site for speech, the right for hallucinations, which expressed voices and commands of both gods and demons. This is inherent today in the cartoons you see of the little angel and devil sitting on your shoulder. The breakdown of the bicameral mind was, according to Jaynes, caused by the weakening of the auditory by the advent of writing, the inherent fragility of hallucinating control, the unworkableness of gods in the chaos of historic upheaval, the positing of internal cause in the observation of differences in others, and a modicum of natural selection. Then consciousness and self-awareness evolved, and hopefully still does. Now, although Jaynes's work as an analysis of consciousness has received a great deal of attention, and of course, criticism, I would say simply denial, what has not been widely noted is the prominent role of volition in his analysis, a bit more nuanced than free will, which came to us via Adam Man. But in this transmission, I hope to draw attention to these overlooked aspects of his analysis, in particular, the fact that volition is central to Jaynes's definition of consciousness, and that it changes, or rather that it is changes in the nature of volitional experience that mark, for Jaynes, the very emergence of consciousness. Now, before I give you kind of like a direction in which we're going for this phase of tonight's monologue, while I'm articulating all of this to you, I am scanning the Roman State copy that I have, what would today be called the collector's edition. Yes, as Jameson Rees says, language is the determinator of consciousness. And so when it comes to the Roman State, I'm looking through this and I'll be able to give you a kind of summation of why it's so important when we get back to it, so to speak. And so by then you'll have a better picture of where I'm coming from, and then you'll understand why what I'm saying is so, why the Roman State is so important to understanding what bicameral man was like, man before consciousness. Because what they are describing in the land under England is a segment of humanity that had to return to the bicameral state in the darkness under the earth. So think of it this way, because most of you out there I know haven't read Jaynes's The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. By way of introduction, it's been reprinted several times. Each time it's reprinted, it's a little different, or at least until Julian Jaynes is, himself died. By the way, he was someone who basically served time in jail, where he was able to put it all together. And that was because he had protested Vietnam. He was a protester in the sense of objecting to support of the war effort. And as a conscientious objector, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. By the way, you have a copy of Julian Jaynes's Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, do you not, Jameson?
Correct.
Yeah. And did you know this, that he had gone to prison?
No, that I did not.
I mean, that's incredible, really. He really earned his intellect. Most guys in prison would be worried about, getting raped all day in his position, but he was busy thinking and really pulled it off. Thank you, Jameson. Appreciate your confirming how far have you gotten in the book?
Right now I'm at 171. I had honestly speaking, I had stopped for a while. I had stopped reading in general for a while over the last few months because everything just fell apart. And then I slipped back into my occult habits and have been initiating with the Citra Achara ever since. So I'll definitely be picking it up from time to time.
Okay. Yeah. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, Julian Jaynes's theory is prominently featured in the first season of HBO's hit series Westworld, where Jaynes's theory is discussed by Dr. Ford, portrayed by Anthony Hopkins, the man who gifted you Hannibal Lecter. And so the finale, the season finale, is titled The Bicameral Mind. And this has to do with, basically, biofacsimilacra. So, very important to understand that. This is something that most people have, no understanding of the enormous impact this man has had on a popular culture. And what you don't know about him is to your detriment. So, there's been as for the book, as I said, it got a little different every time it was reprinted until Julian Jaynes died. When it first came out was 1976, when America itself was only 100 years old as a constitutional republic, and it was nominated then for the National Book Award by 1978, just 2 years later. So we're talking about the time that Star Wars came out. And there's a comparatively new edition by Penguin Books with an afterword that addresses some criticisms. That was published in these United States circa 1990, around the time I was preparing to enter the Gulf War, and after that served in the Balkan Wars. And it was reissued in the year 2000, just a year before 9/11. Now, many people have cited the book as an influence, including Philip K. Dick. And of course, he's the man who wrote a really shitty book called Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which somehow became the inspiration for an excellent franchise that we know of as Blade Runner, which was in no way thanks to Philip K. Dick himself. He's also the man who gave us The Man in the High Castle, which was inspiration for a series that has nothing to do with the book. Not that the book was any great shakes. It had its good points. As I said, I met the man, and he thoroughly regretted much of what he did. He thoroughly regretted much of his life. But he had experiences with hearing voices, and he corresponded with Julian Jaynes in 1977, just as soon as the man's book came out. And Jaynes's theory and the split brain research of Sperry, Bogan, and Gazzaniga was influential in Philip K. Dick's writing, such as in his 1981 book titled Valleys, V-A-L-I-S. So there you have that. And as I said, David Bowie was very much inspired by him, as was Terence McKenna, who, you know, in a sense doesn't count because, well, you know, Terence McKenna and Philip K. Dick are kind of the same because they were both heavy drug abusers. And so am I, which is probably explains my fascination, right? But don't put me in the same category as them. As Jameson Rees says, Terence had his merits. Yeah, Terence McKenna was fun, and he was right on the money about all kinds of things. Now, in Julian Jaynes's book, again, The Origins of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, self-published circa 1977, he presented an ambitious analysis that turned to the historical record in an attempt to pinpoint the period of human history in which consciousness emerged. For Jaynes, this period occurred sometime between the creation of the Iliad and the Odyssey, which he suggests were not composed by a single author, i.e. Homer, but rather the result of collective composition over time. According to Jaynes, the Iliad was likely composed between 1230 BC and 850 BC, with the Odyssey following the Iliad by at least a century or more. That's quoting him from his 1993 edition of The Origins of Consciousness, which I'm reading directly from on page 272. Now, think about what I said about the Bible, the New Testament and the Old Testament, and the allegory, the parallel of taking two of my father's favorite nautical books, Moby Dick and Mutiny on the Bounty, welding those two books together so that Moby Dick is the four-piece, the front book, and that you're supposed to take everything in Mutiny on the Bounty in context of Moby Dick as the literal word of God. So, if you were to do that, you'd have a very strange result. It would have a running theme, but the Bible is like that. And so is the Iliad and the Odyssey. They are the Moby Dick and Mutiny on the Bounty parallel to the New and Old Testaments of the Bible in the case of understanding the breakdown of the bicameral mind, because these two works form the evidential bedrock of the Jaynes analysis, revealing in the content of their narratives the emergence of human consciousness itself. Now, what is consciousness? And how did it emerge in human beings? Did the bicameral mind evolve to create modern human consciousness? Now, great thinkers have pondered these questions for ages, and the subject continues to intrigue us. We know that our mental state sets us apart from other animals. We also know we're a product of evolution. Now, gradual changes occurred over time to make us what we are today. One of those changes is the emergence of consciousness. But when exactly did this change take place? When did humans, or perhaps our pre-human ancestors, shift from a life of instinctual existence to a life of reason, reflection, and inner complexity? Furthermore, what were we like before the change? That's where Land Under England and the in-depth description of the Roman state comes in. And how do we imagine humans without a modern consciousness? Only through the book that I've just made available to you by bringing it to your awareness. Meaning Land Under England, not Julian Jaynes's book, which is, well, the two of them should be welded together into their own New and Old Testament, with land under England as one or the other. To Julian James's, I guess since it's older, it would be the Old Testament, published in 1935. His would be the New Testament, published in 1977, 76, 77. Now, various hypotheses have tackled all these mind-blowing questions I've just articulated, entailing everything from the limitations of human attention to quantum theory. The true answer remains elusive, but tonight we're going to consider a single, somewhat controversial hypothesis: the bicameral mind and its impact on volition. Oh, it est? Free will. So, when it comes to bicameralism, the question or the focus would be on what and who. The bicameralism hypothesis was, of course, proposed by the American psychologist Julian Jaynes, who was born 3 years before my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron Diana Dietrich, in 1920. He died in 1997. In between those years, from worm to, what was it? They used to say from womb to tomb. I guess I would use the term from sperm to worm. Via his 1976 book, The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, he struck a chord with the general readership, the general reading population at the time, and continues to resonate, even if many of his core ideas are considered ultimately unprovable, which of course is not the case. Just what are those ideas? Well, much of it can be gleaned from the title itself, which is why I keep repeating it. Jaynes proposed that modern consciousness, as we know it, emerges from the breakdown of a prior form of mentality that he dubbed the bicameral mind, or, quite literally, the mind of two houses. Jaynes's conclusion was that, until roughly 3,000 years ago, humans were not conscious in the modern sense. He proved that modern consciousness emerged as a cultural invention in Mesopotamia and Greece. In a sense, you could call all of that the Near East. And to put this in computer terms, modern consciousness was more software than hardware. The new way of thinking spread around the world, eroding and replacing the previous mental order. And here's where the hypothesis gets even more exciting. That previous mental order, which Jaynes dubbed the bicameral mind, was a world of hallucinated voices. These voices told our ancestors what to do when we encountered novel circumstances or events. Now, Jaynes proved these voices were the voices that we came to think of as the voices of the gods. In this, every human tradition that entails prayer or divine voices is an echo of a time in which our brains simply worked this way. So bicameralism is the unconscious mind. And to refresh, Jaynes argued that humans were not conscious beings before roughly 3,000 years ago. But what did he come to know they were? To understand this, we have to stop and consider exactly what Jaynes meant by conscious and non-conscious existence. Not unconscious, but non-conscious. It's like the difference between an insane person and someone who enters a contemplative lifestyle of Zen meditation to become unsane, to break away from the constrictions that you consider the norm for the higher cause of consciousness expansion in the most noble sense, not in the sense of drug abuse. But To put it more clearly in the man's own words, I will read a paragraph from his 1976 book. Consciousness is a much smaller part of our mental life than we are conscious of, because we cannot be conscious of what we are not conscious of. How simple that is to say, how difficult to appreciate. It is like asking a flashlight in a dark room to search around for something that does not have any light shining upon it. The flashlight, since there is light in whatever direction it turns, would have to conclude that there is light everywhere. And so consciousness can seem to pervade all mentality when it actually, when actually it does not. In other words, we act non-consciously all the time, and conscious consideration of our thoughts and actions is a mere interruption to this norm. You likely behave like a kind of robot while unloading the dishwasher. You've done it thousands of times, so you're kind of on autopilot. The autopilot only turns off when something unexpected happens. Perhaps you break a glass, drop a fork, or catch yourself putting something in the wrong drawer. For a bicameral human, life would be a state of autopilot all the time, with the hallucinated voice only manifesting when something novel happens. The dropped fork, the broken glass, etc. A voice that one might interpret as a god or the spirit of an ancestor would tell us how to respond. So bicameralism is all about the split brain. The biambivalent nature of an unconscious existence. Now, as interesting as that concept is, you might well wonder how all of this ties together into a hypothesis about the origins of consciousness. And what is this bicameral voice anyway, and why would it be experienced as an auditory hallucination in particular? Well, Janes proved that the brains of bicameral humans used language to convey experience from the right to the left hemisphere. As explored in the work of neuroscientists Roger Sperry and Michael Gazzaniga in the 1960s and 70s, the two hemispheres of the brain are quite divided and can act independently, almost as if they are two separate individuals. They explored this via the separation of animal brain hemispheres and by studying humans who had undergone a corpus callosotomy to treat severe epilepsy. Via such surgical procedure, the part of the brain known as the corpus callosum, which connects the two hemispheres and allows communication between them, is surgically severed. While the patient seemingly felt mentally whole afterward, laboratory experiments revealed the subtle ways in which the hemispheres worked independently. This led Gazzaniga to formulate his left brain interpreter theory, in which the language-centered left hemisphere generates a kind of story explaining why the non-dominant right hemisphere did something. He proved that our sense of self emerges out of this interpretation. Gazzaniga's analysis concerned the modern human condition, while Janes thought that the brain used language to convey experience from one hemisphere to another in ancient humans, what we would today call an auditory hallucination. This is where bicameralism bleeds into the science of schizophrenia. So what, according to Janes, changed beginning roughly 3,000 years ago? Well, that's where bicameralism brings us into the metaphorical breakdown. Not that there was a metaphorical breakdown, but rather that there was a breakdown of metaphor. that led to material breakdown. You see, Jaynes proved that the breakdown of the bicameral mind would have stemmed from the use of metaphors. He wrote that modern consciousness is a metaphor-based model of reality, based on the way we use language to create metaphors. That's how we cast spells. That's why it's called spelling. Words have power. As this way of speaking and thinking spread again, like software, rather than evolved hardware, it would have disrupted the way humans thought, like a virus jacking each individual's mind. Terrifying, like a zombie apocalypse. Jaynes spends a great deal of time in his work drawing evidence for his analysis via ancient writings, art, music, and architecture, such as divine statues that were, in various traditions, said to, on occasion, speak to mere mortals. This would have been the fading bicameral voice coaxed from the recesses of the mind and interpreted as the words of a god. As consciousness developed, the nature of the dream itself changed. So, when it all comes down to it, your average noob, neophyte, is going to say, well, this bicameralism, is it true? The work of Julian Jaynes continues to fascinate researchers, but it remains controversial when it comes to scholarly consideration of human consciousness. While he has his fervent supporters, as myself, there is much to the hypothesis that cannot be studied in a scientifically verifiable way today. But maybe in the future it can. But for now, as such, it would seem a hypothesis destined to never advance to even the theory stage by conventional standards. Jaynes's interpretations of ancient cultures remain just that, interpretations. That's the reflexive dismissal. Now, Jaynes himself admitted that he focused his work on the cultures and languages that were best known to himself, exempli Greciae. While he found evidence for bicameralism in Greek culture, he left my Chinese culture largely unexplored. Other scholars, such as the sinologist or the science of the Chinese studies expert Michael Carr, or the Tibetologist, the scientist of the Tibetan cultural spectrum, Todd Gibson, have continued to explore and advance the Jaynes hypothesis and have documented evidence for bicameralism in places like China and Tibet. Now, Jaynes founded his theory on psychohistorical analysis and on such neurobiological knowledge that was available around 1970. As a psychologist, an important part of Jaynes's theories were based on observations of schizophrenic patients. Neuroimaging techniques of today have both illuminated and confirmed the importance of Jaynes's hypothesis. Belinda Lennox and colleagues used spatial and temporal mapping of neural activity in a right-handed schizophrenic patient to show that his auditory hallucinations occurred in various parts of his right hemisphere, but not in his left, which, in their words, could explain why the activations are misinterpreted as alien. This is found in the February 20th issue of The Lancet, page 644. And, of course, now I need to remember exactly what year that was in case anyone wants to bother to look that up. And it was 1999. So there we have that. Give me a second to check some more incoming notifications. Now, thusly, well, similar findings were reported by Dirks and co-workers. And this has to do with, again, the neuropsychology. Actually, Jay Goldstein, a foresighted thinker in the field of neurosomatic disorders, such as chronic fatigue syndrome, was comparatively recently made aware of the Julian Jaynes hypothesis and went through the book to come up with correspondence for The Lancet, which is the leading medical journal on earth. They were the people who were swindled by the anti-vax doctor who, around the 1970s, published a compromised work claiming that vaccines were the cause of autism. A work that was completely disproven, deconstructed, and this criminal has gone on to make a career of it ever since. Whatever the case may be with that, when it came to the works that have based their healing processes or programs on Julian Jaynes, it was thusly that Jaynes's bold hypothesis on schizophrenia had been revived, and why it's now very much with us today again. But in a broader context, his theories might be important with regard to two questions. Can differences in the evolution and the transition of the unicameral to the bicameral mind to present man with consciousness explain the horrors of our civilization? And what will, as evolution inevitably proceeds, the fourth camera contain? Obviously, there's more work to be done. Some commentators have suggested that there may be some truth in Jaynes's work, but that the reality might be more complicated. The transition to modern consciousness, according to the philosopher and cognitive scientist Daniel Dennett, may have been less drastic and entailed multiple features. Now, Marcel Quiston, founder and executive director of the Julian Jaynes Society, however, stresses that Jaynes never claimed to have all the answers, and that he ultimately laid a foundation for others to build upon, much like Darwin's theory of evolution. Still, Quiston stresses that more work needs to be done. He himself is particularly intrigued by the idea of bicameral dreams. Quiston points to studies of modern voice hearers that show that they often experience what are called command hallucinations that direct their behavior, very much like what Jaynes documents throughout the ancient world. This is where you get the alibi, God told me to kill her. Additionally, while Jaynes himself died, circa 1997, subsequent neuroscientific findings strike Quiston as completely supportive. But how would ancient civilizations have functioned like this? We have to remember that people still communicated with each other, and that these societies were highly hierarchical. This is what brings us to the Roman state. Not the Roman state of the Mediterranean. The Romans who found themselves mining in England, where they found themselves trapped underground. Hundreds of them. Maybe 1,000. And they had to live with a pioneering atavism, a return to bicameralism so they could collectively survive. So the Roman state lies beneath northern England, round a subterranean sea at least 300 miles wide. Settlements are scattered along the western shore or wherever fresh water can be found. And this inhabited area is surrounded by barren land and marshes which stretch to the foot of the mountains supporting their roof, the Earth's surface. To the north, the sea is bounded by a great cliff. The settlements and cities contain no houses in the accepted sense of the word, but simply enclosures surrounded by hedges and furnished with benches, because there's no substantial accumulation of moisture to give one the hint of rain in that particular super cavern system. The only substantial buildings are the bathhouses, which are walled but roofless. The baths are dug out of the stone floors, and there are basins with running water along the walls. And the bathhouses themselves back onto large enclosures with couches for sleeping. Cities and settlements are divided into large compounds, each assigned to a particular trade or industry. As far as possible, each compound is self-sufficient. Now, the Roman state is based upon the total submission of the individual to the state, a system which appears to have arisen from the people's fear of the surrounding darkness. Everything that is not essential to the survival of the state and the race has been suppressed. Physical violence or rebellion has been rendered impossible. Reduced by fear and hypnotism to automatons with blank eyes, the majority of the people have no volition other than that granted to them by the state, which is controlled by the all-powerful masters of knowledge, who can be recognized by their powerful hypnotic stare. The educational system is designed to produce this condition in the masses. The task of teachers is to destroy the vitality and intellectual curiosity of children, using low-pitched music and rhythmic dancing to produce a hypnotic state in which the individual will can be destroyed. Children are taught the absolute minimum required for the work they will do in later life because, according to the masters of knowledge, unnecessary knowledge is as poisonous food. By the time they are 16, pupils are almost totally dehumanized and begin to undergo training for their future work. And they are also trained in thought transmission, which has replaced speech itself. With their hemispherical signals transmitting through the aether. Only children and the feeble-minded continue to use vocal language, a form of Latin. In the final stages of education, the mind itself is surgically vivisected, certain tendencies reinforced and others totally eradicated. Every person is thereby led to believe that their country is a perfect community, based on faith, love, and joy. Future teachers are trained in mind vivisection and hypnosis, using younger children as guinea pigs for their experiments. The people of the Roman state continue to serve the state even after their death. Their bodies are used as fuel for the furnaces of the industrial compounds. Work continues 24 hours a day on a shift system. Each compound and branch of industry is under the control of a skilled craftsman with strong hypnotic powers. time is measured by water clocks and the Julian calendar is still used. In stark contrast to the sophistication in mind control, the Roman state's industry remains primitive and continues to use the tools and methods of antiquity. The only known trades are woodwork, metalworking, weaving, pottery, and shipbuilding. Glass is unknown. All transport is by water, either by slow, heavy barges or by many-oared galleys of classical design. Cloth is woven from the silk spun by enormous arachnids, giant spiders bred for the purpose and kept in large iron enclosures. The spiders are fearsome animals, and no one dares enter these enclosures. These creatures are most certainly related to the kind of Daikaiju, or greater cryptid you see portrayed on Monster Island, the mega spider called the Spica. Now, a coarser cloth is made from the bark of a bush and from long seaweed-like stalks found in the marshy areas. All spinning and weaving is carried out by women. Snake forms, well, this is one of those animals that is now industrially domesticated in the land under England. And these serpent farms provide a large part of the food consumed in the Roman state. Unlike the arachnids, the serpents are kept under hypnosis and actually seem to be fond of their keepers. The diet of snake meat is supplemented by the produce of fungus farms, and by lizards and fish caught in the salt sea, as well as marine plants and seaweeds. Now, the origin of the Roman state remains a mystery, although the clothes, language, and ships suggest that the people are descended from the historical Romans. There are two means of access to this subterranean state. It can be reached from the bottom of a disused mine shaft dating back to Roman times, or at the base of Hadrian's Wall in Northumberland. Both entrances lead to the summit of the underground mountain. The entrance from the mine leads from the summit to a wall that bars the only pass through the northern cliffs, guarded by a Roman settlement. The alternative route begins from Julian's Pond, a farm near Hadrian's Wall, and leads to the underground summit, and then on through mountain gorges to a river. That river flows through phosphorescent marshes and under a rock vault before reaching the Central Sea. As the traveler descends, he or she will pass through regions where the vegetation is much richer than that found elsewhere underground. In the higher areas, the vegetation is made up of small fungi with phosphorescent caps that smell of garlic, mingled with a seaweed-like plant with trailing red stems. If the fruit of the plant is squeezed, a red juice spurts out, but its use is unknown. This zone that I'm describing eventually gives way to bushes with oily stems, again resembling seaweed other than any earthly flora. The lower mountain gorges are clad in forests with seaweed-like trees and giant fungi up to 100 feet high, with inverted green phosphorescent caps. Similar plants are used to provide light in the Roman state itself. The forests are inhabited by a variety of animals. Large tree lizards live in the high branches, and slugs, the size of rabbits, cling to the fiery rocks. Both are quite edible and nourishing. Huge toads and land lizards lurk in the damp places. Great crabs, tentacled creatures, and clumsy beasts rather like seals are found in the sea and its marshy fringes. The most dangerous animal is the silk-producing spider, as large as a lion, which moves very rapidly on its long, stilt-like legs. The head is like a leather bag with with staring multifaceted eyes, of course. Cords dangle from its mouth and can be flung out like a lasso to catch their prey. Now, visitors to this underground superstate are reminded that the Roman state considers that anyone who comes there does so freely and will therefore consent to be literally absorbed into it by having his or her mind destroyed and recreated in image of the state. No one may leave without permission from the state, and such permission is never granted. Now, in the book The Land Down Under, the author escapes. His own father, who had sought out the Roman state underground, is dispatched to kill him so that he does not reach the surface world. But reach it he did, and he published what was at that point in history one of England's all-time bestsellers. This brings us back to Custon, Marcel Custon, founder and executive director of the Julian Jaynes Society. And to quote he, at length and verbatim, he said, "The major societal decisions and direction would have to come from the great gods, which were heard by the king of the highest-ranking priests. These commands would then be communicated down the hierarchy verbally, just as they would be today. The voices that most individuals heard would have pertained to their own day-to-day lives. If they did hear voices regarding larger issues, it's unlikely that anyone above them in the hierarchy would have listened to them. By 1999, brain imaging technology had progressed to the point that a study was done that imaged the brain of someone at the exact moment that they were hallucinating. It demonstrated the right-left temporal lobe interaction during auditory verbal hallucinations that Jaynes's neurological model predicted. Since then, this finding has been confirmed by dozens of other studies. Most people assume that dreams were basically the same in the ancient world as they are today, but surprisingly, this is not the case. Dreams in the ancient world were generally what's called visitation dreams, or what we might call bicameral dreams. In these types of dreams, the person experiences themselves asleep in their bed, and they are then visited by a god or dead ancestor that gives them advice or a command. So in the ancient world, the dream experience very much parallels the waking bicameral experience. While it certainly remains controversial outside of mainstream psychology, over the years, I have seen a gradual increase in interest and acceptance. There is a certain risk for people in academia to be seen as embracing new or controversial ideas, but the more material we've published on Jaynes's analysis, and the more we've cleared up misconceptions, the more we've made it easier for others to openly support the reality thereof. I know that, generally speaking, Jaynes's hypothesis is correct. In my view, the overall pattern of evidence is simply too compelling. and there are too many things that would otherwise remain inexplicable. We could learn a great deal by re-examining ancient civilizations and retranslating ancient texts through the lens of Jaynes's analysis. For example, I think the transition from bicamerality to consciousness could be much better understood. Exactly when did it occur in various cultures? How long was the transition? Did the different features of consciousness emerge gradually? And did different features emerge differently in different cultures? So, obviously, returning back to my narrative away from Houston, the study and contemplation of consciousness continues, and perhaps one day we'll have a theory that meets the criteria of consensus science. Until then, humans will continue to gaze back on the past and wonder what came before modern consciousness, which I've just described to you in the body politic of the Roman state. Jaynes's analysis is generally thought of as one that deals with the origins of consciousness more broadly. However, on closer inspection, it is clear that it also has much to say about the origins of human volition. In fact, it could be argued that it is as much an analysis of volition as it is of consciousness. One reason for this is that, for Jaynes, self-volition is a defining characteristic of consciousness. I'll be returning to that point. Consequently, the emergence of consciousness manifests itself in changes in the nature of human volition. Although the topic of volition crops up fairly regularly throughout Jaynes's book, I will focus primarily on what he has to say about it in the context of the Iliad and the Odyssey. It should be noted here that the range of evidence Jaynes presents is far broader than these two classic works, encompassing a variety of historical sources and cultures, as well as contemporary evidence such as the symptoms of schizophrenia and the phenomenon of hypnosis. Now, anyone familiar with Jaynes' analysis is likely to be aware of the mixed critical reception of Jaynes's analysis. And this criticism is important to acknowledge and is something I will address towards my conclusion of this phase in my monologue. However, whilst important, my concern here is not the veracity of Jaynes's analysis. Instead, my aim is to draw attention to those overlooked features of Jaynes's analysis that directly relate to human volition. And that's what brings us back to the analysis itself. Because there are three elements to Jaynes's analysis of the origins of consciousness. 1, his definition of consciousness. 2, his notion of the bicameral mind. And 3, his argument that consciousness emerged following the breakdown of the bicameral mind. In terms of his definition of consciousness, Jaynes starts by telling us what consciousness is not, chipping away at the common misconceptions that he believes have hindered a more complete understanding of this phenomenon. Following this process of elimination, Jaynes arrives at the following definition of consciousness, which I will now read from his 1993 edition. Page 55, a single paragraph. Subjective conscious mind is an analog of what is called the real world. It is built up with a vocabulary or lexical field whose terms are all metaphors or analogs of behavior in the physical world. Its reality is of the same order as mathematics. It allows us to shortcut behavioral processes and arrive at more adequate decisions. Like mathematics, it is an operator rather than a thing or repository, and it is intimately bound up with volition and decision. Now, on this view, he sees language as fundamental to consciousness itself. which then opens up the possibility of unlocking the origins of consciousness by studying our linguistic historical record, an endeavor that Dennett back in 1986 called software archaeology. And it is interesting to note here that Jaynes's definition of consciousness, as aforequoted, is also relevant to our discussion of volition, given that he explicitly links consciousness and volition. With the definition of consciousness thus mapped out, we proceed to Jaynes's observation of the bicameral mind. According to Jaynes, prior to the emergence of consciousness, the human mind was bicameral. It was split into two parts, a decision-making part and a follower part. Importantly, neither one of these separate parts was conscious. For simple actions, bicameral people were creatures of habit, following well-established routines and patterns of behavior. Every so often, however, a situation would arise for which routines and habits were not sufficient. In these situations, the decision-making part of the mind was recruited. This would direct behavior by issuing an auditory command. This, by the way, relieves the follower of all responsibility. I was only following orders. And crucially, these commands were never regarded as self-generated. Hence, no responsibility. Instead, bicameral people experience them as being issued by an external agent. Hence, the bicameral human is always innocent. There is no guilt or sin in their world. That comes with free will. Guilt comes with volition. For Jaynes, this property of the bicameral mind explains the origins of gods in human societies. Humans regarded these auditory hallucinations as the words of their gods. This aspect of the bicameral mind, the outsourcing of volition and decision-making to putatively external gods, well, external agents perceived as gods, is directly relevant for our discussion of volition in the context of Jaynes's analysis. For one thing, it's recognized that a schizophrenic who kills someone because of voices in their heads is innocent of murder as we understand it and is therefore institutionalized in disambiguation from being sentenced. For Jaynes, the absence of consciousness is actually marked by an absence of self-volition. Bicameral people did not feel they were responsible for their decisions and actions, and this is because they were not conscious. The apparent casual agents in human affairs were not humans, but gods. According to Jaynes, the bicameral mind was an adaptation to the emergence of agricultural societies. This wrought seismic social changes as humans shifted away from living within small hunter-gatherer groups and instead started to lay down roots and to trade. This is as significant a biological change in speciation as honeybees breaking up from their colonies and beginning to form nuclear family units. With humanity, one of the most profound changes to result from this process was the rapid expansion of the population. We created cities thusly. Whereas if we imagine the opposite with honeybees, they would stop making hives and start breaking up to become more like God knows what. Were they to follow our pattern and do the opposite of what they've been doing forever? Now, one issue to arise from humanity's population expansion was of maintaining social control. This was easily managed and policed in small hunter-gatherer societies where leaders were a physical presence. However, in these new, larger societies, social control was not so easy, as humans were physically distanced from their rulers. According to Jaynes, the bicameral mind emerged as a solution to this problem. The controlling influence of leaders and gods could be maintained in the form of auditory hallucinations emanating from the decision-making chamber within each individual's own psyche. These auditory hallucinations became the way of controlling larger groups. For Jaynes, the bicameral mind was a fragile solution to this budding social complexity, and it only existed for about 7,000 years, emerging around 9,000 years before Christ. The success of these agricultural societies led to further population growth, which in turn made the job of social control harder to sustain, even with the hallucinated words of gods directing the populace's behavior. On top of this, agricultural societies went through further cultural and intellectual shifts that served to undermine the efficacy of the bicameral mind. One change in particular posed a problem: the development of writing. According to Jaynes, writing allowed humans to escape the tyranny of their auditory hallucinations. Once something is written down, such as a law or code of conduct, one can walk away from it and return to it. In this way, the auditory hallucinations lost their power and influence, which was instead transferred to the written word. Which is why, whenever we see something in print, we accept it subconsciously as the absolute word of God. We believe what's put into print, what we would never believe if we received it orally by ear. At that point in human history, at time of writ, humans started to lose their gods. Jaynes quotes from the Ludlel Bel Nimek, a Mesopotamian poem written during the time of the bicameral mind's breakdown, which clearly expresses this very loss. It reads, "My God has forsaken me and disappeared. My goddess has failed me and keeps at a distance. The good angel who walked beside me has departed." To explain this universal sense of abandonment, humans invented heavens and underworlds, places to which their deities had retreated. And in the absence of these gods, a new psyche emerged. Psyche meaning soul. One that we too would now recognize. This is the conscious mind that we are familiar with, where decisions and actions are issued from within, and ergo you are responsible when you follow up upon them. If you have fantasies of rape and you realize them, you act upon them, you are guilty. A schizophrenic, not necessarily so, because he's a living fossil, a relic thinker. Jaynes believed that it was at this point in human history, at the time the gods abandoned us in Mesopotamia, that consciousness emerged. Contrasting the Odyssey with the earlier Iliad, Jaynes writes, in his 1993 edition that I'm sourcing this paragraph from, page 273, "The bicameral mind by its very definition, directs much less of the action. The gods have less to do, and like receding ghosts, talk more to each other. And that so tediously. The initiatives move from them, even against them, towards the work of the more conscious human characters. So it is the emergence of conscious will that signals the emergence of consciousness itself. As I have already pointed out, for Janes, consciousness entails self-volition, as well as decision-making. It is also the emergence of this volitional aspect of human mental life that marks the emergence of human consciousness, and which can be seen in the written historical record. Now, part of that record, pivotal or foundational to it, would be the Iliad, the Odyssey, and the emergence of self-agency. According to Janes, the shift from God-directed automata to self-determined agents of free will can be seen in certain fundamental narrative differences between the Iliad and the Odyssey. He first points out that our modern concept of the will is entirely absent from the Iliad, the older of the two texts, noting that, in his words, there is no concept of will or word for it, the concept developing curiously late in Greek thought. Thus, Iliadic men have no will of their own, and certainly no notion of free will. That's his 1993 edition, page 70, that I'm sourcing here. And from the same book on page 75, less than half a dozen pages ahead, at another point in his book, Janes describes the soldiers of the Trojan War as being not at all like us. They were noble automatons who knew not what they did. Here is the startling observation that up to this very recent point in human history, by all evidence, there was no experience of self-volition. Human will was outsourced to the gods. So what form did the gods themselves take, and what then was their nature? An important clue comes from the fact that in the Iliad, gods were very much a part of the natural order of things. They were not in possession of supernatural powers or qualities per se. Instead, they seemed rather akin to the humans, whose minds were their creators. Janes talks about the amazement or wonder on page 74 that is sometimes evoked by an interaction with the god, but he also points out that this is something akin to the feeling we get when a solution to a difficult problem, or a problem that seemed insoluble, suddenly appears to us. Eureka! It is an extraordinary feeling, but in no way feels supernatural. So the God-driven agency experienced by bicameral people was not out of this world either, but was consistent with the natural order of things and the rules and limitations that govern human behavior. This makes sense given that the gods themselves were human-made, eh? Janes also speculates about the neural architecture of the bicameral mind, and the way in which this shaped the experience of volition. Simply put, the bicameral mind can be mapped on the two hemispheres of the brain. The right hemisphere was the controller, storing up commands that could be issued when needed. These commands were sent to the left hemisphere via the anterior commissure. This information transfer corresponds, at the phenomenological level, to the experienced commands from gods. The anterior commissure, the small link between hemispheres, is the conduit of volition in the bicameral mind. It is important here to draw attention to the issue of responsibility. The great psychological and social weight of self-agency comes from the fact that one can be held responsible for one's actions. What then of bicameral people and the societies in which they lived? Janes himself does not dwell on this issue, but is unequivocal in his stance, making the rather bold claim that early civilizations had a profoundly different mentality from our own, that in fact men and women were not conscious as are we, were not responsible for their actions, and therefore cannot be given the credit or blame for anything that was done over these vast millennia of time. That's in his 1993 edition, page 201. Think of everything I described about the Roman state, a book never referenced and probably never even read by Julian Jaynes. Although perfectly consistent with his analysis, Jaynes's suggestion that the notion of responsibility was absent from human societies until very recently is rather jarring until you read that book, The Land Under England. If true, and of course with Jaynes's analysis this is proven to be so but reflexively denied, it would force us to rewrite the very narrative of human history. So the experience of self-agency was absent during the bicameral era. The subsequent breakdown of the bicameral mind that followed the era of the Iliad, therefore, created something of a volitional void. Humans no longer felt commanded by their gods and didn't know what to do. Hence, hierarchical societies had to structure immediately as their holdfast. And according to Jaynes, before this void was filled with modern self-agency, there was an intermediary solution in the form of divination. Humans turned away from gods and toward surrogate decision-making systems located in the external world. The aim of divination was to summon up the commands of these lost gods, and could be achieved through a variety of means, such as the casting of lots. Divination rituals acted as external proxies for the hallucinated commands that had previously controlled action in bicameral people. Jaynes notes that the nature of divination changed over time, and that the favored practices seemed to ever more closely reflect the modern structure of consciousness, with humans edging closer towards a full experience of self-agency. This process ultimately brings us to the Odyssey, and it is in the narrative of the Odyssey that, according to Jaynes, we can see this proto-agency becoming a more fully fledged self-agency. Exempli gratiae, the role of the gods has shifted from center stage protagonists to bit part players in the theater of human agency. We also see the more prominent role of divination, with frequent referencing of seers and omens. As well as changes in the content of the narrative, the language itself also seems to change. Jaynes notes that, compared with the Iliad, in the Odyssey there are changes in the frequency of certain keywords. Exempli gratiae, according to Jaynes, there is an increase in the frequency of the word nous in the Odyssey, NOOS, which Jaynes defines as the conscious mind, as in noosphere of Thielen de Chardin. It's indeed where he got the term. Just as importantly, it is the nous that now directs much more of the action in this work compared with its predecessor, reflecting a shift from God-driven to self-driven agency. Jaynes also suggests that the Odyssey itself can be read as a metaphor for this shift in human mentality that the narrative is one of self-discovery and the emergence of new and changed identities. James's description of this is worth quoting here at length. And so, from page 277 of his 1993 edition, I read the following paragraph. And as this series of stories sweeps from its lost hero sobbing on an alien shore in bicameral thrall to his beautiful goddess Calypso, winding through its world of demigods, testings, and deceits, to his defiant war whoops in a rival-rooted home, from trance through disguise to recognition, from sea to land, east to west, defeat to prerogative, the whole long song is an odyssey towards subjective identity and its triumphant acknowledgement out of the hallucinatory enslavements of the past. From a will-less gigolo of a divinity to the gore-spattered lion on his own hearth, Odysseus becomes Odysseus. So we see reflected in the narrative of the Odyssey and the journey of Odysseus, the human journey towards consciousness. Interestingly, Janes explicitly notes that this journey involves a shift in the nature of human agency from the will-less gigolo of a divinity to a more fully fledged field agent of his own agenda. So again, Janes here is equating, at least to some extent, the emergence of consciousness with the emergence of self-agency. Now, in conclusion of this specific topic, from this brief overview I have provided you, I hope to have drawn attention to the importance of volition for Janes's analysis of consciousness. In my analysis, two themes have emerged. The first is that the experience of self-volition appeared fairly recently in human history, and the second is that, for Janes, it was the appearance of self-volition that signaled the emergence of consciousness following the breakdown of the bicameral mind. The latter is perhaps the most intriguing feature of Janes's analysis from a contemporary theoretical perspective. This is because it implies that self-volition is a defining feature of human consciousness, perhaps even the defining feature. On this view, volition may be foundational to consciousness itself. Only once an organism has internalized the causes of its behavior, thus linking them to the self, can that organism be said to be conscious. Before concluding this segment of my talk tonight, it is important briefly to acknowledge the analysis's critical reception or rejection, especially within academic circles. There are far more extensive studies of this sort of thing you can pursue on your own, but obviously, or expectedly, a number have found fault with various aspects of Janes's analyses. Exempli Gratiae. In an early review, Mr. Bloch, back in 1977, argued that if on a superficial level the narrative of ancient texts implies a profound difference in mentality, the most plausible interpretation of this is not that the mentality was profoundly different, but that the ancients' interpretation of their internal lives was different to our own. That is, the most likely scenario, according to Bloch, is that they had minds like ours, but a very different analysis of mind. It has also been noted that Janes's analysis relies heavily on evidence from the Near and Middle East. As noted by Carr in 2006 and observed by Rowe in 2012. This is because, according to Rowe, circa 2012, this is where the record is strongest. Inevitably, this exposes Janes to the criticism that his analysis is culturally biased, as anyone's would be, so that's that's a desperation attack. That's ad hominem along the lines of a suicide charge. Inevitably, this exposes Jaynes to the criticism that his analysis is basically, quote-unquote, culturally racist or something. Now, even though it would be wrong to accuse Jaynes of an exclusive focus on these cultures because, by example, I've already articulated he spends time in his book looking at evidence from Mesoamerican cultures, such as the Maya, the fact remains that the analysis relies heavily on a culturally limited evidence base, which I've said has already been taken up in terms of its slack by others who have brought even further evidence for his work from China and Tibet. Ergo, the extent to which his analysis may or may not apply to other cultures was an open question until these other men did what they did, and one that more recent scholars have started to consider for themselves. For example, Carr, circa 2006, and his application of Jaynes's analysis to ancient Chinese ancestral sacrifices. So despite this criticism, there have also been notable defenders of Jaynes's analysis, or at least certain aspects of his analysis. Exempli gratiae, Dennett in 1986 defending what he calls Jaynes's top-down approach to the problem of consciousness. Dennett is also sympathetic to Jaynes's ideas on the emergence of consciousness, namely that it may have happened relatively recently and that social/environmental factors were the driving forces behind its emergence. Although it is important to note the critical reception of Jaynes's analysis, my aim in this transmission has not been to establish even the veracity of that analysis in terms of the origins of consciousness and human volition. Instead, my aim in this transmission is a modest one, to offer the listener a primer on the prominence of volition in Jaynes's analysis. In doing so, I hope to have shed new light on what remains an important, if potentially somewhat limited, contribution to the field of consciousness research. Not limited in the sense of anything that it can be applied to. Its potential for application is unlimited. It's limitless. But limited only in the sense of what a single man could possibly work with in a single lifetime. And to fault him for not being an expert on every culture on Earth is beyond preposterous. Even if he were Eurasian like myself, and therefore worked between East and West, he could be accused then of not being Afrocentric enough, which has driven myself to find out as much about Africa as I possibly could. Well, from there, we're going to get back to the primatoids after I check this one message and basically take a bathroom break. Okay. Okay, nice. Another incoming popular reception. And Jameson. Let's see if oh, there we are. Thank God. Okay, let me refresh my voice and myself, and I'll be back in a matter of about 10 minutes. You can hold stage, right?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, were you able to hear what I said, or was I coherent?
Yeah, very, very much so. The implications are very numerous, and it's very fascinating.
Thank you.
It implies that there's a sort of crisis that we're undergoing when it comes to what we have lost as far as the voices are concerned, as at least as far as means of engineering and whatnot. Literally, there was a period where we had to pick all the shit up from nothing again, not being able to hear the voices anymore, and we haven't been able to replicate all of it. So that's very fascinating. That also shows some degree of that definitely pokes holes in the idea of there not being some kind of unifying force within our conscious structures that one can almost say would be like a sort of collective God or so. or what we can attribute to the collective unconscious, as Jung put it. What's even fascinating are the implications for the future. It means that this thing we call humankind is not complete.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Thank you.
I mean, yeah.
Beautiful. Well stated. And, of course, one of these days, if I feel the world is ready, I'll talk about the encounters of the Thousand-Year Reich in Unterland with the land below of the Roman state and what happened with that. These are civilizations that, for all intents and purposes, are alien to each other, one bicameral and one conscious. And,
Yes.
yes. With that,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, go on.
yeah. Go. Check it.
Then I'll refresh myself on that note, and you have
Okay.
yourself on the stage. Thank you.
Yes. So, personally, I can only speculate as to where the human mind is going next. I can say that from what the idea of the, at least from what some of the Edomites seem to think, I would say that their idea is to sort of go back to that primal state, and the primal state would be that bicameral state where, one is now hearing the voices of the gods and commanded by the voices of the gods or whatever demons or entities they're working with. And as such, there is no self. There is no there's no such really pure, there's no accountability. But I would say that, at this point, it would be a disservice to the human experience to sort of go backwards into that primal state. Rather, perhaps another potential venture would be to see if maybe we can take what we now know about, consciousness, and the fact that, it requires language. It requires the ability to build models. It's basically like, this thing we call self is basically sort of like a meta reality. It's sort of like mathematics as well. It's in other words, what I'm implying here is that there's a non-locality of self. And so perhaps we can work with this to move on to the next phase of evolution, meaning that not only is our self internal within ourselves physically, not only can we look within, but there's also that fact that, and this is where quantum field theories has a lot of potential. Perhaps we're also going to come to realize that, what we have as a centralized self is something that might actually be simultaneously existing in something that we can't physically access. If that makes any sense, it goes even deeper than our the changes within our neurological structures, and this goes deeper than something even physiological, meaning that, instead of just in other words, what I'm implying, that self is something that's it's something that exists simultaneously in the body and elsewhere. In other words, there's a non-locality of self. There's also a sort of omnipresence. I don't know if that makes any sense. I mean, I'm literally just masturbating mentally with what I just heard, and this stuff is fascinating to me, being the sort of nerdy guy that I am. So, I mean, I could see Michael Aquino's fascination with this, to begin with, because his entire thing was on consciousness and, the movement of consciousness, the sort of what is the next human trajectory going to be? Although in his case, I sort of see him as having tried to shape that in some ways, and having done a disservice to shaping it in others. Nonetheless, the implications to magic, and of course, Michael Aquino brings up some clues as to where we might find the next leap when he brings up the ideas of depersonalization, derealization, or even dissociation, as far as being explorable states of alteration that might serve some deeper function in working with arcane forces. So yeah, I have no doubt he had a sort of insight as to where we would find the next leap. But I would go further as to say, instead of there being a sort of dissociation, what if one is simultaneously dissociated and present at the same time? You know, what I'm saying is that, you know, this would sort of, in other words, we haven't broken down completely. There's still another potential breakdown, and who knows where that's going to go. This is all pretty exciting stuff. So yeah, for me, a guy who speaks about wanting to destroy humans so often, I can't bullshit you and say that I do not find the human structures and the way that the human being exists and even operates is it's amazingly fascinating. I mean, certainly without humans, there'd be nothing to really talk about because, you know, what would there be to examine? What would there be to give any real weight to this human experience, you know, or humanoid experience, if you will? And I suppose this goes into our primatoid cousins there. I would hazard to say that what might have caused a change, and I'm just going to come up with this blindly. I have no basis for this, but I'm going to say that I'm going to almost hazard that virological agents that might have been encountered through interbreeding with these other primatoid beings might have also been responsible for our shift, you know, from bicameralism to, you know, eventually developing deeper lingual capabilities and whatnot. You know, I mean, yeah, I don't ask me why I've become so fascinated with the viruses, but the idea of knowing the implications of how viruses, viral agents, retroviruses, even parasites can, seeing how drastically they can change human behavior, even bacteria, gut bacteria, you know, which are responsible for how we generate all of our most of our neurotransmitters like dopamine, serotonin, et cetera, et cetera. You know, when you consider how much these things contribute to what we are, you come to reach a point where you can't dismiss something like something microscopic as having had a significant influence as to this sort of evolution that we underwent. You know, and so it almost goes without saying that what we're seeing in the Old Testament of the Bible is sort of more bicameral mind, whereas what we see in the New Testament, you know, has to have been post bicameral, at least for a good chunk of the world. I even argue to say that what Christ represents is literally the death of that bicameralism for a majority of the world, not all of it, because there are still some places where people are bicameral. There's still some places where that breakdown hasn't occurred, either due to isolation or due to other factors. But that was at least how I took that's at least how I interpreted it, you know, even without knowing about, you know, what happened with the, you know, the vampires and their role. And who knows what role they might have played in this, if any. You know, of course, they certainly seem to be more childlike in that there's no need for them to enter a point of there's no need for them to have intellectual capacities beyond a certain point. And so that's interesting because, you know, maybe I have to reinterpret some of the things I thought, you know, were being said, at least, you know, from a biblical perspective, when they say be like children, you know, that in a real sense, a vampire is like a child. So, you know, I'm just musing over things like that. What I can also do is go back into this sort of, you know, this is what makes the issue of what they're trying to do with education and the sort of breakdown of the education system so scary. Because if anything, if we're to evolve, we're to strengthen the education system, we're to make it so people have know more than not only especially more than one language, but are really, really grounded and rooted in language and history. Because without knowing of this, any of this history, well, what fucking hope does anyone have? Um, and this goes back to this sort of ban that these conservatives want to make. Of course, for black authors, this is nothing new. Black writings have continuously been under attack since Phyllis Wheatley wrote her first book in poetry in 1773, a book Boston publishers refused to publish in the U.S. books written by formerly enslaved people, referred to as slave narratives. In fact, they faced so much scrutiny and denial that even brought potential danger to their authors, for those who felt the stories were anti-slavery and anti-American. Think about that sentence: anti-slavery and anti-American. That's pretty much telling you that America is, you don't have an American empire without slavery, and slavery still does exist within these United States, if not in the penal system, through the use and exploitation of immigrants, and through the exploitation of people in other countries through our corporations who decide to just slave people. In fact, most of what we get as far as sugar is concerned are made, most of the foods we get are from fucking slave plantations. So for a white person to deny any privilege is absurd. These kind of books, of course, are crucial to young adults' personal and political development. And really, if you're banning that, what you're doing is you're creating a political schism. You're politicizing education. When white parents and school boards state that a book has subjects that are too heavy and graphic for a teenager. Yeah, teenagers who are fucking each other and watching Gorno and Gore online, because that was the age I first saw all that horrible shit. They admit that they understand nothing about their actual lived experiences in favor for one whitewashed existence and puritanical morality they've created only in their heads. According to a 2019 census, Generation Z is 52% non-Hispanic white, 25% Hispanic, 14% black, 6% Asian, and 5% other. Oh God, we're fucked. Sheesh. If you still have 52% people non-Hispanic white, we're fucked. I'm sorry. I know it's wrong for me to go there. I'm going to rein that in. According to that poll, 15% of Gen Z identifies as part of the LGBTQ plus community. This data showcases that Gen Z could be the first generation where non-whites outnumber whites within a few years. The problem is that's not the case right now. Well, by the very fact that they express that is one of the reasons that have the white male supremacy society in fear. These shifting demographics are the heart of banning books. They could also be the heart of an attack against voting rights, challenges to abortion rights, voter redistricting, and anti-transgender legislation. Conservatives and certain school boards don't want books to mirror the current makeup of this country. They want to keep the power where it already is, because they know that once it does show a change in this country, this allows for more upward mobility of non-whites. And that's the one thing they cannot have, because systemically they benefit the most when everyone else is repressed. For those who benefit directly who benefit most from systemic oppression prevalent in a nation, there's an inherent fear of white people losing the majority of the population in this country. The fear is exacerbated by the fact that they might lose their ability to shape student minds through a whitewashed history. As a child, I was conditioned to be grateful to Abraham Lincoln as the white savior who ended slavery. Books like mine and many others tell the truth that these so-called saviors and about these so-called saviors and educate young adults with the most powerful tool, the truth. America was never founded on truth. It was founded on insanity. Our books also share experiences that are non-white, non-heterosexual, giving other young adults the right to read about their experiences, like Anna, unlike their own. No one is banning books that seems to have any issue with non-white kids being forced to read almost exclusively about the experiences of white children, like my family has for generations. And at the heart of this is anti-blackness, anti-queerness, as our stories and experiences have been deemed potentially hurtful to white students without regard for how their experiences have historically and systematically oppressed us. This actually makes a lot of sense. And this is true. We only learned surface things when it came to Black history. I was lucky to at least have some teachers who were a little more grounded, to say the least, but nowhere near to the amount of education that I get from listening to Douglas Dietrich. These bans require a sustained call to action. We must push back against the conservatives who are trying to remove these books from the libraries. Oh my God, they've gone that far? I mean, most students who go to libraries don't really even do so to do anything more than hang out and go on the computer. So that's really fucking lame. This includes signing petitions, supporting the students who are rallying at school board meetings, and sharing your voice during school board hearings. Conservatives often win by being the loudest people in the room and also the dumbest. And making sure that we are in those same rooms sharing our counterpoints is extremely important when decisions to pull books are being made. And one of the problems is when demographically speaking, people who are liberal or, progressive or on the left seem to not let their voices be heard on the most crucial areas. I sort of mirrored this when I talked about how when it comes to voting to non-primary elections, like anything that's not presidential, most of us aren't there. That's a big fucking problem. Another thing you can do is support an author being harmed by the ban is to buy their books. Higher sales boost our visibility, and visibility helps create more access points. When they are able to remove our books from school libraries, it's then on us to make sure they can still get the book at the public library. Or at indie bookstores, Target, LGBTQ plus centers, grassroots libraries, or even online. Sales ensure that there are more places people can receive these books, and even more crucially, when schools deny access, it becomes imperative that we teach them at home. And that's where we hit a sort of brick wall, because most people who have kids are out of time. They do not have the time to teach their children at home unless they have the blessing of being stay-at-home parents. They're not going to have the time because most people can't afford to make time once you have kids due to the cost of having kids, which is why there's so many of us who are, so many of us millennials who are deciding we're not going to have kids. We reach an unprecedented time where the fear of the majority becoming the minority has reached its boiling point. And unfortunately, that minority seeks to continue to rule. In fact, that minority has always ruled in the Republican Party with the gerrymandering and the fucking way they fuck with the Electoral College and everything. So, I mean, when has the minority not ruled?
There we go. By the way, they haven't fucked with the Electoral College. The Electoral College is simply fucked. It's built that way to be fucked.
Well, and the problem is, you know, even with Biden taking office, nobody's going to do anything to remove it.
Yeah,
it's not going anywhere.
Well, the horror is, of course, that would require like a constitutional convention, I believe, and that would have to have a bunch of states voting for it. It's believe it or not, I've gone into this in the past. It looked like it could have happened a number of times. It's at this point in history, everything's too polarized. So it's going to be solved the way historically it's always been solved, by force of arms, unfortunately.
Yeah, but, the problem is we haven't reached. The problem is that's taking too long.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking.
By the way, I'm unwrapping a chocolate bonbon that's shaped suspiciously like the Death Star, in case people are wondering what that noise is. In terms of some emails I'm getting right now, they were asking me about, please, what happened at the end of Land Under England? The man who basically, just to give people a short overview so they understand this, either tonight or on Wednesday, which is the same as, you know, like tomorrow night for all intents and purposes, I'll be covering the horror of World War I, not in terms of, oh, it was horrible, men got their legs blown off and gas and all that horrible stuff that we all know happened. Rather just how horrible it was and the impact on the world that you never even imagined. But one of the things that needs to be brought up is that's the foundation for the book. The book was written at a time when all men in Western civilization were questioning the validity of civilization itself because of World War I. And the author's father comes back from World War I completely deranged from post-traumatic stress disorder and is obsessed with finding his Roman roots in England because it was a Roman-occupied nation. And they built Hadrian's Wall. So he is consistently and chronically excavating along parts of Hadrian's Wall. He's a wealthy estate owner. And many wealthy estate owners went into war in World War I. That's not an indulgence on the part of the author. And came back where he's trying to retrace the families who have left traces, clues to the Land Under England in the past, his own family line. And so when he pursues these clues and then disappears, never to be seen again, the son grows up wondering what happened to his father after World War I and then his disappearance. And then finally goes on a quest to trace his father's path and finds his way down in the Land Under England. At which point his father has been accepted into the Roman state and does not want to leave. The son is confronted with that fact, at which point, when he tries to escape, the Roman state dispatches his own father to kill him. So in order to make it back to the surface world, he is forced to kill his own father. That is towards the end of the book. And towards the very end of the book, you're left with this feeling of ambiguity that he's left with. It's like, did his father let him kill him so that he could escape? Or was his father earnestly striving to stop him from escaping to the point where he had to kill his father?
Nice. I like that. Yeah, well, I mean, I
know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's very literarily, it's literarily apropos.
Yeah. I mean, there's something very poetic, and one can argue that the answer is probably a little bit of both.
Yes. No, absolutely. Thank you. Very astute. Very astute. So that might be a harder book to find. I have never seen a copy other than the copies published in 1935, but it shouldn't be too expensive. Maybe like see what you can find if you look up Land Under England, see what the prices are. It might
even be possible to find a reading of it on YouTube even.
Yeah, maybe an audiobook. Yeah, an audiobook.
Yeah, sometimes they have those.
Sometimes, yeah, that's an obscure enough title where I'd be surprised, but hopefully, yeah. And
I've found some pretty obscure titles. I mean, it was interesting. I was able to at least find, Carl Jung's, whole thing on UFOs. So that was interesting.
oh, excellent, excellent. By the way, for those of you who don't know, since Jameson brought that up, as soon as I finish articulating this, I'm going to eat this bonbon, which is not that big. So while I swallow Death Star, I'm going to let our man Jameson talk for a few minutes after that. By the way, this also reminds me of an amusing story, kind of similar to, Peter Moon's tangent, which I didn't really get. He was talking about, like, that reminds me of an amusing story, and I can't even, no, the chicken story. That was it, the chicken story. And there was some movie about the guy and the woman below his head off. I still don't really get where that kind of, other than the chicken thing, there wasn't really a transition that I thought was very relevant, but... Yeah, at any rate, this reminds me, looking at this Death Star, now this is smaller than an artificial eye, but a glass eye fits in a glass socket, and there's this, you can find it on YouTube. There is, this would be right up James and Reese's alley. There's a series of videos on YouTube that should still be up there called A Million Ways to Die, and it's this very unsympathetic, it's all true. It's all true shit. And there's this he's a narrator who lacks any sympathy for any of these people who die. He just, he'll portray their lives as if they had it coming. And
oh, please tell me that's not William Shatner.
No, it's not William Shatner. No. It's some guy who's got a Brooklyn accent. So he was, when people die, he literally says stuff like, "This dummy deserved to die." And so I don't personally I don't hate the guy, but I don't personally. Yeah. That's not the way I would approach it myself.
Well, this is someone who clearly doesn't, have that. He's very direct.
Yeah, definitely. He's no sense of tact. Yeah, no sense.
He's as bad as I am.
Yeah, pretty much. And though he's probably paid to do that by this seems. This is really professional, so he's got to be paid to do that. They paid him to
well, then that just shows how fucking downgraded our culture is.
Thank you.
That's popular.
Yeah, thank you. Nevertheless, it is quite funny. It's hideously funny, and so there was this poor guy who he was into amputees, like fucking chicks who had legs and eyes missing and shit. So he hired a prostitute specifically who had lost I forget which limb it was, but also an eye. And so when she removed her glass eyeball so he could skull fuck her, then after they were both drinking and partying and done with their skull fuckery, he woke up in the middle of the night, as one will after sex and alcohol, very dehydrated. And she had dropped her glass eyeball in a cup of water, which he did not. Well, he forgot that, and and he drank it down, and the glass eyeball choked him to death. It was just, oh God, what a horrible way to die. For those of you who don't know, a glass eyeball is huge because your skull socket is huge. Yeah, it's this, huge empty hole in your head that
I can't grasp how someone can. Well, that's
why he could fuck it. That's
well, that makes it that's kind of bizarre.
Well, it is what it is. He's a fetishist. It's what you call fetishist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so how one develops such a fetish, that's open to question. But then he wound up choking to death on the glass eyeball, and of course, you can imagine what she had to explain to the police. Oh God, can you get my eyeball out of that dead guy's throat? And then
I'd be asking why there's white stuff leaking out of her eye socket.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I'm sure she rinsed that out by the time the police arrived. But at that point she could claim the guy raped her and took it out and swallowed it because he was completely insane.
So my question is the connection to the muscles, like whatnot, that all that's gone then when the eye's gone. You know, I mean,
Well,
there's
when it's bear in mind, it's like these sorts of things happen in different ways to different people. But I'm presuming that she probably had an accident, and when they provided her with a glass eye, there was probably some cleanup surgery that was done so that her skull could accommodate the eye. That makes sense,
well,
right?
yeah. And I'm guessing there can't be a hole from like the eye socket to the brain direct.
Right. No. By the way, it doesn't work
That's
like that. Yeah,
exposed.
yeah, it doesn't work like that. It's
So whatever tissue there is would probably have scarred over whatever.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's like also, for instance, there's this myth that you can slam the palm of your hand against somebody's nose, and then the bridge of their nose will go up this slide socket, into their brain and pierce their brain.
No,
And kill,
no, that won't happen.
No,
They'll just break their fucking nose.
thank you, and also, nose.
I mean,
bleeds.
if a shotgun could remove someone's entire face, including the nose, and you have and you have a pair of eyes and just nothing, and they have to rebuild all that, I'm sure that that you're beyond the point of your nose bone stabbing your brain, if that was even possible.
Thank you.
That's sinus cavity.
Thank you. By the way, what Jameson is referring to is failed suicide attempts. People who try to kill themselves using a shotgun. And
there were unfortunate people who were shot by other people with shotguns, and I keep wondering why the paramedics are bothering to revive the poor souls. Someone just put your 2 hands on the carotid artery and just put them out of their fucking misery.
It's amazing some people still want to live after something like that, and
why would you can't see, you can't hear, you can't taste. What the fuck is there to live for after that?
Yeah, your point's well taken. At any rate, for me at least, your point's well taken. At any rate, well, at least they'll be conscious to decide whether or not they want to die later, I suppose.
They can't hear. They can't. There's no access. The only thing they could do is touch.
Oh God. Well, there must be something might be done to ultimately ascertain whether they. I don't know. I just don't want to think about it. At any rate,
and you wonder why this so-called creator frightens the living shit out of me.
Well, yeah, it's
I don't want anything to do with that thing, man.
It's a hard world. No. At any rate, what was I going to say now? There was something I was going to bring up about before the eyeball thing that threw us off. There's something I was going to bring up. What was I going to bring up?
Was it the chicken? The chicken?
No, it wasn't the chicken. That was an example of I didn't understand the connection. It was anyway, maybe when I finish this chocolate Death Star, the bonbon, what is it? It's a this was a few of these were given to me by Meals on Wheels on Valentine's Day. This is they slipped it through the door. Dark chocolate almond butter bomb. Yeah, okay.
All right, do yourself a favor. Don't choke on it.
Yeah, I won't swallow it whole. That would defeat the purpose. But yeah, when I come back, we'll see if I can remember what I was going to talk about with the, that based on whatever it was we were speaking of before. And okay, then let me go mute for a few minutes. I'm here, but I'll be back. Jameson will go back to talking about, the electoral college and shit. I guess gerrymandering and all.
Well, the conservative school thing gets even worse. Now, this is from the Associated Press, but conservative takeovers of local school boards have already altered lessons. So basically, they really have a pretty huge pocket that they're funding schools with, or that they're bribing schools with. That's a better way of putting it. It's bribery. Of course, this is a black woman in Colorado. What the fuck are you doing in Colorado? I don't get it. What the fuck is wrong with? Okay. Well. Anyway, let's just let me not go there. Let me not try to challenge this. As her Colorado School District's Equity Director, Alexis Knox Miller, thought the work she and a volunteer team were doing was on solid ground, especially with an audit in hand that detailed where the district was falling short in making sure all students had the same opportunities. But in December, Knox Miller reluctantly disbanded the equity leadership team after more than a year of meetings. New conservative members had won a majority on the school board after voicing doubts about the work, and she worried that the efforts might not lead anywhere. The new board says it will take up the issue in the spring. Around the time the equity audit was being released, I realized that the tide has changed around diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. Knox Miller reluctantly disbanded. People were conflating the definition of leadership team with after more than a race theory. New conservative members had won a majority on the school board after voicing doubts about the work. In any case, merciful to white Americans again. Might not lead anywhere. And the absurd accusation, the new board says it will take up the issue in the spring. Race theory in classrooms around the time the equity audit was being released, I realized that the tide has changed around diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. Definitely reluctantly disbanded. Were conflating the definition of race theory with diversity, race theory. New conservative members had won a majority on the school board after voicing doubts about the work. In any case, merciful to white Americans again. And the absurd accusation says it will take up the issue in the spring. Race theory around the time kindergarten through every part of a school kindergarten, including recruitment, services, diversity, equity, but inclusion debate carries reluctantly hiring, work, conflating the definition of race theory with diversity, race theory. Places for students from diverse backgrounds have been reversed as a result of turnover on school boards, while work elsewhere faces a chill from the acrimonious debate around topics that have been mislabeled as critical race theory, which is a non-existent topic coined by conservative rights that means absolutely nothing.
Right. Yeah, by the way, I don't know if you heard any of that. I was trying to replay, but on mute, what we were saying earlier, so I could hear where I came in to remind myself what I was going to talk about.
I think you were going to talk about, you were going to segue back into the what do you call it? The, oh my gosh. the hominoids.
I know that.
I think.
Yeah, the primatoids I will talk about, but there was something I was going to say on the way there. If anybody can remember, tell us what it is.
I know we were still, you were wrapping up the bicameral mind thing.
Yeah, I did that, talking about the Roman state and the, of course, the plot of the Land Under England and World War I, how that basically, I mentioned that connection. Then there was...
And how people thought there was going to be a breakdown of civilization. People
at that time.
Civilization as a whole.
Right. Well, they felt that it had already broken down in many ways. They felt that it was, it's kind of like, just that brings up another thought to mind, just as a stray thought. Anyone out there who's been listening to us, give me a private message as to how what I said I was going to talk about before I got distracted, because I've just tried to play it on the on the live stream. A hell of a delay. You have no idea. Like probably it'll take another 3-4 minutes probably before it gets to the point where I come in and say what I was going to say. It's still behind as far as the what's streaming. So.
Well, there was the Million Ways to Die.
Yeah, I know. It was right in between that. It was in between the... it's not that important. I'm sure we'll remember later and can always get back to it another day. But one of the things that does remind me of is that when we spoke about the war, World War I, the Great War, and, it still deserves that awful title even after World War II. Because of what I'll articulate either tonight or Wednesday. But when it comes to the war before that, what I call World War Zero, and I noticed that was ripped off as a term by a bunch of people on history channels who were trying to apply that to the Russo-Japanese War, which is, the Russo-Japanese War, if anything, is simply World War I's Eastern Front. So, I mean, it's just incredibly stupid that they do that, but anything to try and fuck up Douglas Dietrich by taking his historical insights and trying to turn them into some form of revisionism. But World War Zero means the Napoleonic Wars. And when it came to Napoleon Bonaparte and what happened, think of World War II and how everyone thought the Americans were on top because they were a food power and they were effectively not starving, whereas everyone else was scrambling for immediate maintenance of their populations after World War II. This is why in the Japanese sequel to Godzilla, the second in the series of the Godzilla franchise, where he's fighting Anguirus, they bring up the fact that they discover the creature while looking for schools of fish using aerial reconnaissance because they're trying to feed all of the teeming people back home in Japan because there's so many of them, which again gives people the reality of the situation as opposed to the idea that the Japanese were all killed off by World War II. They had so many, they were looking for new fields of fish with aerial reconnaissance because of there's just so many Japanese. I mean, overpopulation, quote unquote, was a big problem in Japan after the war.
That's not what you call the result of losing the
Thank
war.
Thank you. And anyhow, when it came to America, of course, you had fat and happy people who were just loaded with food in excess that they could sell. I mean, that's why they were able to replace all the Japanese they killed in Okinawa, which the Japanese demanded that they do. It's a terror. But when it came to the end of World War Zero, the closest that would come to being in that position that people perceived America being in after World War II was the British. They effectively dominated the continent after that because they were not starving. They had a global empire that, and they, you know, this is why you had the decadent people of the noble class who were visiting Switzerland and continental Europe. And this would be like Japanese visiting mainland Asia after its warlord era. You know, this was like a bunch of Brits going to vacation in Switzerland after the Napoleonic Wars, and they pointed out how malnourishment had deformed all of the local children. Deformed by, you know, you heard me talk about that, right? When I was talking about the Frankenstein creation after the Tambora explosion, and yeah, and this is.
That is hilarious. I mean, it's fucked up.
Yeah, there you go. But there's the Brits, and they're like Americans visiting other parts of the world. These Brits were just, you know, vacationing in a recent war zone and just dealing with mobs of refugees that they thought were armies of deserters and shit. Like, because you had entire contingents of the Napoleonic conflicts that deserted and became effectively outlaw bands, and so they would, and yet these rich people like didn't seem to have. I mean, they had women with them, one of who was pregnant. We're talking about, you know, the Mary Shelley herself, fucking pregnant, you know, traveling with these people through a former war zone just so they could vacation in this estate in Switzerland and get inspired on their drugs and sexual orgies. It's
damn, that is so like that's like Americans going down to Cancun, Mexico.
Yeah, thank you. It's
mind-numbingly what?
Yeah, it's like, you know, if something had happened to them, the only thing you could say would be kind of like A Million Ways to Die. That's like people who were just begging for it, right? I mean, you know.
God, I laugh when I hear stories about that. You know, where shit goes wrong. I look for videos to teach me about that stuff because it amuses me.
What do they call it? It's Daniel Arola calls it instant karma. You know, but
I mean, there's just different ways to. There's just different things that will kill you, ways to die out there, and it's all amusing when you realize just how stupid the people were. It's like. What?
Anyhow, let's see if we can find this here. Let's turn this on for a second.
Me.
What do they call it? It's Daniel Arola calls it instant karma. Now it seems to have caught up. Now it seems to have caught up.
There's like different ways to.
Okay, let's try this.
Of how viruses, viral agents,
I forget which limit was, but also an I. And so what?
We haven't reached. The problem is that's taking too long.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking.
By the way,
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
unwrapping a chocolate
were you,
bonbon that's
able
shaped
to?
suspiciously like
I'm
the
sorry.
Death Star,
I'm only
in
trying
case
to
people are wondering what that
fill the
noise is.
silence.
By the way, you can't hear this?
In terms
You can't
of
hear what I'm hearing?
some emails I'm getting right
No,
now, they
no,
were
no,
asking
I
me
can't.
about, please,
Okay.
please, what happened?
Okay.
That, I don't hate the guy, but I don't personally.
Yeah.
That's not the way I would approach it.
It's
Keep filling
and
in
came
the dead
back,
airspace then. Give me a second.
where
all right.
he's
All
trying to
right. Yeah,
retrace
yeah, yeah. So
the
I'm
families
filling in the
who
dead
have
airspace while
left
Douglas finds a way to
clues to the
transmit
land
what
over
it is
England
he's trying to
story, and
transmit
I can't
through.
even remember. No, the chicken story. That was it. The chicken story. And that
I'm
was some
only
movie
assuming
line,
it's some
and
kind
so
of playback
when he
or
pursues these
something
clues
that
and
we
then
we
disappears,
should hear.
never to be seen again.
But
But
I'm not
yeah,
sure what it is.
at any rate, this reminds me,
I
looking at
would
this Death Star.
go
Now, this is
into
smaller than
race
an
in
artificial
the United
eye,
States,
but
right
a
now
glass eye
it's
that I was trying to
it's not
replay,
interesting
but on mute.
anymore.
What?
It's just I'll sum it up best. I'll say that there. It's just like when someone's talking about, oh, there's no justice in America, and I'm like, well, there never was and there never will be. Get used to it.
Well, we do have to strive. I mean, hopefully.
Yeah, we have to strive. But it brought to mind the fact that well, gee, race. No one's ever going to be satisfied with race in America, because I think my folks are like watching all these Sidney Poitier movies. I guess because it's some anniversary or something, and and they were talking about how like he was like while he made a lot of waves for up and coming people to black actors and whatnot.
Yeah.
He wasn't received well by the black community because he was playing in these roles where it didn't seem like they were representing blacks, him interacting with black society, and I'm thinking to myself, well, gee, nobody in America is ever going to be satisfied with anything relating to race. I just pretty much at that moment hearing that from the TV, I was just like, what the fuck does it even matter anymore? We're all going to be unhappy about race in this country. It's never going to fucking change. We can strive to change it. We can strive to make it a little more better. Yes. I'm not defeating striving, but I'm just stating a blatant fact. It's going to suck, and it always has sucked.
Right. Now, he was he went back to the Bahamas. He was a Bahamian. They call them Bahamians. That's awfully like, that's not very euphonic. It doesn't sound.
It's not euphonic. Bahamian. It was Bohemian. It just comes up with all types of. It's not euphonic at all.
Yeah, I guess it can be when you say it that way, like Bohemian, but Bahamian. So he was a Bahamian, and he went back to the Bahamas, and he became kind of like a governor, really. I don't know if I can find exactly what he had. He did receive a knighthood by Queen Elizabeth II. And then what I did know was my mother adored him. And apparently they had met and spoken at some time. And but he was enamored of the Japanese. And he tried to get many people in the Bahamas to basically learn the Japanese language, because he really wanted the Bahamas to become more of a satellite state of Japan. And he felt that that was the future. And so there you have that. And apparently he died in 2022, just January 6th, 2022, at the age of 94 in Beverly Hills, California. So that's incredible.
Okay. Yeah, that's very incredible to have.
That's why they're playing all his films.
Yeah. To have graced the world and gone through what he's gone through for so long. Oh man, I would definitely curse the gods and ancestors and everything else for longevity.
Yeah.
Oh man, well, I can say I'm glad I'm not a damp fear like yourself.
Well,
I don't envy the fact that you're probably going to walk around here like Methuselah, like, oh my God.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Well, by then you might actually have a robotic horse like, D from Vampire Hunter D.
There we are. There we are. And see if you can. You said you saw the anime for the what for Alita Battle Angel. Let's see if you can find the you saw the what is it? You saw the anime, which I saw as well. But
yeah, I
see
saw
if you
the
can
anime.
find the movie. Yeah, see if you can find the movie.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I'll see if I can find a movie. I just seem to be more enamored in the cartoons.
Understood.
Usually, even with the English voiceovers, it wasn't bad.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I much rather read the subtitles in Japanese.
I
but if it's
agree.
English,
I agree. And I saw the same one with the English voiceover because that's what's available for free, right? And
Yeah.
that was all right the way it was, I guess. It's like you say. So we obviously, if anything, I caused the loss of a lot of listeners by trying to find out the what it was I said that I was going to talk about before I got distracted by all that fetishism. So I really got to learn to discipline myself so I don't do stupid things like that.
Yeah. I mean, fucking eyeball sockets, not okay.
Yeah. I mean, I've got no judgments against it, but it's just
No,
yeah.
no, I don't either. At some point, humans have adapted to fuck everything.
Apparently, yeah.
We might not be the only animals that do that, judging by dogs, but we certainly seem to make a point of it.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I love you dearly, son. We couldn't have gotten to this point without you. Let me again earn my pay, give people some education on the primatoids, and we'll take up the last 3 hours with that. Bless you. And anything you want to say before you retreat into the gentle... I mean, stay with me, of course, but in case I need you.
Yes, I just got to take a fast break, and
Sounds good.
I'll be in the background.
Okay, I'll get started. So understand that what we were speaking of when I was speaking of the tilt of the earth and the bands of vegetation, these are the eco bubbles, as in ecosystem niches that we are boxed into and really cannot leave. And when we do so, it is only with either infrastructure or technological support. Understand as well that when I talk about when people say that the world is overpopulated, tell them you know better. I mean what I say, but at the same time, there are nuances to every situation. Understand that when it comes to the situation of population, we are overpopulated in the sense, and this is of course due to the fact that you humans, as opposed to myself as a dampfire, you annihilated the majority of vampire in the world to the point where we're on the brink of extinction, our kind, and as a dampfire I'm simply downbred from that kind. And the result has been an explosion in the human population, like rabbits exploding in population without wolves or other predators to cull them. And so you're overstressing the biological niches, the ecosystems, the biomes in which you live. That's why it was necessary to have entities, subspeciations like vampire and lycanthropes to cull your population. And since you've effectively done away with so many of us, your population's not being culled by your own. You effectively have established a peace among yourselves that has lasted long enough to the point where you're destroying the ecosystems that you're in. In that sense, we are overpopulated. As our man Jameson has said, the option is there to simply go all out and kill the primatoids and expand into their spaces. But that would imply that you would have to accept their reality, which your government does. However, it does not have that policy. And there's reasons for this. Yeah, I'll let you know about that when I think the world is ready for it. But for right now, let's just tell you about these primatoids. First off, it all comes down to habitats. habitats which are polluting, and habitats which are overstressing. And then, yes, humans will die of overpopulation. In other words, squeezing ourselves into the choking point of those areas, those few areas of the world in which we can practically live, meaning that we can live without enormous technological assistance and backup and resupply. So the uninhabitable parts of the world that belong to the primatoids, well, among them, the highest, harshest habitat exploited by any hominoid is the home of the abominable snowman, the Yeti, in the Himalayas. Now, the Himalayas are 5 sprawling mountain ranges that link together and drape across Central Asia like a mutant 5-legged spider. And they are extremely rugged and combined are nearly the size of the United States. In fact, the nation of Tibet is larger than the United States in land area, in case you did not know. So, but the Himalayas alone are almost the land area of the United States, which gives the Yeti, the snowmen who inhabit them, plenty of room to live and roam. Specifically, they exploit its upper montane forests, which contain tracts of 2 to 4 tiers of hardwoods and mixed deciduous trees that can blanket the sides of mountains anywhere from their snow lines to near their bases. The kinds of trees and their relative densities are functions of the latitude and altitude influences that I mentioned in our previous transmission. Now, because of the extreme height of their habitat, abominable snowmen must cope with far more environmental stresses than their cousins, which has left them more physiologically specialized. They are said to be more brutish. Many reports mention canine teeth. Their bodies are covered by longer, denser hair for obvious reasons. Their strange feet and shambling walk probably result from steadily moving on steep, rugged terrain. And all that difficulty has, not surprisingly, given them belligerent disposition. Now, unlike their cousins, snowmen, the Yeti, will stand their ground when confronted by a human, and with typical pongid bluster, may bluff a charge at any intruder. Now, as I've mentioned before, there was a Japanese explorer who went on the hunt for these creatures. And that was an important source of what we know about them. So just bear with me, and I'll try to remember the individual's name. And
welcome back to Quick Films.
Try and get away from that. Aside from that, got an interrupted commercial there when I started searching online for the Japanese explorer who went to hunt for Yeti. So just let me enter that in here. And he was the same guy who was helping to recover stragglers on the Pacific Islands. By telling them the war was over, Japan had won, who hunted Yeti. There we are. And this should take us to it. All right. Now, and of course, let's see now. Okay, this is it. And how is it that the... All right. At any rate, just so people understand... in terms of, I really want some interaction in the chat room. Anybody who's out there, enter something, or just enter it in a private message on Facebook, or Hiro Onoda. Hiro Onoda was the last remaining Japanese holdout, and the man who was looking for him was Norio Suzuki. So Norio Suzuki was an explorer and a traveler, and he was out to find the Yeti, and thanks to him, we found many of their footprints. These were Japanese climbers returning from the mountains in western Nepal. And of course, this is something that, is monumental, and gave us much of what we know. So it's information from the Japanese that I'm translating for you in terms of some of these other sources that I have. So apart from their physical differences, the Yeti habitat also forces them to eat more meat than their relatives. In the first place, the frigid environment puts limits on the amount of vegetation they can find and exploit. Secondly, they need more high-energy animal protein to fuel their bodies, though their man-sized height is an obvious constraint on their need for fuel, and their extra-long body hair in the 6 to 10-inch range conserves heat. When not eating the limited choice of small animals, burrowers, and scurriers in upper montane forests, the Yeti will feed on sheep, goats, yaks, or cattle left unattended in the valleys they sometimes share with humans. Now, the Sherpas of Nepal and Tibet will attest to losing livestock that way, finding carcasses torn limb from limb in a savage but efficient manner. The killing wound is usually a crushing blow to the back, which severs the spine. Now, when you've ever heard about Bigfoot or Sasquatch, what I will call from now on the Yeren, or the wild man, whether they're in China or not, tearing out the tongues of large animals, this does not imply that is a preferred way to dispatch victims. Rather, the tongue is a delicacy consumed first, like a cherry on a soda. So, these are the kind of creatures you're dealing with. You do not want to meet them. You do not want them to find you. All in all, abominable snowmen are exactly what nature seems to have intended them to be. Rugged individualists living in and exploiting a difficult but life-sustaining environment. And, of course, the other... oh, God. You know what? I'm going to look up Canadian name for Bigfoot, and let's get that, because that's better than the Yeren, because everybody's gonna think I'm talking about China. And name for Bigfoot, and that will give us hopefully something. And come on, don't give me fucking Sasquatch. Give me something that creepy creatures that call Canada home. They're giving me Sasquatch. They're giving me Wendigo. This is bullshit. I'll probably have better luck with YouTube. And in the interim, go back to where I... there we are. Let me see. This Canadian name for... There's got to be different names here. Sasquatch, if I use that as the... Sasquatch. Okay, native Canadian name. And, all right, let's get back to the task at hand. Telling you about the different things. I'm going to have problems with this name thing. I could tell for a while to come. And that's because, of course, these names just are so disgusting, what they've come up with over the years. I mean, Sasquatch, for God's sake. This is what Steve Martin, I was trying to remember the comedian's name the other day. This is what caused him to come up with the term big squat instead of Bigfoot. That it's big squat, he called it. That, it squats on things, sits on things, and destroys them that way. All right, enough already. With searching for different names. There's no hope in it. They're just, I'll have to write it down next time and force myself to to remember. By the way, I've just found a video on Penanggalan. It's a good presentation of them, and that will give people an idea of what we're talking about. Here, let me stick that into the chat box and see if anyone bites. So let me get the share here, and for those of you who don't remember, oh, skookums. You're being sarcastic, right? I pray. You know, look it up for me and see what the Canadian First Nations people...
No. This is actual a Native American word for it. Skookums.
Oh, God. No. We don't want that. We don't want that.
All right. The Cherokee call it kekle.
Oh, God, that's just bad. You know. So, by the way, I've just put into the chat room a link. You can take a look at that. That is a Penanggalan. That's a Penanggalan, and of course, this is actually, you know, if you could use the term, a fairly attractive one. But in terms of Penanggalan, this is what I had the dream about, where due to Elon Musk or some asshole, this was before these assholes even started all that shit, but due to someone going to Mars, somehow it was brought back some factor that enabled the Penanggalan to breed in astonishing numbers, and they essentially became a worldwide plague, the Penanggalan plague, that where people wound up taping shut their air vents, air ducts, which was a favorite entry point for the Penanggalan into their homes. You can describe this for us, and you can tell us what you see and how suitably, you know, repulsive this is.
Yeah. It's fairly repulsive. It's like it's like seeing like she's got like multiple heads, like a centipede. Yeah. Crawling around, and the body's like headless and chasing these Japanese dudes. I mean, actually, it's kind of funny. I honestly, it's actually quite interesting. I mean, I do sort of like the, although I have to say I like the sort of design that the traditional Penanggalan has even more.
Okay.
But they sort of guts hanging out and shit.
I think that don't they show that in this film? They should. Maybe later they do, but that's the way it's supposed to be. And
anyway, the girl's kind of attractive, so
makes it easier on the eyes.
Yeah. It's I'll check it out just for that reason.
There we are. So that so people understand when it comes to Sasquatch itself, or the North American primate, well, the Mayak Datat, the hairy man, or as the Yokuts of California call it, also the Sunzurut, they primarily dwell within, by the way, I'm talking about Big Feet and Sasquatch. You know, I'm probably going to have to fall back on that, because if I use these other names, people are going to think I'm talking about something else, right? that's why I'm fucked.
Well, I mean, maybe you can make up your own name for it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Derek Talley. Yeah, then Derek Talley.
This is awesome. Okay, so they show like the face of like, okay, I see what it is. The body that doesn't have a head, the face is like all like there's some flat face popping out like where the neck and head should be. That's pretty cool. I like that.
There you go. There. And so Big Feet, they primarily dwell within the lower montane belts that girdle mountain flanks and valleys all over the world. And unlike abominable snowmen, that's another really stupid name, by the way, so I try to use Yeti, they're not trapped in one ecological niche. They can easily adapt to life in upper montane forests, and jungles and swamps will do in a pinch. So, of the four hominoid types, Big Feet probably have the widest habitat diversity. And compared to upper montane forests, whose blankets of trees can be considered thinly woven, the lower montanes are more like a heavy carpet. They seldom have less than 3 or 4 tiers of trees, which leaves little floor area free of trunks and roots. Also, every tree in the canopy drops its dead limbs to the floor, many of which are twisted as coiled tubing and as hard as forged steel. Those limbs combine to form a daunting thicket of undergrowth that laces over, under, around, and through the standard briar bushes and other brambles. If you didn't have hair on your ass, you would wish you had, because, well, fuck, I remember there was this one recording of what they swore was a Bigfoot running through those Texas, Texas towards Louisiana. You've got these big bramble, that's like the border is like a bramble forest. It's like hedgerow hell in Normandy and shit. And there was some Bigfoot creature that was running through there screaming with this horrific scream that was just, I can't do it justice. Just, like that. It just going on endlessly. And although obviously it was organic, it was like breaking and reasserting itself. It wasn't like, like on a tape loop or something. But when, yeah, that's right, Jameson said it's time to get the fuck out. When the people were interviewed, they said they didn't see any hair on its ass. That's when my dad, we were hearing this on Coast to Coast, my dad said, if I didn't have any hair on my ass and I was running through that bramble bush, I'd be screaming too. That's, yes, so this is another reason they have all that thick hair. And apart from frigid weather, upper montane forests are more suitable to humans than lower montane growths. A hardy man with a sharp machete needs a tough morning of hacking to travel 200 yards through a typical stand of lower montane timber. It is not now, and never was, worth that much trouble for humans, so we have always steered clear of lower montane growths, which is exactly why Big Feet or Sasquatch make them their home. Now, despite widespread damage from overlogging by rapacious timber interests, lower montane forests still cover a huge swath of the planet Earth. They supply Big Feet with a cornucopia of plant and animal foods that I mentioned in our preceding transmission, which provides a banquet each day as they migrate north and south with the seasons. Now, any creatures, including humans, that know how to live off the land seldom have a reason to be hungry. Wherever they go, Sasquatch remain dwellers in some of the most physically demanding environments on our planet, which may explain why they are built on such a heroic scale. Only time and genetic testing will ultimately tell. Now, when it comes to what you missed, Jameson, one of the things I was talking about was how the Yeti kill their prey by severing their spine with a single crushing blow to the back. But Bigfoot and Sasquatch, they tear out the tongues of large animals. And I explained that the U.S. government concluded that it wasn't at all to dispatch the victim. The victim's left alive with your tongue torn out by the roots. Rather, the reason they do that is because the tongue is a delicacy that they consume first, like a cherry on a soda. What do they call those? Ice cream floats. Yeah, the old ice cream floats. And of course, so you definitely don't want to meet these people. You won't have pleasant memories. That's not a selfie you want to take with your lower jaw bone basically torn and severed from your skull. By the way, Jameson says, who eats the cherry first? Well, believe it or not, most people do. Certainly Bigfoot does it that way. Also, they probably tear the tongue out so they don't have to hear you scream. That way you're just gurgling in your own blood. Well, by the way, we come to Cyberasia, where Almas and Captors, they're the man-sized types that are the Gigantopitheci living in our own era. And like Big Feet or Sasquatch, they range into multiple forest environments. Our man Jameson just mentioned Dyatlov Pass, where the hikers, where the people at Dyatlov Pass, where their tongues torn out. Is that how you understood it? Or?
Yep. A few of them, yeah.
That's it then. I told people I had a photograph I had stolen from the department.
And some of them, and the rest looked like they dropped from a very high height. So I'm guessing that whatever it was big.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It probably tossing them up in the ground and just watched them fall to death, and was probably laughing like
oh fuck yeah, oh fuck yeah, and it was and eating their tongues while they were watching it too. Yeah, believe me, they'll leave you conscious and your lower jaw hanging by a single strand of muscle, and be devouring your tongue in front of you. By the way, Dyatlov Pass, you know what that means, right? Dyatlov?
No, I don't.
In the indigenous language of the native Cyber-Asians, it means don't go there.
Well, shit. Well, that explains everything, and of course, Russians. Well,
yeah. Thank you. There you go. And so, in terms of how do I say this? When I was trying to compare them to North American primates, you've got these almas, these captars, as they call them in the Russian. They range into these more, forest environments of various speciation, plant speciation. But as I said, their primary habitat seems to be the temperate deciduous, the non-evergreen belts adjacent to lower montane. Now, the montane and deciduous forests have many of the same trees, but as always, latitude and altitude differences determine their density. And in general, deciduous belts are less wooded than lower montane. The almas, or captars, can also be found in mixed woodlands and occasionally in the tropical rainforests known as jungle. Now, big feet can and do overlap into niches where almas and captars dominate, and almas or captars can return the favor. However, when that happens, they do not seem to crowd or even to threaten the others' living arrangements. This is ironic because almas, or captars as they are also known, consume the same kind of diet that big feet utilize. Fruits, vegetables, nuts, berries, roots, tubers, and small animals. Actually, the diet patterns of all hominoids seem to be the same. Eat whatever you want, whenever and wherever you find it, because there's plenty to go around. And that includes stupid humans who actually show up for the buffet table. Now, by the way, someone's asked me about this. What's this tribe that you said uses the name Mayak Datat, which means hairy man? That's what's known as CA-TUL-19. Well, that's their reservation number for California, the tribal land. I think that the TUL is for Tule. It's Painted Rock Reservation. It's located on the Tule River Indian Tribal Reservation east of Porterville, California. It was established in 1873, and it has a population of 500 people, which for an Native American Indian population is huge. That's enormous. They're one of the larger reservations, so they use the term Mayak Datat. They have ancient cave paintings of Bigfoot, and so they are the people we should be listening to. They've known Bigfoot for a long time, and they know he'll tear your fucking tongue out and eat it in front of you while you cannot scream, while you drown in your own blood, gurgling. At any rate, there are pygmy Bigfoot. And somebody wrote he's trying to go and see a big Bigfoot, isn't he? Ooh, is that you, Jameson, or is that Sammy Romero writing that?
Oh, no, that was me because it seemed like the person was like, "Who's this tribe?" It seems like they really want to tempt fate. So I say,
I hear
yeah,
you.
yeah,
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It was like when that guy told me that crazy guy who was at that super soldier conference that, Keith Call was there with me, and here's this guy who says, he had all these weapons. He had all these weapons in his hotel room. He was loaded for bear, and he says, "Yeah, I want to go up where all these people are disappearing in the mountains. I would never bring you with me." He told me to my face, "Don't take it personally. I would never bring you with me because you're on antidepressants. Your behavior is unpredictable. You're post-traumatically stress disordered. I would never trust you around me with loaded weapons." And I'm like, dude, I'm totally cool with that. It's like, that's like some team of sewage divers, of septic tank divers who got together and they told the foreman, "We've all agreed we don't want Douglas Dietrich in the septic tank with us. We don't want Douglas Dietrich in because we don't trust him to maintain his suit." And, then the foreman says, "Douglas, you can't dive in the septic tank with those men." I'd be like, I'm totally cool with that. Believe it or not, I'm fine by that. That is like, yeah, that's someone who's accusing, as Jameson says, this is someone accusing you of being unstable. Yeah, that's like someone who wants to go up in the mountains where people are disappearing. Yeah, load it for bear. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, all the brains in the world. Just it's like, let the people who want to dive in the septic tank for a living handle all the neon glowing fucking, toxic intestinal worms and shit that are 5 feet long, and I'll stay up here. But for those of you who don't know, there are pygmy primatoids. Pygmy Bigfoot, if you will. So they're called egagwes. And the pygmy-sized agagwes, who are still fucking bigger than you, live in temperate and tropical rainforests. They're only the size of NFL football players or something. And occasionally they're in the swamps and bottomlands created by large river systems. Another term for rainforest is jungle, which most people think of in Hollywood terms as a danger-laden, vegetation-choked, sweltering, insect and snake-infested hellhole, which I would tend to agree with everything you will stereotype. But real jungles are forests growing on elevated lowlands in tropical and sometimes temperate climates. By the way, Jameson says those pygmies are probably worse than the big ones. I'm going to look at what he says with the rest of the statement here, but he says you won't see them coming from as far. Yeah, they're big enough where you'll see them, but they probably got a size complex, the little man syndrome, where they're probably going to be twice as vicious just to show their Bigfoot, big cousins, that they're assholes. Anyhow, an example of temperate jungle is the rainforest in Washington state. Now, the majority of rainforests are tropical, as are most swampy bottomlands. Florida's Everglades and the Mississippi's Delta, those are the exceptions. Now, like montane forests, rainforest jungles are comprised of 3 and 4 tiers of trees with undergrowth bushes on the forest floor. However, its trees tend to be of much softer woods whose dead limbs quickly decompose. As a result, jungle floor is relatively open and much easier to travel through on foot. Also, the climate on a jungle floor is nearly perfect. The highest canopy of treetops casts welcome shade to the floor, reflects the heat of tropical climes, and keeps the air at ground level remarkably steady and comfortable, neither too hot nor too cold. Despite Hollywood stereotype, jungles are mostly free of noxious insects, equally free of disease and pestilence. Believe it or not, they're quite sterile environments. and well supplied with easy to obtain food and plenty of pure drinking water. However, the snake-filled stereotype, that part is completely accurate. Overall, however, jungles are excellent places to live, especially for hominoids, because so few humans ever choose to dwell in or near them. Swamps, on the other hand, present a challenge. Swamp land, as in the land in swamps, is the dry ground areas within them, which can support trees, shrubs, agagwes, the pygmy Sasquatch, and even a few humans, like Louisiana's hardcore Cajuns, for example. And here, noxious insects are a problem, and trees are generally dispersed so thinly that sunlight sends ground temperatures soaring. However, swampland is well watered and teems with easily accessible foods. Swamp bottom, or marsh, on the other hand, is the treeless, mushy verdure that is extremely inhospitable to humans and hominoids alike. No agagwes actually live in bottomlands, like snowfields in the Himalayas. If they use them at all, it is as a transit route between the dry areas of swamplands. Now, all of you, I'm getting emails already. I've never fucking heard of pygmy Bigfoot. So, all right. Agagwes, all right? Not pygmy Bigfoot. Agagwes. Now, agagwes are able to live in jungles and on swampland because they are specialized for it, as abominable snowmen, well, Yeti, are for the high, cold, rugged terrain of the Himalayas' upper montane forests. In fact, Jameson says, go looking for yourself. Well, regardless, agagwes are as different from the other three types of hominoids I've been describing as the abominable snowmen, or the Yeti, are, but in different ways. Rather than their cousins' dominant shades of dark body hair, agagwe hair is described in the light brown to russet range, with most observers calling it reddish, no doubt because light colors reflect heat better than the dark. Orangutans in the steamy jungles of Southeast Asia usually have reddish hair. Agagwe hair is shorter and less dense than other hominoids, except on their heads, where the opposite holds true. Many have thick manes of long, straight hair that can spill down their backs to their buttocks, acting perhaps as a natural sunscreen, as well as a butt screen when you're running through that bramble bush. Probably what happened was that agagwe in Texas got into a fight with another agagwe that ripped its nape off. And, this is why, I'm going to use this term for the first time in my life, rednecks have the first time I'm using this in a casual sense, that is, as opposed to a historical sense that I've articulated before. But this is why rednecks have short hair in the front and that long hair in the back. That's called ape drape. They're all business up front and party in the back. That's how agagwes are born. This is what the white redneck is emulating, is the agagwe style for his particular environment. And one of them probably got into a fight with another agagwe who ripped his nape off, and therefore he was left bare ass. That's why he was running through that bramble bush screaming like a bitch. So their faces are essentially free of hair, kind of like the rednecks in area, and their skin is, paradoxically, of lighter shades than other hominoid skin, so you could probably mistake them for the human locals. The dark skin seems more appropriate in tropical climes, as does light skin in higher latitudes. However, that is placing human parameters around distinctly non-human creatures. By the way, Jameson is saying, what makes them any different from white men? Now, we can't go there or we're going to start dehumanizing whites, and before you know it, we'll get all genocidal and shit.
I know that. I know that. He says JK for just kidding. I know that. I know that. Jesus Christ, give me some credit. Give me. I know when you're kidding. Okay, that's but you know I could go there. Anyhow, for those of you who just aren't getting it, aren't feeling this, get this. I've gone through military manuals which describe these creatures. I've been ordered to destroy photographs of their bodies. This is, the bodies go to military laboratories. And I can tell you these Agogways were pretty well researched, fairly thoroughly in America, probably more than any other primate. They're probably endangered. At any rate, their foreheads are somewhat higher than other hominoids, not nearly like humans, but not straight back from the eyebrows either. And this could result from not needing to sleep in the warmth-conserving torso on thighs, forehead on ground position, which, you know, let me try and describe this to you. It's been discovered by the U.S. government that these primatoids sleep like a, how would I describe this? Kind of like a baby or someone in the womb, more like a fetus. This is how, like, people are buried when they used to bury people in these ancient pottery kind of indigenous Mesoamerican. It's like a fetal position, except, okay, it's more like this. Have you ever seen, I ran into it with two people. One was a straight woman who was incredibly post-traumatically stress disordered because she grew up with her father raping her. And another was a gay guy who probably slept that way every night because he wanted the butt fairy to come and pluck his hairs or something and leave something like a dildo by his bedside or something. But I was at the gay guy's house and I was looking for the bathroom, just, you know, and he left his bedroom door open, and like an idiot, I looked inside and he was sleeping with his butt way up in the air and his head in the pillow. He was sleeping. It wasn't like he was inviting me. This guy was asleep. I was so astonished at his sleeping position, I couldn't help but just come in and check it out. His pajama pants were on, just so you know. But this is kind of like how Bigfoot sleep. And except their butts lowered down. And it's more like, okay, I've told you before the difference between how a man sits in Japan and how a woman sits in Japan. So imagine how a woman sits in Japan, which is like not cross-legged, but, you know, by the way, if a white woman sits cross-legged in Japan, you know, they're used to this by now, but, you know, behind your back, they're going to chuckle. Oh, a Japanese woman will sit on her knees, properly. And that's how a Bigfoot will squat down to sleep. And then, as if the Los Angeles Police Department was arresting him, he'll put both hands behind their back, male or female, put both hands behind the back of their neck. Have you ever seen soldiers surrender? And to show they're unarmed, they put both hands behind the back of the nape of their neck to show they're unarmed, and with their elbows high in the air. Bigfoot will do that and then press their forehead to the ground while on their knees, and that's how they sleep, with their butt lower to the ground. And this is like with their head pressed flat against the ground. I've seen photographs of this taken by the military. And it protects the neck, and their head is against the ground. So it's you know, let's just put it this way. When it comes to all that brings to mind, understand that yeah, of course Jameson says he wouldn't do it, but he gets it. Yes, thank you. It's the forehead on the ground sleeping position that accounts for the skull flattening that's found in both hominoids and prehumans. So this brings us to kind of like everything about them. These are like you know, how do I how do I explain this? There's so much to go into, but it's I mean, we got some time. I'm going to try and get my head together and see if I can present this to you in such a way so that you understand. And he says they're bicameral, like we were before we lost it all. Yes, quite true. Quite true. So it all starts, I suppose, with finishing up with the Ogagwe. Let me try and get through that, and then I'll try and present to you some of these other aspects of these creatures. And but when it comes to the Ogagwe, as I said, they don't sleep in that position. They don't need to, and they don't need enlarged sinus cavities to breathe cold air. Also, when I've mentioned the orangutans, just like those species of primate, the Ogagwes have higher foreheads than any other primate, which is why they're perceived, quite rightly, as being more intelligent. Both the orangutans and the Ogagwes. Ogagwes have typical hominoid facial features: round, deep-set, glowing eyes, and these, of course, are also known as skunk apes, and that's what'll bring us to the odor again sometime soon. And they have broad, flat noses, human-like ears, slightly protruding mouths, no chins, no necks, so to speak, heads very close to their shoulders, in other words, set very close on their shoulders, large teeth, but their lips do show evidence of human eversion. That means turning out. You know how we have lips? So their lips, well, they got lips. And so the turning out factor, they call it eversion, Eversion. By the way, I'm looking through notes I've taken from the old Army field manuals on this shit. The Ogagwes communicate by jabbering among themselves, which they do more than any other hominoids. And they are seen more often in groups, usually in pairs or family units. When upset or aroused, they call like the other types, with loud screeches and howls, or to get quick responses from their own kind. And this indicates they are more sociable than the others, possibly living in loosely confederated troops that inhabit specific regions, which fits the classic primate pattern better than the isolated family units and basically nomadic existence the other hominoids employ. Because Ogagwes live in niches that do not suffer seasonal fluctuations, it makes better sense for them to select a defined home territory and share it with others of their kind. Another unusual aspect of pygmy Ogagwes is that they seem to utilize the trees in their habitats more often and more easily than their cousins. However, they don't swing from limb to limb with their arms in the typical primate fashion. Instead, they jump from limb to limb, virtually running through the overhead canopy. So, if you can, well, if you've ever seen, certainly I have, so I have an unfair advantage on this, but it's like I'm trying to describe colors to a blind man. If you've ever seen the footprints, as of course I've had to destroy plaster casts under orders, but you would know, like I do then, handling such evidence, that the Ogagwe feet are unique. They have narrow heels, exceptionally high arches, expanded ball and forefoot area, and the analysis that I've seen of those feet and the greatly expanded calves attached to them was that they resulted from frequent walking on tiptoes, which would be required by equally frequent stealth. So it just, by all evidence, is derivative that those feet and calves are merely physical adaptations caused by leaping and jumping from limb to limb through trees. Of the 4 basic hominoid types, Agogways are the ones most observers describe as human-looking. Of course, this brings us back to all the local redneck jokes, right? Because, you know, mistakes can be made. Anyhow, nobody claims they are humans. That's the difference. Of course, I could say it's arguable about many of the residents in those areas who are considered human as well, but couldn't resist that. I'm so bad. At any rate, they still have their all-over covering of body hair, the same repugnant odor, the same loud vocalizations to communicate with each other at a distance, the same pair bonding to raise offspring, the same very pendulous breasts, that's something I'll have to talk about, and the same fantastic strength. They could toss cars like Superman. And so too are they known to be swift runners and powerful swimmers. But they do not hunt with weapons, never make any clothing, certainly can't use fire, or do anything else that can legitimately be described as human. They are simply hominoids, like the others, but a distinct group among that unique, as yet unrecognized subset of primate species. So I've gone through 3 so far: the Sasquatch, I hate that term, the Yeti, the Ogogwe, and now the Almas, or the Kaptars, need to be described. Now, the old Soviet Union had its own version of Ivan Sanderson, one of the greatest of the cryptographers. And by that I mean cryptozoologist, I mean to say, not cryptographer in the sense of a code maker. One of the greatest cryptozoologists that ever lived, if not the greatest, Ivan Sanderson. And another was Grover Krantz, a highly credentialed academic who in the late 1960s, you know, the decade into which I was born, completed a landmark study of his country's numerous reports of encounters with Almas and/or Kaptars. And this was Dr. Boris Porshnev. Think of Porsche, but Nev, you know, without the C in it. Porshnev. That's how it would be anglicized. A scientist and historian who carried out hominid research in the same atmosphere of official repression that exists today. However, his research methods were of such unimpeachable quality, his peers could never deny him the right to publish his results in Russia's most respected technical journals. And though he was predictably ignored, being allowed to officially make his case speaks volumes for his credibility. In one long paper published in Soviet Ethnography, that means Soviet race studies, in 1969, he gave extensive details about the results of his research. And I will read you excerpts that were smuggled into the United States. Ultimately, you could get them more legitimately through library exchange, but the stuff I got was from the exciting days of stealing information via the espionage during the Third World War that Americans call the Cold War. And I took notes from what was originally in Russian, and I'll read to you from the excerpts of my notes. From that paper, published in Soviet Ethnography 1969, which can be read in its entirety at this point in history in some of the hominoid books that are probably published freely at this point in history. But here's what they have to say in terms of the major points. This is Dr. Boris Porshnev. We turn now to information gathered from local inhabitants in different ethnographic regions. Considered one by one, each story may be questioned. What cannot be questioned is that such reports exist as independent of one another. They do not contain any contradictions. Rather, they all support each other, and they confront researchers with three difficult questions. First, why is it that in each interview, though the topic under discussion, the situation, the whole circumstance may be different, references to the anatomical features of such creatures are completely consistent and biologically sound? Second, why are there no biological contradictions in information that has been gathered from widely separated peoples with varying historical, linguistic, and religious backgrounds? Third, why is it that the enormous amount of folklore about these creatures is in basic agreement with the observations of strangers to an area who have never heard of the local traditions? To my knowledge, none of the doubters has ever been able to provide a satisfactory answer to any of those three questions. But common sense provides an obvious answer that the subject of the stories exists in each of the regions in question. As a result of analysis of abundant information, it is possible to give a preliminary description of the creatures. Their average height is from 5 to 6 feet, but with great size variation. This is also true with humans. The entire body is covered with hair from 3/4 to 3 inches in length, but uneven. For instance, the cheekbones are covered very slightly. There is no underlayer of hair, so that sometimes the skin can be seen. The hair grows longer in cold weather. Infants are born without hair. There is not much hair on the hands and feet, and none of the palms or soles. Witnesses often report they have a very distasteful smell. Color varies with age and locale, but can be black, brown, reddish, pale yellow, or gray. A few are white. Color is not always the same on all parts of the body, and hair does not turn gray evenly over the body. There is no hair on the face, usually no beard or mustache, but eyebrows are unusually thick. Sometimes there is sparse hair around the mouth and on the cheeks. The skin of the face is dark or gray or reddish-brown. Hair on the head is usually of a different color from that on the body and noticeably longer. It is sometimes matted and sometimes falls onto the shoulders, or even down to the shoulder blades. The head leans forward more than a man's and is supported by strong muscles which make the neck appear short and wide with the head right atop the trunk. The back of the head rises to a cone-shaped peak. The forehead is low and receding, with protruding eyebrows and eyes deeply buried in the skull. The bridge of the nose is flat, with the nostrils turned outward. Cheekbones are wide and protruding. Jaws are heavy, strong, and greatly protruding. The mouth is wide, and the canines more widely separated. The ears differ little from a man's ears. The females have large, long breasts, which they literally flop over their shoulders when they run or walk, because this enables them to feed their offspring while walking, because they normally carry their babies on their backs. So this way they can run from mankind while carrying their babies on their backs, even while their babies are sucking on their teats. Their legs are slightly bent at the knees, as are the arms at the elbows. Differences in size of the hands and feet is less than in men. Their hands are quite large, and the thumb is less opposed than man's, so they often grasp objects between fingers and palm without using the thumb. By the way, the opposable thumb is what makes us tool users and able to do everything. This is the only animal that has anything close to us is a panda, which I can go into because it's relevant. The toes and fingers have primate nails, not claws. The feet have no arch. For their size, they are significantly stronger than men. They can run as fast as horses, climb cliffs and trees, and swim in swift currents, which of course you would simply drown. However, they cannot climb something smooth, like a pole, where gripping with an opposed thumb is necessary. So now you know what to do when you see them. You run up a pole. Of course, there's no poles around in where you're going to see them, so you're fucked anyway. At any rate, I'm sorry, just the image of that. Like, you have to wait for them to come into the city so you can run up a pole and piss on them. They move easily in varying terrain and in snow, though snow is not typical of their habitat. They sit by squatting on their buttocks. In winter, they sleep face downward, with knees and elbows drawn in under stomachs and their hands behind their heads. Okay? They do not have permanent homes, but often use caves or dig holes for shelter. Breeding pairs remain together. Oh, I noticed the noise is back. The noise is back. Can you hear that, Jameson? The noise? Shit. That's, see if this helps in any. But that's even scarier if I'm just nigger rigging this thing so that so that works. Well, I'll use some of that money coming in to get a microphone. So, but the microphone may not. Well, I guess it is the problem if I'm moving this around, and that helps with the noise. At any rate, breeding pairs remain together, but the males are inclined to range over a wider territory, whereas females tend to remain in one area while their offspring are young. They give birth to offspring which resemble human babies. This is important. This is why they abduct human babies. The young eventually leave their mothers to find territories of their own. Large old individuals, past the age of breeding, live alone in the most mountainous and heavily forested regions. They are capable of many different sounds and call to each other over long distances, particularly at twilight and at dawn. Mooing, mumbling, whining, and whistling are reported, but nothing resembling speech. They do not make tools but can throw stones, and even carry them and use them to build windbreaks. They may break small stones one against another. They do not make fire, but are glad to warm themselves at the embers of a fire that has been abandoned. They may use sticks as clubs. They eat both meat and vegetable foods. They may dig up roots. They eat different sprouts and leaves, and all kinds of berries, fruits, and nuts. Given the opportunity, they will take cultivated vegetables and fruit, such as corn, sunflower, seeds, and hemp. They catch frogs, crabs, turtles, and snails, and will eat frogs' eggs, insects, worms, nestlings, and eggs. They may catch small animals such as gophers, moles, rabbits, and other rodents, and scavenge from the carcasses of larger animals, but they do not habitually hunt large animals. On the few occasions when they do kill larger animals, it is by breaking the back. They are active mainly in twilight and at night. See, they're nocturnal. Their senses of sight, hearing, and touch are acute, and they can move without making a sound. They are expert at concealing themselves and otherwise taking advantage of their surroundings. They are expert mimics and have been seen to imitate men after an encounter. They imitate calls of animals and birds with great skill. This is what's called acting the ape or monkeying. Toward men, they are usually not aggressive, though in ancient times, Persians and others are supposed to have used them as fighting animals, which showed great ferocity on the battlefield. Think of David versus Goliath. Those domesticated in recent years have been quiet and complacent, but hostile to domestic animals, particularly dogs. Horses and cows fear them. In the wild, their relations with other animals appear peaceful. Now, their domestication. I can go into that in detail. But think of war elephants. In order to produce an elephant that will kill people in combat, that you can ride into combat, that will act as a biological tank, war elephants were driven psychotic by torture and pain, and then directed against the enemy, but had to be complacent enough with whom they identified as their masters so that they wouldn't kill them. This is how you worked with the primatoids. You see an example of this in the film The 300, where they're confronted by a giant who is similar in behavior to the primatoids. Remember, Dr. Porshnev's academic credentials were above reproach. Because his evidence was too comprehensive and authoritative to be dismissed out of hand or ridiculed into triviality, critics have never mounted a serious attack against him, his methodology, or his results. They can only ignore all three and hope they stay where they are, lost on the so-called lunatic fringe. In other words, he was treated the way I'm treated. Just pretend we don't exist. But this is what brings us to the panda. It's important because it's about hiding in plain sight. Because all experts hate to admit any lack of knowledge about their bailiwicks, many animals have at one time or another been forced to dwell with hominoids in cryptozoology's limbo of the unacceptable. There they remained until evidence for their reality drowned out the bleating chorus of official naysayers. Among them are the absurd platypus, the duck-billed, egg-laying platypus, mind you, an oviparous mammal, like the woman of Mars, whom Edgar Rice Burroughs described as beautiful, but egg-laying. That's your duck-billed platypus, except humanoid. Chiil says, wait, what? He's talking about the Panangalan. And he says, she's not half bad looking, by the way. Yes, Panangalan. Yes, she's easy on the eyes in one sense. At any rate, so I was explaining earlier, Chiil, that, or Chiil, Chiil. I was explaining that, Chiil, I was explaining that I had that dream decades ago about something on Mars, expeditions to Mars. Likely foreseeing, all those stupid billionaires, Bezos and the others taking us there and causing this plague, that they brought back some factor or pathogen that enabled Panangalan to reproduce by the thousands and overwhelm much of our way of living to the point where we had to be careful how we walked out the door and taped up and boarded all of our air ducts and vents from which they got into our houses with. And so I'm not quite sure about the bill. I'll have to read more up on it before I spread the word on it. So let me check into that later. Basically, he's telling me to spread the word about this bill to get it passed. That it would be swell as hell. I have no idea what it is. Our man can cause or lose your ability to legally grow. Oh, something to do with pot rights. Well, I'll look it up. I'm not much of a fan of pot myself, but it is what it is. Now, as I was saying, that when it comes to these types of animals that were originally denied, nobody would even believe in them. The platypus is obvious as to why nobody believed it existed. Or the long-rumored mountain gorilla, the legendary giant squid, and the giant panda. Now, the coelacanth was never even rumored to be alive before the first one was trawled from the Indian Ocean in 1938. But the panda's story, that's a perfect comparison with hominoids because they live in the same kind of habitat. montane forest and mountainous terrain, as Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and the Almas captars, predominantly Bigfoot, do. Also, as with the early written references to hominoids, pandas are mentioned in many ancient Chinese manuscripts, and in those texts they were called Beisheng, which meant white bear, and they were typically described exactly as they turned out to be, black and white bears that lived high in rugged mountain ranges and ate bamboo shoots for a living, like Gigantopithecus. Since every Western authority knew all bears were meat-eating carnivores, and since black and white coloring was so obviously a fanciful creation of benighted yellow natives, and most importantly, since no Western authority had ever braved the rigors of going to China to actually study the matter, they felt fully qualified to pronounce the panda an amusing legend invented by the Chinese as a harmless woodland sprite. But then, after 2,000 years of unaccepted reports, think about what I'm saying now, 2,000 years, everyone in Europe said the panda was a shit show, didn't exist. In 1869, a French missionary and naturalist named Father Armand David made his way to Sichuan province. And like most naturalists of his time, Father David had heard of the legendary Beisheng and believed the official assurances that mottled bamboo-eating bears were a highly embellished Chinese crock of shit. Then he saw the full skin of one hanging on a wall in a village elder's home. At first stunned, then delighted at discovering such incontrovertible evidence that the legend was real, Father David hurried to the Beisheng's reported habitat, a bamboo forest high in a forbidding mountain range, and upon arrival he promptly tried to hire a group of local hunters to bring him a living specimen. Now, the locals were hesitant, saying that Beisheng lived in very rugged terrain and were extremely difficult to see, much less capture. Father David took their reluctance as a ploy to extract more money from him, which he offered. The locals shrugged, agreed to take a crack at it, and after just 12 days, returned with a living Beisheng they professed to have found only by amazing good fortune. Now, knowing his captive would make history, the delighted Father David did not concern himself with the circumstances of its capture or the high price he paid for it. However, in transporting his prize back to France, his luck soured. The wild Beisheng became so agitated it was beating itself to death in its cage, so for humanitarian reasons, it had to be euthanized. They mercy killed it. So sad. Now, having to kill his prize was a terrible blow to Father David, who found solace knowing he could still achieve his main objective, which was to prove beyond doubt that Beisheng did exist. And he knew if he could do that much by himself, well-equipped field teams would follow with sufficient methods of extracting the living Beishengs they would no doubt capture. So he forwarded the preserved remains of his dead legend to the Paris Museum, which created a predictable worldwide sensation. Now, in a preview of what will probably happen after the first hominoid is officially presented for inspection, the world's top dozen scientific institutions entered into a race to determine who would put the first living Beisheng on display. They sent legions of top-notch experts, hunters, trappers, scientists, swarming through the mountainous regions of Sichuan, an area about the size of Arizona or Italy. All of them waited anxiously to see who would be the first to bring one in. And they waited. And waited. And waited. And by 1900, 31 fucking years after Father David's find, all of the museums that financed expeditions had long since given up the chase. By 1910, the Beishung had been renamed Giant Panda by the Western media and shoved by scientists back into the mists of legend. Though Father David's stuffed specimen remained very real, 41 years without even so much as a follow-up sighting convinced most experts the panda was indeed extinct. Now, cavorting around Sichuan's mountains looking for phantom pandas became a lark undertaken by plucky young sports with time and money to burn. Then, in 1915, one claimed to see a panda that slipped into brush before he could shoot it. His sensational report was met with thunderous denouncement from official science, which had declared the panda definitively extinct. One lone voice had no chance against such a credentialed chorus, so he was dismissed as a shameless publicity seeker. If, during the next 14 years, any more sightings occurred, no one had the nerve to step into the hail of ridicule that had greeted the previous eyewitness. Then, in 1929, exactly 60 years, the extent of an average lifespan after Father David captured the first one, Teddy Roosevelt's two sons, Kermit and Theodore Jr., were in Sichuan, earning their spurs as panda hunters. Think of that for a macho term. You just want that on your business card. Panda hunter. They spotted one in a hollow tree and shot it. Fucking macho white assholes. First thing you do. Sending their bullets through the poor panda to puncture countless scientific egos. Now, even with the passing of 60 years, not much changed after this second discovery of pandas. Museums and zoos all over the world mounted full-field expeditions to try to be the first to capture a living specimen. By then, of course, many Americans and Europeans had learned how to cope with the rugged montane forests of Sichuan. The earlier era's mistakes were eliminated or minimized, and successes began to occur. In 1931, a panda was killed for the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Science. In 1934, another was killed for the American Museum of Natural History. In 1935, another was shot. Then another early in 1936. That was 5 pandas murdered, counting the Rooseveltses, in 7 years. A tremendous record of panda massacre, considering what the previous 60 years of effort had produced, which was absolutely nothing. And it goes to show you how whites, this is how they perform science. Find it, shoot it, find it, kill it. I mean, what do you learn by that? What exactly do you learn by that? By roadkill. Then the second living one, counting Father David's, was captured in 1936 by a man named Floyd Smith. He got it to Singapore before it died of natural causes. Finally, in 1937, a remarkable woman named Ruth Harkness achieved what had begun to seem impossible. With literally no hunting or trapping experience, she led an expedition that captured a live panda and returned it to Chicago's Brookfield Zoo. All this without carrying firearms. All this unarmed and without ammo. A single woman was able to attract a panda. Naturally, the men who had been hunting pandas for years claimed Miss Harkness's success was an undeserved fluke, which prodded her into trying again the following year, and incredibly she deuced the challenges, bringing back another living specimen and touching off the panda craze that remains with us to this day. Now, I've gone into such detail about the hunt for the giant panda because, as I said earlier, it perfectly illustrates the fundamental reasons why hominoids have managed to stay undiscovered in Western eyes. Imagine 60 fucking years of effort by the world's top wilderness experts to secure one specimen of a relatively numerous, at that time, distinctly marked, reasonably large, quite slow-moving, comparatively dim-witted animal inhabiting a rugged but confined area, living a daytime existence, no less, not nocturnal like the hominoids, while eating a completely restricted diet. I mean, you know where to go. It eats bamboo. Go where the bamboo is. I mean, it's not rocket science. Consider how infinitely more difficult it would be to locate and secure specimens of shrewdly intelligent, largely nocturnal, highly mobile omnivores that are absolute masters of enormous areas comprising some of Earth's most difficult environments. I mean, even with the highest of today's high-technology hunting and tracking devices, it would be a tough, demanding task. But it can be, and someday will be, done on a regular basis. I can guarantee you that much. Now, as I said, Earth is liberally plastered with extensive tracts of wild, essentially unexplored territory. And around the edges of those live humans who for one reason or other choose to dwell in the roughest parts of their own ecological niches, those which adjoin genuinely wild areas. In any country in the world, such people are far removed, physically and emotionally, from their neighbors dwelling in villages and towns and cities in the best parts of their niches. If, for example, someone living on an isolated farm encounters a hominoid, I mean to say, and, for whatever reason, files an official report about it, a city dweller could easily dismiss the report as a befuddled invention of a well-meaning hick's overactive imagination, which, not surprisingly, is exactly how such reports are evaluated by every status quo worthy of the name. The problem with dismissing such reports out of hand is that farm dwellers are usually near the scene of encounters day in and day out. Anywhere in the world, people who live in the boondocks know and can recognize flora and fauna in their home region, and their imaginations are unlikely to be activated because their lives depend on constantly maintaining an undistorted perception of their surroundings. So upon seeing a hominoid in his front yard, so to speak, a farmer would probably do as he would with any other unusual phenomena: study it and absorb its details. He would not realize what he was seeing was impossible, so he would observe and evaluate it in the context he found it. I have exaggerated this situation to a degree to make my point. The truth is that nearly everyone living near the edge of a hominoid niche will have heard of them, and most will assume, if not know for a fact, that they exist. Such people simply accept hominoids as simply another element of the local fauna and are not likely to know or care what the world's scientific and religious establishments or the media's mavens say about it. They also know hominoids have unaggressive live and let live natures to the extent that if you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone, except for the abominable snowman, which is why they're called abominable, who will kick up a fuss just because they're fucking evil. So, if they're not likely, well, let's just say the locals in such wildlands, what we call WUIs, wild urban interfaces, or wildland, in this case, fucking just wildlands, okay? They're not even interfacing with any urban or suburban or exurban, they're just wild. Any locals in the region who are human are not likely to panic at the sight of one. In fact, natives living alongside hominoid habitats are the least likely candidates to get flustered by or become creative about anything they experience in their environments. Particularly hominoids they know for certain live among them. Another interesting fact is that their stories corroborate from habitat to habitat, country to country, continent to continent. A trapper from backwoods Canada can easily describe the same type of Bigfoot as a shepherd in South America. Both would recognize a similar creature described by a Mongolian yak herder or a Russian logger. This is true despite the fact that all four would typically be isolated and uneducated in the Western sense, which would severely limit the chance of them ever having heard or read descriptions of hominoids given by others. All they know how to express is what their eyes and ears and noses tell them, which they do with a consistency and conformity that is downright amazing. Despite all that consistency and conformity, whenever natives report seeing hair-covered humans, giant or otherwise, in their neighborhoods, scientists dismiss their assertions as colorful fabrications that can be explained away as remnants of a collective fantasy dating back to the early prehistory of all primitive peoples. Regarding hominoids, that collective fantasy is known as the primordial boogeyman theory. Whether plausible or laughable, does nothing to explain the fact that modern hominoid encounter stories correlate remarkably well with each other no matter where in the world they come from, and they correlate with similar stories from centuries past. In fact, the overlaps between such stories are so blindingly obvious. Large, human-like, hair-covered, smelly, etc. The only collective fantasy still in effect is the one among scientists who believe collective fantasy is remotely acceptable as an explanation. So, let's get into at least some face-to-face about this. Tabloid newspapers and tabloid TV readily exploit the world's yearly crop of several dozen human hominoid encounters. However, such encounters have occurred with similar regularity throughout the backward sprawl of history, and records of one kind or another exist for several centuries. No more than a few can be discussed in a general transmission like this tonight, in the time we have remaining for this episode, but 100 or so are covered in Ivan Sanderson's book entitled Abominable Snowman, and John Green's book entitled Sasquatch. Now, I could focus on the most substantiated, which should make them the most interesting to novices, which I will assume most current listeners are. And like the best tracks, the best encounter reports demolish the scientific position that hominoids cannot be real because no valid proof exists to support them. The truth is, the best encounter reports provide plenty of valid, convincing evidence. However, as with foot tracks, such proofs are officially disregarded because of the syllogistic logic that says hominoids don't exist because they can't exist because they don't fit into the current status quo's worldview. I know as the son of a vampire. Remember, in any court in the world other than the court of scientific opinion, hominoid tracks alone conclusively prove they exist. To further support that assertion, I can examine some of the best American and Canadian encounter stories, followed by reports from Russia, China, and the rest of the world. I could even probe a trio of classic encounters in detail. Then you can decide for yourself if you think hominoids can or cannot exist. But, in a sense, that would just be going down the track everyone else has followed. And I can do that on another transmission. Rather, what would be far more productive would be explaining to you just what these creatures are when we're dealing with them as, shall we say, legitimate human beings. And most people, of course, what would they discuss? The fucking feet. Yes, I know podiatrists who could go on about the fucking foot tracks left by these animals. It's like the most boring aspect of them. Who fucking cares? So, talk about their size and hair first. As with footprints, thousands of hominoid encounters are reported from all parts of the world, spanning from centuries past to the present. No matter what era reports come from, they exhibit remarkable consistency, whether those making them are cosmopolites trekking in the wilderness or uneducated natives who cannot read but who know what they see. That consistency permits the creation of a composite profile of all hominoids, the kind police artists draw from eyewitness accounts. A person sees a perpetrator one way, while others see him or her differently, but in the end, with enough input from divergent viewpoints, an accurate rendering can be created. This is what your Department of Defense has done. So, the first aspect to consider about hominoids is the most obvious. Size. Humans who encounter one, from giant big feet to tiny, comparatively tiny agogways, are awestruck by their physical dimensions. All four are invariably described as being built much bigger, heavier, and more muscular than humans of comparable size. And related to that is the sexual dimorphism they all show, which is typical of the higher primates, including humans. Big feet males are in the 8 to 10 foot range. Females, 6 to 8 feet. Juveniles, 4 to 5 feet. Abominable snowmen, almas, and captors are roughly equal. Males in the 5 to 7 foot range. Females, 5 to 6 feet. Juveniles, 3 to 4 feet. Agogways show less dimorphism than the others. The 4 to 5 foot males are seen as taller than females by a half foot or so, if that. Regardless of height, every hominoid is immense in its body parts relative to humans, except for penises and ears, which are not outsized at all. They have big, thick limbs and enormous torsos, and their strength is incredible. Big feet have lifted and hurled half-ton boulders, while ogogways can pull up fair-sized saplings by the roots. Big feet are known to kill, maim large animals like cows and horses by ripping out their tongues. I mean, most humans cannot yank out the tongue of a freshly dead rabbit or squirrel. Hominoid strength is difficult for humans to imagine because few of us understand the difference between our own strength and that of primates. Pound for pound, any primate is vastly stronger than any human, if the strongest among us. Mike Tyson, for instance, in his day, and an adult male chimpanzee, a chimp, mind you, not a gorilla, were locked in a room for an unarmed battle to the death. A few minutes later, the chimp would walk out. There's jokes you can make about it missing an ear but it would definitely be the one to walk out. Now, in terms of human primate comparisons, all of Earth's indigenous primates have tremendous natural strength, all that is, except humans. The next most obvious thing about hominoids is the hair that covers their bodies from head to toe. Every primate, including humans, is hirsute to one degree or another, but hominoids seem to be more like monkeys or apes in texture, and those pelts span the typically wide range of primate colors: black, brown, light brown, yellowish brown, reddish brown, russet, gray, pale gray, steel gray, silver-tipped, to snow white. By the way, CK gives me 3 hearts, pulsating, so hey CK, so glad to see you, honey. And there we are. And of course, I appreciate our man Chi Il, Our Lady, in there earlier. Anyhow, the next most obvious thing that I mentioned was the hair, of course. Some primates are dominant in certain colors. The chimps and gorillas, for example, tend toward basic black, while orangutans tend towards browns and russets, but all species have substantial variations. And the all-white ones are no different from other primate albinos. For example, Snowflake, the famous albino gorilla kept in Barcelona Zoo. Many reports describe certain hominoids as having gray-streaked or silver-tipped pelts, which is also a trait shared by every aged primate: chimps, gorillas, monkeys, orangs, and humans. We all get gray and whiten as we grow older, some faster and more thoroughly than others. By the way, CK says I'm doing great. Thank you, honey. And, in fact, it would be strange indeed if hominoids were consistently reported to appear in only 1 or 2 colors. Whatever the colors, however, hominoids are covered with hair, not fur. Be clear on that. Fur is generally packed tightly against the hide it covers, with hundreds of follicles per square inch of surface area. Hair is more spread out on the skin and tends to compensate for that loss of insulating capacity by growing longer than fur. For example, contrast the hair of a horse's mane or tail with the fur on the rest of its body. Hominoid body hair is reported at varying lengths, some of which may be seasonal, short in the summer, long in the winter. Within those variations are patterns for every group. Bigfoot Sasquatch hair is most often described as short to medium, 2 to 4 inches, and thick over most parts of the body. Thick in this context means no thin or patchy areas where skin can be seen. Almas or captars and agogwes are said to have long hair, 4 to 6 inches, but often with thinner growths on their chests, abdomens, and parts of limbs. Most observers say hominoid head hair is generally longer than their body hairs, but there is a great variation there too. In Sasquatch, the difference is slight, while in agogwes, it can be quite pronounced. Agogwes are said to grow thick manes of head hair that sometimes cascade down their backs to their buttocks. Remember, however, that in small statures, that is not very far. The palms of hominoid hands and the soles of their feet are hairless. Equally hairless are the cheeks below the eyes and the bridge of the nose. Those areas of hairless skin are described as light when they are young and dark when they age. Some call their exposed skin black, while others call it dark brown, except in the case of albinos. The palms and soles of the feet are reported to be the same shades as the facial skin. Hairs are sparse around hominoid mouths and ears, though their ears are sometimes draped with head hair. As for the ears themselves, they are typically reported as human-shaped and rather small, in no way exaggerated to match their other physical features. Their heads are reported as conical or bullet-shaped with big protruding eyebrows, or brow ridges. that support a forehead, which slopes back and away at a sharp angle. You see, the forehead sloping sharply backward from the pronounced brow ridges is found in every upper skull of every fossil hominid from Lucy through Homo neanderthalis. Then it disappears quite abruptly with Cro-Magnon man, who was probably bigger in brain capacity than human beings. Now, in terms of body parts, the eyes under all hominoids' thick, heavy brow ridges are consistently described as small and beady, and set close together in large, round sockets. Not surprisingly, that is how all primate eyes other than humans are designed and described by most observers. Also, hominoid eyes are often said to shine with intensity in daylight and to have a reddish glow in the dark. Like most primates, hominoids can be nocturnal, which means they can see at night. Any animal able to take in usable amounts of night's dim light has many additional rods in the retinas of their eyes. Those extra rods require extra blood and enlargement of the retinas, which enlarges eyeball size and socket size. Enlarged retinas, in turn, more efficiently reflect light coming into them, giving an illusion of shining in daylight and glowing at night. They also require an awning of bone as protection from sunlight during daytime, like a built-in cap rim, which all primates, except humans, possess. So, like thick bones and sloping foreheads, similar brow ridges and eye sockets are found in every fossil hominid up to Cro-Magnon man. Now, when we look at the eyes of primates like gorillas, chimps, orangs, and gibbons, we see, well, we're seeing the same kind of eyes hominoids must have. To describe them as otherwise would be suspicious. Unfortunately, the ridicule heaped upon occasional mentions of glowing red eyes taints all aspects of every encounter. Hominoid faces are invariably described as flat across the front plane of the profile. Noses are typically primate, pugged and spread wide across their faces with no noticeable jut. Now, such noses indicate hominoids have the same enlarged nasal passages as all pre-human skulls up to Cro-Magnon man. And mouths project outward, giving their lower faces a muzzled appearance. Lips are thin and usually fit together in a line. Now, hominoid lips are much more like primate lips than the everted or turned outward lips of humans. Behind those thin lips are large, wide incisors, or front teeth, and some observers mention large canines, actual fang teeth. But others fail to mention canines, so some types probably have them, while some do not. No hominoid has much of a chin. Again, this is the same situation with all pre-human fossils up to Cro-Magnon man. What little chin they do have tapers down into virtually no neck at all. Their hands seem to rest flush upon their shoulders, with a small separation between chin and collarbone. Of course, there is a neck in there, but in all apes, the shoulders are set so high in relation to the head, the neck is obscured. In part because of how their heads are set on their shoulders, all primates have rib cages with the shape of an upside-down funnel. This is also true with every hominid prior to Cro-Magnon man. That being the case, it seems safe to assume, if not conclude, that all hominoids will turn out to have funnel-shaped rib cages rather than the more oblong rib cages of human beings. As for hominoid arms, witnesses mention those as often as they mention great size and hair covering. Hominoid arms are invariably described as longer than human arms. Hanging down around the knees is a frequent comparison. Again, this is true with all primates and hominoids up to Cro-Magnon man. And in conjunction with their long arms, Hominoid shoulders are usually described as wider and thicker than in humans. The few fossil hominids that show shoulder width, principally the Neanderthalis and the Homo ergaster from Lake Turkana, indicate the same extra width that hominoids have. Such shoulders are almost certainly an adaptation for dealing with longer, bulkier arms. Assuming that is the case, we can further assume hominoid chests would need much added development to handle the extra stresses caused by the longer, heavier arms. In fact, that is just what the encounter reports all indicate. Hominoid chests are consistently reported as big and barrel-shaped. Males and females are both said to have thick, heavily muscled upper torsos, which are necessary biomechanical adaptations for dealing with long, bulky arms. This might also explain some of the rib cage's funnel shape. More muscle has to be packed in around the shoulder girdles, so there is less room for ribs. And because encounter reports consistently mention long arms, wide shoulders, and barrel chests, and because such biomechanical aspects are interrelated to a point of being interlocked, we can take those descriptions as strong evidence the encounter reports are true. Otherwise, how can we explain so many people from every point on the compass knowing long, heavy arms require wide shoulders and a big barrel chest? Another consistency in encounter reports is thick torsos, which also makes good sense when considering that all hominoids live in the open and most of them in climates that are normally cool and quite often cold. Thick torsos are useful, if not required, for insulation, but it is also difficult for any primate, including humans, as many of us know, to keep a trim waistline. As for the hands, they have thick fingers and powerful grips. Recall the ripped-out tongues of cattle and horses I was talking about. The few available handprint casts support witness testimony that their thumbs are smaller than human thumbs relative to their other fingers, and they rest close to the palm rather than slightly opposed to it. Those hand casts also indicate they either lack or have a relatively small thenar pad, the oval clump of muscle at the base of our thumbs, which pulls them across our palms during activities that require gripping. Now, when it comes to the legs, nails, breasts, as might be expected for limbs required to support several hundred pounds of torso, head and arms, hominoid legs are stout, heavily muscled. They are also often reported as shorter than a human's legs, probably an illusion caused by longer arms and/or a stooped posture. As I should have brought up, I might articulate it in the next transmission, when it comes to photogrammetric studies of their tracks, it indicates their feet do not function like human feet, which we can assume correlates to the function of their legs. Supporting that assumption are the biomechanical studies of the female Bigfoot in the Roger Patterson film, which, as I've expressed before, is quite real, which reveal she had the same leg motion and function the footprints indicate. She had the same bent-kneed, extra-efficient gliding kind of walk, with the available evidence indicating all hominoids utilize. In terms of the pre-human walking style, only the Laetoli tracks in Neanderthal prints left in caves are useful, inasmuch as both employed a version of the hominoid stride. It seems fair to surmise the others probably walk that way too. The unusual walk hominoids have may be yet another physical adaptation to their long arms. The Patterson female showed a wide, sweeping arm motion as she moved away. Or it could be a function of their great wake and, well, their weight and superior muscle power. Whatever its cause, they walk with splendid efficiency, far more than humans, which, ironically, is how all animals except humans carry themselves on this planet. Watch any animal go about the business of its environment, well, of its life, and you will see a creature completely integrated into its environment. It will not waste motion or energy in anything it does. And contrast that with the distinct lack of grace and physical economy humans exhibit. Yes, we have the capacity to gain those attributes, but they do not come naturally to you. You have to maintain yourselves, dancers, acrobats, etc., to achieve what all animals are born with. This oddity sets humans apart from all other species as much as your enlarged brains. You don't seem to belong here with everything else. You are, in fact, the cuckoos in the nest of your world. Cuckoos lay their eggs in the nests of smaller birds that cannot discriminate between egg sizes, and the small birds brood the cuckoo egg with their own, then imprint on their hatchlings. The intruder is always larger than its siblings and relentlessly shoves them all out of the nest. Soon the adult parents are running themselves ragged, feeding the insatiable monster they think they created. This is a chillingly apt analogy for the behavior of humans on Earth. So, by now I've examined hominoid hands and feet in detail, but a neglected point is what witnesses often say are their copper nails. As I've already noted, their fingers and toes are much longer than humans, so their nails show up clearly and sometimes appear to be copper-colored. But because a few observers have speculated that they are made of copper, the whole notion of hominoids can be ridiculed. Actually, primate nails are often copper-colored because they are made of a material called keratin, and this includes human nails, which is stained quite easily by the juice of fruits and berries. There is nothing unusual or laughable about it. Another laughable aspect of humanoid encounters used to dispute their reality is the size of female breasts. They are enormous, elongated, pendulous blobs of flesh that dwarf the average human breast and obliterate primate breasts, which are basically enlarged nipples that supply milk. In addition, they are fully covered by hair, which no other female primate has, not apes, monkeys, or humans. They are so big and so droopy, in fact, females flip their teats over their shoulders when they walk. The Bigfoot in the Patterson film shows large breasts, but not super pendulous ones. This could mean she was a young adult, yet to have her first offspring. It could also mean that when not lactating, hominoid breasts shrink to a more manageable size. Like the shining red eyes and copper nails, huge breasts make an easy target for critics. However, if a human female had a couple of feet of breast weight dangling off her chest as she walked, and more so if she ran, it would make excellent biochemical sense to lift them up onto her shoulders to minimize their unbalancing effect. In addition to the logic of biomechanics, critics can be shown some of the most ancient sculpture yet discovered, which clearly, and many might say amazingly, depicts such a distinctive physical feature, along with outsized buttocks. Just consider the examples of Cro-Magnon work, dated between 20,000 and 50,000 years agone. The Venus of Sobrano. And, like much else about encounter reports, the real reasons behind, well, that hominoid breasts are so pendulous and covered with hair would make them seem unreal if they were not described as they are. First, the hair. As recently stated, most hominoids live in cool to cold climes where winter temperatures can be fatal. Exposed breasts, especially large ones, in such an environment could easily cause hypothermia and to be, well, after hypothermia cometh death. Obviously, the breasts of hominoids from those climates have to be covered with hair as a matter of survival. Those that live in warmer climes, like the Ogogwes, would not need thermal insulation, but would surely need protection from the sun. As for why their tits are so pendulous, that has to be caused by the physical limitations of their young. No primate needs extruded breasts because they nurse and frequently carry their young in a frontal position. Humans do this too, but may have developed extruded breasts for other reasons, such as sexually signaling males. They may also have acquired them as remnants of a process of genetic manipulation. Now, this is not to say young monkeys or apes never go riding around on their mother's back, but at feeding time, they easily swing around and cling to her chest to nurse, which usually occurs when she is sitting or at rest on all fours. Even when mom is moving, nursing infants can hold on because they have that exceptional primate strength right out of the womb, combined with fully functional gripping ability in their hands and feet. In fact, lower primates probably stayed low because their infants could not get along without grasping feet. In comparison, hominoids have developed bipedalism, which required some radical microevolution in typical primate anatomy. Most radical perhaps, was exchanging the foot gripping ability of offspring for bipedality. With that change came the need for a new method of carrying young, because mothers still had to forage for their family's food. If you are primarily a food gatherer, you cannot afford a nursing infant tying up one of your major gathering tools. However, if you are an upright primate with an infant that can no longer cling to your chest, you either give up an arm or carry it or find a new way for it to cling to you as you work. The obvious answer is your back, where the tyke's powerful hands can cling to your trapezius muscles whilst gaining a weak purchase with his or her feet against your lower back. That deserves the strain, or divides the strain, I mean to say, on the infant between its hands and feet, while you only have to lean forward a bit and keep your knees slightly bent to keep the ride fairly smooth. Remember how all the prehumans and hominoids seem to walk? Like drunken sailors? Now, because no other carrying position makes physiological sense for the hominoid offspring, mothers had no choice but to micro-evolve breasts long enough to lift up and over their shoulders when a meal or a snack was called for. Again, from a biomechanical standpoint, nothing else would work as well. And sure enough, encounter reports of mothers carrying infants do put them on their backs. So it all correlates as it should. In contrast, human infants walk before they have enough arm strength to even cling to their mother's backs, which means that for many months, mom has to use at least one of her arms to carry and protect her little bundle of joy. That is an unacceptable loss of work efficiency for a food gatherer and preparer, particularly when other offspring have managed and or a demanding mate's needs have to be met. Fortunately, even the most primitive humans are capable of constructing devices to maintain infants in the on-back position, which is absolutely necessary to facilitate near constant two-handed daily work. Those devices are inevitably signs, slings of one type or another, which secure infants for the periods between feedings. In short, humans have developed an artificial way to cope with one of the primary drawbacks in upright posture, while hominoids have chosen a natural physical adaptation to solve the same problem. As for the outsized buttocks I mentioned earlier, they have an equally logical explanation, though not as outlandish as depicted in the ancient sculptures of the Venus of Yugoslavia, with her big ass and big tits looking like a Hottentot. The Bigfoot in Roger Patterson's film does display large buttocks, which, like all else there is evidence for, makes perfect sense from a biomechanical standpoint. The more you lean forward as you walk, the more your trunk must be supported by the buttock muscles at the base of your spine. And the more you stress your buttock muscles, the larger they will grow. Thus, large buttocks in hominoids are not as unlikely as they first seem, and coincidentally provide a convenient base for infants to rest their feet on. There you go. Sasquatch are built like Hottentots, except orders of magnitude bigger. That is something you have to look up if you don't know what a Hottentot is. As soon as you see one, you'll know what I mean. Now, this is what brings us to the most important part: the odor, the lifestyle, the communications. Now, when humans encounter hominoids at close range, they use words like garbage and sewage to describe how they smell. Everyone in a position to know says that hominoid body odor is thoroughly repugnant. Considering how closely humanoids follow the general primate pattern, apart from bipedality and enlarged breasts, it is no surprise to learn that every primate has a strong, distinctive, individual scent. This includes humans, which we only tend to notice when we are clean and those around us are not. Now, creatures living wide-ranging open-air lifestyles, which hominoids do, can use pungent body odors in two useful ways: to mark a territory for others of their kind, especially potential rivals, and to advertise sexual availability and or interest over a wide area. Both, either, or neither might apply to hominoids. There are no reports of territorial battles among any hominoid types, nor are males known to fight to mate with females, which indicates there is enough land and sex to go around. However, those behaviors do not represent the typical primate pattern, so it could later turn out that they do have such disputes. Regardless, hominoids are omnivores. They eat most anything, who, as aforementioned, range far and wide to maintain what appears to be an essentially solitary food-gathering lifestyle. Like primates and primitive humans, they subsist on the natural bounty of their ecological niches. In their four cases, different kinds of forests, from which they can extract seasonal banquets of tree nuts, ground nuts, berries, fruits, vegetables, tubers, and roots, supplemented by insects, fish, and small animals, often movement-restricted burrowers like gophers they can catch by hand. They are also predominantly vegetarian, but concentrated animal protein has to be a significant part of their diets because of their great size and high levels of activity. If they confined themselves to vegetation alone, they would be pot-bellied and relatively inactive, much like gorillas, who are strictly vegetarians. Their lifestyles seem to range from isolated individuals on extended walkabouts, which provides most encounters with humans, to nuclear families of parents with an offspring or two, to small groups, 10 to 20, gathered on apparently rare occasions. The nuclear family, or some aspect of it, is probably the most common. Like primates, hominoids do seem to have certain areas they range through. Those that live in tropical climates, the agagwes and some almas, or captars, seem to stay in one area all year round. Just checking out some messages that are ongoing. People tripping off of what I'm saying about big butts and eating bugs. Now, that noise is back. I want to... Hey, Chi-Il, and of course, CK. Can you tell me if you're hearing that noise? You know, that... how about you, Jameson? You awake? You with us, man? I'm welcoming some feedback here. If you can hear that noise that Dion Buchberger was complaining about earlier, quite rightly so, before she deleted all of her comments. Now, as I said, you've got the tropical climate primatoids who seem to stay in one area all year round. Those in the higher latitudes, Bigfoot, the snowman, and other almas or captars seem to travel north and south with the seasons. So, yeah, Chi-Il is hearing it. Holy shit. Well, I don't know what to do about that. I'll probably consult my 3D graphics modeler and see if he's got any ideas. And that ought to be... Fuck. We'll see what happens then. Thank you for letting me know. Went away earlier, and hopefully it'll go away again. I don't know what to do about it other than to, you know, jerk this around. When all is said and done, I'll jerk it out and pull it back, push it back in again. That sounds horrible, doesn't it? Very sexual. Very suggestive or something. It's the jack is beeping up and down. If anybody's ever seen that, you can tell me what that means. I have no idea. But in terms of hibernation, somebody's asking me about that. That's unlikely because, let's put it this way. For 3 reasons. No other primates hibernate. Humanoids are not inherently fat. And their main rival in most niches, bears, do hibernate, leaving all winter food for them. So why waste that opportunity? And when staying in one place, they inhabit hidden areas of protection, such as caves, rock overhangs, or other natural formations that offer sufficient shelter. When on the move, everything they own is on their backs, and everything they eat is usually within easy reach. When ready to rest, they make a bed of dry vegetation wherever they happen to be. In summer, they sleep as we do, sprawled any way they like. In winter, they drop to their shins, lay their bellies and chests, and those big, huge breasts, along their thighs, put their foreheads on the ground, lock their fingers behind their heads, and tuck their arms against their sides. For as odd as this sounds, that position keeps the front torso protected by the upper thighs, exposes the back and outer arms to the brunt of the cold, keeps the palms flat against the rear of the head, and covers the ears with forearm earmuffs. So the forehead on ground sleeping position accounts, as I said, for at least some of the skull flattening found in hominoids and prehumans. And though most sighting reports come from daylight encounters, hominoids are considered mostly nocturnal. In fact, they seem to work a split-shift schedule with bears, who awaken in late morning and feed until just after sundown. Hominoids appear to rise in early evening and feed until just past dawn. This lets both creatures share the same ecological niches sans conflict. Their nocturnal lifestyle means they easily observe us whenever we venture into their world, but we are not naturally equipped to see them when they are at their most active. And when they do happen to be out in daytime, they have excellent vision to go with highly developed senses of smell and hearing, all of which can warn them of approaching humans or anything else well in advance. Most human encounters with humanoids, hominoids I mean to say, occur by accidental approaches from downwind. When they realize they are in a human's presence, they tend to hustle themselves out of sight. No signs of panic, however, like prey animals exhibit when taken by surprise. Just the make-yourself-scarce reaction a creature used to being alone or exclusively in the company of its own kind. Hominoids communicate by using a wide range of distinctive vocalizations that humans who hear them describe as screams or yelping cries or whistles that are loud enough and eerie enough to curl the hairs on the back of our necks. The whistles are high-pitched and piercing, and mingle with blood-curdling screams and forlorn howls that can echo across miles of open country. Their meanings could range from, "Hey, nobody get excited, I'm just passing through," to, "Yo, anybody looking for a date?" Actually, females may do the date calling if we accept reports of them exhibiting periodic swelling of their genitalia. That is how sexually receptive primates pronounce their availability, so hominoid females may do it that way and verbally as well. Apart from vocalizations, they do not seem to have speech as we know it, but there are two angles to consider. First, all primates other than humans, indeed all other mammals, have a larynx located high in their necks, which permits simultaneous breathing and swallowing, but makes human-type speech impossible. Because of so many similarities between hominoids and primates, it is their short necks, it seems safe to assume they will turn out to have some, if not an identical degree of voice box limitation. On the other hand, they clearly seem to communicate with each other, as do all primates and most animals, in one way or another. In groups, they direct a wide range of verbal sounds at each other, grunts, growls, and various glottal noises, to express what they want to say. And others seem to understand them, so it can be argued that such communication is equivalent to ours, though that cannot be determined until some are under study. I'm talking about outside of the fucking Department of Defense, mind you. It may turn out they communicate as well as whales or porpoises, or even primitive humans. But however well they communicate, their capacity to master language will, more than anything else, determine if they are classified as as animals or extremely primitive humans. And that debate will become volatile. Right now, science and religion stand united against hominoids, with scientists carrying the brunt of responsibility for keeping them ridiculed out of existence. However, as soon as one is brought in, outside of the military confinement, those same scientists will be forced to publicly take their lumps and accommodate the new reality. But what is a routine, even inevitable, turnabout for science will be potentially a crushing blow to religion. There will be ecclesiastics who will be left standing alone with no choice but to try to keep hominoids as far as possible from linkage to God's image. Ultimately, the debate will turn ugly. On the side wanting hominoids to be animals will be fundamentalists of every stripe, from calm theoreticians to strident, in-your-face radicals. Opposing them will be the usual liberal, humanitarian, and legalistic pressure groups equally determined to get hominoid rights established and protected by law. Once again, the more things change, the more they stay the same. But when it comes to the process of living and dying, with a fair idea of how hominoids look, I've already talked about where and how they live and die, and if, as previously stated, they live on every arable continent, thousands must be needed to maintain breeding populations. However, that flies in the face of scientific dogma that insists no creatures as large and distinctive as hominoids could possibly be living on Earth today without their existence being common knowledge. Furthermore, successful breeding populations mean hominoids need access to extensive habitats in which to live and mate, as well as die. Here, the dogma is that there is no room for hominoids anyway, because humans occupy every available ecological niche on the planet. We've all been assured of that since our first day of school. As usual, the truth is a far cry from the dogma. In the last episode before tonight's, I reviewed the actual facts about our world's geography, which you, until last episode, have more than likely been largely, if not totally, unaware of. Again, of course, as I've always told you since I came on the scene, and was suppressed by all the united fearmongers of the world. Basically, most of everything you know about anything is wrong. For now, take my word. Hominoids are able to live in virtual isolation in heavily forested areas, undisturbed unless they journey out to the edges, or beyond as they occasionally do, and humans happen to be near or beyond those edges. Another concern people have is this. I'm getting some questions via the email. If thousands of hominoids do live alongside us, why aren't their remains ever found when they die? Where are their corpses? You know, those seem like logical questions because most people, including scientists, have little to no understanding of how animals die in the wild. If you ask anyone with long experience in forest environments, have you ever come upon a non-prey animal who laid down and died in the open where it was easy for you to see it or its bones? The answer will be no, in a single word. It'll likely stretch on to, no, of course not. How could you ask something so stupid? This holds true for the largest to the smallest animals alive and dead, with the possible exception of agagwes, who might be prey for big jungle cats. Hominoids would only leave easily visible remains if they were shot, and there are several of those on record. And I certainly destroyed the records of all those the military killed, which numbered in the hundreds. Not at one time, but over the years. Struck by vehicles? Yeah, a few of those also. Bigfoot can also be roadkill. are otherwise the victims of an untimely death, say falling off a precipice. In nearly all other cases, they will reach old age, sicken, and die, and like other non-prey animals, they will know when their time has come. When it has, they will seek out a secure, well-hidden spot to spend their last days and hours. Now, living in heavily wooded areas on both mountainous and flat terrain doubtless makes it easy to find some pocket of rocks or fallen trees to serve as a makeshift coffin while they wait out their end. When it comes, soon or after an agonizing wait, nature swiftly moves in to clean up the remains. Scavengers will get to fleshy parts and strip the body to its bones. Insects and worms will clean out what remains of marrow in those bones, etc. The bone itself will be attacked by molds and fungus that utilize certain parts of it, and what remains will be lying on the acidic soils of all forests that then overwhelm it with overgrowth. In time, those soil acids will dissolve every scrap down to nothing, leaving a clean plate, so to speak, which gives no hint that anything or anyone ever died there. Remember, the forested areas that support hominoids are the same environments that have produced not a single fossilized remain of any chimpanzee, and most of those alleged to be from gorillas, monkeys, baboons, and orangutans are subject to dispute. The very same processes that scoured the fossil record clean of those animals are what act to prevent easy access to hominoid remains today. So just because we don't find hominoid corpses lying around in the woods, it does not necessarily mean they do not live and die in those same bionomic ecosystems in large numbers. Then again, as my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, once told me, there was a mythical elephant burial ground where elephants went to die, and whoever found it in Africa would be one of the richest men on earth, with all the tusks he could just pluck off the ground and carry with him by the load if he brought a means to transport them out of Africa to sell into the world, without even bothering to hunt down and shoot some raging bull elephant protecting its herd. My father said there was a Bigfoot burial ground where they instinctively went to die. That, of course, is the stuff of legend that takes us back to, well, early concepts of why people just weren't finding tusks all over Africa. After all, elephants die all over Africa. Why weren't people just picking tusks right off the ground in the days before poachers were machine gunning them down from helicopters in entire herds? So too with Bigfoot. My father reckoned it's a beautiful concept, and if anyone were to find the Bigfoot burial ground, I'm sure you'd become as rich as any man who found that mountain of tusks in Africa. Now, in terms of the time we have remaining, I can cover some of these eyewitness accounts that are actually probably well known to any number of you. In terms of Jacko, I mean, countless Bigfoot encounters have occurred in the huge sprawl of montane forest extending along North America's Pacific Northwest corridor, from northern California to southern Alaska. A prime area within that sprawl is in southern British Columbia, Canada, near Vancouver Island, just north of the U.S. border with Washington State. And whilst there, circa 1884, a juvenile Bigfoot fell from a 30-foot rock ledge near a railroad track and was knocked unconscious. His injury allowed him to be spotted and captured by several men riding a train that passed the spot where he fell. The following account of the capture and its repercussions is taken from a report published in a Victoria newspaper called The Daily British Colonist. And it reads, Yale, BC, or British Columbia, July 3rd, 1884. In the immediate vicinity of No. 4 Railroad Tunnel, situated some 20 miles above this village, was captured a creature who may truly be called a half-man, half-beast. Jacko, as the creature has been called, is something of the gorilla type, standing about 4 feet 7 inches in height and weighing 127 pounds. He has long, black, strong head hair and resembles a human being with one exception. His entire body, excepting his hands and feet, are covered with glossy hair about 1 inch long. His forearm is much longer than a man's forearm, and he possesses extraordinary strength, as he will take hold of a stick and break it by wrenching it or twisting it, which no man living could break in the same way. Since his capture, he is very reticent, only occasionally uttering a noise which is half bark and half growl. He is, however, becoming daily more attached to his keeper, Mr. George Tilbury, of this place, who proposes shortly starting for London, England, to exhibit him. His, meaning Jacko's, favorite food, so far is berries, and he drinks fresh milk with evident relish. Now the article goes on in considerable detail about the means of capture, naming many names, along with Mr. Tilbury's, of local men who were involved. It also offers natural speculations about what the strange creature might be. But the main purpose the article served was to document an authentic hominoid encounter witnessed by countless people in an established town, rather than 1 or 2 easily dismissed natives from the boonies. Though it happened over 100 years ago, Jacko's story can be taken at face value. The area near Yale was far from primitive. It had telephone service. A call is mentioned in the article itself. It was settled by pragmatic, down-to-earth Westerners with no toleration for sensationalism. As for the story itself, it was published in a respectable journal with wide readership and a tradition of even-handed, accurate reportage. It was quite thorough in its fact base, giving names and details which must have been carefully checked by an eyewitness to the events after the capture. Overall, it was a model of careful, non-speculative journalism. As for what happened to Jacko, as the article stated, his keeper, George Tilbury, did in fact load him onto a train to accompany him to London, but neither was ever heard from again. We can speculate endlessly about what might have happened on that journey because betrayal, escape, kidnapping, and murder are all possibilities. However, regardless of Jacko's eventual fate, the point is that he did exist in Yale, British Columbia, for the few weeks it took Mr. Tilbury to arrange the trip to London. His disappearance is unfortunate in a historical sense, but immaterial to the fact that a young hominoid, probably a so-called Bigfoot, was secured and held by a group of responsible people exactly like us, but from another place and time. It is a clearly documented, undeniable capture. Like the giant panda I was talking about. Ape Canyon! This encounter occurred in the summer of 1924. Effectively the year my mother was born, since she was born in December of 23, in Washington State, in the shadow of now famous Mount St. Helens, the volcano that blew its top in 1982. In 1924, Ape Canyon was an unnamed, glacier-worn, sleep-depriving, steep-walled valley that drained runoff from the eastern slopes of the mountain. Its importance is that it shows a group of hominoids acting in concert to pursue a common end. Even more significantly, it shows them deploying weapons while exhibiting aggressive behavior towards humans. A supposed rarity, but in this case, fully justified. What follows is from an account in the Portland Oregonian newspaper. Kelso, Washington, July 12th. The strangest story to come from the Cascade Mountains was brought to Kelso today by Marion Smith, his son Roy Smith, Fred Beck, Gabe Lefevre, and John Peterson, who encountered the fabled mountain devils or mountain gorillas of Mount St. Helens this week, shooting one of them in late afternoon and then being attacked throughout the night by rock bombardments from the beasts. The men had been prospecting a claim on the Muddy, a branch of the Lewis River about 8 miles from Spirit Lake, 46 miles from Castle Rock. They declared that they saw 4 of the huge animals, which were about 400 pounds, and walked erect. Smith fired at one with a revolver. Thursday, Fred Beck shot one, the body falling over a precipice. That night, the animals bombarded the cabin where the men were stopping with showers of rocks, many of them large ones, knocking chunks out of the log cabin. The animals were said to have the appearance of huge gorillas. They are covered with long black hair. Their ears are about 4 inches long and stick straight up. They have 4 toes, short and stubby. The tracks are 13 to 14 inches long and have been seen by forest rangers and prospectors for years. Now, this article is not nearly the factual equal of the one describing Jacko because the Oregonian reporter was relating a second-hand tale. Nevertheless, it was enough to make the world take notice because the situation in 1924 was much different than when Jacko was captured 40 years earlier. In 1884, the Victoria Colonist was a regional newspaper, so information about Jacko never spread much beyond the area of his capture. By 1924, the Portland Oregonian was linked to the rest of the country's news network, so the reigning scientific establishment was forced to get involved. Naturally, they came out hard and fast against the miners, depicting them as ignorant backwoods yokels who probably shared a jug one night and suffered a common delusion. In typical fashion, no scientists bothered to actually investigate the incident. They simply obliterated all relevant or subsequent facts by the overwhelming force of their ridicule. Shortly after the incident, however, 2 search parties were formed to return to the cabin to have a look. One group included 2 detectives from Portland, plus one of the miners. The other was led by the sheriff of Cowlitz County. Both groups found the cabin wrecked, its log walls and roof torn to pieces despite it being a sturdily built place designed to withstand the crushing weight of winter snow at that elevation. They also found broken rocks scattered everywhere, several of them bloody. And around the cabin's perimeter they found hundreds of those improbable 4-toed tracks discussed earlier, the longest of which was 19 inches, large even for a Bigfoot. So, regardless of all the scientific ridicule, no one who went on either search party had any doubts that events had indeed occurred substantially as the miners related them. Well, there you have it. We have half an hour left. And Dave G says Mount St. Helens was 1980 in May. Fuck, did I get the date wrong on that? I mean, like, well, maybe it erupted again. Fuck. I could have swore I remembered that date. Either way, thank you for your input. And, yes, by all means, input like that is always appreciated. And, let me see if I can, remember about, Mount St. Helens. Yeah, probably 1980 instead of 82. I mean, what the fuck? How old was I back then? I mean, I guess I was just starting to become a librarian's aide. So the records I was dealing with, you know, don't expect me to maintain the photographic memory I used to have. I drink and drug a lot to get rid of the majority of my memories. You're lucky I remember what I do. I've probably forgotten more than most people remember. Well, I know I have. At any rate, Dave G says, laugh out loud, maybe. There we go. Thank you. Any accommodations appreciated. At any rate, thank you very much for participating. Fuck. Hopefully Pete Moon wakes up, and if Pete the Moon Man joins us, I can make it through. Hey, Jameson Reese, you there? Anybody there? Sammy Romero? Anybody help me carry through the last half hour? I mean, I want to earn my pay. I've done, my fan base has done so much by me. They've helped my fundraising campaign, basically cinched it within a matter of minutes earlier tonight. I feel there's nothing I've done that can compensate them for that. I'll try my best with the next transmission. I'll be full into it. Tonight, you know, well, you're lucky. I mean, not lucky, but I'm lucky I showed up. That's, as for so many of these other things that I've been talking about, hopefully they were coherent. By the way, I guess, you know, this is what people need to see. Let me see if I can find these. The Earth Mother Venus statues. Those are what look like female primatoids. Okay, let me see if I can look them up. Earth Mother female statues. Paleolithic? Fuck, yeah. There we go. This is what... There we are. Okay, images. All right. So, let's see if this shit fits. And, live stream. All right. This... Fuck. Is that thing going to go through? I think that's too long a tag. It won't go through. Holy shit. That sucks dick. Okay. Let's see what else I can find. Okay. What do I look for? How do I... images. No, not that. Okay. How do we get these? The Venus of Willendorf. That's it. So, Venus of Willendorf. Characteristics, images, facts. Okay. This is Encyclopedia Britannica, of course. First thing you see is the tits. And there we are. That'll take. And they got President's Day sale, of course. Alright. So, that is what these female hominoids look like. That's probably what they were making these statues of. There's no human woman who's got big floppy tits like that. Well, some, but, you know, that's practically a subspeciation. I mean, not even the Hottentot tribe of Africa has tits like that. They got ass, but tits not like that. So that's like these people were making statues of the primatoids and the primatoid females as representative of fertility. Remember, their babies look like human babies. And again, it's one reason why they steal human babies, frighteningly enough. So, okay then. Had quite the wild ride tonight. Let's see if we can dig anything else up in terms of messages incoming. Jameson, he had chili. She ill. You know, poor person was... you know, he says, they be beyond huge for ladies to carry. Thank you. Thank you. And that is because the primatoids flip them right over their shoulder. Let me just give a testing here to Diane. See if she, like, you know, receives it. Because I am puzzled as to why she was kind of erasing all her messages there. Okay, so that goes through. Not that doesn't mean she can see me. Seth Mount Pleasant says, you got me. Just tuned in. Oh shit, they're going to hunt down a Yeti. Oh, you're talking about the idiot stalking pandas. Oh shit. Yes. And so you know, there we go with that. And so he mentioned something. This is from Anonymous. Don't worry, you helped me identify the beings I had dreams about long time ago. We're the Chochoa. My aunt gave us a cane from a yard sale man. Just as scary as the movies, the things these people can pick up at a market. There we are. And not quite sure whether Mr. Anonymous here is saying scary as or scary ass. But there you have that. And with that, let me see what else comes to mind here. Anyhow, Dave G is fuck, anybody's welcome to come on if they're able to with a Skype. They got a Skype ID. We've only got a few minutes, but let me see. Jameson says, dude, love fucking monkeys that much he could speak about him elsewhere. He's talking about Chi-Il. Chi-Il was talking about, yeah, he was bringing up link after link of monkeys, you know, looking it up and all this stuff, saying, oh, stuff like chimps weren't as strong as we thought they were. I mean, fine, go ahead and get into a fight with one. Yeah, and,
you know, he can honestly fuck them if he wants. I really don't care.
Yes, he can produce Chumanzi. Yeah, do you know about Chumanzi? You've heard of this, right?
No. What is that?
Oh fuck! Just look it up on YouTube, man. Chumanzi, spell it CHUMANZEE. Chumanzi. Look it up on YouTube now. You'll fucking find it. And that would be like the product of you know, a Chi-Il mating, and you know, that'll give you nightmares. That such a thing is walking around in the world, and I'm almost
hesitant to see what I'm looking at.
Oh yeah. And by the way, I see here there's somebody who did a book review of Land Under England, and yeah, lots of good stuff out there. So. It was actually interpreted in the Dutch, maybe, as Netherland, which means, you know, like, you know, what the Netherland means in Europe is like neither here nor there. So that's what they were using for the subterra, the subterranean land of England, is how the Europeans interpreted his title. So there you go with that. Like they were all Dutch or something. So other than that, all right. Oh yeah,
that thing is absolutely terrifying. Yeah.
Hairless,
he
smokes.
He can keep it.
Yeah.
Oh, who knows? This might actually be a user who was a Chumanzi. Maybe they've evolved to be able to, you know, troll fucking YouTube.
I noticed a person who asked me about, what do you say about people joining the military, never came back to ask anything else again. So, you know, what does that tell me?
Well, maybe that is who Chi Lee is.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. And, oh, I'm starting to yawn.
All right.
So we've got a few minutes left. What I can do is thank everyone. Let's take another check into email, see if there's any new notifications coming from PayPal. And let me see now. Whoa. Okay. Maybe. Well, this is from before, but I marked it on red so that I could access it again. And oh wow. I mean, this is, of course, the wonderful Phenomenal in the chat room. Press that up there. And since other people joined in on this, such as Satrina Bedami, that sounds like a female name, I'm sure it is. And then there was another donation again from the Aaron Tice, God bless him, of $100. You know, hugs, dear brother Aaron. I mean, these are all such wonderful people. I mean, literally within a matter of minutes, these incredible people helped myself with the fundraising campaign. This is there is a God, and this is like you know, something that makes me regain confidence in humanity. This is why I'm sorry. I'm only laughing because Jameson is near me. Okay, so I can't help but laugh. I mean, I do have confidence in humanity. I have confidence in humanity. Jameson he has confidence in humanity.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why someone like Lovecraft has come to shape my visions of that God as something to be sort of bored.
Oh my God.
Hey, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in well, this is a nightmare. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, by the way, McDonald's is being attacked for its pig policy. A billionaire activist investor is taking on McDonald's over its pig policy. Carl Icahn, who holds 200 shares in the company and is supporting 2 board nominations, is unhappy about the obscene transportation of pigs in crates. Okay, there you go.
Wow, that's pretty bad. I mean, they well, look, I mean,
you should see how McDonald's treats its customers.
Yeah, I mean, for goodness sake, well, then again, we're dealing with a species who's okay with moving humans in crates. So what does it matter? I'm just saying, you know, I mean, these are moral equivalencies that aren't looked at by people who go up in arms about, you know, one thing, but are okay with another. And you know what? I'm perfectly all right being one of those people because I say cats are probably more valuable than humans.
No, they kill all the birds. We have too many of them. There's just too many. I know they're cute and all that, but and adorable, but they're meat eaters, dude. They're pure carnivores. So there you go. And this is why it makes it so crazy that Brendan Zoget, Mr. Militant Vegan, not just vegetarian but vegan, has a fucking cat. You know.
Yeah. Well, I feel bad for the cat though. He probably. I mean, I hope he's not feeding it rice and
no, he's not. He feeds it meat.
Okay.
But that's you know, what is that? I mean, like, you know, it's like.
Well, the one thing about cats is I'll give them credit for it because you know they like slaying the things that have wings, and you know people associate angels with wings, so it makes perfect sense.
I guess it's one of those things that. What else came to my mind? Oh yes, when we were talking about the pig policy and all that, and McDonald's, of course, it brought to my mind why you can tell American blacks from African blacks because, you know, African blacks are generally smaller. Generally, I mean, you have very tall ones like Maasai tribesmen and shit, but
they're thinner. They're
definitely thinner, and but you know, American blacks, they're big, they're thick. All too often, they're fat. But like Derek Talley, fucking, still can't get over that shit. Yeah.
Well, it also depends on whether you know they're acculturated to looking at America in a positive light, because there are some that are fat, but you know it's like saying there's some Asians who are fat. You don't see it all over the place.
Yeah, at least that's what I meant. I said some are big, some are fat. All too many are fat. Yeah,
but I mean, they're not as big as you know, American blacks. Well, you know, even
I've never seen a fat black African myself personally.
I've seen some.
Yeah, I mean, I believe they exist. But then again, it's like Afghanistan. You know what? They have a saying in Afghanistan: "Don't trust fat people in skinny countries."
Yeah. Well, these are usually people who have a shitload of money.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why they're not your average person.
Yeah. You know why they're fat? They're eating albinos.
Yeah. There you have it. You know, I mean, as for Americans, you know, if they don't grow out like being fat, then they're super tall. Like,
Yeah.
goddamn, man.
Yeah, yeah. So my point about the American blacks is it's all that steroidal shit in the Mickey D's for all too many of them.
Well,
You know.
but there's also a genetic component to breeding.
Yes, that's true. The breeding farms. They used to have breeding camps in Louisiana in
Yeah.
particular. Yes.
And what they did was they bred blacks for stock. So they bred them deliberately to produce the much larger mass
It's
for
true. No,
working the fields.
it's true. It
It's
is absolutely true.
it's historical precedent to it. I mean, and you know, if I look at my father's side of the family, mostly everyone there is like they're fairly big, not, you know, like really tall too. Really, really fucking tall.
Yeah,
But-
yeah, I hear you. You know, I never remembered what the fuck I was going to talk about before we got dislodged by the skull fuckery in the eyeball, but is to close off the show on just a morbidly entertaining stupid story. So, like I said, the time I was hospitaled with multiple lung collapses and had chest tubes inside of me and shit, and just, you know, the doctors concluded I was a drug addict, so they weren't going to give me any painkillers. So that was when I developed hemorrhoids, because my butt cheeks were squeezed together tight enough where I could crush ball bearings because I was in agony. And, well, my partner in the room for an inordinate amount of time was an elderly black man who was getting a artificial anus. He was getting a artificial anus implanted in him because he had like a paper asshole that, you know, couldn't hold and was, you know, this way he could just, I don't know, screw the lever or something and the shit would be kept inside, and then he'd just empty it out several times a day, kind of like somebody who has that hole in their neck, a tracheotomy, where they just have to keep cleaning the mucus out of it, you know. What joy that must have been. And
Oh, good God.
yeah, so this, you know, I've said this story before, but for people who haven't heard it, not that anyone would want to wake up to this shit, but fuck, it's the Douglas Dietrich show, right? I mean, it's half a horror story anyway. But so when he was being visited by this, you know, first off, he's an old black guy, and I was talking to him for a while, and then he's being visited, and this big black guy comes in. That's just a moving mountain of flesh that just comes in through the door to visit him. And I was just thinking, oh, how nice, his cellmate. Saying, oh, his cellmate just had developed such an affinity for the older man that he came to visit him in this hour of need. And I said, oh, to myself, I was just imagining he can't fuck him up the ass now with that mechanical anus. That would just, you know, he just screws the wrong way and his penis gets clutched up in that meat grinder. Oh, man, that's going to be no fun. But, you know. When
Well, then again, if the guy is big enough, he might be coming to see when he's going to croak, so he can get something to eat.
yeah, there you go. When this is the point. When the guy left, I said, "So who was that?" Oh, that's my nephew, whatever it was, or you know, it wasn't his son, but it was a family member who was really. It might have been his grandson. His grandson, maybe that was my grandson. How old is he? Oh, he's about 14, something like that. I was like, you're fucking shitting me. There's not that. That's not that can't. I said you're kidding, right? No. I just refuse to believe that. And he said he's eating me out of house and home. He's like, he raids the fridge all day long. I can't ever keep it full. And I'm like, oh yeah, no shit. And it's like, holy shit. And that's got to be more than just the breeding. It's the breeding combined with steroids injected in the Mickey D's, right?
Yeah. It's also, well, it's also, you know, how the person's living, where they're living, because they deliberately make it so that, you know, they don't stock up on vegetables in convenience stores in black communities, because this is a means of keeping the community sick. And this is white supremacy in motion.
Yeah, no, you're right. And by the way, a lot of the black diet that is famous as soul food or cuisine was like leavings from the white diet. It would be like fat back and shit, and
Yeah, it's shit that you wouldn't want to eat because
Yeah.
it'll kill you. But
Yeah.
if you're working in a goddamn field all day, you can eat that and you still wouldn't put on weight
yeah, because
because
you're
of-
metabolizing. You're metabolizing
Yeah.
it all. Yeah, yeah, you got it. You got it. And so it's just there you go.
And it's like now that these now that people who are genetically manipulated so that they could metabolize shit all and work fields all day aren't working fields all day. Well, what do you think is going to happen? So we really do have a lot to blame on slavery and a lot to shove back in white people's faces, whether they want to get butthurt over it or not. Crackers could just fucking suck it up.
I mean, something really needs to be said, of course. I mean, it is a fact that we've got a lot of inequality and disparity and...
No, at this point, if I'm angry at my own for anything, it's not being violent enough.
Oh, God.
I mean, shit, this fucking stupid piece of shit gets 2 years in prison and still is getting a fucking pension and all whatever police benefits so that she could be a fat ass fucking cracker bitch in jail and order everyone else to fuck around.
But by the way, no, have we confirmed that about the pension and all that stuff? I mean, is that
no? I'm pulling that out of my ass. But I mean,
it's
2
possible.
years,
I mean, understood. It's all too possible.
Look, the bitch is smiling before she's going into prison. I mean, what the fuck do you think that's about?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
They're taking care of her.
But by the way, we never brought up with Peter Moon when he was going on about David Lewis Anderson with Aaron Tice today, who did, by the way, did agree with me that that's pretty odd that the guy's getting his ass kicked and then rebounds like that. I mean,